Scoring the Sacred Body of the Ancients from the Get Chapter 464 to Chapter 540. Sister Xingyi, it's been a long time, Jun Xiaoyao said with a handsome smile. That's right, Xiaoyao. As expected, you always bring unexpected surprises. Jiang Xingyi was slightly surprised at first. She didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to take the initiative to walk up to her. She was happy. Of course, she didn't show it too obviously. Jun Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't forget how Jiang Xingyi treated him warmly before he went to the eternal burial ground. She even gave him a knee pillow. If Jiang Luoli was said to be a cute loli, Jiang Xingyi was a mature and gentle big sister next door. She wasn't like Jiang Luoli, who relied on Jun Xiaoyao. Instead, she would support and help Jun Xiaoyao when he needed it. For example, in the secret treasure of Yuan Tian, if not for the help of Jiang Xingyi's connate Dao embryo, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't have been able to solve the crisis and fight against the Supreme Demon Corpse. This should be suitable for Sister Xingyi's connate Dao embryo. Jun Xiaoyao took out a bone jade slip from his spatial Dharma artifact. It was the Dao enlightenment of Chaos Dao Master that he had obtained at the immortal ancient Dao Lake. This enlightenment wasn't very useful to Jun Xiaoyao, but it was very useful to Jiang Xingyi, who had a connate Dao embryo. Jiang Xingyi couldn't hide her joy as she felt the Dao aura emitted by the bone jade slip. But she still said, Xiaoyao, this thing is too precious. It should be useful to you, right? The first person Jiang Xingyi thought of wasn't herself, but Jun Xiaoyao. Don't mention it. It's not very useful to me. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Jiang Xingyi took it and checked it a little. She was pleasantly surprised. It's the enlightenment of Chaos Dao Master. Even Jiang Xingyi couldn't help but exclaim. This was the comprehension of the Chaos Dao Sovereign, who was at the top of the 7 sovereign realms. Previously, when Wang Ting wanted to woo her, he had even taken out the great celestial venerate's insights. He thought that it was something precious and amazing. But compared to the Chaos Holy Man's comprehension, it was nothing. Wang Ting looked as though he was taking out a peerless treasure. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao took out the insights of the Chaos Holy Man as if it were a small gift. Comparing the breadth of mind between the two, there was a clear gap. Jiang Xingyi's heart was filled with sweetness, and her immortal face seemed to be covered in a layer of radiance. At this moment, a somewhat sour voice sounded. What about me? Jiang Luoli stood between Jiang Xingyi and Jun Xiaoyao, looking at Jun Xiaoyao pitifully. A world-famous painting was born. Of course you have one too. Jun Xiaoyao took out a piece of divine spiritual wood. I knew Big Brother Xiaoyao was the best. Jiang Luoli happily said. You all have one too. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the various sequences, as well as the Jiang family that had helped the Jun family, as well as the other influences. Jun Xiaoyao had obtained many treasures at the immortal ancient Dao Lakes. At this time, he wasn't stingy and shared a portion of them. Since these influences were willing to stand by the Jun family and help them, Jun Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't be stingy. Moreover, this was also a method to win over the hearts of others. I have one too. Xiaomaxian placed her hands behind her back, giggling as she leaned forward. I have to thank you this time as well. Jun Xiaoyao said. At the same time, he took out a rare treasure and gave it to Xiaomaxian. No matter how great of a role Xiaomaxian had played in this war, at least she was willing to help. This represented many things. Thank you, little Big Brother Xiaoyao. I wanted to test your strengths and weaknesses before, but now it seems that I was overestimating myself. Little Big Brother Xiaoyao is big and tall. Xiaomaxian said, her words like a tiger. It's good that you know. Don't try to figure out a man's strengths and weaknesses, and especially don't try to figure out mine, because I have no limits. Jun Xiaoyao indifferently said. I know. I won't dare to. Xiaomaxian pouted. Xiaomaxian, who was originally a bit perverted, had finally met her match. Looking at those high and lofty fairies of the great sex, the princesses of the Jin dynasty, the Holy Land saintesses, all of them trying to speak to Jun Xiaoyao. All of the men present couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy. If only I had even a 10,000th of Lord Son of God's charm. Lei Mingyuan said, his heart filled with envy. That's right, Xiaoyao, this is the young king of the beauty race, Li Qiushui. She also played a great role this time, Xianxia said. Li Qiushui stepped forwards, her limpid eyes filled with awe. She bowed towards Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing is believing. Jun family son of God, you truly live up to your reputation. Qiushui is filled with admiration. Li Qiushui respectfully said. Although she was one of the 4 young kings of Immortal Ancient, when she faced Jun Xiaoyao, her attitude was extremely humble. She didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. It seems that the races of Immortal Ancient aren't all brainless individuals. I must thank you this time as well, Jun Xiaoyao said. That was because Ao Guang and the others had eyes but couldn't see. They dared to provoke the Son of God. They were simply seeking their own deaths. Li Qiushui laughed. Alright, just tell me what you want. In Immortal Ancient, there shouldn't be anything that this Son of God can't do, Jun Xiaoyao said. He could tell that Li Qiushui had something she wanted. However, it didn't matter. Jun Xiaoyao liked smart people. Li Qiushui had chosen the right side, so there would naturally be a reward. It's like this, Li Qiushui said. She also told Jun Xiaoyao about the Heaven Forbidden Lands and the Immortal Ancient Order. I see. Entering the Heaven Forbidden Lands and using the Immortal Ancient Order to seek freedom? No problem, I'll make a trip there later, Jun Xiaoyao said. The core of the Immortal Ancient World was the ancient spiritual earth. And the core of the ancient spiritual earth was the Heaven Forbidden Lands. That was an extremely mysterious place. Jun Xiaoyao was also somewhat interested. Qiushui thanks the Son of God for helping me. Li Qiushui's eyes were also filled with surprise. She finally understood why Jun Xiaoyao was so attractive. Not only was he handsome, but his strength was also top-notch. He didn't care about his identity and treated the people on her side with great care. He was gentle and elegant. Which woman wouldn't fall in love with such a man? If she didn't know about Xianxi's feelings, Li Qiushui would probably be tempted. Alright, everyone is more or less injured. Just rest for a while, Jun Xiaoyao said. Now, the Immortal Ancient World was no longer a threat to Jun Xiaoyao. No one dared to compete with the Jun family for the opportunity. So there was no need to rush. After recovering from their injuries, they could slowly search for the opportunity. Yes. Everyone present nodded. Jun Xiaoyao was the absolute core. His words were also the absolute command. In the following period of time, the more seriously injured Lord Grimm, Jun Wushuang, Jun Mulan, and the others also began to rest. The spoils of war they obtained were also extremely plentiful. For example, the supreme weapon left by the Underworld Prince, the Underworld King's Claw, Jun Xiaoyao gave it to Yan Qingying. Jun Xiaoyao also gave the rest of the treasures and divine weapons to the others. In the Immortal Ancient World, I am completely invincible. What I need to do next is just to get rid of those 2 ants. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Those 2 ants were naturally Wang Ting and Long Outyin. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking about it, a voice suddenly rang out. He suddenly felt some kind of fluctuation. Jun Xiaoyao opened his spatial device and saw something trembling slightly. Is this the bronze compass? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. Did this mean that one of the legendary 7 incredible things, the Bronze Immortal Palace, was about to appear? Jun Xiaoyao couldn't forget about the Bronze Immortal Palace. After all, he still had the opportunity to sign in at the Bronze Immortal Palace. Jun Xiaoyao was also very curious about what kind of treasures he could get from signing in such a dangerous place like the Bronze Immortal Palace. However, as one of the 7 incredible places, the danger of the Bronze Immortal Palace was obviously self-evident. Although Jun Xiaoyao had an invincible Dao heart, he wasn't a reckless person. If the Bronze Immortal Palace really appeared, Jun Xiaoyao still had to consider it. However, he didn't have any fear, only curiosity. Jun Xiaoyao didn't tell anyone about this for the time being. Because sooner or later, everyone would know. The only suspense was when the Bronze Immortal Palace would appear. However, Jun Xiaoyao had the bronze compass. If the Bronze Immortal Palace really appeared, he would definitely be able to sense it immediately. Jun Xiaoyao also had a hunch that after the Bronze Immortal Palace appeared, the entire immortal ancient world would be about to close. However, the immortal ancient world was just the prelude. The real highlight was still the Emperor Road. Jun Xiaoyao now had the upper hand and could be considered invincible in the immortal ancient world. Jun Xiaoyao was also confident that he would still be invincible in the Emperor Road. Next, half a month passed. Lord Grimm and the others' injuries recovered very quickly. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, did not stay idle during this time. He began to comprehend the second volume of the body book. There was no doubt that the body book was helpful to Jun Xiaoyao. Not only did it push his physical body to the extreme, but it also helped him cultivate a body immortal qi in advance. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao was also very curious about what surprises the second volume of the body book would bring him. Even if an ordinary person obtained the 9 great heavenly books, it would take a long time for them to comprehend it. For example, Long Outyen had obtained half of the space book, but he was still only at the entry level. However, Jun Xiaoyao was different. His perception was so strong that he could create his own exceptional mystical ability. Thus, it would only take him a little more effort and time to comprehend the body book. After comprehending it for a while, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a wisp of surprise and he sighed. This was because the cultivation method of the second volume of the physique scripture had left him in awe. There were trillions of cells in the human body. The cultivation method of the second volume of the physique scripture was to cultivate the cells and condense them into the 3,000 Sumer worlds. Every time Jun Xiaoyao cultivated a Sumer world, he would possess the power of a world. If the 3,000 Sumer worlds were formed, the power of the 3,000 Sumer worlds would erupt with a single movement. At that time, even if it was a continent in the lower realm, it would probably be shattered by Jun Xiaoyao's punch. Not only that, but the 3,000 Sumer worlds was also a supreme defensive technique. If the enemy's attack landed on Jun Xiaoyao, it would be weakened by the 3,000 Sumer worlds. The power of the attack would have to be strong enough to break through the 3,000 Sumer worlds before it could truly hurt Jun Xiaoyao. However, how many people were strong enough to break through the 3,000 Sumer worlds with a single move? Just thinking about it made one feel incredulous. This is too strong. In terms of attack, the power of the 3,000 Sumer worlds would erupt with a single movement. In terms of defense, the enemy would also have to break through the 3,000 Sumer worlds before they could hurt him. Even with Jun Xiaoyao's harsh judgment, he could only sigh at this moment. Even in the Jun family, there was no such terrifying and powerful cultivation method of the physical body. More importantly, cultivating to the 3,000 Sumer worlds was only the great accomplishment. After the great accomplishment, there was still the perfection. At that time, every cell in Jun Xiaoyao's body would be a Sumer world. At that state, Jun Xiaoyao's physical body would no longer be a simple body of flesh and blood. It would be like a body that contained the endless universe. Jun Xiaoyao even felt that if he reached that perfect state, it would be almost impossible for even a real immortal to destroy his physical body, let alone a great emperor. Too strong, this was the only thought in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Putting the perfection stage aside for now. Even if it was the great accomplishment stage and the 3,000 Sumer worlds formed, it would be enough to sweep through everything. The immortal Daluo immortal body cultivates the bones, while the 3,000 Sumer worlds cultivates the cells, flesh, and blood. If I completely cultivate it and combine it, my physical body will be unparalleled and indestructible throughout history. Jun Xiaoyao was overwhelmed with emotions. The 9 great heavenly tomes represented the 9 extreme paths. Now it seemed that the 9 great heavenly tomes lived up to their reputation. It was no wonder that so many people were scrambling for the 9 great heavenly tomes. Of course, this cultivation method sounded very powerful, but it was not that simple to cultivate it successfully. Cultivating a Sumer world in one's body was very difficult. It would not be that simple. The resources that would be consumed were also unimaginable. Even the supreme great immortal source, the origin of the Tao, and other top cultivation resources would not be able to completely cultivate a Sumer world. The resources needed were much more than refining the immortal bone of the great heavenly immortal. It might require a huge amount of supreme great immortal source and origin of the Tao to cultivate a Sumer world. However, there were also other rare treasures that could speed up the process. For example, the legendary chaotic qi, the blood of a remnant immortal, the Xianhuang mother qi, the origin of the sacred spirit, and so on. Of course, these were all rare and precious treasures. Their value was far beyond that of immortal source and origin of the Tao. Some ordinary geniuses might not even see any of these treasures in their entire lives. Jun Xiaoyao did not feel too much pressure. At this time, the benefits of being born in a top clan of the ancients were reflected. The Jun family also had some of these rare treasures. Although there were not many of them, it was enough for Jun Xiaoyao to start cultivating. After comprehending the second half of the body scripture, Jun Xiaoyao was not in a hurry to cultivate. He still had things to do. Next, when the others have recovered from their injuries, I will enter the heaven-forbidden ruins and help Li Qiushui find the immortal ancient token. At the same time, I will look for some opportunities. Then, I can quietly wait for the bronze immortal palace to appear. Jun Xiaoyao thought about his next plan. Not long after, everyone's injuries were more or less healed. After everyone had rested, Jun Xiaoyao led everyone directly to the heaven-forbidden ruins in the depths of the ancient spiritual land. Compared to the opportunities in the ancient spiritual land, the heaven-forbidden ruins obviously had more opportunities. Of course, it was also more dangerous. All kinds of archaic descendants and pure-blooded creatures roamed freely in the heaven-forbidden ruins. Ordinary ancient freaks did not dare to casually enter, as they might encounter great danger. However, the geniuses of the Jun family, Jiang family, and other forces did not mind at all. Their faces were relaxed. With Jun Xiaoyao around, even if they wanted to be in danger, it would be difficult. Li Qiushui did not enter. The creatures of the immortal ancient could not enter the heaven-forbidden ruins. Then I will have to trouble you, young Master Jun. Li Qiushui's beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. They had been trapped in the immortal ancient world for too long. Like birds in a cage, they longed for freedom too much. Don't worry. I, the son of God, am a man of my word, Jun Xiaoyao said. Finding the immortal ancient token was just a matter of convenience. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel, smiley face, Jun Xiaoyao and the others entered the heaven taboo ruins. As far as the eye could see, the mountains and rivers were ancient and filled with a desolate aura. Jun Xiaoyao sensed that the bronze compass in the spatial artifact seemed to be trembling more and more violently. Could it be? Jun Xiaoyao came to a realization. Then, they began to explore the heaven taboo ruins. Not long after, they encountered a terrifying primordial remnant whose strength had reached the Tao God realm. It was a strange snake with one head and two bodies. It spat out raging fire that was enough to burn an ordinary heavenly God realm expert to ashes. Some heavenly God realm ancient freaks might be difficult to deal with. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, simply threw a slap at him. Runes of the Great Path intertwined and turned him into minced meat. Simple, straightforward, and fierce. The surrounding people swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then their eyes revealed excitement. If they followed Jun Xiaoyao, they could really do whatever they wanted. Soon, the crowd discovered a land of opportunity, and people began to explore it. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was not all that interested. Now, his mind was full of the bronze immortal palace. Compared to the bronze immortal palace, the other opportunities were nothing. Next, the group continued to travel and found many opportunities. However, the atmosphere was very harmonious. There was no fighting, and everyone could gain something. Jun Xiaoyao did not go looking for any treasures. To him at the moment, only some rare treasures of the world or items of the ages would be able to catch his attention. It didn't take long for Jun Xiaoyao to find a cave. There was a pure-blooded creature, the Dark Night Golden Bat. The strength of this pure-blooded creature, even in the Tao God realm, was extremely strong. Jun Xiaoyao attacked, activating a trace of the power of the immortal Daluo immortal body, and killed it cleanly. Then, in the cave, Jun Xiaoyao found a jade token. This token was incomparably warm, and there seemed to be a faint wisp of soul power hidden in it, like a wisp of consciousness. Is this the immortal ancient token? Jun Xiaoyao sized it up. This immortal ancient medallion contained a wisp of soul energy fluctuations, as if it contained some kind of will. The entire immortal ancient world is a cage, Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. As for the immortal ancient medallion. After that, Jun Xiaoyao killed a few more vicious beasts and found a few immortal ancient badges. He handed these immortal ancient tokens to Xianxia. Sister Xingyi, you can give these immortal ancient badges to Li Qiushui later, Jun Xiaoyao said. Understood. Jiang Xingyi accepted the immortal ancient order. After that, everyone continued to search for opportunities. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was not very interested. About half a month later. Suddenly, one day, the entire immortal ancient world seemed to tremble slightly. The spiritual qi between heaven and earth seemed to have been disturbed. The entire ancient spiritual land buzzed and trembled. The entire firmament was shaking. What's going on? Could it be that the immortal ancient world is about to close? Many geniuses around the ancient spiritual land raised their heads and glanced upward. Following this, they witnessed an unforgettable sight. An incomparably huge and majestic bronze palace appeared in the void. It was like an immemorial divine mountain that stretched across the heavens. The geniuses stared with their eyes open wide. They almost held their breaths. The magnificent bronze palace was extremely ancient, with a desolate aura. Its surface was covered in a greenish copper color, with patches of rust, as if it had been washed and baptized by time. It was like the reflection of the ancient times had appeared in the present world. That's one of the 7 wonders, the bronze immortal palace. It actually appeared in the ancient spiritual land. Many geniuses blurted out in astonishment. The 7 wonders were the 7 legends of the 9 heavens immortal realm. Even though not everyone had seen them before, most of them had heard of them. At this moment, the bronze mountain-like palace in the sky looked exactly the same as the legendary bronze immortal palace. The bronze immortal palace, rumors say it's related to immortals. It's a great fortunate encounter, it's a great fortunate encounter. You have to be alive to claim the fortunate encounter. Many experts have entered the bronze immortal palace, but they never came out. I don't dare to go any closer. The appearance of the bronze immortal palace had pushed the atmosphere of the immortal ancient world to its climax. Somewhere in the ancient spiritual land, damn it, what should I do now? Am I, Long Outyen, going to be suppressed by that Jun Xiaoyao forever? Long Outyen, who had just escaped, wore a twisted expression. He was extremely unwilling to accept the outcome. Not only had the Kingslayer's plan failed. The people close to him were all dead too. Long Outyen's hatred toward Jun Xiaoyao was so strong that even the water of the 4 oceans could not wash it away. No. I, Long Outyen, am the son of destiny, how can I admit defeat like this? Long Outyen was unwilling to accept the outcome. His destiny was to not believe in destiny. Long Outyen's will was to alter his destiny. He believed that as long as he did not give up, he would eventually have a chance to turn the tables around. Meanwhile, the vibration in the sky caught Long Outyen's attention. That's the bronze immortal palace. Long Outyen was shocked. As the forbidden first talent of Zulong, he was naturally familiar with the 7 wonders. The 7 wonders are extremely dangerous. If one is tainted by karma, there's a high chance of dying. However, this is also a chance. Long Outyen's eyes were burning with flames. The bronze immortal palace was his only chance to turn the tables around. If he gave it his all, he might be able to obtain a heaven-defying opportunity. When that happened, even Jun Xiaoyao would not be his match. I'll give it my all. It's just one life. If I'm suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao in this life, I'll suffer a fate worse than death. One had to admit that Long Outyen indeed had the demeanor of a main character. He was also very courageous. His eyes were filled with determination as he shuttled through the void and left. On the other side, Wang Ting, who had escaped, also saw the bronze immortal palace. The bronze immortal palace. There's almost no chance of survival after entering it, but I'm not afraid. Wang Ting was also a prideful person. He could not bear the humiliation of being completely suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao. Rather than being laughed at by the world, it was better to risk his life. He might even be able to fight for a future. Wang Ting also made up his mind as he left in a flash. Jun Xiaoyao and the others naturally noticed it too. The bronze immortal palace has actually appeared in the immortal ancient world. Lord Grimm and the others were also surprised. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao looked calm. He had already expected this. As the bronze immortal palace appeared, a terrifying aura immediately enveloped the entire ancient spiritual land. Geniuses whose cultivation was at true God realm would even have a feeling of suffocation. Even the heavenly god realm prodigies felt an extreme sense of danger and foreboding. The seven wonders are all dangerous and ominous. Ordinary people can't wait to avoid them. Although there are opportunities in the Bronze Immortal Palace, it's also dangerous. Not many people would dare to enter it. Jun Lingsong shook his head slightly. It was not appropriate to enter the Bronze Immortal Palace for some illusory legends. Jun Xiaoyao had already made up his mind. Jun Xiaoyao would enter the Bronze Immortal Palace even if it was just for checking in. At this moment, something in the depths of the ancient spiritual mountain seemed to be attracted by the Bronze Immortal Palace and rose into the sky. That's... All the geniuses looked over. It was a ball of soul light that was as vigorous as the sun, rising from the depths of the ancient spiritual mountain. The ball of soul light not only contained an unimaginable amount of soul power, but its surface was also intertwined with Tao laws. These Tao laws seemed to be exactly the same as the Tao laws of the entire immortal ancient world. That is... Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. He could sense that the soul energy fluctuations coming from the ball of soul light were very similar to the soul energy fluctuations coming from the immortal ancient medallion. At the same time, the ancestral lands of the various immortal ancient races were greatly shaken. Many ancient ancestors who had been sleeping for countless years were disturbed and awakened, emitting an unparalleled pressure. That is, the immortal ancient spirit. It is being guided by the Bronze Immortal Palace. Is the will of the immortal ancient world going to be suppressed by the Bronze Immortal Palace? Then we will never be able to leave. In the ancestral land of the dragon human race, a dragon human race ancestor was roaring. In the ancient sorcerer race, there were also ancestors who had awakened from their slumber. When they saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly. Why? Why do we have to suffer after such a long time? An ancient ancestor of the three-eyed sacred race roared angrily. If the immortal ancient spirit was suppressed in the Bronze Immortal Palace, then they would never be able to leave the immortal ancient world. The angry roars of the ancient ancestors caused the entire immortal ancient world to rumble and tremble, as if doomsday had arrived. Many geniuses were terrified and even began to retreat toward the edge of the immortal ancient world. Most people did not want to be involved with the Bronze Immortal Palace. Could that be the immortal ancient spirit? Lord Grimm looked at the ball of soul light and said in surprise. As a slumbering ancient freak, he knew a lot more than others. I would like to hear the details, Jun Xiaoyao said. Then, Lord Grimm told Jun Xiaoyao everything he knew. The so-called immortal ancient spirit could also be seen as the will of the immortal ancient world. The rules of the entire immortal ancient world were set by it. However, in the beginning, the purpose of the immortal ancient world was not to be used for the younger generation of geniuses to gain experience. It should be called the immortal ancient prison. Indeed, it is the same as recorded in historical records, Jun Xiaoyao said. He had a little understanding of the immortal ancient world before. In fact, it was similar to a prison. The ancestors of these immortal ancient clans had all committed great crimes. In the end, their entire clans were locked up in this place. I've heard that the great crimes these immortal ancient clans committed before seemed to be related to the other side. Lord Grimm said. Jun Xiaoyao finally understood what was going on. These immortal ancient tribes were actually the sinners of the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Their ancestors must have betrayed the Nine Heavens immortal realm and sided with the foreign realm, thus they were banished to the immortal ancient cages. Then the spirit of the immortal ancient, or the will of the immortal ancient world, is equivalent to a supervisor. Jun Xiaoyao understood. That's right. Lord Grimm nodded. Jun Xiaoyao finally understood. If the clans of immortal ancient were prisoners in a prison, in that case, the will of the immortal ancient world was the guardian. As for why the immortal ancient spirits were suppressed by the Bronze Immortal Palace, the old ancestors of the immortal ancient clans would be furious. It was because the immortal ancient spirits were able to imprison them. Perhaps they would be set free at some point in the future. But now, if the immortal ancient spirits were sealed inside the Bronze Immortal Palace, didn't that mean they had no chance of escaping? No wonder the old ancestors of the immortal ancient clans were enraged. Rumble, the immortal ancient spirit was like a white sun that was suppressed into the Bronze Immortal Palace. The immortal ancient clans fell into despair. Currently, apart from the immortal ancient clans with the immortal ancient badges, the rest of the immortal ancient clans could no longer leave the immortal ancient world. The reason being that only the immortal ancient badges contained a hint of the will of the immortal ancient world. The bronze immortal palace floated in the sky above the ancient mystical land. It looked ancient and unfathomable. What should we do now? Many people were hesitating. This bronze immortal palace is too strange. I don't want to go any closer. Xianxia shivered and shrunk her head. Even she, the saintess of the demonic celestial cult, kept a respectful distance from the bronze immortal palace. It is rumored that although there are opportunities in this bronze immortal palace, it is also strange. Even sacred lords would bleed if they entered, let alone us. Lord Grimm shook his head. Jun Lingsong's double pupils revolved. He wanted to investigate the bronze immortal palace, but he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes. He couldn't help but shed a tear of blood. The bronze immortal palace is too dangerous. I can't be tainted by karma. Jun Lingsong groaned, his face pale. Looking at Lord Grimm and the other skyprides were even more terrified. No one wanted to be tainted by karma with the bronze immortal palace. However, Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the bronze immortal palace. Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Big brother Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's actions, Xianxia, Jiang Luoli, and the others all cried out. I am somewhat interested in this bronze immortal palace. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have the slightest fear in his eyes. There was only curiosity. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't so extravagant that he would casually give up an opportunity to sign in. Xiaoyao, this is one of the 7 wonders. If you are not careful, you will bleed. Don't go, Jiangxing said nervously. Big brother Xiaoyao, don't go. That is not a place for people. Jiang Luoli also urged him to stay. Brother Xiaoyao, the bronze immortal palace is not a joke. With your talent and strength, there is no need to be so rash. Lord Grimm frowned slightly. With Jun Xiaoyao's talent, it was almost certain that he would become a saint ancestor or even prove his way in the future. There was no need to take the risk. He was also the most important person to the Jun family. Naturally, Lord Grimm didn't want anything to happen to Jun Xiaoyao. Thank you for your concern, but I am indeed curious about this bronze immortal palace. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was as calm as water. Curiosity killed the cat. Xiaomaxian muttered. She had just befriended Jun Xiaoyao. She didn't want him to die just like that. Xiaomaxian had wanted Jun Xiaoyao to protect her on the Emperor's Road. Am I a cat? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. His words made everyone fall silent. Jun Xiaoyao could be said to be the #1 person among the younger generation of the Huangtian mystic realm. If there was anyone among the younger generation who was qualified to explore the bronze immortal palace, it was probably only Jun Xiaoyao. Then I will go with you. Jiangxing stepped forward and said. Me too. Jiang Luoli raised her small hand. No need. I alone am enough. I should be able to protect myself. But it's hard to say if I bring you guys along. Jun Xiaoyao said. He was confident in himself, but he couldn't guarantee that the others would be able to come out alive. All right, it's settled. I will go in alone. None of you. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was firm. Seeing this, Lord Grimm and the others stopped trying to persuade him. Xiaoyao. I will wait for you. Jiangxing looked at Jun Xiaoyao deeply. Yeah. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and stepped into the bronze divine hall as if he was taking a stroll in the park. The appearance of the bronze immortal palace not only stirred up waves in the immortal ancient world. In the outside world, beside the immortal ancient mirror, many big shots couldn't help but widen their eyes and exclaim. One of the 7 wonders, the bronze immortal palace, has appeared. Rumor has it that the bronze immortal palace is related to a taboo figure in ancient times and is tainted with inauspiciousness. The bronze immortal palace was feared. Even supremes didn't dare to enter it casually, as they might encounter a great calamity. However, the next moment, someone exclaimed, that's the son of God of the Jun family. He's approaching the bronze immortal palace? No way. Is the son of God of the Jun family going to enter the bronze immortal palace? Jun Xiaoyao's action was undoubtedly a huge rock thrown into the sea, stirring up shocking waves That was a forbidden place that even top powerhouses didn't dare to enter casually, but Jun Xiaoyao was approaching it casually. Xiaoyao. Jun Zhantian and the others clenched their fists slightly. It was impossible to say that they weren't worried. Believe in Xiaoyao, an elder said. Humph, who cares about the 7 wonders? If something happens to Xiaoyao, we will split open the immortal ancient world and destroy the bronze immortal palace even if we have to awaken the ancestors in the ancestral temple. Another elder of the Jun family said domineeringly. The 7 wonders were strange. However, the Jun family was not to be trifled with. If they forced the Jun family into a corner, they would break the so-called immortal palace even if they were tainted with great karma. For the Jun family, this was not something that they couldn't do. Hearing the words of the elders, Jun Zhantian's face also calmed down a little. Don't worry. Xiaoyao has won glory for the Jun family and done so many things. The ancestors won't let anything happen to him, an elder said. Jun Xiaoyao was now a hero of the Jun family and one of the Jun family's hopes. Those great ancestors naturally paid close attention to Jun Xiaoyao as well, making sure that nothing bad would happen to him. Compared to the Jun Xiaoyao, the people from the other forces obviously didn't think that Jun Xiaoyao could survive in the Bronze Immortal Hall. Sigh, isn't it better for the son of God of the Jun family to live a peaceful life as a legend? Why must he put himself in danger? Who knows? The son of God of the Jun family is going all out. Isn't it too early to say this? When the Jun family's son of God entered the eternal burial ground, didn't some people also say that he would die there? In the end, didn't they still get slapped in the face? There were also some who disagreed. That's different from this one. This is one of the 7 great inconceivable worlds. Even supreme beings would die if they entered. Discussions were taking place in all directions. As for Zulong, Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, Fallen God Palace, and other forces, they naturally hoped that Jun Xiaoyao would perish inside. They weren't the only ones. Many geniuses in the immortal ancient world also saw Jun Xiaoyao's actions. Many people secretly hoped that Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't come out after entering the Bronze Immortal Hall. Jun Xiaoyao's existence was like a mountain that pressed down on the heads of all the geniuses. Only with his death would the other geniuses have hope in this generation's battle of heavenly fate. Jun Xiaoyao, are you being reckless, or are you really confident? On a mountain peak, Ji Qingyi's eyes were deep. Beside her, Ji Chongkong shook his head and said, I do admire Jun Xiaoyao, but it's a pity that he's being too reckless. Even an ancient freak like him kept a respectful distance from the Bronze Immortal Hall. Jun Xiaoyao was indeed a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. Under everyone's gaze, Jun Xiaoyao's figure directly stepped into the Bronze Immortal Hall. Of course, there were also a few geniuses who wanted to enter the Bronze Immortal Hall. But before they could even get close to the Bronze Immortal Hall, their bodies were crushed by the terrifying pressure. Ordinary geniuses couldn't even get close to the Bronze Immortal Hall. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the void and entered the Bronze Immortal Hall from another direction. It's Zulong's forbidden first generation, Long Outyin. Although it was just a flash, it was still caught by others. On the other side, another figure entered the Bronze Immortal Hall without hesitation. It's the Wang family's young master, Wang Ting. Another exclamation sounded. No one expected that 3 geniuses would enter the Bronze Immortal Hall at the same time. The 2 of them actually went in. Do we have to go in too? Jun Milan asked worriedly. It's fine. With cousin Xiaoyao's strength, the 2 of them won't be a threat. I'm just worried about the Bronze Immortal Hall itself. Jun Lingsong shook his head. The likes of Long Ao and Wang Ting were nothing more than clowns to the current Jun Xiaoyao. The Bronze Immortal Hall itself was the biggest threat. Just as the immortal ancient world and the outside world were discussing, Jun Xiaoyao had already entered the Bronze Immortal Hall. As soon as he entered the Immortal Hall, the surrounding environment was as cold as water. It was as silent as the deep sea. Those who weren't mentally strong might really be scared out of their wits. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm, and his body was surrounded by immortal light, illuminating the place. The empty and desolate hall was as silent as the universe, sealed in dust for eternity. There's no sign notification yet. It seems that I have to go deeper, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. As he moved forward, he sized up the surrounding environment. In front of him, a few skeletons appeared. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward. As soon as he touched them, the skeletons turned into dust. Judging from these bones, they should be at least above the supreme sage level. However, the remains still can't withstand the erosion of time, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. He continued to move forward. Some more skeletons appeared in front of him. In addition, there were all kinds of relics, including many supreme artifacts. Unfortunately, those divine artifacts turned into dust upon contact like the skeletons. Even the supreme artifacts can't withstand the erosion of time, but my body can, Jun Xiaoyao said. He had the immortal body of the zenith heaven. If he cultivated the 3,000 summer worlds in the future, then his body would exist with the world and be completely indestructible. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking, he suddenly discovered that there were dark red mottled blood stains on the wall of the hall in front of him. Some words were written on it. May I ask if there are immortals in the heavens? Jun Xiaoyao murmured. He shook his head slightly. Becoming an immortal was the obsession in the hearts of all powerhouses. Those who died in the Bronze Immortal Hall all had the obsession of becoming an immortal. They wanted to see the secrets of the Bronze Immortal Hall. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have such an obsession, because for him, becoming an immortal was an inevitable result. If Jun Xiaoyao wasn't qualified to become an immortal, then no one else in the world was qualified to become an immortal. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about becoming an immortal. He was just curious. Who created this Bronze Immortal Hall? How could it become one of the 7 incredible worlds? Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking, the entire Bronze Immortal Hall suddenly trembled slightly. A terrifying chaotic fog surged in front of him. Every wisp was enough to easily kill a saint. If this large amount of chaotic fog was used, even a saint lord would bleed. There was no suspense. Jun Xiaoyao had guessed that the Bronze Immortal Palace would be dangerous, but he did not expect to encounter such danger as soon as he stepped in. The chaotic mist seemed to have surged from the depths of the universe, causing the stars to fall and everything to die. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not panic, as he had a lot of defensive treasures with him. Jun Xiaoyao had already sensed it when he stepped into the Bronze Immortal Palace. The Bronze Immortal Palace was not bound by the rules of the immortal ancient world. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao's protective treasures could all be put to good use in the Bronze Immortal Palace. Jun Xiaoyao took out a broken ancient sword casually. It was a treasure given to him by Jiang Daoxiu. There was also a broken ancient armor and a broken bronze bell. They were given to him by the 18th ancestor and the others. The broken ancient armor then unleashed a ball of light that shrouded Jun Xiaoyao, shielding him from the danger. There was also a broken bronze bell that floated above Jun Xiaoyao's head. It vibrated slightly, and the sound of the bell spread out, scattering the mist around. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao was a full set of divine equipment. As the apple of the eye of the 2 clans of the ancients, it was only natural that Jun Xiaoyao had a lot of protective items on him. Each and every one of them had a great history. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. The broken ancient sword vibrated, and a vast sword light slashed through the chaotic mist in front of him. Jun Xiaoyao continued to move forward with the 3 ancient weapons protecting him. On the other hand, Long Outyan and Wang Ting also started to go deeper through other passages. They also encountered all kinds of dangers, but they also had protective treasures given to them by the Zulong and the Wang family in the north. The chaotic mist that was enough to make a sacred lord bleed in despair could not cause any harm to Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao did not let his guard down. The Bronze Immortal Palace was definitely not only strange. There was a Tai Chi yin-yang pattern on the door. It was half yin and half yang. Is this the gate of life and death? Jun Xiaoyao said. He had also heard rumors that within the Bronze Immortal Palace, there was a gate of life and death. It was like the king of hell, judging life and death. On top of that, both of them were protagonists of destiny and possessed great luck. Thus, the journey was more daunting than dangerous. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Jun Xiaoyao stopped. A door appeared in front of him. If it were an ordinary person, they would not hesitate to choose the life gate. Some intelligent people would choose the death gate. Because life and death coexist. Life is death, and death is life. Half of the life gate exuded a peaceful aura. The other half of the death gate exuded a cold aura of death, as if it was the entrance to the underworld. After arriving at this door, it was time to make a choice. No matter who gave him a choice, he wouldn't even spare a glance. Jun Xiaoyao activated the broken ancient sword and slashed at the gate of life and death. The broken ancient sword erupted with a shocking sword aura, as if it could slice through the stars in the sky. However, Jun Xiaoyao was different from everyone else. A multiple-choice question. Unfortunately, I, Jun Xiaoyao, never make a choice. I only walk the path I want to walk. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. What was beneath his feet was both a path and a path. The gate of life and death trembled violently and collapsed with a loud bang. A terrifying aura exploded forth, causing the three ancient artifacts to tremble violently. More cracks appeared on their surfaces. The Bronze Immortal Palace is indeed filled with danger. It seems like these three ancient artifacts won't be able to hold on for too long. Jun Xiaoyao pondered. This ancient sword was bestowed to him by Jiang Daoxiu. It was the sword of one of the Jiang family's ancestors and was tainted with endless killing intent. As the sword slashed down, the gate of life and death rumbled and trembled. Then, the broken ancient armor, broken copper bell, and other ancient artifacts emitted light and suppressed. A door seemed to have appeared in front of him. It was the door to becoming an immortal. There seemed to be a voice reverberating in Jun Xiaoyao's mind. Open that door, and you can become an immortal. Clang. 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 After the gate of life and death was blasted open, there was still a misty chaos ahead. Vaguely, there seemed to be a misty immortal light and the sound of the great Tao reverberating, making one feel as if they were about to be enlightened. Jun Xiaoyao walked forward step by step as if he did not feel anything. There were many corpses around him. Some were withered corpses, while others had turned into white bones. There was a strong sense of unwillingness and resentment in the air. What appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao was no longer the door to becoming an immortal, but a mottled wall stained with blood and covered in rust. At that moment, the broken copper bell floating above Jun Xiaoyao's head let out a hurried jingle all of a sudden. Jun Xiaoyao's mind shook as if he had woken up from a nightmare. All the immortal light in front of him disappeared instantly. The door shrouded in immortal qi also disappeared. That was close. This place is strange. Even with the uniqueness of my primordial spirit, I was almost bewitched. Jun Xiaoyao also sighed. This bronze immortal palace was truly worthy of being one of the 7 inconceivable wonders. It was indeed extremely strange. I guess most of these corpses must have been bewitched. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. On the wall, there was the word immortal drawn with dark red blood. It was emitting a terrifying resentment and an ominous feeling. Jun Xiaoyao's hand was about to touch the character for Xian. If he touched it, it would not be a good thing. At the same time, in another area of the Bronze Immortal Palace, Long Outyan also came to a place full of corpses. A demonic voice echoed in Long Outyan's mind. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to hear a little girl's laughter. The little girl's laughter was as bright as silver bells. However, it sounded strange and creepy in the Bronze Immortal Palace. Can't you give me something from the mortal realm? Jun Xiaoyao could not help but complain. Long Outyan's face was sometimes twisted and sometimes confused. In front of him, there was a corpse covered in scales. On the corpse's finger, there was a pitch-black dragon-shaped ring. Come. Aren't you unwilling to accept this? Do you have resentment in your heart? I will give you the power to destroy everything. There were many corpses in front of him. Suddenly, Wang Ting seemed to have discovered something. His eyes widened. That's... Wang Ting went forward and sensed something. Long Outyan could not help but reach out to take off the dragon-shaped ring and put it on his finger. In an instant, Long Outyan's body shook. There was a hint of evil in his eyes. In another place, Wang Ting was also protected by the Wang family's ancient weapon. His expression was also solemn. If this ancient talisman was in its complete form, it would definitely be an emperor weapon. Now, even though Wang Ting had only obtained a fragment, it still had astounding uses. He could not be wrong about the aura of an emperor weapon. It was a broken ancient talisman. It looked like only half of it was left. It was filled with an ancient aura. The faint aura it emitted made Wang Ting's eyes shine. This is the aura of an emperor weapon. Wang Ting's hand trembled slightly as he picked up the broken ancient talisman. As expected, the heavens do not want me to die. Jun Xiaoyao, the one who has the last laugh, is the winner. Wang Ting held the broken ancient talisman in his hand. His eyes shone again. Long Outyen and Wang Ting both had the luck of protagonists. Even in the dangerous and strange Bronze Immortal Palace, they were able to avoid some dangers and find great opportunities. Jun Xiaoyao was still exploring in the Immortal Palace. From time to time, the little girl's bell-like laughter would ring in his ears. The laughter was supposed to be very sweet and pleasant, but in a place like the Bronze Immortal Palace, it sounded like the voice of the underworld. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was not that timid. His sacred body of the ancients had the holy attribute of the purest yang. It could also suppress many evil curses, so he did not need to be too afraid. Jun Xiaoyao followed the little girl's laughter and began to go deeper. Along the way, there were bones all over the place. Since ancient times, how many strong masters have fallen in this Bronze Immortal Palace? Jun Xiaoyao saw the scene and could not help but sigh. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in front of him. That aura made the corner of Jun Xiaoyao's mouth curl into a faint smile. It was an old acquaintance. There was a figure in front of him who entered from another door. He also saw Jun Xiaoyao as soon as he came in. The two of them looked at each other and froze. Jun Xiao Yao. The person who came was Long Outyen. Jun Xiaoyao was not surprised that Long Outyen appeared in the Bronze Immortal Palace. In fact, it was within his expectations. What surprised him the most was that Long Outyen did not fear him as much as before when he saw him. There was only strong hatred in his eyes. Have you become confident again? Jun Xiaoyao sneered disdainfully. Long Outyen was enraged when he saw the smirk on Jun Xiaoyao's face. Jun Xiaoyao, this Bronze Immortal Palace will be your burial place. Long Outyen's aura surged, and a wicked cold light flashed in his eyes. The rain is over, and the sky is clear. Do you think you can do it again? Jun Xiaoyao responded with a sneer. The atmosphere was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Just as Long Outyen was about to make a move, another figure appeared at another door. There were 4 spirits revolving around him, and a powerful aura surged around him. It was Wang Ting. A strange look flashed past Wang Ting's eyes when he saw Jun Xiaoyao and Long Outyen. However, when he looked at Jun Xiaoyao again, there was a deep chill in his eyes. He also wanted to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Oh, everyone's here. One of them was the Wang clan's young emperor, while the other was the Zulong Taboo first generation. It could be said that any genius from the Huangtian mystic realm would be flustered when facing these two. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was as calm as ever. His gaze was no different from looking at an ant beside his feet. Wang Ting's expression turned even colder. As the young emperor of the Wang family, he had never been looked down upon like this before. Let's go together. Long Outyen looked at Wang Ting. At this time, if he still cared about fighting one-on-one, it would be stupid and laughable. Yes, Jun Xiaoyao must die here. Wang Ting's eyes were also filled with determination. Next, without wasting any time, the two of them directly attacked Jun Xiaoyao. Long Outyen took out his supreme weapon, the Dragon Soul Blade, and slashed out with a mighty blade aura. Wang Ting also took out his golden sacred sword, and the blade aura swept out like a river. The blade aura and the blade aura intertwined, turning into a terrifying wave that suppressed Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was as usual. Around him, the broken ancient sword, broken ancient armor, old copper bell, and other artifacts began to tremble. Of course, with Wang Ting and Long Outyen's status, they naturally had their own protective ancient artifacts. They used their ancient artifacts to suppress Jun Xiaoyao's, and they kept each other in check, so they could not affect the situation of the battle. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. If he still needed to use his ancient artifacts to deal with these two ants, it would be too much of a failure. Jun Xiaoyao directly used his fingers as a sword and performed the sword chant of the immortal slayer. With his cultivation of the Tao God realm, the blade aura seemed to have turned into endless Tao runes, intertwining in the void and colliding with the blade aura and sword aura of the two. Boom, the entire Bronze Immortal Palace seemed to tremble. Wang Ting and Long Outyen were both knocked back, spitting out small mouthfuls of blood. It was just a collision, but the two of them together could not block it and were injured. Is the gap between us already so big? Wang Ting gritted his teeth in disbelief. Previously, the cultivators of the immortal region had compared Jun Xiaoyao to him on the same level. But now, it seemed that the two of them were not on the same level at all. It was not that Wang Ting had become weak, but that Jun Xiaoyao was too strong. I don't believe that you are invincible. Wang Ting's eyes shot out 3 feet of divine light. A mysterious pattern that looked like an eye appeared above his head, as if it could see through the world. It was the heavenly eye of martial path. Once the heavenly eye of martial path was activated, it could see through the flaws of all abhijna. At the same time, Wang Ting performed his ultimate technique, the chaotic sky saint technique. Terrifying dermic power swept out as if it could disrupt this part of the world. Long Outyen was not idle either. He also began to activate his blood of the Emperor Dragon. His aura rose steadily. In the end, he reached the perfected stage of the Celestial God Realm, only a fine line away from the Tao God Realm. As expected of the protagonist of the world. There is no lack of tricks like a small universe erupting at the last minute. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Unfortunately, in front of Jun Xiaoyao, even a dragon would have to coil up, and a tiger would have to lie down. Jun Xiaoyao pointed with his finger. Lightning runes crisscrossed in the air, forming a terrifyingly powerful finger of lightning. The Lightning Emperor's finger broke Wang Ting's chaotic sky saint technique, causing him to spit out blood. His chest was charred black. Jun Xiaoyao's other hand gathered the power of lightning between his 5 fingers, turning into lightning stars that suppressed Long Outyen. Divine Mark of Taishu. Long Outyen saw this and roared. The power of space fluctuated, and a dragon-shaped mark slashed out like a heavenly blade. It seemed to be able to cut through the sky. Is this the opportunity inheritance you have received? Seeing Long Outyen's move, Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. If Long Outyen had reached the Tao God Realm, he might have been able to withstand a few more moves, but now, boom, along with a loud rumble, Long Outyen spat out blood, and the divine mark of Taishu was broken. It's over. Jun Xiaoyao was too lazy to torture the weak. In a flash, he activated the Lightning Emperor's great skill to kill Long Outyen and the others. I haven't lost yet. Emperor Dragon Armor. Long Outyen activated his small universe. The Emperor Dragon's blood was fully activated. He was clad in an extremely powerful armor, which seemed to be the strongest armor he had ever seen. Long Outyen's cultivation reached the Tao God Realm for a short time. At the same time, Wang Ting also used his trump card. The power of the 4 spirits entered his body, and his cultivation broke through to the Tao God Realm temporarily. Now, 2 Tao gods were fighting against Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, can you still laugh? Long Outyen said coldly. Ridiculous. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with pity. That was a kind of pity for the ignorant ants. Then, immortal light surged all over his body. He activated the Daluo immortal body. At the same time, a golden immortal chi with blood chi wrapped around his body like a dragon. It was the immortal chi of the physical body. The moment they saw the immortal chi, Wang Ting and Long Outyen's faces froze. Their minds went blank. That aura is immortal chi? Wang Ting and Long Outyen's eyes widened. Their eyeballs almost popped out. They stared at the wisp of immortal chi wrapped around Jun Xiaoyao's body. Their hearts were in turmoil. Immortal chi, it was not a description. It was a real wisp of immortal chi. How is that possible? Didn't they say that only Skyprides who had great opportunities on the Emperor Road could condense immortal chi? How did you manage to do it now? Even with Wang Ting's shrewd personality, he could not help but exclaim. The power of a wisp of immortal chi was extremely terrifying. On the Emperor Road, Skyprides who managed to condense a wisp of immortal chi were usually able to crush the other Skyprides. They were considered a small powerhouse on the Emperor Road. However, Jun Xiaoyao had already condensed a wisp of immortal chi before the Emperor Road even opened. Didn't that mean that Jun Xiaoyao had already become a powerhouse even before he entered the Emperor Road? Wang Ting and the others could not accept this. If outsiders knew that Jun Xiaoyao had already condensed immortal chi, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Long Outyen's eyes were also filled with shock. His expression was cold. Jun Xiaoyao's strength had exceeded his imagination time and time again. You know nothing about strength. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with mockery and pity. If he was in Long Outyen's or Wang Ting's shoes, he would feel despair when he met an opponent like him. Let's attack together. Jun Xiaoyao must die. Long Outyen roared. Wearing the Emperor Dragon armor, his strength had temporarily reached the Dao God realm. He also used the ancient Void Dragon tribe's great superpower. Great Void Dragon Fist. Long Outyen threw a punch. Dao patterns intertwined and turned into a mighty fist light. It was as if an ancient dragon was roaring, shaking the void. Wang Ting was also using his trump card. He knew that if he did not use it now, he would not have the chance to do so. Dao Cleaving Art. Wang Ting held the golden sacred sword in his hand. With his heart as the sword, a mighty golden sword light swept out with a terrifying will of Dao Cleaving Art. The two of them had used all their trump cards and joined forces. Even the prince of the underworld deity would be severely injured if he were to face the two of them. However, Jun Xiaoyao's face was as calm as a lake. He activated the great overarching eternity immortal body and added a strand of fleshly immortal qi. The current Jun Xiaoyao didn't even need to use any great divine abilities. He simply pushed out with his palm, wisps of Dao runes appeared in the sky. The wisp of immortal qi in his flesh shuddered too. Immediately, Jun Xiaoyao's palm wind became even fiercer, causing violent ripples to appear in the void. Bang! Jun Xiaoyao pressed down with his palm. Under the support of the immortal Daluo celestial body and the immortal qi of his physical body, two extreme powers. This palm was simply 100 times more powerful than any great divine ability. Boom! Wang Ting and Long Outyen flew back like a kite with a broken string. Their bones cracked, and they spat out blood mixed with their internal organs. Wang Ting and Long Outyen were both severely injured. Thump! The two of them crashed heavily to the ground. Long Outyen's Emperor Dragon armor was covered in cracks. Wang Ting spat out mouthfuls of blood, his face extremely pale. Despair. As proud as Long Outyen and Wang Ting were, there was only despair in their hearts. Jun Xiaoyao was so strong that he didn't even seem human. Why? Why would a monster like Jun Xiaoyao appear in this generation? Wang Ting was perplexed. He was already a monster himself, but he was nothing in front of Jun Xiaoyao. You don't deserve the title of young emperor. A divine chain of order shot out of Jun Xiaoyao's forehead, turning into a golden dagger that slashed at Wang Ting's primordial spirit. Splat! Wang Ting's entire body fell backward. His primordial spirit had been shattered by the primitive Emperor Dao sword. Jun Xiaoyao finally retracted his gaze and looked indifferently at Long Outyen. It's your turn. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, the immortal qi of his physical body wrapping around his arm. With the immortal qi of his physical body, Jun Xiaoyao's physical strength had broken the limit of 10 billion catties. Even a 10,000 zhang tall mountain would be pulverized by this punch. Haha. Jun Xiaoyao, do you really think you're the chosen one? Long Outyen wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his expression ferocious, and his eyes filled with a hint of madness. Oh? Jun Xiaoyao looked at him calmly. I, Long Outyen, am the chosen one. As soon as Long Outyen finished speaking, the black dragon-shaped ring on his finger suddenly emitted a ball of demonic black light. Then, a terrifying aura shot into the sky. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened, endless chilly winds surging. The pitch-black soul power condensed in the air, finally forming a tall demonic figure covered in black dragon scales. A terrifying aura burst out of it. Its aura was even stronger than ordinary Nine Heavens Supremes. It was even stronger than Demon Emperor Li Xian of the 8 tribes of the godly kings. This is... Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly, but his expression remained calm. As long as you kill this man, I'll agree to anything you ask of me. Long Outyen glared at Jun Xiaoyao with eyes filled with hatred. Don't worry, you're destined to meet me. Your enemy is only an ant in front of me, the demonic figure covered in black dragon scales said calmly. This aura doesn't seem to fit in with the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Could it be the lingering will of a Nine Heavens Supreme left behind by an expert from a foreign realm? Jun Xiaoyao said thoughtfully. Humph, you're quite smart. I'm the evil dragon emperor of the fallen dragon tribe from a foreign realm, the demonic figure said. I see, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. It must be the lingering will of the evil dragon emperor that was residing in the pitch-black evil dragon ring. Long Outyen must have found it. He had to admit that Long Outyen was quite lucky. Jun Xiaoyao, prepare to die. Long Outyen was overjoyed after getting his revenge. Even though the evil dragon emperor was only left with a lingering will, Jun Xiaoyao still had no chance against him. At this moment, on the other side, Wang Ting, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly struggled to get up. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered with astonishment. Wang Ting's face was still pale after he rose to his feet, but his gaze at Jun Xiaoyao was extremely cold too. Jun Xiaoyao, you've shown me what death is. You'll have a taste of it soon. Wang Ting's voice was filled with murderous intent. Interesting, didn't I already destroy your primordial spirit? Jun Xiaoyao asked curiously. Hee hee. Wang Ting chuckled. His forehead suddenly emitted a glow. Following it, a broken ancient talisman floated in the air with a monarch aura. A broken monarch weapon? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. The broken ancient talisman was able to protect Wang Ting's primordial spirit. It was beyond Jun Xiaoyao's expectation. Wang Ting and Long Outyen were indeed quite lucky. They were able to find their own fortunate encounters in the Bronze Immortal Palace. However, it was fine too. Jun Xiaoyao was only interested in harvesting the fat leeks. Jun Xiaoyao, prepare to die. Wang Ting activated the broken imperial weapon talisman. This ancient talisman wasn't just for protection. When activated, its power was equally shocking. Even if it was only half of its power, it was enough to pose a threat to Jun Xiaoyao. On the other side, the evil dragon emperor's remnant consciousness released by Long Outyen also charged towards Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's protective ancient artifact was entangled by Wang Ting and Long Outyen's protective ancient artifacts. He couldn't free himself. In this situation, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be powerless. Today, I will witness your fall. Wang Ting's eyes shone brightly. You're finally going to die. Long Outyen couldn't contain the excitement in his heart. Jun Xiaoyao had almost become his inner demon. If Jun Xiaoyao didn't die, Long Outyen would definitely not be able to prove his Dao. In other words, if Jun Xiaoyao didn't die, in this world, no one would be able to prove their Dao before him. Feeling the terrifying power of the evil dragon emperor's remnant consciousness and the broken imperial weapon, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. Just as he was about to use his trump card to resist. In his spatial artifact, something began to tremble. Is this a protective talisman left by father? Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. Before he left the eternal burial ground, Li Xian had given him a jade protective talisman. It was left behind by Jun Wuhui. Jun Xiaoyao had kept it in his spatial artifact. Now that Jun Xiaoyao was in danger, this protective talisman actually began to tremble. With a whoosh, the protective talisman flew out of the spatial artifact and floated in the void. Then, a vast light surged out like a tide. In the light that was bright enough to blind people, one could vaguely see a figure with a terrifying aura that suppressed the sky and dominated the universe. It's father. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. Although Jun Xiaoyao had never seen Jun Wuhui before, that didn't stop him from sensing that familiar bloodline aura. His father, the white-robed god king Jun Wuhui, was a legendary existence. Even the remnant consciousness of the evil dragon emperor was greatly shaken when it sensed the terrifying might that enveloped the world. Even with his grand empyrean cultivation level, he felt like an ant before this figure. How can this be? How can Jun Xiaoyao still have tricks up his sleeve? Long Outyen was flabbergasted. Not only did Jun Xiaoyao have an ancient artifact to protect himself, but he also had such a method. On the other hand, Wang Ting's mind was in a daze. Jun Xiaoyao's tricks were endless. The blurry figure in the vast light didn't say anything. He just reached out a hand and suppressed the evil dragon emperor's remnant consciousness. The evil dragon emperor's remnant consciousness also erupted with extreme fluctuations. The void twisted, and a black evil dragon roared at the sky. However, before that indistinct figure, the black evil dragon was like a little chick that was suppressed by a single hand. Even the evil dragon emperor's remnant consciousness was suppressed. No, impossible. Who are you? The evil dragon emperor's remnant consciousness let out an unwilling roar before it was completely annihilated. Then, the blurry figure flicked his finger, and the damaged ancient talisman that Wang Ting was controlling was directly sent flying out of Wang Ting's control. Wang Ting also spat out a mouthful of blood. All his bones were shattered, only then did the blurry figure stop. Then, he slowly turned around. Within the endless light, there seemed to be a loving gaze looking at Jun Xiaoyao. "Father." Jun Xiaoyao murmured. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao didn't feel much about this father that he'd never seen before. He also didn't know where Jun Wuhui went or what he was doing. Before, the 18th ancestor and the others only said that they would tell him some of the truth when he turned 18. In the end, the blurry figure directly disappeared into the void. The amulet fell back into Jun Xiaoyao's hands. There was a line of small words carved on the amulet: "A gentleman has no regrets in his life." It was still shining brightly. Jun Xiaoyao put away the amulet and turned to look at Long Outyin and Wang Ting. Long Outyin's face was pale. He clenched his fists and trembled all over. Who would have thought that Jun Xiaoyao still had an amulet? "That's the white-robed divine king, Jun Wuhui?" Long Outyin's expression was extremely ugly. He naturally knew who Jun Xiaoyao's father was. Jun Xiaoyao was simply a powerful second generation. What a waste. Wang Ting's eyes were bloodshot. This was the perfect opportunity to kill Jun Xiaoyao. He missed it just like that. "Since you fattened up, then let me harvest you." Jun Xiaoyao was too lazy to say anything more. He threw a 6 paths of reincarnation fist at Long Outyin. Long Outyin's face was pale as he quickly retreated. The evil dragon emperor's remnant spirit was his last trump card against Jun Xiaoyao. Apart from this, nothing else could threaten Jun Xiaoyao. "If I had known, I wouldn't have entered the bronze divine palace." Long Outyin finally regretted. He was obsessed with killing Jun Xiaoyao. But this obsession ended up harming him in the end. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. No matter how Long Outyin struggled, he couldn't escape death. He tried his best to activate his last trump card. The power of space erupted. He quickly moved, wanting to escape. As expected, you've obtained one of the 9 great heavenly books, the Space Book. Seeing Long Outyin's state, Jun Xiaoyao was enlightened. Obviously, this was the Space Book that specialized in the path of space. Light surged behind Jun Xiaoyao, and the wings of freedom appeared. The wings of freedom flapped and caught up with Long Outyin. Then, he used his finger as a sword and pointed at Long Outyin's head. Slash! Jun Xiaoyao's finger pierced through Long Outyin's head. Even his primordial spirit was crushed into powder. Zulong's forbidden first generation, Long Outyin, who possessed the qi of heaven and earth, was completely dead. Then, Jun Xiaoyao turned around and came to Wang Ting's side. Wang Ting's bones had been shattered. His face finally lost its previous aloof indifference. Instead, it was replaced by fear, the fear of death, and this time, the broken ancient talisman could no longer protect his primordial spirit. "No, Jun Xiaoyao, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the Wang family will definitely not let this matter rest in the future. The entire celestial realm will be in turmoil." Wang Ting said in a trembling voice. "Why do you all have to say this nonsense before you die? Can't you just shut up and wait for death?" Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. He also pointed at Wang Ting's forehead. Slash! Blood and brain matter splattered. This time, Jun Xiaoyao was careful and completely crushed Wang Ting's primordial spirit. Wang Ting, the young emperor of the Wang family of the north, who had been blessed since he was a child, had died, at the same time that the two of them died. In the outside world, beside the immortal ancient mirror, the elders of Zulong and Wang Yuanba of the Wang family of the north couldn't help but feel their auras go wild. "Outyin!" The elders of Long Outyin's bloodline roared to the sky. "My son!" Wang Yuanba's aura surged wildly. He couldn't help but shout angrily. Both Long Outyin and Wang Ting's life tablets were shattered. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned at first. Then, as if they had thought of something, their eyes were filled with shock. "It can't be. Could it be that both of them are dead? The world is going to change." The elders of many forces around the immortal ancient mirror were shocked. Their eyes were full of shock. Anyone with a discerning eye who saw this scene understood what had happened. Long Outyen and Wang Ting had died. One of them was the young emperor of the Wan family, and the other was the first of Zulong. Both of them were famous figures in the Huangtian mystic realm, but now, both of them had died. Geniuses are dying in the battle of the world. Is the immortal ancient the starting point of the battle? Many elders of the major forces sighed. Wang Yuanba couldn't help but look at the Jun family. The first possibility that came to his mind was that Wang Ting had been killed by Jun Xiaoyao. What are you looking at? Jun Zhantian glared at him. He was not afraid at all. Although the Wang family of the northern land was also a family of the clan of the ancients, the Jun family was one of the 3 imperial families of the clan of the ancients. Master, please calm down. Wang Ting might not have been killed by Jun Xiaoyao. Some elders of the Wang family hurriedly advised. Although they were also hostile to the Jun family, it was obviously not a good time to start a conflict with the Jun family. Even if there was a conflict, the Wang family would not be able to gain any advantage. On Zulong's side, the elders of Long Outyen's bloodline were all furious. Although Long Outyen might have died because of the Bronze Immortal Palace, they still felt that Jun Xiaoyao had something to do with it. All in all, the death of the 2 geniuses had caused a huge uproar. Many forces present were talking about it. Was it really the son of God of the Jun family who killed them? Not necessarily. It could also be the killing intent of the Bronze Immortal Palace. Yes, in the Bronze Immortal Palace, even the Saint Lords would die, let alone the geniuses of the younger generation. Then, do you think the son of God of the Jun family will follow in their footsteps? That is possible. Although the son of God of the Jun family is invincible, it is only limited to the younger generation. In front of the strangeness of the Bronze Immortal Palace, it is not enough. Many people were talking. After the death of Long Outyen and Wang Ting, they all thought that Jun Xiaoya's situation was not good. At this moment, within the Bronze Immortal Palace, Jun Xiaoyao also expected that the outside world would be in an uproar because of this. But he didn't care at all. So what if they were killed? The Wang family of the northern region and the lair of Zulong did not have the guts to deal with him openly. Next, Jun Xiaoyao began to collect the spoils of war. After all, it was a fat and delicious leek. Jun Xiaoyao picked up the evil dragon ring and examined it. There seemed to be some legacy resources of the evil dragon emperor inside. The evil dragon emperor was a supreme being expert of the foreign fallen dragon race bloodline. He most likely entered because of the Bronze Immortal Palace's legends. In the end, he died and left behind a trace of his remnant while on the evil dragon ring, which was obtained by Long Outyen. Jun Xiaoyao was not interested in the evil dragon emperor's legacy at all, but he still put it away in his spatial artifact. Jun Xiaoyao was most interested in the 9 great heavenly books on Long Outyen. After searching for a while, he also obtained a dark golden scroll. As expected, it's one of the 9 great heavenly books, the Space Book. But why is there only half? Jun Xiaoyao looked for a while and shook his head slightly. He was not too disappointed. After all, half a space book was also a great harvest. Jun Xiaoyao was thinking that if he could gather all 9 great heavenly books, would he be able to recreate the immortal path? Since ancient times, there has been almost no one who has gathered all 9 great heavenly books. If all 9 great heavenly books are combined, what will happen? Jun Xiaoyao was curious. He was not a collector, but the more 9 great heavenly books he had, the better. Now was not the time to study in the Bronze Immortal Palace, so Jun Xiaoyao also put away half a space book. Then, Jun Xiaoyao activated the heaven and earth furnace again to refine the Emperor Dragon's blood in Long Outyen's body. It was safe to say that Jun Xiaoyao had dug up every single piece of meat he could find, without wasting a single bit of it. Long Outyen's value was almost squeezed dry. As for the legacy of the ancient void dragon, Jun Xiaoyao was not interested in it at all. Then, Jun Xiaoyao once again plundered Wang Ting's treasures. Wang Ting had been lucky since he was young. He had obtained all kinds of treasures. But Jun Xiaoyao was not interested in anything. After all, he had been treated the best since he was young. He had used all kinds of treasures. The only thing on Wang Ting that caught Jun Xiaoyao's attention was the broken ancient imperial weapon talisman. Could this be an ancient emperor's weapon? Jun Xiaoyao picked up the broken ancient talisman and looked at it. Only half of the ancient talisman was left. It exuded an ancient aura. In the center of the ancient talisman was the word tongue. No, this should only be half of a word. Could it be chaos? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. Which ancient emperor had the word chaos in his name? Jun Xiaoyao thought for a while, but did not have much idea. He played with the broken ancient talisman for a while and understood a little of its mysteries. It was this broken ancient talisman that protected Wang Ting's shattered primordial spirit. It's a good defensive ancient emperor weapon. If I get the complete ancient talisman, I might be able to recover my shattered primordial spirit, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. A complete ancient talisman was equivalent to having an extra life. It was a priceless treasure. Jun Xiaoyao kept the ancient talisman. After tidying it up, he waved his hand. The two Shi ancient emperor flames surged and burned Wang Ting and Long Outyan's bodies to ashes. As for the ancient weapons that they had taken out, Jun Xiaoyao could not control them since they had lost the connection with their blood. So, he gave up on them. Now that I've dealt with these two ants, I can explore in peace. Jun Xiaoyao set off again. Within the palace, everywhere they passed, there were still corpses everywhere. Jun Xiaoyao heard the little girl's laughter again, which was as crisp as silver bells. Jun Xiaoyao followed the sound of her laughter and went deeper. Finally, a bronze door appeared in the depths of the bronze immortal palace. This bronze door was tightly shut and looked extremely ancient. Even if Jun Xiaoyao activated the ancient weapon, he could not break it open. Then, Jun Xiaoyao noticed a circular groove in the middle of the bronze door. This is the bronze compass? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. He took out the bronze compass and pressed it into the groove. In an instant, the bronze door that had been sealed for eternity finally opened slowly. Smoke and dust filled the air. Jun Xiaoyao looked ahead. In front of him was a dust-filled palace. It was extremely spacious. Opposite him was a series of bronze steps. On the steps, there was a bronze platform. There was a wooden table on it. A grimace mask covered in dust was placed quietly on the wooden table. On the wall beside the wooden table, there was a yellowed picture scroll. There was a blurry figure in the picture scroll. The face of the man in the picture was handsome and as warm as the sun. He looked very much like Jun Xiaoyao. That is. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. Could the bronze immortal palace be related to the grimace? Woman, at this moment, there was a roar from the top of the palace. There was a vast expanse of energy that was as thick as a mountain and as dense as clouds. Every strand of energy was black and yellow in color, and it could crush mountains. This is the Qi of all creation? Jun Xiaoyao said in surprise. The universal Qi was also known as the Black-Yellow Mother Qi or the Black-Yellow Qi. It was rumored that when the heavens and earth were first created, it was this kind of energy that created the heavens and earth, allowing all things to flourish. Therefore, this kind of energy was called the Mother Qi, which meant the mother of all things. The universal Qi was also the rarest energy in the world, and it was an excellent material for forging emperor weapons. In the outside world, even a wisp of it was enough to make everyone fight over it. However, at this moment, the vast expanse of black-yellow Qi in the bronze immortal palace was the universal Qi. If outsiders saw it, they would definitely be jealous. Even with the Jun family's heritage, there were only a few clouds of universal Qi. However, there was a large expanse of it here. Logically speaking, Jun Xiaoyao should have been overjoyed to see so much Qi of all creation. However, he did not. Instead, his face was solemn. Jun Xiaoyao had never believed in free lunches from the heavens. As expected, in the next moment, the ground of the entire palace suddenly rumbled. Lines of formation runes emerged, locking down the surroundings. This is bad, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He activated the broken ancient sword and slashed at the array. However, he could not break it. Even the ancient weapons can't break it? Jun Xiaoyao frowned. Meanwhile, the thick cloud of universal origin Qi above the hall began to descend. At the same time, endless murderous intent surged around the array. Its power was enough to make the galaxy tremble. This formation is definitely one of the most powerful formations in history. Jun Xiaoyao's expression turned solemn, which was a rare sight to see. Even the Jun family's great protective array was only slightly more powerful than this one. More importantly, this array seemed to be powered by the universal qi, which was a little terrifying. Its power could easily kill a supreme being. The light from the killing array swept over. Jun Xiaoyao could not dodge at all. He could only use the three ancient weapons to protect himself. Clang, a killing light fell on the shabby bronze bell, and a crack appeared on it. It seems that these three ancient weapons can't hold on for much longer. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. At that moment, even Jun Xiaoyao felt that things were getting a little tricky. No wonder the Bronze Immortal Palace is known as a forbidden place. If one is trapped inside, there is indeed no chance of survival. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. As time passed, the myriad origin qi above his head also began to sink. Before long, they would drown Jun Xiaoyao. Every strand of myriad qi was powerful enough to crush mountains and rivers. Under the pressure of so much mother of all creation, even an autarch's body would explode. Jun Xiaoyao had the sacred body of the ancients. Coupled with the immortal celestial body of the Daluo and the immortal qi in his body, his physical body could be said to be invincible among his peers. Even the bodies of saints who had been baptized by the heavenly tribulation were far inferior to him. But in the end, Jun Xiaoyao was only at the Dao God stage. Although his physical body was strong, it also depended on his cultivation level. If Jun Xiaoyao were at the Holy Lord realm, then perhaps he wouldn't need to fear him too much. Right now, Jun Xiaoyao was clearly in a life-or-death situation. Rumble, the myriad qi pressed down, as if a part of the universe was smashing down. Jun Xiaoyao's physical body began to tremble under the immense pressure. Father's amulet is not moving. Jun Xiaoyao pondered. Could it be? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. Life is death, death is life. Putting myself in a desperate situation and fighting to live is a dead end for me. But it could also be a heaven-defying opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were very bright. He had long cultivated an invincible heart of the path and was not afraid of death. Sometimes, he just had to take a gamble. Crack, as time passed, the three ancient artifacts protecting Jun Xiaoyao finally could not withstand. The pressure and shattered with a crack. At the same time, the heavy myriad qi pressed down. Jun Xiaoyao's entire body was drowned by the myriad qi. His physical body began to collapse inch by inch. Even the sacred body of the ancients could not withstand the pressure. However, Jun Xiaoyao himself was very calm. So, this is what you call pain? Jun Xiaoyao asked, trying to understand the feeling. Ever since he had transmigrated, he had almost never been injured. This was the first time. However, Jun Xiaoyao understood that this was a life-or-death situation, but it was also a hope. Only by being reborn in death could one make rapid progress. Jun Xiaoyao's physical body collapsed and then recovered due to the powerful qi and blood of the sacred body of the ancients. Then, it was shattered again and recovered again. This cycle was repeated. Every inch of Jun Xiaoyao's muscles and bones were also being tempered by the myriad qi. Vaguely, the elemental elephant particles seemed to be trembling, as if they were about to be nurtured and transformed. In this cycle, Jun Xiaoyao gradually could not feel his physical body. His physical body seemed to exist in the void, swaying back and forth. Sometimes it existed, and sometimes it was annihilated. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, as if he was about to fall into a deep sleep. That was his primordial spirit, which was about to be annihilated under the pressure of the myriad qi. In the end, there was only a little spark left, so weak that it was almost unable to maintain its vitality. At the same time, in the outside world, where the Jun family was located in the Emperor State. In an ancestral hall, Jun Xiaoyao's life tablet shattered with a crack. Well, this is, in front of the ancestral hall, an old man who was guarding the hall sat cross-legged on a futon. When he saw this scene, his old face suddenly changed. Oh no, Son of God's life tablet shattered. Could it be? Thinking of this, the old man's eyes trembled. He took a deep breath and hurriedly sent a message. This was definitely a big deal, which would shake the entire Jun family and even the Huangtian mystic realm. In just a moment, Jun Zhantian and the other elders beside the immortal ancient mirror received the news through communication jade slips. With one look, Jun Zhantian's old face trembled. He subconsciously cried out, Xiaoyao. In the area where the Jun family was, all the elders' faces changed drastically, as if they had heard the most unbelievable news. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Could it be a mistake? Some of the elders of the Jun family could not hold it in anymore. How is this possible? The Son of God can't be in trouble. There was a commotion in the Jun family's area. This scene was naturally seen by people from other forces. From the looks of it, could it be that the Son of God of the Jun family has fallen? That's definitely the case. Didn't you see Jun Zhantian's face turn pale? Other than this, there is no other thing that could make them lose their composure. The Son of God of the Jun family has really fallen. When the news was completely spread, all forces were in an uproar. If one were to ask who had been in the limelight and was the most talked about genius in the Huangtian mystic realm in the past decade or so, without a doubt, it was the Son of God of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao. He was definitely a legend of the younger generation. He could be said to be an insurmountable mountain, an existence that all geniuses looked up to, but now, the brightest sun in the Huangtian mystic realm had fallen. This kind of influence was extremely far-reaching. In a few days, the news would spread throughout the Huangtian mystic realm. Reincarnation is part of the heavenly path. Who would the heavens spare? An elder from Zulong's side sneered, feeling extremely pleased. Jun Xiaoyao is also dead. It's a pity that my son can't be brought back to life. Wang Yuanba was still in a bad mood. Jun Xiaoyao's death was at most a price for Wang Ting's life, but Wang Ting still couldn't be brought back to life. Other than that, although the people from the other forces didn't dare to show anything, they were still very happy deep down. Especially those forces who had a grudge against the Jun family. One of them smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. As for those forces that had no enmity or grudges with the Jun family, they were actually relieved. The reason was simple. With Jun Xiaoyao around, the geniuses from the other forces could only be relegated to supporting roles. No force wanted their geniuses to be supporting roles. They all wanted them to fight for the mandate of heaven. In this era, with Jun Xiaoyao around, the other geniuses couldn't even dream of fighting for the mandate of heaven. No, that's impossible. I'm going to break this immortal ancient. Jun Zhantian's emotions were extremely unstable. As an elder of the Jun family, he was originally a calm person. However, now that the life and death of his grandson were at stake, it would be strange if Jun Zhantian could remain calm. Zhantian, calm down. Maybe there's some misunderstanding. An elder tried to persuade him. I also hope that there's a misunderstanding, but my grandson's life tablet is broken. Jun Zhantian's eyes were slightly red. Generally speaking, a broken life tablet meant that one had died. There was no way that could go wrong. The great ancestors haven't made a move yet. If Xiaoyao is really dead, there's no way they're not going to do anything, an elder tried to persuade him. Jun Zhantian finally calmed down a little. It made sense when he thought about it. The 18th ancestor and the others valued and doted on Jun Xiaoyao no less than his biological grandfather. If Jun Xiaoyao was dead, the 18th ancestor and the others would definitely do something. However, it was true that his life tablet was broken. Now, even Jun Zhantian was a little conflicted and didn't know what to do. At the same time, in the ancestral hall of the Jun family in the Emperor State, two figures stood in the void and looked in the direction of the immortal ancient world. One of them was a gray-robed old man, while the other looked like a 10-year-old child. However, his eyes were filled with the aura of an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. They were none other than the 18th and 16th ancestors of the Jun family. Xiaoyao is teetering between life and death. You can assume that he is still alive, but you can also assume that he is temporarily dead, 18th ancestor said calmly. This is Xiaoyao's tribulation, but it is also Xiaoyao's fate. Let's see if he can survive this. 16th ancestor looked like a child, but his tone was very old. Xiaoyao's life has been smooth since he was born. It's time for him to face a challenge. If he overcomes it, he will break out of his cocoon and transform into a butterfly, shocking the entire nine heavens immortal realm. The 18th ancestor's eyes flickered with anticipation. If, and I'm just saying if there's a 1 in 10,000 chance that Xiaoyao won't be able to pass. 16th ancestor paused. Don't you know what's going to happen? 18th ancestor chuckled. The bronze immortal palace seems to belong to that ruthless guy. He won't be able to become an immortal after 9 reincarnations, but it doesn't matter. If worst comes to worst, we can just break into the immortal palace. 16th ancestor said casually. I didn't expect Xiaoyao to be related to that person. Fine, as long as it's beneficial to Xiaoyao, we won't interfere, 18th ancestor said after pondering. They did not interfere, but continued to observe. However, almost all the factions around the immortal ancient mirror knew that the life tablet of the son of God of the Jun family had shattered, and that he had fallen. Meanwhile, the geniuses in the immortal ancient world were unaware of the death of Jun Xiaoyao and the others. Xiaoyao, Xianxia and the others were troubled and worried. Jun Xiaoyao had asked them not to risk their lives by entering the immortal ancient mirror, but he did not care about his own life. While the situation was changing in the outside world, in the bronze immortal palace, Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness was gradually blurring, as if he was about to sink into darkness. The last bit of primordial spirit spark also seemed to be about to be annihilated. At this moment, the broken ancient talisman suddenly released a ball of light, enveloping the last bit of Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit. Previously, even when Wang Ting's primordial spirit was shattered by Jun Xiaoyao, he relied on the broken ancient talisman to recover. Now, the broken ancient talisman reacted again, taking the initiative to protect the last bit of Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit. Jun Xiaoyao was hanging on by a thread. Although his physical body was being destroyed inch by inch, his bones were as bright as gold and jade, releasing vitality, and incomparably sturdy. Jun Xiaoyao's divine immortal bones had formed a complete divine immortal body. Even under the suppression of the myriad qi, it could not be completely shattered. Jun Xiaoyao's physical body was repeatedly shattered and reassembled just like that. The myriad qi was originally the best material for forging imperial weapons. It was also a sacred object that tempered all tangible substances. Now, Jun Xiaoyao's physical body was equivalent to an imperial weapon being tempered by the myriad qi. If Jun Xiaoyao could recover in the end, the strength of his physical body would definitely be at a super abnormal level. Although Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit was protected by the broken ancient talisman, it was still about to lose consciousness, as if it was about to fall into a deep sleep. At the last moment, the system's mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Ding! You have arrived at the Bronze Immortal Palace. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit emitted a weak fluctuation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sign in successfully. You have received an 8-star rare reward, the Myriad Qi Cauldron. As the system's voice sounded, Jun Xiaoyao's consciousness finally sank completely into darkness. At the last moment before sinking into darkness, he seemed to see an extremely heavy bronze cauldron frantically absorbing the myriad qi. The entire bronze immortal palace fell into a dead silence. There was not a single sound. Time passed little by little. At a certain moment, a hoarse voice like that of a male duck suddenly sounded in the palace. That guy died in the myriad heaven transformation formation? He's still a breath away, but this old man is also very curious. A little guy in the Tao divinity realm can actually retain a wisp of vitality. How rare. An old voice replied. So what? Isn't he still trapped in the immortal palace? He might be like this for the rest of his life. Dang Mao, a cripple, an old blind man, you guys are really blind. A charming woman's voice suddenly sounded. Slut, what are you talking about? This old man is blind to begin with. You are discriminating. An old blind man, don't talk. Listen to what this slut has to say. Another old voice said. A cripple, don't you think that young man looks a little familiar? The charming woman said. Familiar? What are you talking about? This old man doesn't understand. An old blind man said. No, now that you mention it, he does look a little familiar. A cripple's voice was filled with surprise. Then, he said, I remember now. Isn't he exactly the same as the person in Master's portrait? Could this person be Master's fated person? An old blind man was shocked. Damn, could it be that we killed the fated person by mistake? The male duck voice was also stunned. Are you guys stupid? Why aren't you guys thinking of a way to save that little brother? The charming woman hurriedly shouted. Fortunately, this person's primordial spirit and physical body are both extremely monstrous. He can actually maintain a wisp of vitality in the myriad heaven transformation formation. If it was anyone else, they would probably be completely cold. An old blind man said with a sigh of relief. Right, an old blind man, didn't you detain that immortal ancient spirit? Hurry up and give it to this little brother. The charming woman said. This old man left it for myself. An old blind man was a little unwilling. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and hand it over. The charming woman urged. Okay. I'll hand it over. An old blind man said helplessly. A ball of white light like the sun suddenly rose from the void inside the palace. It was the immortal ancient spirit that was suppressed inside the bronze immortal palace. The immortal ancient spirit emitted a vast soul fluctuation. An old blind man's voice echoed in the void, if I can refine this ball of immortal ancient spirit, my primordial spirit will definitely reach a higher level. An old blind man, that's enough. Master asked us to guard the bronze immortal palace for countless years, waiting for the fated one. Now that the fated one has finally arrived, you almost killed us, the charming female voice scolded. Luckily, we're not completely dead. Otherwise, we would have made a huge mistake, a cripple said. The ball of immortal ancient spirit sank into the chi of all creation and was slowly absorbed by Xianxia's primordial spirit. Huh? This guy's primordial spirit is the legendary primordial spirit of 3 lifetimes? An old blind man was extremely shocked. Interesting. Maybe this kid's Tao of soul will be even stronger than yours in the future, the duck-like voice said with a mischievous smile. What are you talking about, you parrot? My Tao of soul is definitely the best among the 9 heavens supreme realm. An old blind man said. This guy's flesh is the sacred body of the ancients, and he even has a bone of supremacy? A cripple was extremely shocked. Kami, did this kid save the 9 heavens immortal realm in his past life? He has such a monstrous talent. The parrot was also shocked. Even supreme existences like them were extremely shocked. One could only imagine how monstrous Xiaoyao's talent was. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. It seems like this little brother is most likely the fated one. I wonder how long he will sleep for before he wakes up. He's really handsome. The charming female voice sighed and clicked her tongue. Bitch, don't mess around. This is the fated one of our master. If you dare to cross the line, the consequences, hee, an old blind man chuckled coldly. Can't I even say a few words? Being together with you 2 old men and a parrot is my bad luck of 8 lifetimes, the charming female voice complained. What are you talking about? Have you ever seen a powerful and handsome parrot like me? The parrot said arrogantly. You're just an idiot. A cripple mocked. The entire bronze immortal hall became a little more lively because of these voices. However, Xiaoyao couldn't hear it. His entire body sank into the myriad chi cauldron to undergo refinement. His primordial spirit continued to absorb the immortal ancient spirits. Xiaoyao began to transform in all aspects of himself without being noticed. It was obvious that this period of time would not be short. After arguing for a while, the few voices in the bronze immortal hall returned to silence. Obviously, they were used to this kind of dead silence. After a long while, an old blind man's faint voice was heard. So many years have passed, and so many eras have passed in the outside world. I wonder where our master is now. Don't worry, if this little brother is really the fated one of our master, he will definitely find our master, the charming female voice sighed softly. Why are you all so sad? We can finally leave this immortal hall, the parrot called out in a duck-like voice. Didn't our master say that if we find the fated one, we have to listen to him? A cripple said. A cripple, are you saying that we, the superior supremes, should listen to the orders of a little kid in the Tao God realm? An old blind man said. This is our master's order. Do you dare to go against it? Besides, this little brother is shockingly talented. I'm afraid he has an extraordinary background, the charming female voice said. Are you obeying orders? You're just lusting after that kid's body. An old blind man shouted. I don't deny it, the charming female voice giggled. The entire bronze immortal hall fell into silence again. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Jun Xiaoyao, Wang Teng, and Long Outyin, who had entered the bronze immortal hall, did not come out. Now, in the immortal ancient world, many geniuses believed that the three of them had died in the bronze immortal hall. No, Xiaoyao will be fine, Jiangxingyi comforted himself. Jiang Luoli and the others were also in disbelief. In their eyes, Jun Xiaoyao could create miracles with a wave of his hand. Even the bronze immortal hall should not be able to trap Jun Xiaoyao. Let's wait patiently. Cousin Xiaoyao will always surprise us in the end. Jun Lingsong and the others were not too worried. However, in the outside world, many people saw that Jun Xiaoyao and the others did not come out for a month and knew that they were dead. As expected, it seems that the son of God of the Jun family is completely dead. His life tablet was shattered before, and now he is nowhere to be seen. There is no other way but to die. What a pity. A genius who could have shocked the world is dead. What a pity. If the son of God of the Jun family was here, the Huangtian mystic realm would be able to take the first place on the Emperor Road. Yeah, there are 9 Emperor Road in the 9 Heavens mystic realm. There are powerful geniuses from other mystic realms on each road. If the son of God of the Jun family represented the geniuses of the Huangtian mystic realm, he would be able to take the first place. What's the point of talking about this now? He is dead. Sounds of discussion could be heard from all directions. On the Jun family's side, the faces of the people were not looking good. Although the great ancestor of the Jun family did not do anything, it was an undeniable fact that his life tablet was shattered. They were all waiting for the result. The other forces were also waiting for the result. They did not dare to make a decision until the last moment. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had created many miracles. However, such a miracle did not happen. 3 months later, the entire immortal ancient place suddenly trembled. It was a sign that the immortal ancient place was about to close. The immortal ancient place is about to close? Lord Grimm, Jun Lingsong, and the others were all shocked. Jun Xiaoyao had not come out yet. At this moment, the sequences of the Jun family began to feel a little confused. Jun Xiaoyao was the backbone of the sequences. If anything happened to him, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the sequences of the Jun family. Jiangxingyi's delicate body trembled slightly. She gritted her teeth and resolutely flew towards the bronze immortal palace. Don't go. Jun Lingsong shouted when he saw this. If something happened to Jun Xiaoyao, Jiangxingyi would only be courting death if she went. However, Jiangxingyi was not afraid at all. Brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli also flashed out. Yan Qingying, Wu Mingyue, Bai Mei and the other women who were dead set on Jun Xiaoyao also flashed out, wanting to enter the bronze immortal palace. Jun Xiaoyao's charm was so great that they were willing to give themselves to him. However, the bronze celestial palace in the void also let out rumbling and trembling sounds. Then, it slowly disappeared into the void. The bronze immortal palace disappeared. No. Jiangxingyi's voice was like a cuckoo crying blood. Jiang Luoli and the others who were related to Jun Xiaoyao were also stunned, as if they had lost their souls. Jun Xiaoyao had died? The bronze immortal palace had disappeared. Jun Xiaoyao, Long Outyin, and Wang Ting, who were inside, disappeared as well. Almost all the geniuses in the immortal ancient world saw this scene. It's really over. The bronze immortal palace has disappeared. The son of God of the Jun family has fallen. Dead. The 3 people who entered the bronze immortal palace are all dead. Long Outyin and Wang Ting being dead is one thing, but the son of God of the Jun family had the chance to become an emperor. Even he has fallen. Many geniuses sighed. Jun Xiaoyao has really fallen? On a mountain peak, Jiqingyi's hair danced in the wind. Her limpid eyes looked at the place where the bronze immortal palace had disappeared. She was lost in thought. Was Jun Xiaoyao, the man who had been invincible among his peers ever since he was born, really dead? Ji Chongkong shook his head and said, I told you. As one of the 7 incredible worlds, the bronze immortal palace is extremely dangerous. Anyone who enters it will definitely die. Ji Chongkong looked calm, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. the mountain that had been pressing down on them had finally disappeared. On the other side, the ancient freak of the Yi family, Yi Nantian, also muttered to himself, "It's a pity that a genius who had the chance to prove his Tao has fallen. However, it gives the others a chance to breathe." Did something really happen to little brother Xiaoyao? Xiaomuxian and the others were still in disbelief. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had created too many miracles. No one dared to say that Jun Xiaoyao was dead until the very end. That's right. The bronze immortal palace has only disappeared. It doesn't mean that brother Xiaoyao has fallen. Lord Grimm comforted. That's right. We believe in the young master. Jun Xuehuang and the others were also excited. Xianxia and the others calmed down a little when they heard this. At this time, the immortal ancient world continued to tremble. Patterns began to appear in the sky. Those were the laws of the immortal ancient world. They began to reject the living beings from the outside world. The immortal ancient world was about to close again. After a few days, light began to surge around the geniuses, and the space around them began to ripple like water. Their figures were instantly teleported out of the immortal ancient world. Compared to the number of geniuses who entered the immortal ancient world, the number of geniuses who came out had obviously decreased by more than half. Just the immortal ancient world alone was already so intense. It was hard to imagine how cruel the Emperor Road would be when the time came. After all the geniuses had been teleported out, the entrance to the immortal ancient world closed completely. The immortal ancient world and the bronze immortal palace had completely disappeared. After all the geniuses came out, they went to find their respective forces. When they returned to their respective forces and heard the news that Jun Xiaoyao's life tablet had shattered, they were all shocked. What? The life tablet of the Jun family son of God is really broken? Doesn't that mean that he has really fallen? I didn't expect it to be true. I thought that the son of God of the Jun family had the ability to come out. What a pity. Some heaven's favorites shook their heads, feeling that it was a pity. There were also some who were mocking and ridiculing in their hearts. As expected, Jun Xiaoyao is a human, not a god. How could he survive in the bronze immortal palace where even supremes could die? He was arrogant and reckless. In the end, he lost his life. These people only dared to mock in their hearts. They did not dare to say it out loud. After all, the Jun family had not left yet. What? After Xianxia learned that Jun Xiaoyao's life tablet had shattered, she could not stand still. Jiang Luoli and the other girls' hearts also trembled. Suddenly, they blacked out and almost fainted. If it was before, they still believed that Jun Xiaoyao could survive. But now, the fact that his life tablet had shattered was an indisputable fact. Jun Wanjia, Jun Xuehuang, Jun Zhangjian, and the other sequences all had red eyes. They could not believe it. Yu, Yan Qingying, and the other followers could not accept it either. Even Princess Longji realized that she was not as relaxed and happy as she thought she would be. Instead, he had mixed feelings about it. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's death had a much greater impact than the death of Wang Ting and Long Outyin. He was a young king who was qualified to dominate the Emperor Road. Some of the sequences of the Jun family did not believe it. They even asked Jun Zhantian and the other elders. They were all silent and did not say a word. This time, the result was confirmed. Those who were related to Jun Xiaoyao could not accept it. Jun Xiaoyao's enemies, on the other hand, were secretly gloating. The Jun family. Wang Yuanba glanced coldly at the Jun family. Although Jun Xiaoyao was dead, the pain of losing his son would not be appeased. Wang Yuanba could not take it lying down. In addition, the powerhouses of Zulong, Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, Fallen God Palace, and the Sacred Sect were also unhappy. Almost all the geniuses under their command were killed by Jun Xiaoyao. The powerhouses of these forces looked at each other and saw the hatred for the Jun family in each other's eyes. Jun Xiaoyao's death was not enough to appease this hatred. Vaguely, a storm that could sweep across the entire Huangtian mystic realm was brewing. The immortal ancient world was completely over. However, the waves had just been stirred up. The news of Jun Xiaoyao's massacre in the immortal ancient world shocked everyone. In addition, the commotion that Jun Xiaoyao caused in the eternal burial ground finally spread to the Huangtian mystic realm. He killed the 10 minor kings of the burial ground and killed the ancient tyrant body Chu Tianba. Many buried emperors of the burial ground died indirectly because of Jun Xiaoyao. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao directly sealed the burial ground again. Each and every one of these incidents was enough to shake the entire immortal realm. In the end, they were all caused by Jun Xiaoyao alone. This was simply too shocking, making one's eyeballs pop out. I originally thought that it would be good if the son of God of the Jun family didn't die in the burial ground. In the end, he did so many things. Such a genius ended up dying in the bronze immortal palace. It's regrettable. After hearing so much shocking news, Jun Xiaoyao's death was undoubtedly even more shocking. No matter how talented you were, as long as you didn't fully mature, there was a risk of dying. Jun Xiaoyao's death could be said to have shaken the entire Huangtian mystic realm. However, the Jun family didn't say anything about this and maintained a rare silence. Many people thought that the Jun family was really hurt this time. Some people even thought that this might be the starting point of the Jun family's decline. With Jun Xiaoyao's death, in contrast, the rise of other geniuses. For example, there were rumors that a descendant of an ancient emperor in the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain seemed to be about to awaken. The Archean royalty, the ancient crocodile lake, and the descendants of the crocodile ancestor were about to awaken. There were also rumors that Zulong and the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain seemed to have worked together to create a genius with the dragon phoenix body and wanted to dominate the emperor's road. The reincarnation of the sword demon of the Yi family also seemed to be showing signs of coming out of seclusion. Some people of the Yi family said that the reincarnation of the sword demon seemed to have cut off his past and reconstructed his true self. His talent was unimaginable. He was a real great emperor, not just a figure of speech. In addition, there was also the ancient freak jade Buddha of the Little Western Paradise who had the legendary Bodhi Buddha heart. As soon as he was born, he subdued the first daughter of the Mahamayuri's lineage. All in all, the emperor's road was about to open. Geniuses from all walks of life rose like stars. The son of God of the Jun family, who was originally like a bright sun, fell sadly. This made many people sigh. In troubled times, heroes rose and fell. Time was like a knife cutting down geniuses. Even someone as dazzling as Jun Xiaoyao would eventually be forgotten by others one day. In the blink of an eye, it had been a year since the immortal ancient world was closed. In the past year, the Huangtian mystic realm had undergone great changes. The spiritual qi between heaven and earth had suddenly become denser. All the blessed enclaves and paradises were revealed. Many old people who were stuck at a bottleneck suddenly realized that they had broken through unknowingly. The changes were shocking at first, but they soon realized what was going on. The spiritual qi has awakened. The Emperor Road is about to open, an elder of a major force exclaimed. In the past, there were always two signs before the Emperor Road opened. One was the opening of the immortal ancient world. The other was the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had awakened. Of course, the spiritual qi awakening was not a qualitative change, but a quantitative one. It was not very useful for those who were already at the top of their cultivation. However, it was very helpful for those who were below the 9 heavens supremes. It was even more helpful for the young geniuses who were full of vitality and potential. Some people said that it was a kind of reciprocation from the will of the 9 heavens mystic realm. It was to improve the strength of the younger generation so that they could compete for the heavenly will on the Emperor Road and protect the immortal realm. Under the background of the spiritual qi awakening, the strength of the younger generation of geniuses began to skyrocket. The ancient freaks who were sleeping in various corners of the immortal realm also sensed the changes and woke up one after another. In an instant, the entire Huangtian mystic realm was filled with dazzling stars. Many geniuses streaked across the sky like comets. In the past, the heaven god realm was considered the absolute top of the younger generation. However, under such circumstances, many geniuses with a strong foundation began to break through to the heaven god realm. There were even a few geniuses who began to break through to the Tao God realm. Most of these geniuses were ancient freaks who had awakened, or the descendants of ancient experts who had extremely powerful bloodlines. Some old people even speculated that under such circumstances, there might be geniuses of the pre-saint level appearing in a year or so. Many people thought of Jun Xiaoyao because of this. with Jun Xiaoyao's monstrous talent, if he did not die in the Bronze Immortal Palace. Under such circumstances, it was almost certain that he would break through to the pre-saint level. In the past year, the Jun family had been keeping a low profile. There was no news about them. Many people believed that Jun Xiaoyao's death would cause the Jun family to be depressed for a long time. As for Lord Grimm, Jun Lingsong, and the other geniuses, they were also working hard on their cultivation. All of them had made great progress in their cultivation. I believe that Master will not fall. Yan Qingying, and the other followers still firmly believed that Jun Xiaoyao would return one day. Surprisingly, Princess Longji didn't return to Zulong after the immortal ancient world closed. Instead, she followed Jun Mulan and the others to the Jun family. This made many people very surprised. On second thought, Princess Longji had already fallen out with Long Outyen in the immortal ancient world. If he were to return to Zulong, he would feel somewhat uncomfortable. Zulong's Song Dragon also wanted Princess Longji to go back, but she refused. Princess Longji meant that although Jun Xiaoyao had died, her promise would not change. Otherwise, her Dao heart would be damaged. However, only Jun Mulan and a few others knew about this. Jun Xiaoyao and Princess Longji's promise was only limited to the immortal ancient world. Therefore, no one could guess what Princess Longji was thinking. Time gradually passed. At a certain moment, all the cultivators in the Huangtian immortal realm seemed to have heard a terrifying explosion, as if the sky had exploded. At that moment, all the cultivators raised their heads and looked at the sky of the immortal realm. The same thing happened not only in the Huangtian immortal realm, but also in the other 8 immortal realms. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, a vast ancient road seemed to have materialized from the void, extending all the way to the depths of the universe. It was an extremely ancient path. It was a path filled with geniuses' blood. It was also a path that would leave a mark in history. The Emperor Road had opened, boom, in the next moment, the 9 Heavens immortal realm was in an uproar. On the Huangtian immortal realm's side, countless geniuses rose into the sky from various regions like carps crossing the river. Each of the geniuses' aura was very powerful, far more powerful than before the revival of spiritual qi. Many ancient warships, flying ancient beasts, and mystical mounts all rose into the sky, carrying the geniuses toward the Emperor Road. Everyone in the world had the dream of proving their Dao. Their blood was boiling, and they wanted to make a name for themselves on the Emperor Road. They wanted to leave their names in history and be praised through the ages. Some people saw the descendants of ancient families that had been hidden from the world for many years appear. Descendants with the bloodline of ancient races appeared. There were even descendants of archaean ferocious beasts that broke out of their eggs. Their ferocious aura shook the world. Every single one of them had a shocking background. Of course, some famous immortal forces in the Huangtian immortal realm also sent their descendants, wanting to expand their territory on the Emperor Road. Some people saw a young figure in the depths of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, riding a fire phoenix. It's an ancient freak from the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain. I heard that he's a descendant of an ancient emperor. Over at the ancient Crocodile Lake, an astonishing ferocious aura rose into the sky. A pitch-black crocodile rose from the ancient lake, and with a swing of its tail, a mountain range collapsed. It's the descendant of the crocodile ancestor. Some of the ancient races exclaimed. On the peak of a mountain, a beautiful woman in a sapphire blue peacock dress looked up at the Emperor Road with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. As long as I follow Master Arhat, I won't have to worry about not reaching the end of the Emperor Road. The woman murmured, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She was the genius who had been subdued by the ancient freak of the Little Western Paradise, Jade Arhat. She was the first daughter of Mahamayuri, and her bloodline was noble and powerful. Other than that, in the Yi family of the clan of the ancients. On top of a lone peak that was thousands of feet high. Dressed in black, the handsome reincarnation of the Yi family sword demon, Yi Guchen, slowly stood up. His aura was incomparably deep, and his eyes were no longer as ancient as before. Instead, they were extremely clear. Yi Guchen had completely cut off his past and reconstructed his true self. Compared to before, he had undergone a shocking transformation. His aura was unfathomable, and even a saint would feel weak just by looking at him. It's time. Yi Guchen raised his head and looked at the Emperor Road in the sky. He raised his hand and suddenly pulled out the Emperor Slayer that was stabbed into the ground at an angle. That sword had been stained with Emperor blood. Boom. The moment Yiguchen pulled out the Emperor Slayer, a terrifying aura erupted. A terrifying sword chi that could shake the stars in the sky swept across the sky. At this moment, the Yi family was alarmed. Many of the elders in the family were outside Yiguchen's seclusion area to check on him. Even the ancient freak of the Yi family who had awakened in the immortal ancient world, Yi Nantian, was shocked. As expected of the reincarnation of the sword demon. Although he has cut off his past, his talent and cultivation have become even more unfathomable. He's comparable to Jun Xiaoyao from before. Yi Nantian was shocked. As an ancient freak, facing Yi Guchen made him feel like he was meeting his senior. That sword intent sent chills down one's spine. Yi Guchen's fingers gently caressed the Emperor Slayer, and the sword's chime shook the 9 heavens. Old friend, I thought you would have met a good opponent. What a pity. Yi Guchen shook his head slightly. The person he was referring to was naturally Jun Xiaoyao. They had agreed to meet again, but in the end, it was difficult for them to meet again. I, Yi Guchen, use this sword to seek defeat. I hope that the Emperor Road will not disappoint me. Yi Guchen carried the Emperor Slayer on his back and stepped into the sky. The reincarnation of the Yi family sword demon, who had been in seclusion for a long time, had finally set off the entire book. Previously, some busybodies had selected the 4 most popular geniuses in the Huangtian mystic realm. The son of God of the Jun family. The young emperor of the Wang family. The first Zulong. The reincarnation of the sword demon of the Yi family. In the blink of an eye, only Yi Guchen was left among the 4 most popular geniuses. Needless to say, it was a pity. Just when Yi Guchen came out of seclusion, everyone was shocked. In Hong State, where Zulong was stationed, there was also a shocking aura erupting from the depths of the mountains. Many of the far ancient races nearby sensed the terrifying aura and couldn't help but cast their gazes over. A figure rose into the sky like a flaming meteor. What was shocking was that there was a shadow of an ancestral dragon and a divine phoenix circling around the figure. Set off by the ancestral dragon and the true phoenix, the figure was like the emperor of dragons and phoenixes, exuding a terrifying aura. The pressure of the realm that was faintly emitted had reached the great completion of the Tao God stage, and was only a step away from being a sage to be. Gosh, such a powerful realm. Is that the dragon phoenix body created by Zulong and the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain? Rumor has it that this dragon phoenix body has refined the complete blood of the ancestral dragon and the divine phoenix. Its potential is limitless, and its talent is definitely not weaker than the son of God of the Jun family. Just as many people were communicating with each other through divine consciousness from all directions. The young figure wrapped in the shadow of the dragon phoenix said indifferently, Long Out Yen has become a thing of the past. Princess Longji is willing to be a mount. She is also a disgrace to Zulong. Feng Tianga and Feng Luofei are also useless. That ancient freak, Huang Jiuyan, is barely acceptable. The reason Jun Xiaoyao could be famous in the past was because I, the dragon phoenix, was not born. This figure was the dragon phoenix body, the dragon phoenix stepped into the sky, and a dragon and phoenix appeared under its feet, carrying its body across the sky, leaving behind countless shocked gazes. It could be said that with Yi Guchen, the dragon phoenix, and other top geniuses coming out of seclusion, countless geniuses from all over the Huangtian mystic realm began to head towards the imperial road. In the Jiang family of Qingzhou, on top of a cliff, a peerless beauty in snow-white clothes stood. Against the wind. She was like the faint glow of a new moon, like a jade tree piled with snow. The gentle breeze ruffled the snow-white hair on her temples, dazzling her picturesque face. It was Xianxia. However, unlike before, Xianxia's black hair had turned into a head of snow-white hair. That was because after learning that Jun Xiaoyao's life tablet had shattered, Xianxia's black hair had turned white overnight. Like black silk in the morning, snow in the evening, Xianxia's head of black hair was as white as snow, adding a touch of poignant beauty to her flawless face. Jiang Luoli appeared behind her. The only thing that remained unchanged was his height of 1.5 meters. What changed was that slightly haggard and delicate face. Jiang Luoli had also suffered greatly in the past year. She had become haggard because of her husband. Sister Xingyi, the Imperial Road has opened. The clan elders have asked us to set off, Jiang Luoli said. Jiang Xingyi was silent. After a long time, she suddenly opened her mouth and said, I like being carefree. Jiang Luoli was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Jiang Xingyi to suddenly choose this time to confess. Jiang Luoli also showed a touch of bitterness and said, Sister Xingyi, no matter how stupid Luoli is, she shouldn't be so slow. She had guessed what she should have guessed. Many things didn't need to be said out loud. Luoli, I'm sorry, Jiang Xingyi murmured. The wind blew, blowing her snow-white hair. It was a poignant beauty. Seeing Jiang Xingyi like this, what else could Jiang Luoli say? She smiled bitterly and said, What's the use of saying this now? Let's wait for Brother Xiaoyao to come back. Luoli believes that Brother Xiaoyao will never die. Yes, I also believe that Xiaoyao won't die. So, I'm going to the Imperial Road to become stronger. I can't be a burden to Xiaoyao. Jiang Xingyi's eyes were resolute. As a connate Taoist embryo, she had been greatly improved during the spiritual qi revival. Now, her cultivation was also in the Tao God realm. She was not too far away from the sage to be. Looking at Jiang Xingyi, Jiang Luoli's big eyes also had a touch of sadness. Compared to her, who was mischievous, unambitious, and useless, short legs, Jun Xiaoyao would prefer a gentle, understanding, and big sister like Jiang Xingyi who would support and encourage him from behind. I really can't accept this. Jiang Luoli clenched her fists. For the first time, determination appeared in her big eyes. Jiang Luoli also wanted to work hard to become stronger. She believed that there would be spring for her short legs too. The Jiang family's geniuses also stepped onto the Imperial Road. The Jun family's Master Grimm, Jun Lingsong, and the other sequences also stepped onto the Imperial Road. Yu, Yan Qingying, and the others also set off. Princess Longji, who had been staying in the Jun family, also set off. Jun Xiaoyao, will your name be heard in the Imperial Road again? Princess Longji murmured. She actually didn't quite believe that Jun Xiaoyao would die. How could a man as calculating as that put himself to death? There were many people who thought the same as Princess Longji. Many people thought that if Jun Xiaoyao really died, the Jun family's reaction would be too cold. Many people were looking forward to the day when they might hear Jun Xiaoyao's name resound in the starry sky again. Time continued to pass. Almost a year had passed. Many geniuses had begun to make a name for themselves on the Imperial Road. As for Jun Xiaoyao's name, people gradually stopped mentioning him. However, some observant people also noticed. If Jun Xiaoyao was still alive, he should be 18 years old now. Just the right age for his coming-of-age ceremony. If Jun Xiaoyao didn't enter the Bronze Immortal Palace, he might have become a quasi-saint by now. An 18-year-old quasi-saint. Just thinking about it is scary. Yeah, walking on the Imperial Road as a quasi-saint, even if he can't sweep the Imperial Road, he will definitely be a big shot. What's the point of talking about this now? But I heard that the Jun family seems to have the intention of holding a coming-of-age ceremony for Jun Xiaoyao. What? Really? He's dead, and they want to hold a coming-of-age ceremony? As the news spread, many cultivators in the Huangtian mystic realm were shocked. Was the Jun family possessed? Why would they hold a coming-of-age ceremony for a fallen genius? Then, another shocking piece of news was revealed. Some people said that the treasure vault of the demon sect of reincarnation seemed to have appeared. At this moment, many people understood that the Jun family had been hiding something behind the scenes. On the surface, they used Jun Xiaoyao's coming-of-age ceremony as a cover to attract the attention of many forces in the mystic realm. In private, they were thinking of ways to monopolize the treasure vault of the demon sect of reincarnation. After all, the demon sect of reincarnation was an immortal force. The treasure vault left behind by them was naturally priceless. Not to mention, there were rumors that the imperial weapon of the demon sect of reincarnation, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, was hidden in the treasure vault. Even the wealthy Jun family couldn't turn a blind eye to the treasure vault of the demon sect of reincarnation. As for why people thought that the Jun family had the ability to obtain the treasure vault of the demon sect of reincarnation, it was because the successor of the demon sect of reincarnation, Wang Chuan, was still in the Jun family. Only he could find the correct location of the treasure vault of the demon sect of reincarnation, open the door, and obtain the resources inside. This was obviously not what the Archean royalty and other hostile forces wanted to see. In a secret place in the Zulong district of Hong Province, numerous figures with powerful auras gathered at this place. "What do you think about this?" a big shot in the Zulong district asked. "What else can we do?" "The Jun family is scheming," an elder from the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain said coldly. "Jun Xiaoyao has been dead for 2 years. Are they trying to fool a 3-year-old by holding a coming-of-age ceremony at this time? They must be thinking about how to monopolize the treasury of the demon sect of reincarnation," an elder from the ancient Crocodile Lake said. The purple Qilin cave master of the ancient Qilin cave, who was also the Qilin son's father, said coldly, "The Jun family's resources are already deep enough. We can't let them get their hands on the treasury of the devil sect of reincarnation. Otherwise, no other immortal force in the Huangtian mystic realm would be able to stop the Jun family." The Zilin cave lord hated the Jun family to the core since the Qilin son was killed by Jun Lingsong. The massacre in the immortal ancient world 2 years ago was the fuse that ignited his hatred. Now that the treasury of the demon sect of reincarnation had appeared, the Archean royalty's desire to kill the Jun family had been ignited. The treasury of an immortal force was extremely valuable. If the Jun family got their hands on it, they would be like a tiger that had grown wings. How could the Archean royalty and other forces survive if that happened? That's right. The Jun family is powerful enough. If they get the treasury of an immortal force and the imperial weapon, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, the Jun family will be even more fearless, the big shot in the Zulong district said. "Then you mean?" The elder from the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain hesitated. "Immortal war." The big shot in the Zulong district said. "Immortal war," the Zilin cave lord said coldly. "That's right. We need to teach the Jun family a lesson. Even if we can't completely uproot the Jun family, we should at least make them suffer," the elder from the ancient Crocodile Lake said. "All right then. The immortal battle is our last resort. What we need to do is to prevent the Jun family from obtaining the treasury of the demon sect of Samsara." "That's right. Perhaps we can contact other forces. The Archean royalty isn't the only one who has a grudge against the Jun family," Zilin cave lord said. "Hee, to be targeted by so many immortal forces, even if the Jun family is exterminated, it's enough to be passed down for generations to come." The bigwigs of the far ancient imperial family all sneered, as if they could already see the complete destruction of the Jun family. This time, they were very confident. This was because it wasn't just one immortal power that was targeting the Jun family. In the past, the undying battles were between 2 undying powers. This time, however, it was an unequal battle. The news of this secret meeting did not spread. However, the atmosphere in the entire Huangtian mystic realm was a bit strange. Many people could vaguely feel that an apocalyptic storm was about to form in the sky above the Huangtian mystic realm. If the other forces had this premonition, it was impossible for the Jun family not to know. However, the entire Jun family was very calm. It was as if they were sitting on a fishing platform, completely ignoring the storm. As time passed, Jun Xiaoyao's coming-of-age ceremony was about to begin. When the time came, the Jun family would still invite forces from all over the Huangtian mystic realm to attend the ceremony. This was destined to be the strangest coming-of-age ceremony. Because the main character was Jun Xiaoyao, who was thought to have died 2 years ago. Just as the entire Huangtian mystic realm was discussing this matter, in the middle of a void space, a majestic and ancient bronze palace floated in the sky between the stars. It was like a small boat drifting with the waves in the vast universe. In the bronze palace, Jun Xiaoyao, who was completely submerged in the qi of all creation, had completely recovered his physical body. Every inch of skin and every inch of bone was perfect. It was as if the most perfect proportions were created by the hands of God. Jun Xiaoyao originally had the appearance of a banished immortal. After the reconstruction, he was even more perfect. It was as if he was the perfect incarnation of God. "This young man is so handsome. I can't help but look at him." The charming female voice was heard again in the bronze palace. "UB*TCH, you've never taken your eyes off that kid for the past 2 years. An old blind man said angrily. I'm not as blind as you. Why don't you take the opportunity to look at a handsome man to your heart's content? The charming female voice chuckled. Ah, you don't say. This kid actually absorbed all the immortal ancient spirit, the parrot said. As expected of Master's fated person, he can even recover from this. A cripple's voice was heard. 2 years was just a snap of the fingers for people like them. During this time, they had also been observing Jun Xiaoyao. It had to be said that Jun Xiaoyao was shocking. His physical body was repeatedly crushed by the qi of all creation. Not only did it not completely collapse, but it was completely reconstructed. His entire body was filled with immortal light, and mysterious Dao runes covered his body. It was as if the qi of all creation was a pair of skillful hands that had reconstructed Jun Xiaoyao's body with the most perfect Dao and Dao. As a result, every inch of Jun Xiaoyao's physical body became impeccably perfect, harmonizing with the great path. Not only that, Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit was also protected by the incomplete ancient talisman, preserving a trace of vitality. In these 2 years, Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit had also completely refined and absorbed the immortal ancient spirit. One had to know that the immortal ancient spirit was the will of the immortal ancient world. The vast soul power fluctuations it possessed were indescribable. Even a supreme being would have to be careful when refining it. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had absorbed all of it within 2 years. Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit had already recovered to its original state. Not only that, there were 3 Dao flowers in Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit. They represented the past, present, and future. The current primordial spirit had already been reconstructed. As for the primordial spirit of the past, it was only a prototype. As the immortal ancient spirit was completely devoured and refined, the primordial spirit of the past was finally completely formed. On the Dao flower, the primordial spirit of the past sat cross-legged like a miniature version of Jun Xiaoyao. Its entire body was filled with the aura of time. Sometimes, a long river would wrap around the primordial spirit of the past, adding a sense of mystery to it. An old blind man smacked his lips and said, "This kid's primordial spirit of the past has been formed. He must be about to wake up." He specialized in the Tao of souls and was considered the most professional among the few of them. This kid is really a monster. 3 primordial spirits, sacred body of the ancients, bones of supremacy, various powerful techniques, and this bronze cauldron that can carry the qi of all creation. Even the successor of an immortal force can't be this monstrous. The parrot felt a little incredulous. Otherwise, how could he be Master's fated person? It's normal for him to have such talent and strength, a cripple said. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao, who was sleeping in the qi of all creation cauldron, felt his eyelids twitch slightly. After sleeping for 2 years, the 18-year-old Jun Xiaoyao finally opened his eyes slowly. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying aura poured out from his body. That power was not of the Tao divinity realm, nor was it of a sage-to-be, but a sage, an 18-year-old sage. The moment Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes, a terrifying saint-level aura swept out. It was hard to imagine that Jun Xiaoyao was only 18 years old. An 18-year-old saint-level cultivator? Everyone would think it was a joke. It had to be known that even the grand elders of some first-rate factions were only saint-level cultivators. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao's current strength was already catching up to the experts of the older generation. It could even be said that Jun Xiaoyao was the youngest saint-level cultivator in history. Even Jun Xiaoyao himself was a bit dazed. His mind was a bit muddled. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had been slumbering in the void for 2 years. It was impossible for him to immediately wake up. It took a while for Jun Xiaoyao to gradually recall what had happened before. Entering the immortal palace, killing Wan Ting, Long Out Yin, stepping into the killing formation, and being drowned by the myriad origin qi. Jun Xiaoyao slowly raised his hand and examined himself. His body was snow-white and flawless. It was like the most beautiful jade, and it was surrounded by immortal light. Any woman who saw it would be jealous. More importantly, Jun Xiaoyao's body was emitting a refreshing fragrance. At the same time, countless runes shone around him as if they were resonating with him. This was a body that had been tempered by the myriad origin qi. It had almost reached the pinnacle of perfection. I'd become Tripitaka's meat. Jun Xiaoyao was a bit speechless. This meat smelled so good that even he wanted to take a bite out of it. Right now, even a drop of his blood or a piece of his flesh was probably a priceless treasure. If a mortal refined it, they would immediately become a monstrous body-refining genius. Perhaps in the future, I really can become a martial emperor with my physical body, muttered Jun Xiaoyao. The so-called martial emperor with his physical body meant that his cultivation base had yet to reach the level of a martial emperor, but his physical body was already comparable to a martial emperor's body. Even a true martial emperor would find it very difficult to destroy someone with a martial emperor's physical body. Under a martial emperor with a martial emperor's physical body was almost invincible. No one could destroy their body. Of course, it was extremely difficult for one's physical body to reach the martial monarch realm. Since ancient times, there had only been a few. Even with Jun Xiaoyao's previous aptitude, it would be difficult for him to reach the martial emperor realm physically. But now, after being remolded by the myriad qi, Jun Xiaoyao had the hope of becoming an emperor physically. The benefits that the myriad qi brought to Jun Xiaoyao were not limited to this. Jun Xiaoyao instinctively activated his physical body and a streak of immortal qi coiled around his body like a dragon. But then, a second strand of immortal qi appeared. This strand of immortal qi was dark yellow in color. It was as heavy as the earth and carried a profound aura of the origin of all things. Strands of celestial energy descended, bringing with them the mysterious energy of all living things. It was as if mountains, rivers, seas, grass, trees, insects, and fish were manifested. At the same time, its weight caused the void to distort as if it could crush thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. After 2 years of tempering by the myriad qi, Jun Xiaoyao had unknowingly condensed the second strand of divine qi. The immortal energy was condensed from the origin energy of all things. Jun Xiaoyao had already condensed 2 strands of immortal qi before he even entered the Emperor Road. This was definitely unprecedented. Even for the skyprides who had been in the Emperor Road for a long time, it was extremely difficult to condense 1 strand of immortal qi. They would need all kinds of great opportunities. 2 strands of immortal qi was a level that most skyprides in the Emperor Road could never achieve in their lifetime. Not bad. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Condensing the second strand of immortal qi was a pleasant surprise. Jun Xiaoyao continued to examine his physical body. He also found that the 100,000 elemental elephant granules in his body had unknowingly transformed into 100,000 divine elephant granules. The strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant had been fully mastered. Now, Jun Xiaoyao could enhance the strength of 100,000 divine elephants with every move, which was far more than the divine strength he had before. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao could also manifest the true form of the divine elephant. It was a real primordial divine elephant that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. With one move, it could collapse thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's physical body had been tempered by the qi of all creation and had reached the peak. Then, Jun Xiaoyao noticed that his primordial spirit of 3 lives and the past primordial spirit had been formed. Jun Xiaoyao was also surprised to find that his primordial spirit was much stronger than before. Now, Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit could crush Jun Xiaoyao's past primordial spirit without any pressure. How can this be? Even if the past primordial spirit has been formed, the power of my primordial spirit can't have increased so much. Jun Xiaoyao found it unbelievable. His consciousness had been in a deep slumber before, so naturally, he couldn't have noticed that he had absorbed the immortal ancient spirit. Then, Jun Xiaoyao noticed his cultivation level. Sage realm, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't surprised by this. He had been soaked in the qi of all creation for so long, and his physical body had been reforged. It was impossible that his cultivation level hadn't increased at all. It was just that rising from the Dao God realm to the Sage realm was indeed a little exaggerated. However, for Jun Xiaoyao, who was a monstrous talent, this was the most normal thing. There was just one thing that made Jun Xiaoyao feel strange. He didn't transcend the Sage tribulation. Logically speaking, when breaking through to the Sage realm, there would be a Sage tribulation. If one passed it, they would perfectly step into the Sage realm. If they failed, they would die. This was a life and death tribulation. Jun Xiaoyao didn't understand this matter, so he decided not to think about it for the time being. In the end, his gaze fell on the incomplete ancient talisman and the bronze cauldron. If not for this ancient talisman protecting my primordial spirit, I'm afraid I would be in danger. Jun Xiaoyao put away the ancient talisman. He had already made up his mind that if possible in the future, he would definitely find the other half of the ancient talisman. This was a guardian imperial weapon. Supreme weapon, Myriad Qi Cauldron. Jun Xiaoyao looked at his rewards. This Myriad Qi Cauldron was incomparably heavy. It had 3 legs and 2 handles, and its surface was engraved with all living beings, mountains, rivers, seas, sun, moon, stars, grass, trees, insects, and fish. Wisps of Myriad Qi rolled endlessly from the cauldron. Logically speaking, the Myriad Qi was very heavy. A wisp of it could crush thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Ordinary supreme weapons couldn't withstand this power. However, the Myriad Qi Cauldron was the top supreme weapon. Most importantly, it had the potential to continue to grow. If it's just a supreme weapon, it's obviously impossible to reach the 8-star level. With the potential of the Myriad Qi Cauldron, if I collect the Myriad Qi Origin Root and other immortal metals, it's not impossible to become an emperor weapon or even an immortal weapon, let alone a quasi-emperor weapon. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. The reason why the Myriad Qi Cauldron was an 8-star reward was not because of its current grade, but because of its future potential. Quasi-emperor weapon, and then immortal weapon. The Myriad Qi Cauldron had the potential to become a supreme immortal weapon. After 2 years of absorption, part of the Myriad Qi in the Bronze Immortal Palace was absorbed by Jun Xiaoyao's body. The other part was sucked into the Myriad Qi Cauldron. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and summoned the Myriad Qi Cauldron. That heavy pressure was so heavy that even Jun Xiaoyao's hand felt slightly heavy. There's no need for any fancy tricks. With this cauldron, even a sage's body would explode. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. Smashing people with the cauldron was much more satisfying than smashing people with boxing gloves. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Jun Xiaoyao's mind again. Ding! New check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at Emperor Road. Oh, how long has it been? Even Emperor Road has been opened. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly surprised. He wasn't too sure how long he had been sleeping. At this moment, all the Myriad Qi in the Bronze Immortal Palace had been absorbed by Jun Xiaoyao's body and the Myriad Qi Cauldron. The killing formation had lost the Myriad Qi and was no longer operating. It had been silent for a long time. An inexplicable look flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Then, he suddenly looked at the void and cupped his fists slightly. Seniors, thank you for your care during this period. As Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, the entire Bronze Immortal Palace remained silent. The corner of Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled slightly. Before his consciousness sank into the darkness, he had vaguely sensed a few faint fluctuations. Although they were well hidden, they could not escape Jun Xiaoyao's keen perception. Obviously, there were other people in the Bronze Immortal Palace besides him. And those people must have a great connection with the Bronze Immortal Palace. After a long time, an old voice sounded. Haha, so we've been discovered long ago. As the old voice sounded, 4 figures suddenly emerged from the void of the Bronze Immortal Palace. Jun Xiaoyao glanced over. The 4 figures consisted of 2 old men, a beautiful woman, and a parrot. The 2 old men were dressed in tattered robes. One of the old men had his eyes closed, as if he was blind. The other old man was leaning on a crutch, and one of his legs was twisted in a strange posture. He was obviously disabled. As for the delicate and beautiful woman, she was born with a face as beautiful as jade and snow-white skin. She was dressed in a bright red palace cheongsam, which wrapped around the voluptuous body of Linglong. Her breasts were proud, her waist was slender, and her buttocks were plump. It looked like a plump and juicy peach, giving off a mature and charming aura. There was only one parrot left. It had mixed feathers all over its body and 3 strands of a hogue on its head. It looked like an ordinary parrot. In Jun Xiaoyao's perception, the 3 people and the parrot did not seem to have any terrifying aura. They were like the common people in the secular world. But Jun Xiaoyao was not stupid. He knew that those who could stay in the Bronze Immortal Palace for a long time and were related to the Bronze Immortal Palace could not be simple. Jun Xiaoyao of the Jun family greets the 4 seniors. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his fists slightly and said indifferently. When he reported his name, he revealed his background and identity of the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao believed that there was no way those people would do anything to harm him after knowing who he was. So you are the genius of the Jun family. No wonder. A cripple looked at Jun Xiaoyao in surprise. It was obvious that even people like them had heard of the Jun family's name. Their eyes were filled with solemnity. They had guessed that with Jun Xiaoyao's talent, he was definitely the successor of an immortal force. But they did not expect Jun Xiaoyao to have such a powerful background. With the strength of the Jun family, even people like them had to be careful and not underestimate them. An old blind man said, "Little child of the Jun family, you are not afraid of us." Anyone who saw them in such a strange and mysterious place like the Bronze Immortal Palace would be nervous, fearful, or even afraid. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was very calm, without a trace of nervousness. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled and said, "If all of you wanted to do me harm, I wouldn't be standing here talking to all of you right now. TSK, you are indeed the fated one of the master. Your temperament." A cripple sighed. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a trace of darkness. The fated one of the master, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself, but he was very wise and did not take the initiative to ask. An 18-year-old saint. Since ancient times, there has never been such an existence. Little brother is really awesome. The beautiful woman praised, her eyes glowing with green light. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a very hungry gaze. Even Jun Xiaoyao trembled slightly and felt a little pain in his kidneys. This woman always gave him a very dangerous feeling. "Little brother, your body has been rebuilt. How do you feel?" The beautiful woman took a step forward. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Jun Xiaoyao. This move made Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flash with a strange light. This beautiful woman was definitely a terrifying expert above the supreme being level. An old blind man, a cripple, and the parrot were probably at the same level. To think that such a top-notch expert actually had a master. How powerful was that master? Just as Jun Xiaoyao was deep in thought, the beautiful woman suddenly extended her tender hand and caressed Jun Xiaoyao's body, moving her hands up and down. "Senior." Even Jun Xiaoyao was stunned and did not know what was going on. "Little brother, your body has been rebuilt. There may be some hidden dangers left. Let me check your body." Although the beautiful woman said this, there seemed to be saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth. Jun Xiaoyao's body had been hammered by the myriad qi and had the aptitude to become an emperor. How could there be hidden dangers and defects? Excuses, they were all excuses. When the beautiful woman touched Jun Xiaoyao's body, her eyes widened. She took a deep breath and exclaimed subconsciously, "So big. Senior, please have some self-respect." Jun Xiaoyao took a step back and said righteously. Although he was not an ascetic cultivator, he could not be so casual. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up and said, "It's okay. Let me help you rub more and make your body more perfect." "Thank you, senior, but you don't have to." Jun Xiaoyao took another step back. It was said that women were like wolves at 30, tigers at 40, and could sit on the ground and suck the earth at 50. Just like this beautiful woman in front of him, who knew how long she had stayed in the Bronze Immortal Palace. It was not just sucking the earth, it was simply a black hole. Jun Xiaoyao wanted to walk out of the Bronze Immortal Palace alive. He did not want to become a withered corpse. An old blind man snorted and said, "That's enough. Fan Xionyang, he is the fated person of master. If you dare to mess around and master finds out in the future." The beautiful woman named Fan Xionyang reluctantly let go of her hand when she heard an old blind man mention master. Oh, the sacred body of the ancients is indeed worthy. Fan Xionyang was tempted. If Jun Xiaoyao was not related to her master, Fan Xionyang might not have been able to hold back. Jun Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. If Fan Xionyang had really used force, he would not have been able to resist. "Kid, aren't you curious as to why you were able to survive?" asked Old Blind. "Is it because of that master?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. An old blind man sighed and said, "Haha, for so many years, we followed master's orders and drifted in the Bronze Immortal Palace, waiting for the fated person. I didn't expect that it would finally happen." That's right, that's right. This old one can finally leave Immortal Palace." The feathered parrot cried out with a duck-like voice. Jun Xiaoyao said, "Senior, can you tell me in detail?" Next, he also learned some of the truth. Sure enough, the master they were talking about was the woman in the ghost mask. She was an unimaginably powerful existence with unimaginable means. As for the deeper karma, Old Blind and the others kept it a secret and did not speak of it. They only said that if Jun Xiaoyao was fated to find master in the future, he would know everything. "It's her again," Jun Xiaoyao murmured. He walked up to the bronze platform and came to the wooden table. He reached out and picked up the grimace mask covered in dust. The mask looked like it was crying but not crying. It looked like it was smiling but not smiling. It looked a bit clumsy. A peerless woman with unimaginable power was actually wearing such a clumsy and somewhat laughable mask. It made one sigh. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have vaguely heard a little girl's bright bell-like laughter coming from the grimace mask. It was this faint laughter that led him to this place. Jun Xiaoyao also saw the yellowed picture scroll. There was a blurry figure of a tall man on it. He was handsome beyond compare and looked very much like Jun Xiaoyao. However, in the next moment, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. He suddenly waved his hand and the two ancient emperor flames surged out, burning the picture scroll to ashes. Seeing this scene, Old Blind and the others revealed a look of surprise in their eyes, but they did not say anything. They had already decided that Jun Xiaoyao was the fated one. Therefore, no matter what Jun Xiaoyao did, they would not interfere. Jun Xiaoyao's face was calm as he watched the painting turn into ashes. However, his eyes were indifferent. "I, Jun Xiaoyao, am just Jun Xiaoyao. I am not anyone's substitute. If you want to find comfort in me, you will only be disappointed," Jun Xiaoyao muttered. Although the demon-masked woman's backup plan had indeed helped him many times. However, this did not mean that Jun Xiaoyao would become someone's substitute. He was just Jun Xiaoyao, not anyone else. If the demon-masked woman wanted to find the shadow of someone familiar in him, she would be disappointed. As for the so-called reincarnation, Jun Xiaoyao did not comment. He did not think that he was anyone's reincarnation. Of course, the demon-masked woman had done him a favor. Strictly speaking, the opportunities in the Bronze Immortal Palace were given to him by the demon-masked woman. Because of this, Jun Xiaoyao would find a way to find the demon-masked woman in the future and resolve the entanglement of karma. This little brother Xiaoyao seems to have some personality, a cripple sighed as he watched Jun Xiaoyao burn the painting. Who cares if he has a personality or not? We can finally leave the Immortal Palace. The parrot was very excited, and all its feathers stood up. Warriors at their level were all ancestor-like existences in the undying powers. They were supposed to be high and mighty, ruling over the endless immortal domain. However, the four of them were willing to guard the Bronze Immortal Palace for an eternity, just to wait for the arrival of a fated one. Of course, an old blind man and the others were willing to do this. The demon-masked woman did not force them. "Have you forgotten the master's orders? We have to listen to the orders of the fated one," Fan Xionyang said. The three of them and the bird didn't have any blood relatives to begin with. After guarding the Immortal Palace for endless years, it was even more impossible for them to establish contact with anyone in the outside world. Therefore, even if they went out, they had nothing to do. Fan Xionyang, on the other hand, was more than willing to stay by Jun Xiaoyao's side and watch the fun. Of course, there was no lack of other thoughts. "You make it sound so dignified. You're just lusting after that brat's body." "Humph, vulgar." The parrot snorted coldly. "So what if I'm vulgar? UF * king idiot." Fan Xionyang cursed with her hands on her hips. She didn't look like a high and mighty supreme being expert at all. Instead, she looked like a shrew cursing on the streets. It was hard to imagine that these four were the peak-level experts that guarded Immortal Palace. Jun Xiaoyao also sighed. "You can't judge a book by its cover. Regardless, we should still listen to the master's orders. If it wasn't for her." An old blind man released a light sigh. Not too long ago, countless years ago, he was still just a blind old beggar on the streets that no one pitied. It was that tall and slender woman who wore a demon mask who saw him and took pity on him, having him follow by her side as an old servant. A cripple also sighed. He was originally one of the common people, but his enemies sought revenge on him, breaking his legs, leaving him to wander about in dire straits. If it wasn't for him encountering the master, he might have died in some unknown corner. Fang Xionyang also entered a reminiscence. She came from a poor background, originally a geisha in the Red House. She suffered all types of humiliation and belittlement from others. When she was almost humiliated by a divine flame realm cultivator, it was that woman who wore a demon mask who appeared, saving her. Only then did Fang Xionyang follow her wholeheartedly. There was also the pencil-feathered parrot. It recalled the terrifying memories of being pressed onto a chopping board, almost being made into braised chicken. It was the demon mask woman who appeared. When she saw its stubborn appearance of survival, she saved it, raising it by her side like a pet. Meanwhile now, the blind old servant, a cripple, the Red House geisha, and the pet parrot all became supreme being experts. They also abided by their promise, guarding Immortal Palace, searching for the fated one. An old blind man said to Jun Xiaoyao, "Little kid, regardless of what kind of relationship you have with the master, right now, you are the fated one. The four of us will also listen to your orders. As long as it isn't something too excessive, we will agree." When Jun Xiaoyao heard this, he was also stunned. Did he just obtain 4 Supreme Being level servants? This was something he didn't even dare think about. Even if Jun Xiaoyao was the respected son of God of the Jun family, Jian family's young master, there was no way he would let a Supreme Being be his servant. But now, the 4 of them in front of him actually listened to his orders. This was a huge gain. No Supreme Being would condescend to be someone else's servant, not to mention Jun Xiaoyao, who was only a sage. In their eyes, sages were just slightly bigger ants. Of course, this was because of the demon mask woman. Otherwise, the 4 of them wouldn't have bothered with Jun Xiaoyao. At most, only Fang Xionyang was willing to play with Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was also very self-aware. He didn't become arrogant and condescending because of this. Instead, he slightly cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness. I naturally won't order you around. If you don't mind, after leaving Immortal Palace, you can come to my Jun family as a guest." Jun Xiaoyao's words were modest and appropriate. An old blind man and the others' expressions softened a little. If Jun Xiaoyao was really that kind of person who didn't know what was good for him, they would be displeased. "Haha, little brother Xiaoyao is really polite. In that case, I'll be a guest in your room tonight." Fang Xionyang giggled. Jun Xiaoyao blushed with shame. After that, Jun Xiaoyao also asked about the sage tribulation. He also received an answer from an old blind man and the others. It turned out that the Bronze Immortal Palace could isolate and shield the rules of heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao was in the Bronze Immortal Palace and was tainted with the aura of the Bronze Immortal Palace. The sage tribulation couldn't sense it and naturally wouldn't descend. Of course, if Jun Xiaoyao wanted, they could also remove the aura of the Bronze Immortal Palace from Jun Xiaoyao's body and let the sage tribulation descend. Compared to the sage tribulation, I think you should be more interested in another thing. An old blind man smacked his lips and said, "What's the matter?" Jun Xiaoyao was curious. "The immortal ancient world." An old blind man said. "The immortal ancient world?" Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. An old blind man shook his head and said, "You're really a kid who doesn't know how lucky you are. I was going to refine the immortal ancient spirit, but I gave it to you in the end. You've completely refined the immortal ancient spirit in the past 2 years. Otherwise, how could your primordial spirit have made a breakthrough?" "I see." Jun Xiaoyao was enlightened. He finally understood why the power of his primordial spirit had soared so much. It turned out that he had refined the immortal ancient spirit. After carefully digesting an old blind man's words, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have thought of something and his eyes lit up. "Senior, you mean that I've completely refined the immortal ancient spirit? To a certain extent, I'm the will of the immortal ancient world?" "That's right." An old blind man nodded. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath. He had become the will of the immortal ancient world. What did this mean? It meant that Jun Xiaoyao was the supreme ruler of the immortal ancient world. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel, smiley face. The immortal ancient world was not originally a training ground for geniuses, but a prison for the sinners. The prison was guarded by the will of the immortal ancient world, or rather, the spirit of the immortal ancient. Now, Jun Xiaoyao had completely refined the spirit of the immortal ancient, which meant that his will had become the will of the immortal ancient world. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao was now the ruler of the immortal ancient world. All living things in the immortal ancient world were under the control of Jun Xiaoyao. This did not mean that Jun Xiaoyao was stronger than all living things in the immortal ancient world. Instead, he could use the rules of the immortal ancient world to bind and even kill any living things in the immortal ancient world. To put it more bluntly, Jun Xiaoyao was the god of the immortal ancient world. Jun Xiaoyao knew what this meant. The races in the immortal ancient world were an extremely terrifying force. Other races aside, the four great races of the immortal ancient world were a terrifying force comparable to the immortal forces. The dragon human race, the ancient sorcerer race, the beauty race, and the three-eyed sacred race. These four great races all had supreme being level cultivators, but they were restricted by the rules of the immortal ancient world and could not leave their ancestral lands. Not only were there supreme being level cultivators, but there were also many cultivators above the saint realm. It could be said that the four great races, except for the lack of imperial weapons and resources, were close to the immortal forces in terms of the number of cultivators. Not to mention, there were many other races in the immortal ancient world. They might not have any particularly powerful cultivators, but together, they were enough to shake the Huangtian mystic realm. Jun Xiaoyao was a smart man. There was no way he wouldn't know just how terrifying the power he had at his disposal was. Little brother Xiaoyao, what do you plan to do next? Fang Xionyang asked with great interest. Let's go to the immortal ancient world first. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. He would be a fool not to take advantage of the situation. Jun Xiaoyao was now the god of the immortal ancient world. All the races in the immortal ancient world were his prisoners, even the supreme beings were no exception. Jun Xiaoyao could not turn a blind eye to this power. Logically speaking, after the immortal ancient world disappeared, unless it appeared on its own, no one could enter the immortal ancient world. But Jun Xiaoyao was different. He had replaced the will of the immortal ancient world. Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit moved slightly, and locked onto the spatial coordinates of the immortal ancient world. Senior, can you activate the Bronze Divine Hall? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Even though Jun Xiaoyao was now a saint and could shatter the void with just a wave of his hand, he was still a saint. The immortal ancient world was. The ancient world was ancient immortal. Ancient world, ancient immortal ancient, the ancient immortal immortal. Of course. Old Blind nodded slightly. Was immortal ancient god immortal now that the fated person had been found? The bronze immortal palace naturally belonged to Jun Xiaoyao. An old blind man, a cripple, the parrot, and Fang Xionyang controlled the bronze immortal palace to travel through the endless void. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a smile. Those who were familiar with Jun Xiaoyao knew that his smile was dangerous. If he wasn't thinking about how to scheme, he was thinking about how to kill. Speaking of which, Jun Xiaoyao did not have a good impression of the immortal ancient races. Apart from his slightly better relationship with the beauty races Li Qiushui, he had conflicts with the other three great immortal ancient races. Jun Xiaoyao sighed and said, I hope you guys are sensible. Otherwise, it would be a pity to kill all of you. Of course, this was the most extreme situation. As long as those immortal ancient clans were tactful, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't mind showing them a bit of pity. After all, dead people were worthless. The reason why Jun Xiaoyao wanted to take control of the immortal ancient clans was because of this. It was because he had an idea in his mind. He wanted to form a force that belonged to him for fun. That's right, it was just for fun. Jun Xiaoyao was the young master of the Son of God, who was respected by the Jiang family and the Jun family. He didn't need to form a force. With his status, he could mobilize the various forces of the two great families. However, Jun Xiaoyao still hoped to form a force that was completely under his control. And those immortal ancient races were no doubt ready-made resources. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was plotting his next move, a voice rang out. In the immortal ancient world, an atmosphere of despair pervaded. After the immortal ancient spirit was suppressed into the bronze immortal palace, the rules of the immortal ancient world didn't disappear. Instead, they were completely locked and couldn't be changed. Unless the will of the immortal ancient world reappeared, the rules could be changed. But was that possible? As one of the seven wonders, the bronze immortal palace had drifted through the ages. No one knew where it would appear next. Even if it appeared again, it was almost impossible for it to appear in the immortal ancient world. Therefore, the beings of the immortal ancient races were in complete despair. They would never be able to leave this cage for the rest of their lives. Why is it like this? How long do we have to pay for the sins of our ancestors? In the beauty tribe's ancestral land, a beautiful woman in a palace dress raised her slender neck and sighed. She was the leader of the beauty tribe's true ancestor. Her name was Xianxia, and her strength was at the level of a great heavenly venerate. It could be said that great heavenly venerates were the absolute top experts in both the immortal ancient world and the nine heavens immortal realm. Great heavenly venerates were definitely at the level of a great heavenly venerate in the immortal ancient world. However, so what if they had the strength to reach the heavens? Due to the restrictions of the immortal ancient world, the Xianxia, the beauty tribe's true ancestor, could only move around within the boundaries of the ancestral land even though she was a great heavenly venerate. Under such circumstances, the stronger one was, the more sorrowful they felt. They were like caged beasts. Previously, Xianxia still had one hope. Perhaps their sins would be forgiven in the future. Perhaps the will of the immortal ancient world could release them. But now, even this last hope was gone. They could only be pitiful prisoners for generations to come. Great true ancestor, don't be sad, Xianxia is still with you. Beside the dawn immortal was a young girl with delicate eyes and a beautiful appearance that was like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. If Xianxia was here, he would notice that she looked very similar to the young ruler of the beauty tribe, Xianxia. You silly child, the son of god of the Jun clan found a few immortal ancient badges. You could have left the immortal ancient world with your sister, why didn't you go? The Xianxia sighed. The beautiful girl was Xiaoxia's younger sister, Xiaoyue. Previously, Xianxia had found a few immortal ancient badges in the heaven-forbidden ruins. Although they could not allow the Xianxia and the other true ancestors to leave, they could allow the younger generation to leave the immortal ancient world. Originally, Xiaoyue was supposed to leave with her sister. However, in the end, Xiaoyue refused. What's the point of going? Sister's talent is exceptional, and she can make a name for herself outside. But Xiaoyue's talent is not great, and my strength is not great either. If I go outside, I'll only be a burden to sister. Xiaoyue's only use is to accompany great true ancestor in the immortal ancient world, said Xiaoyue obediently. You child. The Xianxia's eyes were filled with pain. She knew that there was another reason why Xiaoyue did not leave. She wanted to give the immortal ancient badges to other talented clansmen. There were not many kind-hearted girls like Xiaoyue left. As if she had thought of something, the Xianxia suddenly said, if you give up the chance to leave the immortal ancient world, doesn't that mean you will never see the Jun clan son of God? Hearing Xianxia's words, Xiaoyue blushed and hastily explained, True ancestor, what are you talking about? Child, what are you hiding from me for? Weren't you secretly observing the battle in the Xiantian mountain range? Did you fall in love with the Jun family's son of God at first sight? Teased the Xianxia. Sometimes, teasing this little girl could also relieve his depressed mood. True ancestor, how could I? Xiaoyue's face was red, but she didn't have the strength to defend herself. There's no need to explain anything. That Jun family's son of God is truly a dragon among men. If I were a few tens of thousands of years younger, perhaps I would also be tempted, laughed the Xianxia. She was very beautiful and elegant. She looked to be in her 30s or 40s. However, a cultivator's age wasn't determined by their appearance. Hearing Xianxia's teasing, Xiaoyue's ears turned red and she remained silent. It was impossible for her not to be tempted. Xiaoyue had never been to the outside world and had very little contact with the opposite sex. She was very pure. In this kind of situation, seeing an outstanding man like Jun Xiaoyao was like a princess in a castle seeing a prince on a white horse. Xiaoyue had also secretly observed the battle in the Xiantian mountain range. Jun Xiaoyao was like an immortal that had descended to this world. His every movement was without the slightest trace of anger, but he was able to casually kill all his enemies. That kind of carefree and domineering appearance had completely captured Xiaoyue's heart. Adding on the fact that Jun Xiaoyao had helped her sister find the immortal ancient decree, her good impression of him had deepened. Unfortunately, Li Qiuyue was too pure and timid. Let alone talking to Jun Xiaoyao, she had never even met Jun Xiaoyao. She only dared to secretly observe. After Jun Xiaoyao entered the Bronze Immortal Palace and didn't come out, Li Qiuyue had cried for a long time. The Li Xian could only comfort her that Jun Xiaoyao would definitely escape and safely return to the outside world. Only then did Li Qiuyue stop crying. What's the point? I won't be able to see the Son of God again. Even if I did, he probably wouldn't like me. Li Qiuyue lowered her head. She knew her own limits. Although her appearance wasn't bad, it was impossible for her to match such an immortal like him. Silly girl. Li Xian rubbed Li Qiuyue's head, her eyes filled with heartache and pity. If possible, she really wanted the divine child of the Jun family to meet Li Qiuyue, even if it was just to comfort her. Just at this moment, a rumbling sound rang out from the skies of the immortal ancient world. Li Xian. After the immortal ancient world went into hiding, it would maintain absolute isolation. No one would be able to find it. And even if you could only wait for the next opening of the immortal ancient world. This was the restriction of the immortal ancient world. However, at this moment, a mysterious rumble came from the sky of the immortal ancient world. This shocked even a grand empyrean like the Dawn Immortal. Qiuyue, take a group of people and go investigate. See what's going on, ordered the Li Xian. As the beauty tribe's true ancestor, she couldn't leave the ancestral land. She could only rely on Li Qiuyue and the others. Yes, Qiuyue obeys. Li Qiuyue nodded. She was also very curious. Could there be some kind of change in the immortal ancient world? It wasn't just the beauty tribe that was alarmed. The other 3 immortal ancient races also had ancestors that sensed this fluctuation. They all sent people to investigate. The other immortal ancient races were also alarmed. Some of their people began to investigate. In an instant, the immortal ancient world, which had fallen into despair, regained some commotion. Just as the entire immortal ancient world was in an uproar again, a figure silently appeared in the sky. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he had a slender figure. His appearance was handsome like a celestial being, and his entire body gave off a perfect and flawless feeling of being in harmony with the Tao. It was as if he was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, the darling of the heavens and earth. He represented perfection. It was Jun Xiaoyao, who had returned to the immortal ancient world. After Jun Xiaoyao refined the immortal ancient spirit, he was equivalent to the will of the immortal ancient world. Others couldn't enter the immortal ancient world, but he could. Moreover, he could change the laws of the immortal ancient world at will. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't prepared to do that now. He still had to subdue the immortal ancient races and use them for himself. After returning to the immortal ancient world, Jun Xiaoyao felt different again. He seemed to have become the will of the heavenly Tao. He could sense the location of all the living beings in the immortal ancient world, as well as their emotions. There were also some opportunities in the immortal ancient world that hadn't been discovered yet. Jun Xiaoyao could also sense them at will. Simply put, Jun Xiaoyao was like the god of the immortal ancient world. The number of experts in the immortal ancient races is far beyond my imagination. As for those opportunities, they can be discovered in the future. They will become the foundation and resources for me to establish my force, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. He had already begun to pave the way for establishing his force. Although it was just for fun, he still had to play a little trick. By the way, which race's ancestral land should I go to first? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. After thinking for a while, Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, "Let's go to the dragon human race first." Jun Xiaoyao was more than familiar with the method of making an example of the dragon human race. These immortal ancient races obviously wouldn't submit to him so easily. Since that was the case, he had to establish his authority. The dragon human race was undoubtedly the one with the greatest grudge and friction with Jun Xiaoyao. Therefore, he could only start with the dragon human race. Jun Xiaoyao mourned for the dragon human race in his heart for a while, then his figure flashed and he broke through the void. Jun Xiaoyao was now at the sage realm and could break through the void for a short period of time. Outside the ancestral land of the dragon human race, many young geniuses were patrolling. The previous commotion had also attracted the attention of the dragon human race. What was that tremor in the sky? Could it be that someone has entered the immortal ancient world again? A dragon-human genius wondered. How is that possible? The immortal ancient world is closed and no one can find it. Even if they can find it, they can't enter, another dragon-human genius said. Do you guys think that Jun Xiaoyao, who was trapped in the bronze immortal palace, has returned? Someone else joked. Haha, your joke is really funny. The dragon-human geniuses present all laughed. They didn't have a good impression of Jun Xiaoyao, who had killed Crown Prince Ao Guang. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao had died in the bronze immortal palace, they were happier than anyone else. The scene was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Right at this moment, an indifferent and warm voice suddenly resounded from the sky. What are you guys talking about? Why are you laughing so happily? Why don't you let the Son of God hear it? A young figure tore through the sky and descended like a deity. Hearing this voice, the dragon-human geniuses present all subconsciously raised their heads. Then, they saw the young godlike figure shrouded in a dazzling light. There was dead silence. Jun Xiaoyao's snow-white robes fluttered in the wind as he stood in the void. Dao patterns surged around his body and tens of thousands of rays of light appeared. He really looked like the son of an immortal emperor, the descendant of a god, with a sacred, transcendent, and supreme aura. It's Jun Xiaoyao? A dragon-human race genius's eyes popped out when he saw this. He was so shocked that he couldn't even speak properly. He wasn't the only one. The other dragon-human race geniuses also looked as if they had seen a ghost and their faces were full of disbelief. That's right, they really looked as if they had seen a ghost. Didn't Jun Xiaoyao die in the bronze immortal palace? How could he appear in front of them now? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Some dragon-human race geniuses rubbed their eyes desperately, but Jun Xiaoyao's figure was still standing in the sky. Why are you so surprised to see me, the son of God? Jun Xiaoyao smiled and looked calm and gentle. But the dragon-human race geniuses present didn't think so. Jun Xiaoyao's fierce name had completely spread throughout the immortal ancient world. In the immortal ancient world, no one didn't know about Jun Xiaoyao. In the eyes of the immortal ancient creatures, Jun Xiaoyao was synonymous with the god of death. Didn't you die in the bronze immortal palace? A dragon-human race genius cried out involuntarily. Die? Unless I, the son of God, want to die, who can take my life? Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Heavens, even the bronze immortal palace couldn't kill him. A dragon-human race genius wailed in his heart. They were just joking that Jun Xiaoyao couldn't have returned, right? But now, it turned out to be true. Jun Xiaoyao, you killed His Highness the Crown Prince and still dare to appear in the ancestral land of the dragon-human race openly. Do you want to die? A dragon-human race. Woman's eyes were full of naked hatred. Just like Zulong, the dragon-human race had different bloodlines. This woman from the dragon-human clan was a member of Crown Prince Ao Guang's bloodline. Do you have a death wish? Jun Xiaoyao looked at the woman. With the same warm smile on his face, he slowly stretched out a hand. In an instant, the aura of the saint realm erupted. His body was still tainted by the aura of the bronze immortal palace, so the sage tribulation did not descend. However, this did not mean that Jun Xiaoyao was not a saint. Boom, as Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his hand, a giant hand made of intertwined Dao runes came crashing down. The female dragon-human race woman was horrified. She didn't even have time to scream before she was squashed into a meat patty. The skyprides of the dragon-human race present were all dumbfounded. At this moment, the aura emanating from Jun Xiaoyao's body made their minds go blank. The aura of a saint? After a short moment of blankness, there was an incredulous shock. This is impossible. Many skyprides of the dragon-human race cried out in shock. When Jun Xiaoyao was in the immortal ancient world, his cultivation level was at the Dao God realm and he was already extremely talented. However, now, damn it, he had become a saint. Even if he was on a rocket, it was impossible to cultivate so quickly. What kind of secret technique did you use? Some skyprides of the dragon-human race cried out in disbelief. If you don't believe me, then try it again. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and did not even make a move. The aura of a saint crushed the bodies of the skyprides of the dragon-human race, causing blood to splatter everywhere. These sky brides of the dragon human race were worthless trash in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. They did not even have the right to join his forces. Run. He really is a saint, oh my god. Let's go back to the ancestral land. Even if Jun Xiaoyao is a saint, he would never dare to step into our ancestral land. Some sky brides of the dragon human race cried out in alarm and began to flee in panic toward the ancestral land. The experts of the dragon human race were all in the ancestral land. Jun Xiaoyao had the ability to kill these sky brides of the dragon human race, but he did not do so. It was as if he was looking at a white mouse in a cage. His eyes were filled with mockery. Do you think that I would not dare to step into the ancestral land of the dragon human race? What a joke. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. He really sympathized with these sky brides of the dragon human race. They knew nothing about Jun Xiaoyao's abilities. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was massacring the sky brides of the dragon human race in front of the ancestral land. This commotion was also heard by the spies of the other races in the vicinity. For a time, many races began to gather at the ancestral land of the dragon human race. In another place, a group of young creatures with a third eye between their eyebrows also received the news. What, there's a commotion at the dragon human race? Could it be related to the tremors in the sky? These creatures were the sky brides of the three-eyed sacred clan. After receiving the news, they also rushed to the dragon human race. The sky brides of the ancient sorcerer race also received the news and rushed to the dragon human race as fast as they could. There's a commotion at the dragon human race. Who dares to cause trouble at the dragon human race? Li Qiuyue was ordered by Li Xian to investigate the situation. She also received the news. Let's go and take a look. Li Qiuyue also rushed to the ancestral land of the dragon human race with a group of sky brides of the beauty race. For a time, the ancestral land of the dragon human race seemed to have become the center of the immortal ancient world. Many races also rushed there. The reason for such a commotion was that many people linked this matter to the abnormal tremors in the sky just now. For these immortal ancient races who yearned for freedom, any abnormality would attract their attention. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao had already arrived at the ancestral land of the dragon human race. Previously, a small number of sky brides of the dragon human race had also escaped into the ancestral land. After entering the ancestral land, these sky brides of the dragon human race heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they looked at Jun Xiaoyao, who had just arrived, with a mocking look on their faces. The powerhouses of the dragon human race could not leave the ancestral land. However, as long as Jun Xiaoyao dared to step into the ancestral land, they could guarantee that Jun Xiaoyao would not be able to walk out alive. Jun Xiaoyao, although I don't know what method you used to temporarily reach the sage realm, this is the ancestral land of the dragon human race. You will die if you step in. That's right, aren't you very powerful? If you have the guts, then come in. That's right, come here. Another sky bride of the dragon human race hooked his finger at Jun Xiaoyao with a provocative look. When Jun Xiaoyao saw this, he shook his head indifferently and said, "Idiot." Then, he looked at the sky brides of the dragon human race. The three lives primordial spirits in his mind shook and released fluctuations. The sky brides of the dragon human race who had mocked and ridiculed him had their primordial spirits destroyed one by one. Their heads exploded like bloody fireworks. How dare you? A cold voice rang out from the ancestral land of the dragon human race, and the aura of a sage erupted. The sage of the dragon human race had appeared. At this moment, the other great immortal ancient races also arrived at the ancestral land of the dragon human race. The people of the three-eyed sacred tribe and the ancient sorcerer tribe were all present. Li Qiuyue also led the sky brides of the beauty tribe to this place. However, when she looked over and saw the immortal-like silhouette in white, her mind shook and went completely blank. Wasn't this the person she had been longing for day and night? It's Lord Son of God. Li Qiuyue covered her pink lips with her jade-like hand. She was surprised, astonished, and overjoyed. Ever since Jun Xiaoyao disappeared with the bronze immortal palace, Li Qiuyue thought that she would never see Jun Xiaoyao again. Even if Jun Xiaoyao escaped from the bronze immortal palace, he would never be able to return to the immortal ancient world. But now, the figure standing in the wind with his clothes fluttering in the wind was none other than Jun Xiaoyao. Li Qiuyue was a little excited and covered her mouth with her jade-like hands. It's really the son of God of the Jun family. Not only did he come out of the Bronze Immortal Palace, but he also returned to the immortal ancient world. What's going on? There was no one in the immortal ancient world who did not know of Jun Xiaoyao. When the many creatures of the immortal ancient world saw Jun Xiaoyao reappear, they were all stunned and fell into shock. Jun Xiaoyao was calm when he saw the appearance of so many immortal ancient races. This was what he wanted to see. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Who was the monkey? Of course, it was the immortal ancient races. Jun Xiaoyao, how dare you act so presumptuously in the ancestral land of the dragon human race? A few figures with powerful auras appeared. They were the elders of the dragon human race. There were quasi-saints and saints among them. Their auras were extremely powerful. Seeing the corpses of the dragon human race prodigies on the ground, the elders of the dragon human race looked extremely cold. The few surviving dragon human race prodigies heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the elders. With the elders of the dragon human race present, Jun Xiaoyao could not act presumptuously. Finally, someone decent has come out. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent. Jun Xiaoyao, although I don't know how you came out of the Bronze Immortal Palace and returned to the immortal ancient world, you are too naive to act presumptuously in the dragon human race. A saint elder of the dragon human race stepped out. I, the son of God, am too lazy to say more. I'll give you two choices. First, submit to me, the son of God, and be my slave forever. Second, wipe out your entire race and cut off your bloodline. Leave no one alive. Jun Xiaoyao flung his sleeves, his tone cold and emotionless. When these words were spoken, all of Immortal Ancient's creatures were stupefied. Did I hear wrongly? Jun Xiaoyao wants to enslave the entire dragon human race. Did Jun Xiaoyao go crazy in the Bronze Immortal Palace? How could he say such words? Not only were the dragon people dumbfounded, but the creatures of the other races present could not help but exclaim in surprise. They seriously suspected that Jun Xiaoyao had damaged his brain in the Bronze Immortal Palace. Otherwise, why would he propose such a ridiculous condition? Lord Son of God. Li Qiuyue and the other prodigies of the beauty tribe were also in disbelief. Although they had no ill feelings towards Jun Xiaoyao, they felt that Jun Xiaoyao was a little too naive. Seeing this reaction, Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained calm. He looked around and said, "This son of God's choice is not limited to the Dragon Man race, but to all races of Immortal Ancient. You only have two choices. Submit, or die." When these words came out, the faces of the creatures of Immortal Ancient who were watching the show completely darkened. Haha, interesting, really interesting. It seems that you really damaged your brain in the Bronze Immortal Palace. You want to subdue the Dragon Man race? Sure. But do you dare to step into the ancestral land and fight with me? The saint of the Dragon Man race was so angry that he laughed. Why not? Jun Xiaoyao put his hands behind his back and was about to step into the ancestral land of the Dragon Man race. Lord Son of God, you can't. Li Qiuyue could not help but stand up and cry out when she saw this scene. Jun Xiaoyao calmly turned his gaze and saw a somewhat familiar face. Is it someone related to Li Qiuyue? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. However, under such circumstances, it was already very good that Li Qiuyue could bravely stand up and warn him. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly at Li Qiuyue and then continued to step into the ancestral land. Li Qiuyue was extremely anxious. That was the saint of the Dragon Man race. How could Jun Xiaoyao deal with him? What should we do? The experts of the beauty race can't leave the ancestral land. Li Qiuyue was burning with anxiety. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao step into the ancestral land, the elder of the Dragon Man race revealed a sinister look on his face. Kid, pay for my crown prince's life. The elder of the Dragon Man race stretched out his hand and the dermic power of the Saint Realm vibrated out, turning into a dermic power dragon claw that grabbed at Jun Xiaoyao. The space around Jun Xiaoyao was torn apart as the claw came down. Li Qiuyue subconsciously covered her eyes, not wanting to see what was going to happen next. However, there was a trace of cold disdain in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. His body shook, and the aura of the Saint Realm also erupted. At the same time, the 100,000 divine elephant particles in his body nurtured a terrifying power. Vigorous chi and blood soared into the sky and turned into a terrifying primordial divine elephant. This was not an illusion, but a manifestation of the true power of the primordial divine elephant. It was the true body of the divine elephant. Divine elephant sky crumbling tackle. Jun Xiaoyao activated the divine elephant true body, and the primordial divine elephant's trunk curled up, roaring into the sky, causing the stars in the sky to fall. The entire primordial divine elephant true body charged out, as if it could destroy the heavens. The dragon claw was directly smashed into pieces. The primordial divine elephant true body did not lose its momentum and charged toward the elder of the Dragon Man race. How is this possible? The elder of the Dragon Man race's expression changed abruptly. It was incomparably pale, and there was an unprecedented shock. It was as if he was facing an ancient peerless ferocious beast. In the next moment, the primordial divine elephant true body charged forward, and the power of 100,000 divine elephants erupted, which was far more than 10 billion kilograms of divine power. In addition to Jun Xiaoya's Saint Realm cultivation, he directly destroyed the elder of the Dragon Man race's physical body and primordial spirit. The elder of the Dragon Man race's Saint Realm had fallen. All of the immortal ancient beings who saw this scene felt as if their souls had been sucked out, leaving only their lifeless bodies. The prides of the three-eyed sacred clan and the ancient sorcerer race were also extremely frightened. What did they see? Jun Xiaoyao killed a Saint Realm elder in an instant. One had to know that not long ago, Jun Xiaoyao was only the strongest of the younger generation. But now, even a Saint Realm elder was killed by Jun Xiaoyao in an instant. This completely subverted their imaginations. Lord Son of God is actually so powerful. Li Chunyua's beautiful eyes trembled, and her rosy lips were wide open. She was still afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would die in the hands of the elder of the Dragon Man race. But now, the one who died was the elder of the Dragon Man race. How can this be? How can Jun Xiaoyao be so strong? The other elders of the Dragon Man race were all dumbfounded. Even if Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation was heaven-defying and had reached the Saint Realm. But even if they were both at the Saint Realm, it was impossible for him to kill someone so casually. What did this mean? Although Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation was at the Saint Realm, his true strength was far beyond the Saint Realm. If they knew that Jun Xiaoyao had not even passed the Saint Tribulation, they would probably be even more shocked. Not bad, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly, making an evaluation of his own strength. This elder of the dragon human race was one of the most ordinary saints in the Saint Realm. Do you want to give it a try too? Jun Xiaoyao looked at the remaining elders of the Dragon Man race. Sage to be and Sage to be were the pillars of power in a first-rate force. Jun Xiaoyao did not want to waste this resource. Of course, if they did not know what was good for them, Jun Xiaoyao did not mind killing them. What's going on with you? The elders of the Dragon Man race were no longer as arrogant as before, and their attitudes changed drastically. Only the strong had the right to be respected. Your choice is still here, submit or die. Jun Xiaoyao was too lazy to explain anything. Boom, at this moment, an astonishing aura erupted from the depths of the ancestral land of the Dragon Man race. It was the might of a supreme. Oh no, Lord Son of God has alarmed the supreme ancestor of the Dragon Man race. Li Chunyua's face turned pale. Even if Jun Xiaoyao had returned in defiance of the heavens and possessed the terrifying cultivation of the Saint Realm. But this time it was a supreme ancestor who had appeared. No matter how heaven-defying Jun Xiaoyao was, it was impossible for him to deal with a supreme ancestor. In the depths of the ancestral land of the dragon human clan, a terrifying supreme being aura erupted, causing the heavens to lose their color and the universe to tremble. Little brat, my dragon human clan is not a place where you can behave atrociously. A cold voice filled with killing intent rang out, and a figure slowly stepped out from the depths of the ancestral land. Jun Xiaoyao actually alarmed the dragon human clan's supreme being ancestor. If I were Jun Xiaoyao, I would immediately retreat from the ancestral land and still be fine. Many of the immortal ancient creatures were shocked. A supreme being ancestor did not appear often. However, what surprised everyone was that Jun Xiaoyao had not left the ancestral land yet, and he was just standing there leisurely with his hands behind his back. Crazy, Jun Xiaoyao is definitely crazy. Even a sage is like an ant in front of a supreme being. He is too arrogant. Does he really think he can deal with a supreme being? Seeing the leisurely Jun Xiaoyao, the immortal ancient creatures were all shocked. Lord Son of God. Li Qiuyue was also extremely nervous. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was facing a supreme great ancestor who stood high above the masses. The supreme being ancestor of the dragon human clan was a golden-robed old man with a golden dragon horn on his forehead. His expression was extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Jun Xiaoyao. That supreme being ancestor seems to be ancestor Ao Tianming from Crown Prince Ao Guang's line. Jun Xiaoyao is completely finished. Seeing the golden-robed old man, many people could not help but exclaim. This was ancestor Ao Tianming from Ao Guang's line, and Ao Guang had fallen at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. Therefore, one could imagine Jun Xiaoyao's current situation. This is great, ancestor Ao Tianming is here, and we can finally punish this villain. Seeing this, the skyprides and elders of the dragon human clan were filled with hope. No matter how strong Jun Xiaoyao was, it was impossible for him to deal with a supreme being. Little brat, I did not look for you to settle the score with Ao Guang, but you took the initiative to come knocking on my door. Ao Tianming's voice was cold, and his gaze was chilling. Old thing, watch your mouth. If not for the fact that you loaches have some value, I, son of God, would have destroyed you. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was also extremely cold. You are courting death. Ao Tianming did not say anything else when he saw what was happening. He pointed his finger at Jun Xiaoyao. With his supreme being, using supreme being. He supreme being ancestor supreme being. All immortal ancient creatures was with supreme being. Supreme being, he, supreme being supreme. Divine chains of order appeared in the void around him and swept across, directly cutting off Ao Tianming's outstretched finger, As the supreme being's blood spilled out, Ao Tianming was completely dumbfounded. This is, the power of the laws of the immortal ancient world. How is this possible? Why would the laws of the immortal ancient world stop this ancestor from killing you? Ao Tianming cried out involuntarily as he clutched his severed finger. Even though he was a lesser heavenly venerable, he was still a prisoner of the immortal ancient world. It wasn't only Ao Tianming, all of the other immortal ancient creatures felt their fine hairs stand on end when they sensed this wave of natural law force, as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. This was precisely the immortal ancient law power that had restricted their ancestors for generations. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao has received the protection of the immortal ancient world? An immortal ancient creature cried out involuntarily. If that wasn't the case, why would the rules of the immortal ancient world protect Jun Xiaoyao? Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently, the will of this Son of God is the will of the immortal ancient world. Those who go against me shall die. As Jun Xiaoyao's voice fell, he slowly raised his hand and clenched it at Ao Tianming. In an instant, countless divine chains of order appeared in the skies of the immortal ancient world. Numerous divine chains of order intertwined with each other, forming an airtight formation as they descended upon Ao Tianming. Impossible. What right do you have to represent the will of the immortal ancient world? Ao Tianming roared into the sky, his lesser heavenly venerable cultivation erupting to the extreme. He even displayed the radiant sacred dragon Dharma idol. That aura was about to cause the universe to collapse. How terrifying was the full power of a lesser heavenly venerable when he attacked. However, no matter what level an expert was at, they were all restricted by the laws of the immortal ancient world. Poof. Poof. Poof, numerous divine chains of order directly pierced through the radiant sacred dragon Dharma idol and pierced through Ao Tianming's heavenly venerable body. Drops of supreme venerable blood fell, smashing deep pits in the ground. The surrounding immortal ancient creatures all retreated in fear, as if they were witnessing the arrival of the end of the world. That was a lesser heavenly venerable, not some random cat or dog. However, at this moment, his body was pierced through by numerous divine chains of order, as if he was a prisoner. No, how is this possible? Ao Tianming's eyes bulged in disbelief. He was a lesser heavenly venerable, yet he was reduced to such a sorry state by a saint. Heh, you're just a lowly prisoner. Do you really think you're a high and mighty heavenly venerable? Jun Xiaoyao sneered. His eyes were indifferent and expressionless. The best way to make an example out of someone was to kill a true supreme venerable ancestor. Only then would it serve as a deterrent. Jun family, son of God, please stop. At this moment, an old voice sounded from the depths of the dragon human race's ancestral land. At the same time, another terrifying aura erupted. Another supreme venerable ancestor. All the creatures of the immortal ancient were shocked. Supreme venerable ancestors, who were rarely seen, were now appearing one after another. And all of this was because of Jun Xiaoyao. A green-robed elder with dragon horns on his head appeared once again. His aura was even more profound than Ao Tianming's. It was a horrifying greater heavenly venerable. The one in power is finally here. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. Jun family, son of God, please stop for now, the green-robed elder said. There was also a faint hint of surprise in his old eyes. He had never heard of anyone who could control the will of the immortal ancient world. However, the scene before him was an ironclad fact. Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change when he heard that. His outstretched palms abruptly closed. The countless divine chains of order in the surrounding void instantly pierced through Ao Tianming. Poof. 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 Ao Tianming's heavenly venerable body was pierced through like a sieve, and his primordial spirit was directly crushed by the laws of the immortal ancient world. A lesser heavenly venerable had fallen. Dead silence. All the creatures of the immortal ancient were extremely shocked. They thought that after the greater heavenly venerable ancestor of the dragon human race appeared, Jun Xiaoyao would show some respect and restrain himself. Who would have thought that Jun Xiaoyao would directly kill Ao Tianming? Wasn't this too much? Jun Xiaoyao, you. The dragon human race supreme venerable was so angry that his old face was twitching slightly. Sorry, my hand slipped, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. His hand slipped. Hearing this reason, all the creatures of the immortal ancient were stunned. A casual slip of the hand and a lesser heavenly venerable's life was gone. His hand was ridiculously slippery. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel, smiley face. Jun Xiaoyao's hand had not slipped. Ao Tianming had to die. Firstly, he needed someone to make an example out of. Secondly, it was because of the relationship between Ao Tianming and Crown Prince Ao Guang. If he killed Ao Guang, Ao Tianming would always harbor evil intentions, so it was better to just kill him. As for the other branches of the dragon human race, they were not particularly close to Ao Guang, so Jun Xiaoyao was confident in taming them. Lord Son of God actually killed a supreme ancestor. The shock in Li Chuyua's heart was indescribable. That white-robed figure was simply a godlike existence. Was there anything he could not do? At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's mark had been deeply imprinted in Li Chuyua's heart. Son of God of the Jun family, you've gone too far. The dragon human ancestor suppressed the anger in his heart. In his eyes, the sage realm was an existence that he could easily crush. But now, Jun Xiaoyao was like a god that could dictate their life and death. I don't think you've figured out the situation. Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly. What do you mean? The dragon human ancestor's face darkened. In front of this son of God, you're just an ant that I can kill at any time. How dare you put on airs as a great heavenly venerate, Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. You. The dragon human ancestor was so angry that his face turned purple and his lungs were about to explode. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao slowly raised his hand again. Densely packed god sequence chains appeared in the void around him. The dragon human ancestor's eyes twitched and he felt his hair stand on end. He suppressed the grievance in his heart and cupped his hand slightly. Son of God of the Jun family, it's my fault. Tell me your purpose in coming. Hearing this, all the surrounding immortal ancient beings were dumbfounded. A great heavenly venerate ancestor was speaking to Jun Xiaoyao in such a humble manner. Most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao had just killed a lesser Empyrean from their clan. That's more like it. I've already made my intentions clear. You either submit or die. There's no third option, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. This. Can you let the clan discuss this for a few days? After all, I am not the only ancestor of the dragon human race, the ancestor of the dragon human race said. Cut the crap. If those ancestors don't agree, then they can all go to hell together. Jun Xiaoyao was too lazy to argue with them. The ancestor of the dragon human race looked embarrassed and aggrieved. It was indeed somewhat humiliating for the dragon human clan to submit to a junior at the Saint Realm. Jun Xiaoyao ignored the struggling ancestor of the dragon human race. Instead, he looked around and said, "The other races of immortal ancient are the same as the dragon human race. Submit or die. You better give this son of God an answer within a day. Otherwise, I might visit your ancestral lands one by one." Jun Xiaoyao's words made the eyes of the three-eyed sacred tribe and the ancient witch tribe twitch. If Jun Xiaoyao, the god of slaughter, were to visit their ancestral land, wouldn't a large number of people die just like the dragonborn? Hurry! Hurry back and report to the ancestors. Many spies of the immortal ancient races turned back to report to their respective ancestors. Only Li Qiuyue and the others from the beauty tribe didn't panic. This was because they knew that Jun Xiaoyao had a good relationship with them. Sister has foresight indeed. Otherwise, the beauty tribe would be in trouble, Li Qiuyue said in her heart. Jun Xiaoyao also looked at Li Qiuyue and smiled. By the way, I will also make a trip to the beauty tribe. Li Qiuyue nodded slightly when she heard this. She wasn't afraid. When Jun Xiaoyao said this, he didn't have any killing intent. Obviously, he wouldn't harm the beauty tribe. Seeing this scene, the other races also had looks of envy on their faces. If we knew that the Jun family's son of God was so capable, we should have built a good relationship with him before the immortal ancient opened. Sai, who knew that the Jun family's son of God was so abnormal that he could dominate the will of the immortal ancient world. Many of the immortal ancient races regretted their past actions. Seeing the despair on the faces of the immortal ancient races, a strange look flashed across Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. He had already mastered the carrot and stick method. Now that he had hit them, it was time to give them some benefits. Have you thought it through? Jun Xiaoyao asked indifferently. The dragon human race's ancestor looked dejected. At this point, what else could he do? If he didn't submit, he would die. If he submitted, he could at least live. The longer he lived and the higher his cultivation, the more he cherished his life and the more he was afraid of death. We submit. When the dragon human race's ancestor said this, he seemed to have aged many years in an instant. Seeing the dragon human race's supreme ancestor submit, the surrounding immortal ancient races felt a sense of sadness. In an instant, they seemed to have lost all hope. Not only did they lose their freedom, but even their lives were now in the hands of others. Haha, you don't have to be dejected. If you can't leave the immortal ancient world, then what's the use of the Son of God asking you to submit? Jun Xiaoyao laughed and shook his head. As soon as these words came out, the dragon human race's ancestors' eyes widened. They were brighter than copper bells. His breathing quickened, and his heart was in his throat. It was hard to imagine that a powerful great heavenly venerate expert would lose his composure like this. This was enough to show how nervous and agitated the dragon human race's ancestor was. The will of the Son of God is the will of the immortal ancient world. Since I can kill you, I can naturally set you free, Jun Xiaoyao said. At this moment, all the creatures of the immortal ancient held their breaths. I didn't hear wrong, did I? We actually have a chance to leave? Heavens, we can go to the world outside the immortal ancient world. I'm dreaming, it must be. All the creatures of the immortal ancient went crazy at this moment, even the dragon human race's ancestor lost his composure. He couldn't help but flash in front of Jun Xiaoyao and ask excitedly, "May I ask if what the Son of God said is true? We can leave the immortal ancient world." Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, "Now, you can try to leave the ancestral land." The dragon human race's ancestor suppressed his excitement and slowly came to the edge of the ancestral land. Previously, due to the rules of the immortal ancient world, the experts couldn't leave the ancestral land. But at this moment, the dragon human race's ancestor took a step forward and left the ancestral land. It's true, it's actually true. The dragon human race's ancestor couldn't help but laugh excitedly. How long had he been waiting for this day? He had the terrifying cultivation of a great heavenly venerate, but he couldn't use it. This feeling was too unbearable. But now, Jun Xiaoyao had the ability to give him freedom. You're already so happy after just leaving the ancestral land. What if I say that I can let you all leave the immortal ancient world and go to the wider immortal domain? Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. All the creatures of the immortal ancient felt like their minds were about to explode. This feeling was like a prisoner in despair suddenly having the hope of freedom. Lord Son of God, no. Master, this old man is Ao Tsang Yuan. I am willing to lead the entire dragon human race to submit to Master. The dragon human race's ancestor, Ao Tsang Yuan, a dignified great heavenly venerate expert, directly bowed 90 degrees to Jun Xiaoyao. His attitude was extremely sincere, and his eyes were burning with passion. Whoever could give him freedom would be his father. Ao Tsang Yuan and the other ancestors had been trapped in the immortal ancient world for countless years. It could be said that they were in complete despair. They were even more miserable than the other creatures of the immortal ancient world. They couldn't even leave their ancestral land. Freedom was an absolute luxury. But now, not only did Jun Xiaoyao allow them to leave their ancestral land, but he also promised to let them leave the immortal ancient world. Only a fool would refuse Jun Xiaoyao's request. What dignity! Compared to freedom, it was nothing. If Ao Tsang Yuan had to kowtow 100 times to Jun Xiaoyao, he would probably be more than happy to do it. It wasn't that Ao Tsang Yuan didn't have the dignity of a grand empyrean, but that he desired freedom too much. Cultivation, in essence, was also the pursuit of a kind of transcendence and freedom. That's right. This Son of God likes smart and sensible people. If you had done this earlier, then there wouldn't have been any problems. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Of course, of course. It was Ao Tianming, Ao Guang, and the others who were blind and offended Master. Ao Tsang Yuan smiled apologetically. Since you've agreed, then I'll use the immortal ancient world's laws to form a slave imprint and plant it in your Yuan spirits. You don't have any objections, right? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Jun Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't be so naive to believe him. Planting a slave imprint was necessary. Ao Tsang Yuan and the other Dragon Man elders' expressions changed slightly. Planting a slave imprint meant becoming a complete slave. Their every action, even their thoughts, would be sensed by Jun Xiaoyao. At that time, if they had any evil intentions, Jun Xiaoyao would be able to sense them. But compared to being prisoners, they were more willing to be slaves with freedom. We're willing, said Ao Tsang Yuan. Good. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Now, go and reorganize your clansmen. Jun Xiaoyao turned to the other races of the immortal ancient world. There's also the three-eyed sacred race, the ancient witch race, and the other races. If you're willing to submit, come to the beauty race's ancestral land in 3 days. After saying that, Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeves and took a step forward, arriving in front of Li Qiuyue and the other heavenly prides of the beauty tribe. Li Qiuyue blushed slightly when she saw the man she had been yearning for day and night standing right in front of her. Lord Son of God. Li Qiuyue said softly. You and Li Qiushui. Jun Xiaoyao said. She's my elder sister, Li Qiuyue replied. So that's how it is. You don't mind if I go to the beauty race as a guest, right? Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Of course I don't mind. It is our beauty tribe's honor to have Lord Son of God as a guest, Li Qiuyue hurriedly replied. Please lead the way, miss, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Li Qiuyue nodded her head, her heart thumping wildly as she led Jun Xiaoyao to the beauty tribe. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao leave, all the creatures of Immortal Ancient let out a sigh of relief. Their eyes were still filled with fear and shock. Jun Xiaoyao's strength had not only risen to the saint realm, but he could also kill saints with ease. By relying on the power of the Immortal Ancient World's laws, even the little heavenly lord had fallen at his hands. This had completely overturned their worldview and imagination. However, when they thought of the possibility of leaving the Immortal Ancient World, the creatures of Immortal Ancient became excited again. I never knew what the world outside the Immortal Ancient World was like. We can finally leave this cage. This is great. These creatures of Immortal Ancient had been hostile towards Jun Xiaoyao before, but now, Jun Xiaoyao had become their savior. Hurry up and reorganize the clansmen. We can't miss this opportunity. Ao Tsang Yuan also moved. When he thought of finally being able to leave the Immortal Ancient World and obtain freedom, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. On the other side, not long after, Jun Xiaoyao also arrived at the beauty race's ancestral land. Sensing the auras of Li Qiuyue and the others, the Dawn Immortal appeared. Her hair was tied up in clouds, and she was dressed in palace attire, looking graceful and luxurious. The pressure she faintly emitted caused the surrounding space to tremble. When she saw the person beside Li Qiuyue, even the Dawn Immortal was stunned for a moment before she reacted. "It's you. June family son of God. Lord son of God, this is our beauty race's true ancestor, the Dawn Immortal," Li Qiuyue introduced. "Greetings, Senior Dawn Immortal." Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly in greeting. His relationship with the beauty race was not bad, so his attitude naturally couldn't be the same as his attitude towards the Dragon Man race. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao still had plans to get the beauty race to help him reorganize the clansmen of Immortal Ancient. Since he was going to put them in an important position, his attitude naturally had to be a little better. "You're the Jun family son of God. Seeing is believing. I've always heard Qiushui and Qiuyue praise you. Now that I see you, you really are a dragon among men." The Dawn Immortal sighed slightly. She could sense that Jun Xiaoyao's realm had actually reached the saint realm. Such a young saint was simply unheard of. His future was definitely limitless, so the Dawn Immortal's attitude was quite modest. "Senior Dawn Immortal is too kind. I've disturbed you today because I have an important matter," Jun Xiaoyao said. "Oh, what is it?" asked the Dawn Immortal. Her current attitude was like that of a senior looking at a junior she admired. However, when Li Qiuyue saw this scene, her expression became a bit unnatural. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had just casually killed a lesser heavenly venerable expert. Moreover, with Jun Xiaoyao's ability, if he wanted to kill the Dawn Immortal, it would only take a flick of his finger. Thinking of this, Li Qiuyue also secretly moved closer to the Dawn Immortal and secretly used her divine sense to tell the Dawn Immortal everything that had happened. Jun Xiaoyao saw the scene. His expression didn't change, but he was inwardly laughing. It wasn't appropriate for him to personally say such things. It was most appropriate for him to say it through Li Qiuyue's mouth. After hearing that Jun Xiaoyao had become the will of the Immortal Ancient World and could use the power of the Immortal Ancient rules to kill any Immortal Ancient creature, the Dawn Immortal's expression changed when she looked at Jun Xiaoyao. "I didn't expect young Master Jun to have such an opportunity. It seems that I have been blind." The Dawn Immortal bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. She no longer had the attitude of a senior looking at a junior. Her beautiful eyes were filled with seriousness, reverence, and desire, because Jun Xiaoyao had the ability to give them freedom. "Senior Dawn Immortal, you don't have to be like this. Actually, I have an idea. I want to use the Immortal Ancient races as a foundation to establish a force. I hope that Senior Dawn Immortal and the Beauty race can help me reorganize and control the Immortal Ancient races." Jun Xiaoyao's words were tactful. But to put it simply, that was, "You will help me manage these people, and you will be under my management." The Dawn Immortal was also an old fox who had lived for countless years. She naturally knew what Jun Xiaoyao meant. Because the Beauty race's relationship with Jun Xiaoyao was quite good. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't directly say that he wanted them to submit to him as slaves. But that was his intention. He just changed the euphemism to give the Beauty race some face. The Dawn Immortal wasn't an ignorant person. She smiled and said, "Of course, young Master Jun can give us freedom. That is the greatest favor to us." "Good. In a few days, if the other Immortal Ancient races are tactful, they will all come. At that time, we will reorganize," Jun Xiaoyao said. "Li Xian understands." The Dawn Immortal nodded slightly. Her attitude was very humble. She had already recognized the reality. It seems that the Jun family son of God is ambitious. He actually wants to establish his own force. Is he playing a big game of chess? But it doesn't matter. My race has been trapped in the Immortal Ancient World for too long. This opportunity to regain freedom must not be missed. The Dawn Immortal's eyes were firm as she thought to herself. In fact, Jun Xiaoyao's actions were actually beneficial to the Beauty Clan. Not only would the Beauty Clan gain freedom, but they would also gain the authority to manage the Immortal Ancient races. In the past, the Dragon-Human clan was the leader of the 4 great clans. Now, after Jun Xiaoyao was done with the reorganization, the Beauty Clan would undoubtedly become the leader of the Immortal Ancient races. Therefore, Li Xian had no reason to refuse. Instead, she was happy to manage the clan for Jun Xiaoyao. Qiuyue, take young Master Jun to rest first, Li Xian said and gave Li Qiuyue a look. If Li Qiuyue could develop with Jun Xiaoyao, it would be better for the beauty clan. Li Qiuyue blushed, but she still nodded. Her little heart was pounding as she took Jun Xiaoyao to rest. He didn't die after entering the Bronze Immortal Palace and even became a saint. Young Master Jun's future is extraordinary. Following him might be an opportunity for the beauty clan, Li Xian muttered to herself. She vaguely felt that the decision she made today was probably the wisest and most correct one. As the commotion caused by Jun Xiaoyao in the ancestral land of the dragon-human clan spread, all the creatures in the immortal ancient world were extremely shocked. The son of God of the Jun family has become the will of the immortal ancient world? He also killed the heavenly venerable ancestor of the dragon-human clan, Ao Tianming. Even Ao Tsongyuan was willing to bow down and call him master. The son of God of the Jun family has the ability to lead us out of the immortal ancient world. One by one, the news spread everywhere as if it had grown wings. Many ancestors of the immortal ancient races were shocked when they heard the news. Then, they began to consider. However, it didn't take long for almost all the ancestors of the immortal ancient races to come to a decision. They would submit to Jun Xiaoyao. Other than that, there was no other way. Even the ancestor of the dragon-human clan, Ao Tsongyuan, had submitted to him. The four great immortal ancient races were the leaders of all the races. Now that even the leaders were willing to submit, what reason did they have to resist? Moreover, it was useless to resist. They would only be throwing away their lives. If they submitted, they would have the opportunity to leave the immortal ancient world. This was a temptation that none of the immortal ancient clans could resist. The patriarchs of many races could no longer hold themselves back. They tried to leave the ancestral land and were pleasantly surprised to find that they could leave. This was because Jun Xiaoyao had slightly changed the rules of the immortal ancient world, allowing these experts to leave the ancestral land. We can really leave the ancestral land. The son of God of the Jun family didn't lie to us. Correct, he can lead us out of immortal ancient. Now, all of the immortal ancient races were completely convinced. They began to reorganize their clansmen and began to send leaders to the beauty tribe's ancestral land. On the other side of the beauty tribe, Jun Xiaoyao was comfortably bathing in a spirit chi hot spring. This was one of Jun Xiaoyao's few hobbies. Jun Xiaoyao realized that he had not been so relaxed in a long time. From eternal burial earth to immortal ancient world, he didn't rest at all. Li Qiuyue, on the other hand, was kneeling beside him. Her face was flushed red as she massaged his shoulders with her soft hands. It smells so good. Li Qiuyue stayed beside Jun Xiaoyao and sniffed. She was infatuated with him. This fragrance was emitted from Jun Xiaoyao's body. Jun Xiaoyao's body had been tempered by the myriad qi and was flawless. It emitted a natural fragrance. If some peerless ferocious beasts smelled this fragrance, they would probably go crazy and want to devour Jun Xiaoyao. However, Li Qiuyue only felt intoxicated. You didn't leave immortal ancient with your sister? Jun Xiaoyao asked casually. Young master, Qiuyue's talent is limited. Even if I go out, I won't be able to help my sister. So, I might as well stay an immortal ancient. Li Qiuyue hurriedly replied. I see. Don't worry, you will be able to meet your sister soon. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. This is all thanks to you. Li Qiuyue smiled shyly. While Jun Xiaoyao gave off a cold and aloof vibe, he was as gentle as a gentleman when it came to talking. What a perfect person. Li Qiuyue sighed. She didn't expect to be favored by Jun Xiaoyao. Li Qiuyue would be satisfied as long as she could stay with him occasionally and massage his shoulders and legs like now. Jun Xiaoyao closed his eyes and began to think about what to do next. If nothing unexpected happened, these immortal ancient races should know their limits and know what choice they should make. Speaking of which, I wonder how the immortal domain is now. Jun Xiaoyao thought. After he finished reorganizing the immortal ancient races, he was ready to return to the Jun family and then go to Emperor's Road. By the way, I'm also 18 years old. I wonder if the family will hold a coming-of-age ceremony for me. Also, the 18th ancestor told me about my father and some of the family's secrets. It should be time for him to tell me. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. However, he would have to wait until he returned to the Jun family. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. All the immortal ancient races gathered at the beauty tribe's ancestral land. Leading them were the 3 great immortal ancient races. The Dragon Man race was led by Yuan. The Ancient Witch race was led by a witch king of the great heavenly venerate level. The 3-eyed Sacred race was the same. They more or less had some friction with Jun Xiaoyao before, but now, there was only respect and excitement in their eyes. On a cliff in the beauty tribe's ancestral land, Jun Xiaoyao, Li Xian, Li Qiuyue, and the others appeared. Looking at the endless group of immortal ancient races at the bottom of the cliff, Li Qiuyue's beautiful eyes widened in shock. This was a rare sight in the immortal ancient. All the immortal ancient races gathered together. That kind of power shook heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was as calm as water. Born in a clan of the ancients, he had seen all kinds of big scenes. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao was very calm. Even so, he was still a little surprised by the power that had been gathered. This power was already very terrifying. It was enough to start an immortal war with other immortal forces. Jun Xiaoyao slowly stepped forward, looked around, and said, "It seems that you are all smart people. I, the Son of God, won't talk too much. I, the Son of God, want to establish a force, and you can all be considered the first batch of elders. If you sincerely submit to me, the Son of God, and work for me, the Son of God, you will get a broad and bright future. However, if you harbor evil intentions and conspire against me," Jun Xiaoyao paused. The color of the heavens and earth immediately changed as thunder rumbled. Chains of order appeared like lightning with an intimidating aura. Jun Xiaoyao was the will of the immortal ancient world. If he was angry, the immortal ancient world would be angry too. At that instant, Jun Xiaoyao's icy intent poured down like the wrath of the heavens. Every living thing in the immortal ancient world trembled in fear that originated from their souls. Looking at the pale faces, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered as he collected his emotions. The heavens and earth instantly became clear, as if everything that happened before was just an illusion. Of course, to return the favor, if you are loyal to me, the Son of God, I, the Son of God, will grant you power and freedom. I will let your name spread across the 9 heavens immortal realm together with my Son of God's force. Lastly, I hope you all remember one thing." Jun Xiaoyao paused for a second, before he waved his sleeves and said in a bold tone. "The one you are following is a future martial monarch." Jun Xiaoyao's words were like a huge rock falling into the sea, setting off huge waves. Everyone was shocked. They would be following a future great emperor. If these words came from the mouths of other geniuses, they would only find it laughable. But when it came from Jun Xiaoyao's mouth, no one dared to refute. Could ordinary geniuses have Jun Xiaoyao's invincible aura? Could ordinary geniuses escape from the Bronze Immortal Palace, one of the 7 inconceivable wonders? Could ordinary geniuses become saints at this age? It was completely impossible. Only Jun Xiaoyao could create such a miracle. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's heroic spirit was undoubtedly deeply imprinted in the hearts of every immortal ancient creature. "We will pledge our lives to follow Master's footsteps." Yuan was the first to shout. Immediately after, all of the creatures of immortal ancient began to shout loudly, praising Jun Xiaoyao's name. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao revealed a faint smile. This was the effect he wanted. Jun Xiaoyao did not need obedient slaves. What he needed were people who could truly work for him loyally. "Don't worry, this Son of God will not treat you unfairly. You will soon be able to leave the immortal ancient world. Before that, those whose cultivation is above the sage-to-be realm are qualified to enter the Bronze Immortal Palace to cultivate," Jun Xiaoyao said. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Some did not understand the meaning behind Jun Xiaoyao's words. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. All the immortal ancient creatures also looked at the sky with Jun Xiaoyao. Then, they saw a majestic bronze immortal palace that looked like an ancient mountain. It broke through the air and floated in the void. The entire bronze immortal palace was filled with an ancient and vicissitude aura, as if it had crossed the river of time. That is the Bronze Immortal Palace. All the immortal ancient creatures' minds exploded. Why would the Bronze Immortal Palace appear here again? The gazes of many immortal ancient creatures all turned towards Jun Xiaoyao. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's confident expression, they suddenly had an idea. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao didn't escape from the Bronze Immortal Hall, but had taken control of it? When they thought of this possibility, the hearts of many beings trembled violently. That was the Bronze Immortal Palace, an ominous place where even supreme beings could die, yet Jun Xiaoyao was actually able to control it. For a moment, Jun Xiaoyao became even more unfathomable in their eyes. What was different from ordinary immortal ancient creatures was that the Dawn Immortal, Aode Yuan, and other top experts could feel that there were several auras that made them feel incomparable fear hidden within the Bronze Immortal Palace. There are living creatures in the Green Bronze Immortal Palace. And from the looks of it, could it have obeyed young Master Jun's orders? The Dawn Immortal's heart was filled with overwhelming shock. Jun Xiaoyao's methods were truly beyond her expectations. Aode Yuan felt incomparably fortunate. Fortunately, I submitted to Master. Otherwise, putting aside the immortal ancient rules, just the aura within the Bronze Immortal Palace is enough to threaten my life. With the appearance of the Bronze Immortal Palace, all the immortal ancient creatures no longer had any other thoughts and wholeheartedly followed Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao felt that the reorganization was about done. He raised his hand, and countless immortal ancient rules appeared in the void. Then, they condensed into slave seals. Even supreme beings like Aode Yuan could not remove these slave seals. Aode Yuan and the others also obediently let the slave seals be planted into their primordial spirits. The Dawn Immortal and the others of the beauty race were also planted with slave seals. The Dawn Immortal and the others did not mind. In public, they had to treat everyone equally. Jun Xiaoyao also could not be biased towards the beauty race. After Jun Xiaoyao planted slave seals in all the immortal ancient creatures, Jun Xiaoyao finally heaved a sigh of relief. After using carrots and sticks, using both kindness and power, Jun Xiaoyao finally completely controlled the forces of the immortal ancient races. To put it bluntly, this force combined was enough to start an immortal war. It's about time. It's time to return to the family. I wonder if I still have to hold my 18th coming-of-age ceremony. Oh right, when the time comes, I still have to transcend the sage tribulation. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. At this point, the matter of the immortal ancient world was completely over. Next, some experts of the immortal ancient world would enter the Bronze Immortal Palace to cultivate. The Bronze Immortal Palace was now completely Jun Xiaoyao's private property. The spirit chi in the Bronze Immortal Palace was not weaker than that of the immortal ancient world. As for the rest of the immortal ancient creatures, Jun Xiaoyao ordered them to explore all kinds of hidden opportunities. All of the treasures that were unearthed would serve as the foundation for Jun Xiaoyao to build his forces. The beauty race became the manager of the immortal ancient race, managing the order of the entire immortal ancient race. Everything seemed to be in order. The Dawn Immortal, Aode Yuan, and other supreme old ancestor level experts also entered the Bronze Immortal Palace. These supreme old ancestors were like country bumpkins entering the city. They looked at the Bronze Immortal Palace with amazement. An old blind man and the others did not appear for the time being. Obviously, they were not interested in dealing with these immortal ancient experts. Jun Xiaoyao also confirmed that the Bronze Immortal Palace would become a mobile fortress of his force. The space inside was stacked, and it could easily accommodate 100,000 people. After everything was settled, Jun Xiaoyao also left and prepared to return to the Jun family. Just as Jun Xiaoyao finished his trip to the immortal ancient. In the entire Huangtian mystic realm, waves were surging in the dark, as if a storm was coming. Ever since the news of the reincarnation demon sect's treasure vault spread, the entire Huangtian mystic realm had not been peaceful. The treasure vault of an immortal force was very tempting. If any immortal force could get their hands on this treasure vault, their strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. However, the key to finding and opening the treasure vault of the reincarnation demon sect was with the Jun family. The son of the reincarnation demon sect, Wang Chuan, was the only one who could find and open the treasure vault of the reincarnation demon sect. Naturally, the Jun family was pushed to the forefront of the storm. At the same time, the news that the Jun family was going to hold a coming-of-age ceremony for Jun Xiaoyao had spread. Many other powers had also received invitations to the event. This proved that the Jun family was not joking. They were really going to hold a coming-of-age ceremony for the son of God of the Jun family who had passed away. Of course, there were also people who thought that Jun Xiaoyao might not be dead. However, those who thought so were few. This was because the ferocious name of the Bronze Immortal Palace had been deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. How could Jun Xiaoyao have survived a place where even supreme beings could be killed? Just as everyone was speculating, the day of the Jun family's coming-of-age ceremony finally arrived. Countless forces gathered at the Jun family in the Emperor State like rivers flowing into the sea. Many forces had ulterior motives. They were not there to watch the coming-of-age ceremony without the main character. Instead, they wanted to know if the forces that were hostile to the Jun family would make any moves. Just as the day of the coming-of-age ceremony arrived, creatures stepped out of Zulong, Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, and other places. They looked in the direction of the Jun family in the Emperor State, and their eyes burned with flames. It's time to give the Jun family a big gift. In the Emperor State, where the Jun family was located. At this moment, there was a sea of people. Carriages and teams from all over had gathered. Ancient beasts covered the sky with their wings, dragon horses neighed, and golden chariots flew across the sky. Since the opening of the Emperor Road, many geniuses had embarked on their journey. The entire Huangtian mystic realm had rarely been so lively. The Daoji heavenly sect has arrived. A master of ceremonies from the Jun family shouted. A hale and hearty old man led a group of people. It was the old Taoist from the Daoji heavenly sect. The old Taoist spirit was far better than before. Obviously, the recovery of spiritual qi in the mystic realm had also benefited him. However, at this moment, the old Taoist's eyes were filled with a hint of complexity. He muttered to himself, back then, the son of God of the Jun family was so high-spirited. As soon as he was born, he suppressed the supreme demonic corpse and rose like a sun. His name spread far and wide. But now, the old Taoist sighed in his heart. However, he didn't think that Jun Xiaoyao would die so easily. Perhaps he was still undergoing some kind of training. The princess of the great Shang dynasty has arrived. As soon as the voice fell, the princess of the great Shang dynasty arrived. She had attended Jun Xiaoyao's 10-years-old banquet. Now that she was here again, she was still as beautiful as before. However, her face was pale and haggard. Many people around saw the scene and whispered to each other. The princess of the great Shang dynasty fell in love with the son of God once she met him. Until now, I don't know how many young men have proposed to her. Yeah, this princess heard that the son of God of the Jun family had fallen in the bronze divine palace. She shut herself in for 7 days and looked haggard because of him. Sigh, the most infuriating thing is that the son of God of the Jun family doesn't even know the name of the princess of the great Shang dynasty. Such a beauty is just a passerby. The son of God of the Jun family is really a sinful man. He has let down so many beauties, many male cultivators around were lamenting. Jun Xiaoyao fell in the bronze divine palace alone, but thousands of girls in the mystic realm were sad and haggard. They didn't want to eat or drink. He was a sinful man. The princess of the great Shang ignored the gossip around her and merely muttered to herself in her heart. Lord Son of God, I once went to your 10-years-old banquet. Now that you're an adult at the age of 18, I don't see you back. The princess of Great Shang was not the only one who was sad for Jun Xiaoyao. In another direction, a group of people arrived. The one in the lead was a woman wearing a red feather dress. She had a slim figure, long legs, and snow-white skin. Her long red hair was as bright as flames, and there was a dot of killing intent between her eyebrows. Her face was as beautiful as a peach. She was none other than the princess of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, Baiyu. However, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird had merged with the other 3 ancient kingdoms to form the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom. Baiyu was the empress of the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom. She did not go to Emperor Road. Baiyu's talent was indeed extraordinary. However, in a place like Emperor Road where geniuses were everywhere, Baiyu's strength was still insufficient. She gave up and focused on managing the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom for Jun Xiaoyao. Master, Yu'er believes that you'll be fine, Baiyu muttered softly. She was a fanatical fan of Jun Xiaoyao. She would never believe that Jun Xiaoyao had fallen just like that. Other than that, Jun Linglong, Jun Ying and Nalan Ruashi did not go to Emperor Road either. Their foundations were still too shallow. Going to a place like Emperor Road would be suicide. It was better for them to stay in the Jun family and cultivate peacefully. After that, people from the Holy Spirit College, the Celestial Demon Cult, the Ji family, the Yi family, and other immortal forces also arrived. However, the top Sky Prides did not come. They had already gone to Emperor Road. The ones who came were the elders. Seeing that most of the guests had arrived, Jun Zhantian and the others finally showed up. Whether it was Jun Zhantian or Jiang Ro, there was no sign of sadness on their faces. Previously, they did not believe that Jun Xiaoyao had fallen. Later, they learned from the Grand Elder that Jun Xiaoyao was still alive. Therefore, Jun Zhantian was very relaxed. In fact, he was looking forward to Jun Xiaoyao's return. He would definitely bring a big surprise to the Jun family. It's a pity that I won't be able to attend your coming-of-age ceremony, Jun Zhantian sighed. This was the only thing he felt regretful about. Everyone, thank you for coming to my grandson's coming-of-age ceremony. Although he's not here, I believe that he'll be back soon, Jun Zhantian said loudly. Many people revealed bewildered expressions when they heard those words. Could it be that the Jun family son of God is still alive? Who knows? Could it be that the Jun family is too sad and is lying to themselves? Some of the people from the forces had doubts. However, they only muttered in their hearts and did not dare to say it out loud. That's right, that's right. The Jun family's son of God has the bearing of a great emperor. How could he fall so easily? That's right. There's no way a place like the Bronze Immortal Palace could keep the son of God. Many forces began to flatter the Jun family. Jun Zhantian and the others were also happy to accept it. However, at this moment, 3 figures appeared in the distant sky. At the same time, a voice exploded in the void. Jun family, stop lying to yourselves. Hearing this, all the guests from the forces present were dumbfounded. It was as if thunder had exploded in their heads. Who's talking? Is he crazy? This is the Jun family. Who dares to be so presumptuous? Many people looked over. The 3 figures were none other than the 3 sages. Although the saints are strong, they're just ants in front of the Jun family of the ancients. They seem to be from the far ancient royal family. The 3 saints were from the Demon Ox Mountain, the Cave of Silken Silk, and the Snake King Valley. Coincidentally, the 3 far ancient royal families were all vassals of the Zulong dynasty. For a moment, the eyes of many leaders and elders of the forces flickered. Was the scene that they had guessed about to happen? I don't think you're on the Jun family's banquet list, Jun Zhantian said lightly. He seemed to have expected this. His old face was calm and he was not angry. Why should he be angry at someone who was destined to die? Haha, although you didn't invite us, we came today with gifts. The golden-horned saint of the Demon Ox Mountain smiled coldly. The saint of the Cave of the Coiling Silk was a beautiful woman called the Black Spider Queen. She smiled seductively and waved her jade-like hand. Suddenly, there was a clang. A bell fell to the ground. Today is the coming-of-age ceremony. We're sending the son of God of the Jun family to his death. The Sky Snake Saint of the Snake King Valley said coldly. The geniuses of the 3 far ancient royal families were also killed by Jun Xiaoyao in the immortal ancient world. Naturally, there was a great hatred between them. However, when they saw this scene, the guests all took a deep breath. Crazy, these 3 saints were courting death. Even if they wanted to die, this was not the right way to do it. Seeing this, Jun Zhantian smiled coldly and said, Today is Xiaoyao's coming-of-age ceremony. It's not appropriate to see blood, but since you're courting death, there's nothing we can do about it. Jun Zhantian reached out his hand. Countless Tao patterns intertwined in the void and were about to kill the 3 saints. At this moment, a vast aura rose from the distant sky. A dragon's claw stretched across the sky and collided with Jun Zhantian's move. Its aura had reached the level of a quasi-supreme. Is the scene from the Son of God's 10-years-old banquet going to happen again? All the forces widened their eyes. They had a feeling that a great conflict was about to happen. The hatred between the Jun family and the Archean royalty had been accumulating for generations. In this life, it had reached the extreme. In the immortal ancient world, many Archean royalty elites had been killed by Jun Xiaoyao and other sequence alchemists. It could be said that their hatred had reached a level where they would fight to the death. However, the impact of the immortal battle was too great. Even Zulong and other forces had to think carefully and wait for the right time. they didn't dare to rashly start a war. But now, seeing this scene, the big figures of many forces were shocked. The Archean royalty finally couldn't help but make a move. Oh? Jun Zhantian wasn't too surprised that his move was blocked. If these three saints of the far ancient royal families didn't have anyone behind them, how would they dare to come to the Jun family? In the sky, clouds rolled, and a middle-aged man in a golden robe descended with the power of a quasi-supreme. It's Zulong's Supreme Long Can. Seeing this figure, someone whispered. He was a rather famous quasi-supreme in the lair of Zulong. Although he was not as powerful as the great ancestor, he was still one of the newly risen experts in the lair of Zulong over the past 10,000 years. Seeing the arrival of Supreme Long Can, Jun Zhantian and the other elders looked indifferent. It seems that you Zulong forgot the pain after the scar healed. Have you forgotten about Supreme Yu Long, who died in front of the Jun family's mountain gate during the 10 years banquet? Jun Zhantian said indifferently. Hearing this, Supreme Long Can's eyes flashed coldly. Not only did Supreme Yu Long die in the Jun family, but his body was also eaten as food. This was a shame and stain that Zulong couldn't erase. However, this time, he was ordered to come, and he had confidence in his heart, so he naturally wasn't afraid of anything. Jun Zhantian continued, since you're already here, just show yourselves. Why hide? Hearing Jun Zhantian's words, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Zulong wasn't the only one who sent people? In another direction, fiery clouds filled the sky, and the quasi-supreme of Wanhuang Spirit Mountain appeared. In the east, a purple cloud filled the air, and a middle-aged man with a frosty face came over on a purple cloud. It was the Qilin Sun's father, Ziling Cave Lord. Apart from this, a half-supreme being also arrived at the ancient alligator lake. It was a vicious alligator that didn't transform into human form, instead maintaining its alligator form. Fiendish energy overflowed into the heavens, making heaven and earth change colors. Heavens, the 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, and Ancient Crocodile Lake Pseudo-Supremes have all come. Is the world going to change? The people from all the forces present could no longer sit still. This was the prelude to a great change. Hee, the elders of the Jun family only sneered when they saw this scene. Their expressions were extremely calm, as if they were looking at a dead man. The Jun family's prestige wasn't something that anyone could challenge. At the very least, from the moment they appeared, the outcome was already decided. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate by coming to my Jun residence today? Jun Zhantian asked indifferently. The eyes of Supreme Long Can and the others flickered coldly upon hearing this. However, it was not the end yet. The immortal battle was the last resort. At least for now, they still had to make a request first. We came here for no other purpose. We just want to ask the Jun family for an insignificant person, Supreme Long Can said. Jun Zhantian glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and didn't say anything. Supreme Long Can said indifferently, that person is called Wang Chuan. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone held their breaths. Wang Chuan could be said to be the genius that was mentioned the most in the Huangtian mystic realm recently. The reason for this was none other than his identity as the son of the demon sect of Samsara. It could be said that whoever could get Wang Chuan would be able to get the treasure vault of the demon sect of Samsara. It seems that the Archean royalty doesn't want the Jun family to get the treasure vault of the demon sect of Samsara. Isn't that nonsense? The Jun family's foundation is already unfathomable. If they get the treasure vault of the demon sect of Samsara, how terrible would it be? Many people were communicating with each other through divine consciousness. Many people were also very curious about what choice the Jun family would make. If they handed over Wang Chuan, it would be equivalent to handing over the treasure vault of the demon sect of Samsara. If they didn't hand it over, they would be suppressed by the Archean royalty of the four branches. Even if it was an immortal force, it would be very dangerous when facing a force of the same level. Although the Jun family was the top immortal force, one of the three imperial families of the Huangtian mystic realm. But after all, they were facing the Archean royalty of the four branches. It was impossible to say that they didn't feel any pressure at all. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for Jun Zhantian and the others to make a choice. At this time, Jun Zhantian spoke and asked someone to call Wang Chuan out. Is the Jun family going to give in? Seeing this, many elders of the forces were surprised. The Jun family's domineering nature was deeply rooted in people's hearts. If the Huangtian mystic realm had any treasures, if the Jun family took it, no one else would be able to get anything. If someone provoked the Jun family would never back down. Was the Jun family, who had always been domineering, afraid this time? Just as everyone was puzzled, Wang Chuan appeared. Jun Zhantian asked, Wang Chuan, someone wants to take you away and make you leave the Jun family. What's your choice? Hearing this, Wang Chuan didn't hesitate at all and said, I, Wang Chuan, only have one master, and that is the son of God of the Jun family. Wherever he is, I will be there. What a joke. It was impossible for Wang Chuan to betray him. Not to mention that he still had the slave mark planted in his mind by Jun Xiaoyao. Even the Jun family treated Wang Chuan, the saint of reincarnation, as a member of the sequence. Unless Wang Chuan's brain was fried, he would not betray the Jun family. If you're not deaf, you should have heard it, Jun Zhantian said. It was only now that everyone understood that the Jun family had fooled Supreme Long Can and the others. Supreme Long Can and the others' faces were as gloomy as water. How could they not understand that they had been fooled by the Jun family? Seeing this, the golden-horned saint of the demonic bull mountain shouted coldly, he's just a dead man, and you still recognize him as your master. You are really loyal. His words were very harsh to the ears. How dare you? Wang Chuan shouted coldly. By you Jun Linglong, Juning Nalan Ruashi, and the other girls also glared at him with anger in their eyes. They firmly believed that there was no way Jun Xiaoyao would have died. The golden-horned saint had stepped on a landmine. Jun Zhantian and the other elders' eyes were cold, and they were about to attack again. Even if there were 4 quasi-supremes protecting him, they still wanted to kill this foul-mouthed saint. However, at this moment, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in the sky above. The void shook, and tens of thousands of beams of divine light filled the sky. In the midst of the endless light, a young figure arrived like an immortal. When sensing the movement in the sky, all the cultivators of the forces present subconsciously raised their heads to look. The figure that tore through the void and arrived was wrapped in endless holy light. He was like a young deity, high and mighty, untainted by dust. When the figure appeared, everyone stopped breathing in an instant. That person is. Many cultivators were tongue-tied, and they were so shocked that they could not speak. Jun Zhantian, Jiang Rou, and the others sensed the familiar aura, and their eyes were filled with joy. Jun Linglong, Juning Nalan Ruashi, Baiyu Wang Chuan, and the others also sensed the aura. Their bodies trembled, and they were unprecedentedly excited. He's here, leisurely literature, let the soul travel, smiley face. In the endless light, Jun Xiaoyao's figure emerged. His white robe was flawless, and his celestial aura was surging. His handsome face was as calm as water. Jun Xiaoyao had arrived. When Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was completely revealed, the audience burst into an unparalleled uproar. Many people were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. It's really the son of God of the Jun family. He actually came out of the bronze immortal palace safe and sound? Long Outyan and Wang Ting both died in there, but he came out safe and sound. Amazing, the son of God of the Jun family can actually come out of the bronze immortal palace, a place where even supreme martial artists can die. Shocking, stunned, scalp tingling, Jun Xiaoyao had created another miracle. He came out of the bronze immortal palace, one of the 7 incredible places. This was something that no one in the younger generation could do. Haha, my grandson is back. Jun Zhantian looked up to the sky and laughed. All of his depression dissipated. He used to think that it was a pity that Jun Xiaoyao couldn't come back to attend the coming-of-age ceremony. Now, all of his regrets were made up. Xiaoyao. Jiang Rou's heart that was hanging in the air was now completely at ease. Although she knew that Jun Xiaoyao should be fine, she was still worried when she didn't see him in person. Now, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As for Jun Linglong, Juning Nalan Ruashi, and the other girls, their eyes were full of deep longing and admiration. Only their son of God could create miracles again and again. The princess of the great Shang dynasty was so excited that her delicate body trembled slightly, and her eyes were red. In short, Jun Xiaoyao's appearance made the audience boil, and the atmosphere rose to the extreme. However, because Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was too sudden and shocking, The crowd didn't pay attention to Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation at the first moment. On the other side, the golden-horned saint of the demonic bull mountain was stunned and felt a burning pain on his cheeks. He had just said that Jun Xiaoyao was already a dead man. But now, this dead man was right in front of him. Even Supreme Long Can and the others were stunned for a moment. Because this scene was very illogical, they couldn't wrap their heads around it. The son of God of the Jun family, who had been rumored to be dead for 2 years, had unexpectedly reappeared in front of the world. I didn't expect that this son of God would still be remembered so much after disappearing for 2 years. Thank you for coming to attend my coming-of-age ceremony. But before that, let's get rid of some ants first. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, he clenched his fist and the power of 100,000 divine elephants surged out. A terrifying force shook the void and caused the galaxy to tremble. It was as if there was a supreme primordial divine elephant that was suppressing the universe for thousands of kilometers with a majestic aura. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao used the power of 100,000 divine elephants to activate the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. 6 reincarnation vortexes appeared and the surrounding Dao patterns floated in the void with the will of reincarnation, as if they were going to pull all living things into the cycle of reincarnation. Now that Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation level had increased, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist had naturally multiplied. Jun Xiaoyao also released 6 kinds of divine powers at the same time, using the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to control them. That kind of power was ridiculously strong. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it could shatter the sky with one punch. Jun Xiaoyao stomped his foot and broke through the void. The terrifying fist directly bombarded the 3 saints of the demonic bull mountain, the cave of coiling silk, and the Snake Emperor Valley. Is the son of God of the Jun family crazy? How can he attack a saint? Someone saw this scene and exclaimed subconsciously. No, the son of God of the Jun family's aura. Some people reacted. Jun Xiaoyao's aura was ridiculously strong. It was completely different from the cultivation level of the Dao God realm. Instead, a saint, boom, just as everyone reacted, Jun Xiaoyao's 6 paths of reincarnation fist had already smashed down. Rumble, the void cracked, and the space completely sank. Jun Xiaoyao's punch had smashed a hole in it. And what about the 3 saints? They had completely disappeared. Their physical bodies and primordial spirits were annihilated into nothingness under Jun Xiaoyao's powerful punch, dissipating into the spatial crack. The 3 saints did not even have the chance to scream before their heads were separated from their bodies. Dead silence, all the sound in the entire world seemed to have been sucked away, leaving only absolute silence. Supreme Long Can and the others were all slightly dazed, and they couldn't react at all. Because they didn't think that Jun Xiaoyao would dare to attack the 3 saints. He also didn't think that Jun Xiaoyao would be able to kill the 3 saints in one move. This was simply illogical. Not only these quasi-supremes, but all the other invited guests all felt their scalps go numb and their bodies tremble. Many of the older generation powerhouses couldn't help but stand up and widen their eyes, as if they couldn't see clearly. Am I seeing things? The son of God of the Jun family killed the 3 saints in one punch. Am I seeing things? How is that possible? Those are 3 saints. After a short moment of dead silence, there was a rumbling noise. Saints were already considered powerhouses in the celestial realm. Some cultivators whose talent wasn't considered monstrous might have a lifetime goal of becoming a saint. Therefore, saints still had quite a status in the celestial realm. In first-rate forces, they were the mainstays of the elders. But now, what did they see? Jun Xiaoyao, who belonged to the younger generation, had actually killed 3 saints in one punch. This was simply shocking. Most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao was only 18 years old, an 18-year-old saint, and Jun Xiaoyao could even kill a saint of the same level in 1 second. This strength, this talent, was unparalleled throughout history, and it made people's hearts tremble. If this news were to spread, the entire Huangtian mystic realm would be shaken. Jun Xiaoyao had already broken the record of being the youngest saint. He was the youngest saint powerhouse since ancient times. This record alone was enough to make Jun Xiaoyao's name go down in history for hundreds of millions of years. In the future, all the talented cultivators who broke through to the saint level would be compared with Jun Xiaoyao. Not to mention the various forces were shocked. Even Jun Zhantian and the other elders of the Jun family were a little stunned. They knew that not only was Jun Xiaoyao not dead, but he might also have some opportunities. But this opportunity was so great that even Jun Zhantian's heart couldn't bear it. As for Jun Linglong, Jun Ying'er, Nalan Ruashi, and the others, while they were shocked, they were also crazily admiring him. Jun Xiaoyao was an eternal god in their hearts. The son of God of the Jun family has returned. He is unparalleled in the world, and no one can defeat him. If the son of God of the Jun family steps on the Emperor's Road, he might be able to fight through the entire Emperor's Road. The other kings of the Emperor's Road won't be a match for the son of God of the Jun family. All the cultivators present exclaimed in shock, and their eyes revealed heartfelt admiration. Looking at the shocked uproar and admiration from all directions, Jun Xiaoyao's face was as calm as water. Killing 3 ordinary saints in an instant was not a big deal to the current him. Jun Xiaoyao didn't think that there was anything to be excited about. However, at this moment, in the sky above, there was a faint rumbling sound. Seeing this scene, Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Oh, it's finally here?" Don't forget, Jun Xiaoyao had not yet gone through the saint's tribulation. Now that the aura of the bronze immortal palace had dissipated, the saint's tribulation was finally about to fall. Sensing this scene, the cultivators present were stunned at first. Then, as if they had thought of something, their eyes were filled with indescribable shock again. Don't tell me that the son of God of the Jun family hasn't gone through the saint's tribulation. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel, smiley face, those who could truly be called saints were only those who had passed the saint tribulation. The saint tribulation was a major tribulation, but if one passed it, it would be extremely beneficial to the cultivator, and their strength would increase greatly. Everyone thought that Jun Xiaoyao had already passed the saint tribulation. However, at this moment, they felt the rumbling of thunder in the sky. There was no doubt that it was the fluctuation of the saint tribulation. The son of God of the Jun family hasn't even passed the saint tribulation, but he can kill a saint in an instant? This is King ridiculous. Many people were speechless, and their expressions were dumbfounded. It was said that comparisons were odious. And Jun Xiaoyao's performance made all the cultivators present feel like they were useless. Even those true saints were terrified. Jun Xiaoyao hadn't even passed the saint tribulation yet, and he was already so powerful. If he passed it, everyone felt their scalps go numb at the thought of this possibility. If that was the case, Jun Xiaoyao's title wouldn't just be the youngest saint in history. He would also be the strongest saint since ancient times. How is this possible? Even Supreme Long Can and the others had a look of disbelief in their eyes. He had been many years old when he became a saint. He had been very careful during the saint tribulation that time, and he had almost died under the 7-colored saint tribulation. It would be great if this kid could die in the saint tribulation. Supreme Long Can thought to himself. Jun Xiaoyao's talent and potential were simply shocking. Such a monster, even if he was only given a few decades or 100 years, would be enough to grow into a terrifying giant. Supreme Long Can's eyes were already filled with killing intent. He knew that Jun Xiaoyao was a hidden danger, and he absolutely couldn't be allowed to grow. Dying in the saint tribulation was the best outcome. Supreme Long Can retreated slightly to avoid being involved in the heavenly tribulation. The saint tribulation couldn't be passed by relying on other external forces. If someone interfered, the power of the heavenly tribulation would increase on its own. Supreme Long Can and the others naturally didn't want to be involved and take the blow for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was not particularly concerned about the sage tribulation. After all, when he was in the Tao God realm, he had already used his physical body to resist the Rainbow Ascension tribulation. Rumble, thunder rumbled in the sky. 7-colored lightning gathered and turned into a destructive pillar of lightning that poured down in torrents. This is the 7-colored. No, the 9-colored Holy Ascension tribulation. Some cultivators widened their eyes. People with different talents would face different sage tribulations. Generally speaking, it was a 7-colored saint tribulation. Some cultivators with weaker talent might only have a 5-colored tribulation to become a saint. However, some extremely talented geniuses might trigger the legendary 9-colored sanctification tribulation. The 9-colored lightning tribulation was several times more terrifying than the 7-colored lightning tribulation. I didn't expect that the son of God of the Jun family would trigger the 9-colored divine tribulation. It would be abnormal if the Jun family's Son of God didn't trigger the nine-colored lightning tribulation. Everyone had already witnessed how monstrous Jun Xiaoyao was. No matter how monstrous Jun Xiaoyao was, they would not be surprised. However, even with the strength of the Son of God of the Jun family, he would have to shed a layer of skin if he wanted to survive the nine-colored divine tribulation, some elders of the major forces speculated. Naturally, they did not think that Jun Xiaoyao would not be able to survive the divine tribulation. He might just be a little bit embarrassed. However, just as these elders finished speculating, the next scene that appeared made them petrified and dumbfounded. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back. He did not move at all. He just bathed in the nine-colored lightning tribulation. The nine-colored lightning tribulation bombarded Jun Xiaoyao. The nine-colored lightning burst out, but it could not cause any damage to Jun Xiaoyao's physical body. Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients, Daluo immortal body, divine qi, and the myriad qi hammered his body. He already had the physique of an emperor. With such a perfect physique, even the terrifying nine-colored lightning tribulation would not be able to leave a mark on it. Even a wisp of this level of lightning tribulation was enough to blast a sage-to-be into pieces. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, felt nothing but numbness all over him. He even felt a little comfortable. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Ordinary cultivators who went through the divine tribulation were all trembling with fear, as if they were treading on thin ice. All kinds of elixirs of immortality, sacred pills, and protective divine weapons were prepared in advance. It was as if they had gone to the underworld. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not prepare anything. He did not even move a finger. He just bathed in the heavenly tribulation with a calm expression. Boring. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. He had overestimated the horror of the divine tribulation. The lightning tribulation of this level would not even have the effect of tempering his physical body. Jun Xiaoyao threw out a punch casually. The punch went against the sky, and the tribulation clouds were scattered. The nine-colored lightning tribulation was directly destroyed. Everyone who witnessed this scene swallowed hard. This way of going through the tribulation was really, a lot of it. However, right at this moment, the tribulation clouds that had been scattered gathered once again. However, the faint fluctuations that were emitted were more than 10 times stronger than the previous nine-colored lightning tribulation. How could this be? The Son of God of the Jun family has not gone through the divine tribulation yet? The fluctuations of the lightning tribulation this time are too dangerous. Why do I feel that even a supreme saint cannot go through it? Many guests took a deep breath. It was like a wave after a wave. They had never seen a divine tribulation that required 2 divine tribulations. Jun Xiaoyao was the least surprised. In fact, it was within his expectations. As expected, I have walked my own path and created my own path. God will not let me go so easily. Jun Xiaoyao smiled casually. This tribulation was not only a divine tribulation, but also a tribulation that targeted his own path. Rumble, lightning flashed in the sky again. However, the lightning was no longer nine-colored. Instead, it was like chaos, colorful and mixed. Could that be the chaotic heavenly thunder? The old Taoist of the Daoji heavenly sect could not help but exclaim. The chaotic heavenly thunder was one of the most terrifying forces in the world. It was rumored that it was the first thunder in the chaos. Although the chaotic heavenly thunder in front of them could not be the most primitive chaotic heavenly thunder, its power was far stronger than the nine-colored lightning tribulation. There was a qualitative difference between the two. Just as everyone was shocked, an even more terrifying scene appeared. Within the tribulation clouds, blurry figures could be vaguely seen. Each figure exuded an ancient aura as if they had been fished out of the river of time and reappeared in the world. Could that be the supreme tribulation? At this moment, everyone present felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their bodies stiffened, and their eyes were filled with shock. When a quasi-supreme broke through to the supreme stage, there would be a so-called supreme tribulation. This was the same concept as transcending the sage tribulation from a quasi-saint to a saint. However, the power of the two types of lightning tribulations was worlds apart. When transcending the supreme tribulation, it was rumored that the shadows of ancient powerhouses would appear and attack with the lightning tribulation. That level of difficulty was countless times higher than the sage tribulation. But now, what did they see? Jun Xiaoyao was only at the saint stage, but the tribulation he was transcending was comparable to the supreme tribulation, although the blurry figures that appeared couldn't be as powerful as the real supreme tribulation, they were definitely ancient talents. Perhaps they were young great emperors, young ancient emperors, immortal holy spirits, and so on. In other words, if Jun Xiaoyao wanted to transcend this tribulation, he had to fight the young great emperors and defeat them. This was something that was almost impossible. Even the descendants of the great emperors couldn't be compared to the young great emperors. How is that possible? Even if the Jun family's son of God is talented, it's impossible for him to attract the supreme tribulation in advance. Many cultivators were puzzled. Naturally, they didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao had walked his own path. It was because of this that he was targeted by the heavenly tribulation. Although the Jun family was also surprised that Jun Xiaoyao had attracted the supreme tribulation, their expressions were still calm. Not to mention whether Jun Xiaoyao could successfully transcend it in the end. Even if he couldn't transcend it, the Jun family had the ability to save Jun Xiaoyao from the supreme tribulation. Although they had to pay a price. As for Supreme Long Can and the others, they were relieved. They wore cold grins on their faces. A heavenly tribulation of this level was definitely not something that a saint could easily transcend. Those ancient figures all had backgrounds. All of them were terrifying existences that had shocked the ancient times. Jun Xiaoyao faced them, and with the attack of the chaotic heavenly lightning, it was too difficult for him to transcend it. Jun Xiaoyao's expression didn't change from beginning to end. Not bad, this is more interesting. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring? Jun Xiaoyao murmured in his heart. Step by step, he ascended into the sky. Not only did he not evade, he even welcomed the heavenly tribulation. Rumble, as it provoked, the chaos heavenly lightning surged and turned into rays of lightning. They locked onto Jun Xiaoyao and slammed down. In the face of a heavenly tribulation of this level, Jun Xiaoyao also punched out. A vast fist light tore through the sky and shattered a bolt of chaos heavenly thunder with a single punch. However, even more chaotic heavenly lightning struck Jun Xiaoyao. Lord Son of God. Young Master. Jun Linglong, Jun Inger, Bai Yuer, Wang Chuan, and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. That was the legendary chaotic heavenly lightning, which could kill an ordinary saint with just one strike. However, to everyone's surprise, the primal chaos heavenly lightning was still unable to cause any effective harm to Jun Xiaoyao. Before, the nine-colored lightning tribulation had made Jun Xiaoyao feel numb. However, the primal chaos heavenly lightning gave Jun Xiaoyao a slight tingling and numbing sensation. What kind of freakish physical body is this? Could it be that the son of God of the Jun family will become an emperor in the future? Jun Xiaoyao's move was once again beyond everyone's expectations. Even the physical body of the son of the emperor of the ancients couldn't be compared to Jun Xiaoyao's. However, the test was still not over. The real danger was the shadows of the ancients. Boom, a blurry figure made a move. As he raised his hand, thousands of primal chaos heavenly lightning entwined around him and turned into a finger. He pointed it at Jun Xiaoyao. Could that ancient hero's shadow be the Thunder Emperor? Someone was startled. This move was quite similar to the Thunder Emperor's great magic. On the other side, an ancient hero rode a golden divine chariot. Like an ancient god of war, he raised a long spear and pierced it at Jun Xiaoyao. There was also a blurry figure who seemed to be a goddess from a certain era. Her jade-like hand pushed the void 30,000 miles away. All in all, every ancient hero that appeared in the heavenly tribulation had a great background. If any of them were placed on the current Emperor Road, they would be the absolute king of the Emperor Road. If Jun Xiaoyao stepped on the Emperor Road, he would probably be like these people and dominate the Emperor Road. However, the problem now was that Jun Xiaoyao was not fighting with a single person. Instead, a group of ancient heroes was besieging him. Seeing this group of ancient heroes attacking, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. He had always had the ambition to dominate the ancient era. Now, he could test it out. Jun Xiaoyao pointed out a finger and used the Thunder Emperor's finger. He fought with the ancient hero who seemed to be the Thunder Emperor and destroyed his attack. Then, riding a golden divine chariot, the figure like a god of war held a golden long spear and pierced toward Jun Xiaoyao. When the spear blasted out, even the void was pierced. Jun Xiaoyao manifested the heavenly god's spear and collided with the golden long spear, destroying it. The supreme goddess shadow charged over. Her jade-like hands formed a seal like a butterfly. It was as if a corner of the sky had collapsed, pressing toward Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao formed the man-ruler seal with one hand and also struck out horizontally. The current him had the power to turn something rotten into something miraculous no matter what method he used. Not to mention, the man-ruler seal, combatant formula, and other divine powers were not low in grade. In Jun Xiaoyao's hands, they were even more powerful. He pressed down with the seal. The supreme goddess shadow was so shaken that ripples appeared, as if she would disappear at any time. The figure riding a golden divine chariot charged over again. Jun Xiaoyao formed 6 fist seals and punched out. The void rippled and then shattered like a piece of paper. The figure riding a golden divine chariot was completely torn apart, shattering into countless light spots. The ancient hero who controlled lightning charged over again. Chaotic heavenly lightning gathered in the sky, forming a lightning spear that pierced toward Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao also countered with the Thunder Emperor's divine powers, using the 9 tribulations demon-slaying thunder. Even the chaotic heavenly lightning was absorbed by Jun Xiaoyao and turned into his own. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao threw the 9 tribulations demon-slaying thunder, and the sky exploded with terrifying lightning. The figure of the ancient hero also turned into specks of light in the lightning. Then, the primitive Emperor Dao sword shot out from between Jun Xiaoyao's eyebrows, shattering the supreme goddess shadow once again. Aside from that, there were other ancient heroes charging at Jun Xiaoyao. The 7-colored holy dragon armor appeared on Jun Xiaoyao's body, protecting him. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao activated the divine elephant overpowering force. The power of 100,000 divine elephant particles burst out at the same time, shaking the heavens. A terrifying primordial divine elephant true body appeared. Its 4 legs were like pillars that supported the heavens, and its body was filled with stars. Divine elephant sky crumbling tackle. Jun Xiaoyao pushed the power of his physical body to the extreme, shattering the sky and the clouds of calamity, causing spatial cracks to appear. This scene caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. Jun Xiaoyao was simply too overbearing. Even when he was facing off against those ancient heroes, he still seemed to be able to hold his own against tens of thousands of enemies. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao swept in all directions. Every ancient hero couldn't withstand a few attacks from Jun Xiaoyao, and they were all shattered into countless light spots. The world suddenly became clear, and only Jun Xiaoyao was left. His white robe fluttered, and he stood alone in the clouds. He stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Don't ask what the peak is. Looking down at the sky is not high. How many ancient and modern heroes are nothing in my eyes?" Jun Xiaoyao's voice was as calm as water, but the domineering aura in his words seemed to have transcended the ages. In Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, there were countless heroes in the past and present. He alone was enough to suppress the ages and look down on countless heroes from ancient times to modern times. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's invincible figure was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. What was invincible? This was invincibility. Jun Xiaoyao should be like his son. In this life, the heavens are on his side. A sacred leader of the celestial demon cult side. It's said that in the era of great battles, geniuses rise like stars. However, the son of God of the Jun family is the only blazing sun in the ages, making the endless stars pale in comparison. An elder of the Ji family also sighed. Although the Ji family had Ji Qingyi, Ji Chongkong, and other peerless geniuses, there was still a huge gap between them and Jun Xiaoyao. All the cultivators participating in the coming-of-age ceremony were amazed by Jun Xiaoyao's performance at this moment. Jun Zhantian and the other elders of the Jun family were all grinning from ear to ear, feeling both joy and pride in their hearts. Jun Xiaoyao was the most outstanding pride of the Jun family. On the contrary, the 4 quasi-supremes of the Archean royalty all had ugly expressions on their faces at this moment. Long Can's eyes were as gloomy as water. Jun Xiaoyao's strength and talent were so monstrous that it made him, a quasi-supremacy, tremble in fear. Jun Xiaoyao was only 18 years old. At 18 years old, he had passed the Sage Tribulation, which was comparable to the Supremacy Tribulation, in such a monstrous way and became the youngest sage in history. In a few years, wouldn't he catch up to him, a quasi-supremacy? Jun Xiaoyao must die, this thought flashed through Long Can's mind. If Jun Xiaoyao didn't die and was allowed to walk the emperor's road and grow up, it would be the end of the Archean royalty in the future. Not to mention Azulong, the rest of the Archean royalty would be threatened by Jun Xiaoyao. One had to admit that Long Can's premonition was not bad. Previously, when Xianxia of the celestial cicada clan was about to fall, he had also divined a corner of the future. If Jun Xiaoyao did not die, he would usher in the dark age of the Archean royalty. The eyes of Supreme Long Can flickered with determination upon having this thought. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao stood alone in the clouds like an immortal descending into the world. Flowers of the great Tao bloomed around him. Flowers rained down from the heavens and golden lotuses sprouted from the earth. What a terrifying scene. Even if a saint passes through a saint's tribulation, there wouldn't be such a shocking scene. Some of the cultivators exclaimed. Surrounded by Tao flowers, Jun Xiaoyao exuded a supreme aura like the descendant of an immortal emperor, a true immortal descending to the mortal world. With a thought, the flower blooms, the sovereign descends upon the world. Only I, Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeves. His tone was indifferent, but it contained an extraordinary aura of invincibility and dominance. Seeing this, Supreme Long Can's eyes surged with murderous intent. He could no longer turn a blind eye. If Jun Xiaoyao was allowed to live, it would be a huge disaster for Zulong and the entire Archean royalty. Die. Supreme Long Can didn't say anything else. He directly pointed at Jun Xiaoyao with lightning speed. This scene was too sudden, causing everyone to be unable to recover from their shock. Almost at the same time, the three quasi-supremes of Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, and Ancient Crocodile Lake also attacked Jun Xiaoyao at the same time. They all had a tacit understanding in their hearts that they couldn't let Jun Xiaoyao live. Jun Xiaoyao was more important to the Jun family than 100 reincarnation demon sex treasure vaults. If they could kill Jun Xiaoyao, it would undoubtedly end the Jun family's 10,000 years of fortune. The Jun family might even have a shortage of powerhouses and never recover from this setback. It had to be said that no one could have predicted this scene. It was too sudden. Killing the Jun family's son of God in front of the Jun family's mountain gate was probably something that even a lunatic wouldn't have thought of. However, Supreme Long Can and the other three had done just that. The four quasi-supremes suddenly attacked. In addition, they weren't too far away from Jun Xiaoyao. Therefore, the four's joint attack almost instantly swept in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Even Jun Xiaoyao was slightly stunned for a moment. He didn't expect these four to be so daring. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't panic at all. Not to mention that he was now in the Jun family. Even if he wasn't in the Jun family, it was impossible for these four quasi-supremes to kill him. Now, Jun Xiaoyao had a group of big shots behind him. However, the space in front of Jun Xiaoyao shattered right away at that very moment of crisis. A woman dressed in a gray robe with fluttering sleeves appeared right away. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, covering most of her fairy-like face. Even the small half of her face that was exposed was still as fair as snow. She was breathtakingly beautiful as a dream. It was Jun Xiaoyao's guardian, Audiobook. Others might not have expected Jun Xiaoyao to be surrounded by quasi-supremes. However, Audiobook had been secretly guarding Jun Xiaoyao from the moment he appeared. The attention of others might be distracted, but all of Audiobook's attention had always been on Jun Xiaoyao. Therefore, when the four quasi-supremes attacked, Audiobook immediately sensed it and stepped forward bravely. Audiobook activated his polychoria, and the light in his eyes was shocking. He directly blocked the attacks of the four quasi-supremes by himself. However, Audiobook himself was only a quasi-supreme being. The collision with four experts of the same level caused Aju's delicate body to tremble. She coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood as her entire body flew backwards. Audiobook, Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and caught Audiobook. He did not expect Audiobook to block the attacks for him first. "Young master, Audiobook is fine," Audiobook said, but blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. "Don't say any more." Jun Xiaoyao held Audiobook's slender waist with one hand and gently wiped the blood from Audiobook's mouth with the other. "Young master." Audiobook was stunned. Her heart had been silent for many years. Now, her only wish was to protect Jun Xiaoyao and let him grow up safely. However, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was treating her with a kind of gentleness. This made Audiobook feel that the young man who asked her to protect was now taking care of her. How dare they injure you? They must die. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. As his protector, Audiobook had always been silently protecting him. Now that she was injured, Jun Xiaoyao was naturally furious. Seeing that their surprise attack had been blocked, a trace of hatred flashed through the eyes of Long Can and the others. Without another word, they tore open the void and tried to escape. Since their surprise attack had failed to kill Jun Xiaoyao, they had completely lost the chance to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to summon the Bronze Immortal Palace, an old and cold voice rang out from the depths of the Jun family ancestral land. How dare you act so presumptuously in my Jun family? Are you really that naive? As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying palm intertwined with Dao laws came crashing down from the sky like a star. In the face of this terrifying wave, even the quasi-supremes were as weak as ants. Is the Jun family trying to start an immortal war? Long Can shouted angrily. His magic power burst out, trying to shake off the palm. However, he found that he was like a monkey in Buddha's palm. He couldn't escape at all. The same words again. Do you Zulong really think that the Jun family is afraid? The void twisted, and two grey-robed figures appeared. They were the Jun family's 18th ancestor and the Jun family's 16th ancestor. Oh my god, the two great ancestors of the Jun family have shown their true selves. All the guests present widened their eyes. Previously, even at Jun Xiaoyao's 10-years-old banquet, the 18th ancestor only swung his sword 3 times and didn't show himself. Now, he and the 16th ancestor had shown up together. What did this mean? Not only were the 4 quasi-supremes going to die, but the Jun family was also going to demand an explanation from the 4 forces of the Archean royalty. Everyone took a deep breath, their scalps tingling. The world was finally going to change. When they saw the 18th ancestor and the 16th ancestor, Long Can and the others were shocked. Generally speaking, the patriarchs of immortal forces would not show up easily. Once they showed up, it meant that something big was about to happen. Let's go. Now, Long Can did not think about anything else. He just wanted to escape. He originally thought that the Jun family would be a little more cautious and not go too far with the appearance of the Archean royalty's prospective supremes. Now, it seemed that Long Can had been too optimistic. The Jun family has been quiet for too long, causing you to have an illusion. Do you think that anyone can step on the Jun family? The 16th ancestor said coldly. He looked like a 10-year-old child, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. His terrifying aura seemed to be able to crush the 9 heavens and the galaxy. He calmly pointed out a finger, crushing towards Long Can and the others. Stop. At this time, in the distant Hong province, in the Zulong land, a terrifying aura rose as well. A dragon claw that seemed to be able to tear through the universe, the sun, and the moon broke through billions of layers of the void and descended in front of the Jun family's mountain gate, trying to save Long Can and the others. Long Han, you old man, how dare you stop me? The 16th ancestor snorted coldly and formed the sun and moon seal with one hand. In an instant, it was as if a sun and a moon accompanied the 16th ancestor's palm and struck out, directly shaking the space into nothingness. Then, the 16th ancestor's attack did not slow down and directly landed on Long Can and the others. Splat, Long Can was almost unable to resist and was directly blown into a cloud of blood mist. His primordial spirit was completely destroyed. As for the Zilin Cave Lord of the ancient Qilin Cave and the other 2 prospective supremes, they were also killed by the 18th ancestor with the immortal slayer sword art. Splash, droplets of blood fell from the sky. It was the blood of the prospective supremes. 4 prospective supremes were almost instantly killed by the 2 Jun family's patriarchs. Dead silence. It was a dead silence that made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. No one expected the Jun family to be so overbearing. There was no room for negotiation or reconciliation. The quasi-supremes of the 4 Archean royalty were killed just like that. If it had been any other immortal forces, they wouldn't have dared to kill them directly if Archean royalty quasi-supremes came to provoke them. This was because if he offended them, he would offend 4 undying powers. Only the Jun family would have such courage. The Jun family has gone too far. In Zulong's ancestral land, a strong cultivator was roaring furiously. His fury was burning the 9 heavens imperial court, as if the heavens were about to collapse. However, on the Jun family's side, the 18th ancestor and the 16th ancestor stood in the void with their hands behind their backs. Their eyes were as indifferent as the abyss. Today, the lair of Zulong, the Thousand Phoenix Spirit Mountain, the ancient Qilin Cave, and the ancient Crocodile Lake have provoked the Jun family. If they do not come to apologize and kowtow to us, the Jun family will raise their weapons and demand payment. As soon as 16th ancestor finished speaking, the world fell into a dead silence. Everyone opened their mouths wide in shock, but they were unable to make a sound. Not only did the Jun family not care that they had killed 4 quasi-supremes. In fact, they even wanted Zulong and the other Archean royalty to come to the Jun family to apologize. This was no longer tyrannical, it was blatant bullying. The Jun family wants to bully you. What can you do about it? At this moment, all the forces took a deep breath. They felt that the world was about to change. No matter what, Zulong and the other 4 forces were still immortal forces. How could they be bullied to this extent? Sure enough, not long after 16th ancestor's words. Over in Hong province, the aura of heaven and earth was chaotic, and the universe was shaken. In Zulong's ancestral land, terrifying auras were awakened one after another. Each aura had a terrifying momentum that could suppress the sun, the moon, and the universe. Even the weakest among them were true supremes. An old man with dragon horns on his head had eyes that were like the sun and the moon, carrying a terrifying murderous intent. He was the powerhouse who had just attacked Long Han, a terrifying existence whose strength had reached the level of a great heavenly lord. Jun family, do you really think that you are invincible in the Huangtian mystic realm? In that case, I, Zulong, will teach you a lesson today. Battle Dragon Flag, rise. As great ancestor Long Han's words fell, a dragon flag with a terrifying murderous intent rose from Zulong. The flag fluttered in the wind, stained with dark mottled blood. This was Zulong's battle dragon flag. Once it was raised, it represented the beginning of the immortal war. When they saw the lair of Zulong raising the battle dragon flag, all the immortal forces in the Huangtian mystic realm, including the ancient ancestors who had just woken up from their slumber and the current leaders, looked at the lair of Zulong with shock in their eyes. Zulong can't hold back anymore. He is going to start the immortal war. Indeed, if he doesn't start the immortal war and let the Jun family son of God grow up and let the Jun family obtain the treasury of the demon sect of Samsara, the Archean royalty will be even more miserable. Many ancient great figures were awakened by the murderous intent. The entire Huangtian mystic realm hadn't had an immortal war for a long time. The immortal war was enough to make the world sink. Of course, some great figures also thought that Zulong starting the immortal war at this time was indeed the best time. The Jun family son of God's talent was obvious to all. If Jun Xiaoyao was allowed to complete his imperial road, no one knew how powerful he would be. Even in this generation of the Jun family, a true great emperor might be born because of this. If that were to happen, it would definitely be the end of the Archean royalty. Zulong starting the immortal war at this time was something that he had no choice but to do. Zulong and the Jun family, these 2 fated enemies, are finally going to have a showdown? All the cultivators were shocked. At this time, there was also a terrifying aura rising from the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain. If the Jun family starts the immortal war, the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain will accompany them to the end. The ancestor of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain also came out, with a monstrous aura that burned thousands of miles in the sky, and shouted coldly. That voice broke the eardrums of thousands of cultivators, and it was extremely terrifying and frightening. What? The Wanhuang Spirit Mountain wants to start the immortal war against the Jun family? Many people were stunned. They didn't expect the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain to start the immortal war at this time. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. The ancestor of the ancient Qilin Cave also came out, and a murderous aura burst into the sky. The Jun family is overbearing and arrogant, and they have angered the heavens and the people. If the immortal war starts today, the ancient Qilin Cave will accept it. The ancestor of the ancient Qilin Cave also said coldly. This was shocking. A third immortal force joined the war again. On the side of the ancient crocodile lake, in a vast swamp, a monstrous aura burst out, and terrifying giant crocodiles filled with an ancient aura were awakened from their tens of thousands of years of slumber. The plan to kill the Jun family begins now. The Jun family will be wiped out from the map of the Huangtian mystic realm. A supreme-level ancient crocodile said in human language, with a monstrous murderous aura, the fourth immortal force declared war on the Jun family. The world shook, and the universe was shocked. The atmosphere of the entire Huangtian mystic realm was ignited at this moment. The immortal war that had not started for many eras had completely broken out. At this moment, the entire Huangtian mystic realm seemed to be shaking. The sky was trembling, and the earth was shaking. It was the ancient ancestors who had awakened from their slumber and were about to start the immortal war. A battle of this level could break through the land of infinity and make half the sky collapse. It was extremely terrifying. The most shocking and terrifying thing was, this was not a battle between two immortal forces, but the Archean royalty from all sides against the Jun family. A battle of this level obviously affected a wider area than an ordinary immortal war. Many people suspected that even the Jun family, who had been standing in the mystic realm for countless eras, might not be able to withstand such a siege. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. In the northern region of the Huangtian mystic realm, in the ancestral land of the Wang family, a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. He looked in the direction of the Jun family with deep hatred in his eyes. It was the head of the Wang family, Wang Yuanba. Damn it, that little bastard of the Jun family is still alive. As expected, my son didn't die in the Bronze Immortal Palace. He was the one who killed him. Wang Yuanba's eyes were scarlet with terrifying murderous intent. In the beginning, when Wang Ting died, Wang Yuanba had great hatred for the Jun family. It was only after Jun Xiaoyao died that Wang Yuanba thought that Wang Ting might have died because of the Bronze Immortal Palace. But now, not only had Jun Xiaoyao reappeared, but his strength had also skyrocketed. He had become the youngest and most powerful saint in history. On the other hand, his son had died 2 years ago. No one in the mystic realm talked about the former young emperor of the Wang family. Anger, resentment, jealousy, and all kinds of emotions filled Wang Yuanba's heart. Why was his son buried in the Bronze Immortal Palace, but Jun Xiaoyao could escape safely and his cultivation level skyrocketed? This was so unfair to his son. The immortal war, huh? Wang Yuanba's eyes were filled with unprecedented determination. Dong. Dong. Dong, above the sky of the Wang family, a huge war drum appeared. Wang Yuanba held the drumstick. Every time he hit it, the sound of an army exploding burst out, shaking the sky. That's the northern reaches Wang clan's heaven-shaking war drum. According to the legends, when that drum is struck, the Wang clan will begin the deathless war. Heavens, is even the Wang family of the north going to participate in the war? The earth-shattering sound of the Wang family's war drum spread throughout the 300 states of the north region. All the cultivators from the various forces widened their eyes in shock. The fifth undying power had joined the battle. At virtually the same time, the fallen god palace also had activity. Horrifying black gas soared into the sky. White bone devil mountains floated in the void. On top of each devil mountain, there was a white bone throne. Seated on top were some of the supreme slayer ancestors of the fallen god palace. The fallen god palace and the Jun family are absolutely irreconcilable. Today, we will attack the Jun family. One of the fallen god palace's slaying ancestors said with murderous intent, which caused the sky and earth to change color, turning it into a blood-red sky. The fallen god palace's junior generation was virtually all harvested by Jun Xiaoyao. It would be strange if the fallen god palace could swallow this grievance. And now, many undying forces had started an undying war. It was the best time to join the war. Fallen god palace naturally would not miss it. The sixth undying power, the fallen god palace, had joined the war. In addition, there was another undying power that had also made a move. A golden throne rose into the sky. On it sat a figure wearing a golden crown and a holy robe of light. He was like a brilliant sun rising, shining on the 3,000 states of the Huangtian mystic realm, stealing everyone's attention. That is, the sacred cult leader of the sacred sect. Many people were so shocked that their scalps went numb. This was also an extremely horrifying powerhouse. He ruled the sacred sect and was the supreme cult leader that billions of believers bowed to. Reincarnation is the cycle of the world. There is no power that will last forever. Even a powerful force like the Jun family will have to withdraw from the stage of history one day, the sacred cult leader whispered. Hearing this, countless important figures from the surrounding forces were terrified. Was the sacred sect also joining the undying war? Boom. 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 In the encampment of the sacred sect, figures rose into the sky like the sun. Those were the supreme guardians of the sacred sect. Among them, the weakest guardian had the strength of a quasi-supreme. As expected, the seventh undying power, the sacred sect, had joined the war. Whoosh, endless uproar resounded throughout the mystic realm. Who would have thought that the Jun family would stir up 1,000 ripples? Originally, they were only going to start the undying war with Zulong. But now, 7 undying powers had declared war on the Jun family at the same time. This was an amazing scene that was rarely seen in hundreds of millions of years. Oh my god, 1 against 7. No matter how deep the Jun family's foundation is, or how strong they can't stop it, right? 7 undying powers joining forces. This can only happen in an undying war that transcends the mystic realms, many ancient figures exclaimed. An undying war that transcends the mystic realms was even more vast. Usually, many undying powers would join forces and cross the endless galaxy to besiege another undying power in another mystic realm. However, in the Huangtian mystic realm, there had never been a situation where 7 undying powers joined forces against one party. At this moment, the entire Huangtian mystic realm was in an uproar. Countless people were trembling. They couldn't come into contact with a war of that level. They only felt that the heavenly might was rolling, as if the end of the world was coming. On the Jun family's side, when they saw the 7 undying powers joining forces to declare war, the 18th ancestor and the 16th ancestor also had gloomy faces. They weren't afraid of anything. They were just angry that these powers were too presumptuous. Haha, it seems that the Jun family has kept a low profile for too long. Everyone thinks that the Jun family is easy to bully, the 16th ancestor sneered. If that's the case, then use this war to prove it. The Jun family will accompany you to the end. The 18th ancestor's eyes were cold. Even in the face of a siege by 7 undying powers, the Jun family was still fearless. Not only the 2 great ancestors, but Jun Zhantian and the other elders, as well as the other members of the Jun family, didn't have the slightest bit of anxiety or fear on their faces. Only a burning desire to fight. Even Jun Xiaoyao, who was one of the fuses that triggered the undying war, had a nonchalant indifference on his handsome face. To be honest, even he, the son of god of the Jun family, didn't know the true strength and foundation of the Jun family. Because the Jun family's waters were too deep. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the sky and looked around. He smiled faintly and said, "Thank you all for coming to my coming-of-age ceremony today. However, there may be a little disturbance coming. You can all leave for now. I will definitely host another banquet in the future to invite you all." Jun Xiaoyao's voice was faint, but what he said made all the guests present stunned. A little disturbance, 7 undying powers and the Jun family, that would be a war between 8 undying powers. In addition, many far ancient royal families and first-class forces would also be involved. The entire Huangtian mystic realm would be shaken. How could Jun Xiaoyao say that such a battle would be a little disturbance? Everyone was speechless. Speaking of which, the son of god of the Jun family is definitely one of the main reasons for the outbreak of the undying war. Some people secretly discussed through telepathy. That's right. The son of god of the Jun family is too talented. It made the Archean royalty and other forces uneasy. In addition, the treasure vault of the devil sect of reincarnation and other things are also one of the reasons. All in all kinds of grudges and karma were piled up together. In the end, it completely exploded and set off the undying war. All the guests left the territory of the Jun family, ready to witness the mighty undying war that would be written into the history books. The Huangtian mystic realm was shaking, and the world was shaking. All the guests who came to the banquet at the Jun family of the Emperor State had retreated from the Jun family's territory. Who would have thought that they would witness such an epic battle of immortality just by attending the coming-of-age ceremony of the son of god of the Jun family? If these people want to die so badly, then the June family will kindly grant their wish. The 16th ancestor stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly. That's right. We can wake up some of the old guys in the ancestral temple. They've been sleeping for long enough. If they don't get up and move, their bones will be stiff, the 18th ancestor said. I'm thinking if we should pull back the one drifting in the outer space, the 16th ancestor said. We'll see. If there are any accidents, he will come back, the 18th ancestor said. Then, the 18th ancestor looked at Jun Xiaoyao. A look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, and he said, Xiaoyao, you did well. You didn't let us down. The coming battle will be difficult to influence even with your cultivation as a saint. Go back to the ancestral land and rest. The family will take care of these small disturbances. The 18th ancestor's eyes were full of love. That's right. Xiaoyao, you should go back to the ancestral temple, Jun Zhantian also said. However, Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. He knew that the 18th ancestor and the others wanted to protect him. But strictly speaking, this disturbance had a lot to do with him. How could Jun Xiaoyao stay out of it? Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao was not without the power to change the situation of the battle. Great ancestor, grandfather, don't say any more. Strictly speaking, this battle also has something to do with Xiaoyao. I can't stay out of it, Jun Xiaoyao said sincerely. Your business is the business of the Jun family. Anyone who dares to attack you is a provocation to the Jun family. The 18th ancestor was very protective of his son. The 16th ancestor smiled when he heard that. That's right. The children of the Jun family should grow up in the flames of war. Don't worry, go and train. No one can threaten your life. Just as the entire Jun family was about to start mobilizing, Zulong and the other Archean royalty took the lead. The enmity between them and the Jun family, which had accumulated over countless opportunities, exploded at this moment. Inside the Zulong, numerous flying dragons soared into the sky, their wings covering the sky as they roared towards the sky. There was a figure with a powerful aura sitting on each of the flying dragons. They were at least in the heavenly god realm. There were quite a few Tao divinity realm and quasi-saints. They were led by hundreds of sages, which stunned all the surrounding forces. Was this the foundation of the Archean royalty? Sages were the mainstays of a first-rate force. At the very least, they would have the position of an elder. But now, Zulong had mobilized an army led by a sage. This was absolutely horrifying. However, that wasn't the only thing that shocked people. The primal ancestors of Zulong also showed up. The one in the lead was Sovereign Long Han. He himself was a terrifyingly powerful great Empyrean. There were 4 others who were at the same level as him. As for the rest, there were more than 10 quasi-supremes, supremes, and lesser Empyreans. This lineup made people's souls tremble. Normally, even quasi-supremes were rarely seen. But now, they appeared in groups. Is this the power of the lair of Zulong? It's terrifying. Many big shots from different forces looked at Hangzhou in fear. How is this possible? Zulong's foundation is definitely more than this. But even just the power they're showing now is terrifying enough. Some ancient figures sighed. Over at Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain, there were phoenix cries. Hundreds of thousands of phoenix birds soared into the sky, carrying the powerful experts of Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain. Their wings stirred up a storm that scattered the clouds in the sky. The primal ancestors of Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain also came out of the mountain. Everywhere they passed, the void burned and began to collapse. Their aura suffocated many people in the surrounding area. Over at the ancient Qilin cave, purple clouds filled the air. Many experts rode on Qilins, their auras powerful. The cave lords of the ancient Qilin cave and the supreme ancient ancestor appeared as well. Purple energy spread for 30,000 miles, dyeing the entire sky with purple clouds. As for over at the ancient alligator lake, in the endless lake, numerous ferocious alligators appeared. Each of them was covered in dense scales and had scarlet eyes. The Archean royalty of this lineage didn't like to transform. They liked to use the most primitive power to tear apart the enemy's body and devour them into their stomachs. At this moment, if someone were to stand outside the ancient alligator lake and watch, they would be shocked to see countless alligators emerging from the lake. At a glance, it looked like the earth was moving. What was even more shocking was that some of the alligators were thousands of feet long. They were like black mountains that were moving. This was the primal ancestor of the ancient alligator lake. He had lived for countless years, and his aura was monstrous. Every time he moved, the earth would tremble. It could be said that aside from the other immortal forces, just the combination of the four Archean royalty was incomparably terrifying. They could easily take down an immortal family. This time, the June family is really in danger, in one of the immortal sects, an ancient existence whispered. This was the human immortal sect, an incomparably ancient sect with a deep heritage. It had stood in the immortal realm for countless years. However, even such an immortal sect was shocked when they felt the army of the Archean royalty. He pondered. The target of the four Archean royalty was the human immortal sect. Could they withstand it? On the other side, in the demonic immortal castle of the demonic immortal cult, there were also old antiques sighing. The Archean royalty is really terrifying. Moreover, this isn't their full strength. Can the June family withstand it? Another ancient existence of the demonic immortal cult said, should we intervene? Not for the time being. Although that last Xianxia has a good relationship with the son of God of the June family, this war involves too much. If we intervene now, it's hard to predict whether it will be a blessing or a curse. Because of Xianxia, the demonic immortal cult and the June family had a slight friendship, but that was all. The immortal war involved too many things. Moreover, 7 immortal forces were targeting the June family together. Even someone as strong as the demonic immortal cult didn't dare to casually intervene. If they intervened in the immortal war and the June family was destroyed, the demonic immortal cult would inevitably be punished. Not all the immortal forces were like the Jiang family, willing to help the June family unconditionally. In addition, the Ji family of the ancients, the Yi family of the ancients, and other forces were also watching from the sidelines. They didn't act rashly. Strictly speaking, some of the younger generations of these two families had some friction with Jun Xiaoyao. However, this kind of small grudge was nothing in the eyes of the big shots. Moreover, although the Ji family and the Yi family didn't have much of a friendship with the Jun family, they were at least ancient families of the human race. It was inappropriate to help the Archean royalty deal with the ancient families of the human race. As for the Wang family of the north, it was because Wang Yuan was too domineering. They had a grudge with the Jun family to begin with. It was even more impossible for the fallen god palace to be loyal to the human race. They were one of the origins of the demonic path. As for the holy cult, it was rumored that they weren't a native force of the Huangtian mystic realm. They were a powerful existence that came here to preach. Finally, they took root in the Huangtian mystic realm and established the holy cult. Therefore, these 3 immortal forces didn't have any psychological pressure to join forces with the Archean royalty. As far as they were concerned, the Jun family must be destroyed. In addition, God Lord Panwu was also observing this situation over at the Jin dynasty. Every dog has its day. The Jun family stole my Pan Huang sword, and now they're being attacked. God Lord Panwu's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. But when he thought of a certain person, God Lord Panwu's expression became somewhat unpleasant. But that brat Jun Xiaoyao's talent and strength are truly monstrous. My daughter's foresight is not bad, God Lord Panwu muttered. The daughter he spoke of was naturally Wu Mingyue, who had already stepped onto the emperor's road. Although God Lord Panwu held a grudge against the Jun family, he was not prepared to fight against them. Although the Panwu Jin dynasty was also an immortal Jin dynasty, even the imperial weapon, the Pan Huang sword, had been taken by the Jun family. Their overall strength was at the bottom of the immortal factions. Thus, God Lord Panwu could only be a spectator and witness the outcome of the show. On the other side, 2 figures appeared in the air above the Holy Spirit College. One of them was the college's grand elder. The other middle-aged man was the college dean. In this battle, the 7 immortal factions have joined forces to launch an immortal war. I'm afraid the Jun family will have a hard time, the grand elder said with a shake of his head. Never underestimate the Jun family's foundation, the college dean sighed. Oh? Does the Jun family have the ability to resist the combined attack of the 7 immortal factions? The grand elder asked in surprise. I don't know about that, but one thing is certain, the 7 immortal factions will have to pay an unprecedented price, the college dean muttered. Then should we? The Grand Elder hesitated. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had another identity, he was the Holy Spirit College's holy son. Our Holy Spirit College is a college that educates and educates. It's not suitable for us to participate in a war, but, let's observe the situation first. Perhaps we don't need to do anything, the college dean said with a shake of his head. It wasn't that he was a coward. Although the Holy Spirit College had a deep foundation, strictly speaking, it was only a college. It had many young juniors, and its overall strength couldn't compare to a true immortal faction. You don't need to do anything, college dean means. The Grand Elder looked in another direction. He was looking in the direction of Qing province. Qingzhou was where the Jiang family resided. The Holy Spirit College was not the only one paying attention. All forces in the Huangtian mystic realm were also paying attention to the Jiang family. After all, the Jun family was besieged by 7 different forces. If there was any immortal force that would fight alongside the Jun family unconditionally, it would be the Jiang family of the ancients. The two families were practically in the same boat. They were bound together for good or ill. At this moment, in the sky above the Jiang family, there were also a few figures with powerful auras standing in the void. Amongst them was Jun Xiaoyao's grandfather, Jiang Daoxiu. But at this moment, Jiang Daoxiu was hale and hearty, and his eyes were like stars that emanated spirit. He didn't seem sickly at all. After refining the 9 profundity undying grass that Jun Xiaoyao had given him, Jiang Daoxiu's hidden injuries had been completely healed. At this moment, his aura had reached its peak. Daosu, what do you think of the battle? Asked an old woman emitting the aura of a 9 Heavens Supreme. What do you think? Don't you know the power of the Jun family? Jiang Daoxiu smiled faintly, looking very calm. Well, we really don't know. After all, the Jun family's waters are too deep. Who knows how many old monsters are buried in various forbidden areas? Maybe the Jun family members themselves have forgotten. The old woman smiled bitterly and shook her head. It wasn't that such things hadn't happened before. There were ancient powerhouses of the Jun family who had awakened from their deep slumber. Even the Jun family themselves didn't know which era this powerhouse who had jumped out from the corner of the Jun family belonged to. From this, one could see how prosperous the Jun family was. It had been passed down for countless years and had never declined. Let's wait and see for now. Maybe those old guys of the Jun family don't want the Jiang family to interfere in this matter. Jiang Daoxiu sighed and shook his head with a smile. The Jiang family didn't plan to interfere now. They chose to wait and see. Of course, if something really happened in the battle and the Jun family couldn't handle it, the Jiang family wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. However, although the Jiang family thought so, outsiders didn't think so. TSK, I didn't expect the Jiang family to be so quiet. You can't blame the Jiang family. If it were only 1 or 2 immortal forces, the Jiang family could intervene. But now, there are 7 immortal forces. Who would dare to intervene? That's true. But the Jun family is in trouble this time. The big shots of many ancient forces in the Huangtian mystic realm were communicating with each other through divine consciousness. At the same time, the forces of the 4 Archean royalty had already marched toward the Emperor state. The Jun family also began to mobilize. In the void, the figure of a stalwart middle-aged man appeared. It was the current head of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao's second uncle, Jun Wui. Jun Wui stood in the void, his eyes indifferent. Although he wasn't the strongest powerhouse of the Jun family, he was the leader of the Jun family. Now that the immortal battle had begun, as the head of the Jun family, he naturally had to be the first to step forward. Second uncle. Seeing Jun Wui appear, Jun Xiaoyao also murmured. Although his second uncle, Jun Wuhui, was not as strong as his father, Jun Wui, and talented, he had a calm personality and was neither arrogant nor rash. Therefore, he was chosen by the grand ancestors to be the head of the Jun family. As for the next head of the Jun family, there was no doubt. Unless Jun Xiaoyao didn't want to be the head of the Jun family, he would definitely be the head of the Jun family. It seems that the Jun family has been hiding its power for too long. The world thinks that the Jun family is no longer powerful. If that's the case, then let the world know that there is an 8th unfathomable thing besides the 7 unfathomable things. The eighth unfathomable thing is the Jun family. As soon as Jun Wui finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a pitch-black horn stained with blood appeared. When they saw the horn, the big shots of the other forces who were watching the battle from afar all held their breaths. Only a few very old living fossils knew what it was. This is the Horn of Annihilation. It seems that the Jun family is getting serious. Seeing the horn, many of the old antiques took a deep breath, and the shock in their eyes was indescribable. When the Jun family blows the Horn of Annihilation, it means that the Jun family is going to wash the world with blood. Anyone who tries to stop the Jun family will be trampled to ashes by the iron hooves of annihilation. One of the old antiques sighed with deep seriousness and fear in his eyes. The Horn of Annihilation of the Jun family was more intimidating than the dragon banner of Zulong and the war drum of the Wang family. Wu, the current head of the Jun family, Jun Wui, blew the Horn of Annihilation. In an instant, the desolate sound of the horn spread throughout the Huangtian mystic realm. Not only that, but it even spread to the other mystic realms. Some of the ancient figures in the other mystic realms seemed to be shocked. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked in the direction of the Huangtian mystic realm. That sound is the Horn of Annihilation of the Jun family. I wonder how many forces will be destroyed. When the horn is sounded, the world will fall. The Jun family's army will be unstoppable. At that moment, many ancient figures in the mystic realms looked at the Huangtian mystic realm. It was safe to say that the entire Nine Heavens mystic realm was watching the battle of the immortals. The desolate sound of the Horn of Armageddon spread throughout the entire Huangtian mystic realm and even the Nine Heavens mystic realm. Jun Wui blew the horn for the first time. A terrifying formation rose from the Jun family in the Emperor state. Hundreds of millions of formation runes appeared in the sky and on the ground, intertwining with each other. It was an extremely vast formation that covered almost the entire Emperor state. The mountains, rivers, and seas seemed to be just a part of the formation. Many ancient beings felt their scalps tingle when they sensed the power of the formation. This is the third killing formation of the ancient era. Many great figures who had lived for countless years trembled in fear. The formation protecting the Jun family was actually the legendary third killing formation of the ancient era. It was the third most terrifying killing formation that had been passed down since ancient times. The first and second killing formations were rumored to have been completely lost. Even if they were to appear occasionally, they would only be incomplete parts of the formation. However, the third killing formation that the Jun family had just used was the complete version. Its power was enough to kill a supreme being. This is too terrifying. They actually used the complete third killing formation of the ancient era as the formation protecting the Jun family. Is this what the Jun family is capable of? Many great figures from the immortal forces exclaimed. Other things aside, the third killing formation of the ancient era alone was not something that ordinary immortal forces could possess. It was worth noting that the resources required to set up the third killing formation of the ancient era alone were immeasurable. Moreover, the third killing formation covered the entire Emperor state. The scale of the formation made the great figures from the immortal forces feel their scalps tingle. So, the formation protecting the Jun family is the third killing formation of the ancient era. Jun Xiaoyao sighed when he saw the formation. The third killing formation of the ancient era. The immortal forces such as the Zulong clan would probably lose a lot of their forces before they could even attack the Jun family. However, the third killing formation of the ancient era was only the tip of the iceberg. Then, Jun Wui blew the horn for the second time. This time, the void above the Jun family split open. For huge armies swept through the sky. They were the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards of the Jun family. At the very beginning, Jun Xiaoyao had mobilized 40,000 troops of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain troops to reinforce the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. But now, 4 armies had rushed out from the void, and each army had 1,000,000 people, 1,000,000 wind shadow guards, 1,000,000 palace guards, 1,000,000 fire cavalry, 1,000,000 mountain divine guards. 4,000,000 strong armies came out in full force. Their flags fluttered in the wind, and their weapons rang out in unison. Their fighting spirit burned the sky, valiant and spirited. They were a terrifying army that could fight against the heavens and the earth. The 4 guards of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards are willing to go through water and tread on fire for the Jun family. Wherever the Jun family points, not a single blade of grass will be spared. The leaders of the four armies were all Holy Lord powerhouses. They reared their heads back and roared, their fighting spirit shattering the heavens. 4 million people shouted in unison, shaking the heavens and earth. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. I can't believe that the four guards of the Jun family are so powerful. Many forces outside the Emperor State were watching. The four guards of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards of the Jun family were also very famous in the Huangtian mystic realm. However, no one had expected that there would be so many of them. Below the undying powers, these four armies were practically unmatched, able to massacre any power. But it wasn't over yet. Jun Wui blew the horn of annihilation for the third time. The void split open again, and a silent and solemn troop stepped out on iron hooves. What's that? The Jun family has an army? An army. The aura of this army is even more powerful than the four guards of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain troops. Everyone's eyes were focused on the army. This army didn't have many people. There were only 100,000 of them, but the aura of each of them was extremely terrifying. They were riding on pure-blooded creatures, and the weapons in their hands were ancient holy weapons. Among them, the weakest cultivation was at the heavenly god realm. The leaders of the thousands of small teams were all at the pre-saint realm. The hundreds of captains were all at the saint realm. The 5 leaders of the army were all at the quasi-supreme realm. Jun family's Gandian holy guards, listen to my orders. An enemy has invaded the Jun family. What should we do? The quasi-supreme leader at the front shouted loudly. Kill! 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 The 100,000 soldiers shouted. Their killing intent shook the clouds. That terrifying aura was about to destroy the universe. Sensing this terrifying aura, many immortal forces in the surroundings sucked in a breath of cold air. Could that be the legendary Gandian holy guards of the Jun family? Although there aren't many of them, they are extremely elite. They can be called an invincible army. Zulong and the other Archean royalty armies are also terrifying. But compared to the Jun family's Gandian holy guards, they are nothing. The Jun family had blown the horn of annihilation 3 times. The power they had displayed had already shocked countless immortal realm forces. However, the shock wasn't over. Jun Wui blew the horn of annihilation for the 4th time, roar. As the horn sounded, a shocking beast roar sounded. In the depths of the Jun family, there were 2 sealed void cages. At this moment, the cages were opened. 2 terrifying auras burst out. Ferocious auras surged into the sky, roar. A ferocious beast over 100 zhang long with a pair of wings on its ribs let out a roar as it charged forward. It was shaped like a tiger and was extremely ferocious. Its terrifying aura was comparable to that of a great heavenly venerable. That is, the ancient ferocious beast, Xianxia. Some ancient cultivators were so shocked that their scalps went numb. The Jun family had raised an ancient ferocious beast, however, that wasn't all. From another void cage, a giant ape that was hundreds of feet tall, like a mountain, rushed out. This giant ape's head was white, and its palms and feet were red. It slapped its chest, and the vibrating sound spread throughout the world. There was a terrifying sound of killing. It's the ancient ferocious beast Shuyan. When this beast appears, the world will go to war. An ancient cultivator was shocked to the point of numbness. 2 ancient ferocious beasts comparable to heavenly venerables came out of the Jun family's territory. One beast could stop 1,000,000 soldiers. Not to mention the outsiders, even Jun Xiaoyao was amazed. Even he didn't know that the Jun family had raised 2 ancient ferocious beasts. Jun Wui continued to blow the horn of annihilation for the 5th time. Following the sound of the horn, the entire Emperor State, and even the entire Huangtian mystic realm, mobilized countless forces. This time, the horn was used to mobilize all forces affiliated with the Jun family to participate in the war. Usually, these forces were trained by the Jun family. Now that the Jun family had started a war, they naturally couldn't stay out of it. Prepare the army and move out. On the 4 symbols ancient nations side, the Vermilion Bird Emperor and the others led millions of soldiers to the war. Purple Mansion Holy Ground, go to war. The Purple Mansion Holy Ground, which had previously become a vassal of the Jun family, also went to war at this moment. Countless vassal forces had also made their move. There were first-rate forces and second-rate forces. Although this force was scattered, it could still turn into a wave of destruction if it was concentrated. Junwui blew the horn of annihilation for the 6th time. This time, there was a terrifying imperial aura in the Jun family's territory. That's the aura of an imperial weapon. Some people's eyelids twitched. However, this was not unexpected. With the Jun family's resources, it would be strange if they didn't have an imperial weapon. However, the Jun family didn't reveal their imperial weapon. Obviously, they were guarding against the imperial weapons of Zulong and other forces. Finally, Junwui blew the horn of annihilation for the 7th time. This was the Jun family's last horn of annihilation. When the horn of annihilation resounded throughout the vast expanse, there was a commotion in the Jun family's ancestral hall. Endless holy light surged, and the supreme aura emerged. The earth trembled as if something was about to break out of the ground. An old voice was heard. Which era is this? The horn of annihilation has been blown. Someone has offended the Jun family again and disturbed this old man's dream. It's time for all of you to wake up. Who dares to offend the Jun family? Is it a foreign invasion, or are those old things in the Forbidden Zone restless again? I don't know. Who cares? Just kill them. Following the chatter, figures that could make the starry sky tremble crawled out from the ground of the Jun family's ancestral hall. The accumulated soil was turned over, and terrifying figures with powerful auras crawled out from the ground. There were men, women, old, and young. They all looked different, but without exception, they were all terrifyingly powerful. The weakest among them was a lesser celestial lord. Some of them crawled out from coffins, while others dug out from the soil. All of them were covered in dirt and dust. These were just some of the great ancestors buried in the Jun family's ancestral hall. There were also some great ancestors and powerhouses of the Jun family who were sleeping in different places. Some of them were even drifting in the starry sky. But even these great ancestors in the Jun family's ancestral hall were powerful enough, and there were quite a few of them. 17th ancestor, 15th ancestor, 14th ancestor, 13th ancestor, 12th ancestor, 11th ancestor. When the great ancestors of the Jun family woke up one by one, all the forces watching from the outside were so shocked that their souls trembled. The horn of extinction of the Jun family sounded 7 times. Every time the horn was blown, the Jun family's shocking heritage would be revealed. The third killing formation, the Holy Guard of Heaven, the archaic Great Evil, the sleeping great ancestors, every single one of their trump cards was enough to make countless great figures feel their scalps go numb. Is this the Jun family of the primordial era that stood tall in the mystic realm? It is indeed terrifying. Now, the cultivators who thought that the Jun family would suffer a crushing defeat were speechless at the moment. The corner of the Jun family's heritage was enough to shock them for many years. At this moment, the awakened great ancestors of the Jun family walked out of the ancestral hall and met up with the 18th ancestor and the others. Haha, you guys are awake too. The 18th ancestor smiled faintly. Which idiot dared to provoke the Jun family? Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? A gray-haired old man cursed. He was the 17th ancestor, and he had only been asleep for a short time. He wanted to have a long dream, but he was awakened by the horn of extinction. It's like this. The 18th ancestor briefly explained the situation. I see. The 17th ancestor and the others nodded slightly. However, the group of great ancestors' eyes fell on Jun Xiaoyao. TSK, the Jun family has a young man with such talent. This is not just the bearing of a great emperor, but the bearing of an immortal, right? You want to kill the Qilin son of the Jun family? That Archean royalty is simply courting death. These patriarchs surrounded Jun Xiaoyao with satisfied looks on their faces. Xiaoyao greets the ancestors. Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands in greeting, feeling slightly embarrassed. He felt like an animal in a zoo, surrounded by people. Don't worry. Our Jun family has seen a lot of these small waves. What can the 7 immortal forces do to our Jun family? The 17th ancestor patted Jun Xiaoyao's shoulder. Since you're already awake, let's teach the Archean royalty a lesson. The great ancestors of the Jun family had cold looks on their faces. the ancestors of the Jun family woke up from their deep slumber. The allied forces of the Archean royalty had also arrived at the periphery of Emperor State. The third Archean killing formation? Longhan Supreme of the lair of Zulong had a solemn look in his eyes. The third Archean killing formation was ferocious. Even if it was him, if he were to recklessly step in and be attacked by the killing array, only death awaited him. However, this time, the 7 immortal forces had joined forces to attack. Even the third killing formation could not stop them. Form the 9 luminaries heavenly dragon formation. As soon as Longhan's voice fell, hundreds of dragon saints formed formation seals. At the same time, the ancestors of Zulong also formed formation seals. The shadows of 9 dragons appeared in the sky, roaring and shaking as if they could make the heavens tremble. The 9 luminaries heavenly dragon formation was also an extremely terrifying formation. Although it was not as good as the third Archean killing formation, it was still one of the top formations that Zulong could bring out. Zulong's team rushed into the Emperor State with the 9 luminaries heavenly dragon formation. At the same time, the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, the ancient Qilin Cave, and the ancient Crocodile Lake all formed their own terrifying formations to resist the third Archean killing formation. Just as the 4 immortal forces of the Archean royalty stepped into the Emperor State, the third killing formation began to boil. The third killing formation began to boil. Countless terrifying rays of light appeared in the sky. This scene was simply like a raging tide that wanted to destroy the world, wanting to destroy the heavens and the earth. Rumble, the third killing formation activated, and endless killing lights filled the sky. Mountains collapsed, and the earth caved in. As for the living beings of the Emperor State, most of them had already entered the Jun family's settlement, so they would not be harmed by the third killing formation. Even though the 4 immortal forces of the Archean royalty had the support of the venerable Archean ancestors, and the vast formation's defense, the third killing formation was still not enough. In the face of the third most terrifying killing formation in history, large numbers of primordial creatures still fell. Blood splattered across the sky, and the entire Emperor State was covered in a bloody mist. Kill. Today, we swear to destroy the Jun family. If the Jun family is not destroyed, the Archean royalty will never have peace. Although countless primordial creatures had fallen in the third killing formation, the remaining primordial creatures were still alive. However, the rest of the far ancient royal family were still very hot-blooded. They roared into the sky, their battle intent soaring to the heavens. Moreover, the 4 immortal forces of the Archean royalty weren't the only ones attacking. The Demon Ox Mountain, the Cave of Coiling Silk, the Snake Emperor Valley, and hundreds of other primordial royal families also brought hundreds of millions of troops and charged toward the Jun family's ancestral land along with the Archean royalty. They really do have some guts. Seeing the roaring Archean royalty, some of the ancestors of the Jun family who had just awakened had contemptuous smiles on their faces. If that's the case, then let's make them understand what reality is. The 17th ancestor shook his head and smiled. In the Jun family's ancestral land, the various armies had also been reorganized. Jun Wui stood in the void with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "The Jun family points its sword at the world. Those who offend the Jun family will be killed, no matter how far away they are." As soon as he finished speaking, millions of armored horses stepped into the sky. The 4 forces of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain forces turned into 4 torrents and rolled forward. The elders of the Jun family also came out one by one. Their eyes were filled with coldness, and a cold light was emitted from them. The Gandian sacred guards also stepped into the sky under the command of 5 quasi-supreme martial artists. War horses neighed, ancient beasts roared, and heaven and earth shook. The 2 ancient war beasts, Xianxia and Zhuyan, also set out with the Gandian sacred guards. In addition, countless vassal forces of the Jun family also led hundreds of millions of troops and followed. "Let's go meet them," the 16th ancestor said. The other ancestors of the Jun family nodded. "Then I'll hold back, just in case," the 18th ancestor said. However, the other ancestors knew that the 18th ancestor was specifically following Jun Xiaoyao to protect him from being threatened by the Archean royalty. Kill. The 7 ancestors of the Jun family stepped into the sky, the might of the Supremes shaking the world. Just as the Jun family moved out, on the other side, the forces of the Archean royalty finally saw the location of the Jun family. Kill. Leave no one in the Jun family alive. Supremacy, Long Han roared. This was the best opportunity to destroy the Jun family, so they naturally wouldn't miss it. If they missed this opportunity, it would be almost impossible to unite all the immortal forces to deal with the Jun family again. Therefore, this time, even if they had to pay the price in blood, they had to take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Jun family. The army of the Jun family finally clashed with the army of the Archean royalty. Angry shouts and battle cries reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The four armies of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain turned into four torrents and clashed with the army of the Archean royalty. The hundreds of millions of troops of the Archean royalty clashed with the countless subordinate forces of the Jun family. It was an apocalyptic battle with billions of lives lost, and the sound of killing shook the entire Huangtian mystic realm. The battle had only been going on for a quarter of an hour, but the blood that was spilled had already converged into a river, meandering across the land of the Emperor State. Many mountains had collapsed, and the earth had sunk. The immortal war had begun, and soldiers were fighting soldiers, generals were fighting generals. It was not just the armies that were crushing each other. Some quasi-sages and saints also began to fight each other. As for the more powerful supremes, they stood high above the 9 heavens and fought among the stars in the universe. In the eyes of the supremes, the stars were like toys that were casually thrown away and annihilated. The great ancestors of the Jun family were also serious. They raised their hands, and the vigorous laws intertwined, destroying thousands of miles of the void. These great ancestors of the Jun family are really difficult to deal with. Long Han and the others looked grim. Although the four immortal forces combined were more than the Jun family in terms of numbers. However, the great ancestors of the Jun family were all very powerful. They could cut down the Milky Way and destroy stars with a single hand. What he's using seems to be a terrifying ancient technique from a certain era. What kind of supreme secret technique is this? The techniques used by the great ancestors of the Jun family even stunned some of the supremes on the Archean royalty's side. Some of the great ancestors of the Jun family had been sleeping for too long, and most people would not be able to recognize them when they used the techniques of their era. However, the power was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to cut through time and space. Soon, there were supremes who were bleeding. The 14th great ancestor seized the opportunity to shatter the physical body of a Zulong supremes with a single palm strike, and then the primordial spirit of the supremes was also destroyed. On the other side, a supreme's ancient ancestor of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain was cut in half by the 12th great ancestor of the Jun family. Originally, supreme being experts had extremely strong recovery abilities. Even if their physical bodies were shattered, they could still recover in an extremely short period of time. However, the 12th ancestor's slash seemed to contain a destructive law. The ancient ancestor of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain could not recover at all. The 12th forefather's face was indifferent as he slashed the primordial spirit of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain ancestor into nothingness. Then there was the ancient patriarch of the ancient Crocodile Lake, who fought in his true form. However, the 11th patriarch used a sword to cut open his stomach, causing blood to flow out for millions upon millions of kilometers, dyeing the river of stars red. It could be said that the battle was incomparably tragic. However, this tragedy was mostly caused by the Archean royalty. Regardless of whether it was a battle between armies or supreme being experts, the Jun family had the upper hand. The four troops of wind, forest, fire, mountain, and forest were extremely valiant. Although they suffered casualties, they caused the enemy to suffer 10 times more casualties. As for the Gandian Mountain Saint Guards, they were even more terrifying. They lost very few people, but everywhere they passed, no one could block them. They were like an invincible spear. However, many forces also knew that the two sides had yet to fully engage in the final battle. Both sides still had trump cards that they had yet to use. However, even so, the battle was already tragic enough. It was especially so in the starry sky above the 9 heavens, where many supreme being great ancestors fought and crushed thousands of stars in the starry sky into powder. The pitch-black space cracks spread everywhere, and the scene was extremely terrifying. If such a battle were to take place in the Huangtian mystic realm, it would definitely sink half of the mystic realm. This is the battle of the immortals. It is indeed a scene that is rarely seen in countless eras. Even with Xianxia's calm personality, at this moment, he felt the blood in his body boiling. With a single hand, the universe collapsed and shattered. This was the power of a supreme being. Then, how powerful would a boundary emperor, or even a true great emperor, be? What about the legendary immortals, who were illusory and ethereal? At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao also strengthened his belief. He still had a long way to go. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was thinking in his heart, above the 9 heavens, the supreme beings of the Archean royalty surrounded the great ancestors of the Jun family, but they were unable to kill even one of them. On the other hand, the Archean royalty had already lost 5 or 6 supreme being great ancestors. This can't go on. A murderous light flashed in the eyes of Supreme Being Long Han and the others. At this point, there was no turning back. They could only continue to show their strength and kill the great ancestors of the Jun family. Imperial weapon, out. At this moment, Supreme Being Long Han roared into the sky. His voice shook 100,000 miles and shattered the surrounding stars. As his voice spread out, a terrifying aura erupted in the ancestral land of the Zulong and Hong state, and the imperial might rose. A terrifying black gold guillotine rose into the sky. The entire guillotine was very large, and it was made entirely of black dragon-patterned gold. One had to know that the noble Princess Longji had only used a small amount of black dragon-patterned gold to make a small hairpin. But now, this huge guillotine was made entirely of black dragon-patterned gold. The edge of the guillotine was covered with dark mottled blood, as if it was left behind by a demon god. That's Zulong's imperial weapon, the ancestral dragon guillotine. Many forces in the Huangtian mystic realm were shocked. Zulong's imperial weapon, the ancestral dragon guillotine, was definitely an extremely terrifying weapon. It was once wielded by the ancient emperor of Zulong, and it had killed a real great emperor. Generally speaking, the lair of Zulong would not use this emperor weapon until the very last moment. At the same time when Zulong took out the imperial weapon, imperial might also surged out from the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain. A bright red divine weapon as bright as blood and as brilliant as gold rose into the sky. It was shaped like a spear, but there were blades on both sides like a phoenix spreading its wings. It's the imperial weapon of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, the phoenix wings gilded with gold. It's made entirely of crimson phoenix blood gold. The imperial weapon of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain shocked everyone again. At the ancient Qilin cave, purple qi filled the air. In the misty purple qi, a purple gold wheel emerged, as if a purple qilin was entrenched in a ring. As the wheel spun, it seemed to flow with the profound meaning of life and death, and the void was cut open. It's the ancient Qilin cave's imperial weapon, the Qilin wheel. The Qilin wheel was made entirely of divine mark gold, and there were billions of Qilin clan markings on it. As it spun, the world collapsed. The appearance of the third imperial weapon made all the cultivators a little numb. However, at the ancient crocodile lake, another imperial weapon's might erupted. However, this imperial might carried with it a ferocious aura. An imperial weapon that looked like a spiked club rose from the depths of the Great Lake. The imperial weapon was very dark, and the white spikes looked like the teeth of a crocodile. It's the ancient crocodile lake's imperial weapon, the barren crocodile's broken tooth. Rumor has it that the spikes on it are the teeth of the crocodile ancestor. Feeling the imperial weapon's ferocious aura, many of the important figures felt their hearts palpitate. The crocodile ancestor was an infamous ancient emperor. He had once created boundless murderous calamities and swallowed an entire starfield in one gulp. Previously, at the ancient crocodile lake, a descendant of the crocodile ancestor was born and entered the emperor road. At this moment, for Archean royalty imperial weapons rose into the sky at the same time. Their might shook the 9 heavens and stirred up endless winds and clouds. Imperial weapons were the weapons of the great emperors. They possessed endless power. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao had obtained great Emperor Panwu's weapon, the coiling emperor sword. However, at that time, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation wasn't high enough. He couldn't use the imperial weapon at all. Now, the 4 imperial weapons of the Archean royalty soared into the sky, their power shaking the 9 heavens. Utmost exalted level experts were already capable of using imperial armaments. It could be said that if 2 supremes of the same level had an imperial weapon, they could definitely crush or even kill the other supremes. No matter how strong the Jun family is, how many imperial weapons do they have? Supremacy Long Han of Zulong shouted coldly. Imperial weapons were extremely rare. Normally, even immortal forces only had one. They were used as the foundation of their family. Even if the Jun family had their own imperial weapons, they only had two, including the coiling emperor sword that Jun Xiaoyao had found. On the other hand, the Archean royalty had a total of 4 imperial weapons. Supremacy Long Han activated the ancestral dragon chopper. Its power was overwhelming. The other 3 supremes of the Archean royalty also had 3 imperial weapons: the Phoenix Wing Golden Centipede, the Qilin Wheel, and the Wild Alligator's Broken Tooth. All of a sudden, the patriarchs of the Jun family were in danger. Indeed, the patriarchs of the Jun family were stronger and more powerful than the patriarchs of the Archean royalty. However, the difference wasn't that big. The supremes of the Archean royalty had the imperial weapon and turned the tables around. Do you think the Jun family lacks imperial weapons? 16th Patriarch snorted coldly. He raised his hand and grabbed in the direction of the Jun family. Suddenly, an ancient sword with a peerless sharpness that could cut through everything in the world broke through the air. Around the ancient sword, the shadows of 10,000 spirits appeared and worshipped. An ancient aura filled the air, causing the surrounding space to collapse inch by inch. The sword light illuminated the 9 heavens. It was the imperial weapon, the Coiling Emperor Sword. With the Coiling Emperor Sword in hand, the 16th Patriarch's combat strength skyrocketed. The sword light swept across the sky with peerless power. When they saw this scene, Supreme Exalt Long Han and the others weren't surprised. Everyone knew that because of Jun Xiaoyao, the Jun family had obtained the Panhuang sword of the Panwu Jin dynasty. That's the Panhuang sword that belongs to my Panwu Jin dynasty. Seeing the Panhuang sword, the Panwu Jin dynasty's god Lord Panwu's expression became unsightly, turning the color of pig liver. The Jun family was a bandit. Since they had stolen the Panhuang sword, it was impossible for them to return it. So what if you have the Panhuang sword? Bring out your Jun family's other imperial weapon. But even so, you only have 2 imperial weapons, Long Han sneered. How would a frog at the bottom of a well know the depth of my Jun family's resources? The faces of the 17th ancestor and the others were filled with disdain. That kind of feeling was like looking at a country bumpkin. Imperial weapons, attack! The 17th ancestor roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder that resounded for thousands of miles in the sky. At the same time, the Jun family's ancestral temple was filled with a terrifying imperial aura. At that moment, everyone in the Huangtian mystic realm was paying attention. The Jun family definitely had their own imperial weapon, but they had never used it before. That was why many people were curious. Under everyone's gazes, a golden ancient mirror floated into the air. The golden ancient mirror was octagonal, resembling an 8 trigrams array. Runes of the 8 trigrams were engraved around it. The surface of the mirror seemed to contain all living things in the universe. The sun, the moon, the stars, the mountains, the rivers, and the seas. Grass, trees, insects, and fish all seemed to be born and changed within. It was extremely mysterious and magical. With a casual shake of the mirror, a terrifying beam of light shot out, piercing through the void. It seemed to be able to disintegrate all things and turn them into the most primitive particles. That ancient mirror looks like it was forged from the gold of the tribulation of the path. Is that the Jun family's imperial weapon? It is indeed powerful. Feeling the horror of the ancient golden mirror, many influential figures who were watching the battle from other states took a deep breath. Here comes the Heavenly Emperor mirror. The 17th ancestor waved his hand, and the Heavenly Emperor mirror fell into his hand. However, what made everyone feel astonished was that the imperial aura in the Jun family's ancestral hall had yet to dissipate. Under everyone's shocked gazes, another artifact appeared. It was a golden scroll, which also seemed to be forged from the gold of the tribulation of the path. Flowers of the Tao floated around the scroll, and countless illusory images of mountains and rivers appeared. They looked like dragon veins, and finally gathered within the scroll. That is, the billions of people who were watching the battle in the Huangtian mystic realm were all stunned. Wasn't the Jun family's imperial weapon the Heavenly Emperor mirror? What was this scroll that emitted the imperial aura? Earth Emperor's book, come. The 11th ancestor, who was above the 9 heavens stars, shouted. The Earth Emperor's book rose into the air, bringing with it the endless power of the Earth. The Jun family has a second imperial weapon, the Earth Emperor's book. Gasps were heard from all directions. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Supreme Long Han and the others held their breaths for a moment. However, that was not the end. A third object rose into the air from the Jun family's ancestral hall. It was a brush, and the body of the brush was also forged from the gold of the tribulation of the path. As the tip of the brush moved, it carried with it a great spirit. Emperor Brush, come. The 12th ancestor stretched out his hand, and the Emperor Brush rose into the air again. Dumbfounded, everyone was dumbfounded. Damn it, the Jun family has 3 imperial weapons? Terrifying, this is too terrifying. Even an immortal force can't take out 3 imperial weapons at the same time. Countless old antiques who were watching the show were shocked. Their minds were shaken, and they seemed to have been petrified. That foundation was simply incredible, even the spectators were shocked. Long Han and the others were even more shocked. Even with their temperament, they were shocked to the point of numbness. A chill ran down their spines. The Heavenly Emperor Mirror, the Earth Emperor's book, the Emperor Brush, and the Coiling Emperor Sword. The number of imperial weapons the Jun family had was comparable to the number of imperial weapons they had in the Archean royalty. This was King ridiculous, many people from the immortal forces were exclaiming. No wonder the Jun family said that they were the 8th most incredible force. This time it really is incredible. Just as the spectators were exclaiming, above the 9 heavens, the battle broke out again. Unlike before, 8 imperial weapons joined the battle this time. The fluctuations were indescribable, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Tens of thousands of stars were shattered by the might of the imperial weapons in an instant. Cracks in space spread for hundreds of millions of miles. The 16th ancestor held the Emperor's sword in his hand and slashed. The sword light fell and cut the Milky Way in half. What was even more shocking was that the Jun family's 3 imperial weapons, the Heavenly Emperor Mirror, the Earth Emperor's book, and the Emperor Brush, could vaguely enhance each other. That aura was comparable to that of a supreme immortal artifact. These 3 imperial weapons were originally a set, and they were collectively known as the 3 imperial weapons. Their auras were connected, and when stacked together, their power increased exponentially. They were enough to suppress ordinary imperial weapons. Damn it! Long Han and the others were beaten until they coughed up blood and retreated. In just a quarter of an hour, a few more Supremes had fallen at the hands of the 3 imperial weapons. If this continued, how could they withstand it? Wang family, holy sect, fallen god palace, if you don't make a move today, you won't have another chance. Long Han shouted. This time everyone suddenly came to their senses. The Jun family's opponent wasn't just the Archean royalty. There were also 3 immortal forces that had declared war. Hearing Long Han's angry shout, the holy sect's sacred leader, Wang Yuanba of the Wang family, and Ancestor Sha of the fallen god palace had a tacit understanding. Mobilize the troops. We must destroy the Jun family in this battle. The 3 immortal forces once again participated in the immortal war. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel, smiley face. To be honest, the Jun family's performance in this immortal battle had indeed shocked all the forces in the Huangtian mystic realm. At first, everyone thought that the Jun family might not be able to withstand the 4 Archean royalty alone. But what was the result? First, the ancestors of the Jun family woke up, and then the 4 imperial weapons appeared. It could be said that the Jun family's foundation had shocked everyone. The Jun family was indeed worthy of being one of the 3 imperial families of the Huangtian mystic realm. They were indeed qualified to be called the 8th most incredible family. But now, everyone felt that the Jun family's resources were almost all gone. The powerhouses who should have awakened had awakened. The imperial weapons that should have been used had been used. The 3rd killing formation had been operating. Under such circumstances, the fact that the Jun family could withstand the 4 Archean royalty and gain the upper hand was enough to shock the mystic realm for billions of years. But now, another 3 immortal forces were attacking the Jun family in the Emperor state. This was equivalent to wiping out the Jun family's advantage again. Not only that, the Jun family seemed to have no extra strength to deal with the 3 immortal forces. Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. I've finally seen the Jun family's strength today. The Jun family, as an immortal force, can withstand the 4 Archean royalty alone. It's already terrifying enough. But there are 7 immortal forces that have declared war on the Jun family. Many forces sighed when they saw the scene. The Jun family's performance had exceeded everyone's expectations. But there were 7 immortal forces that wanted the Jun family dead. The Jun family was outnumbered. It was impossible for them to survive alone. At this moment, on the Jiang family's side, even Jiang Daoshu frowned slightly. To be honest, the Jun family did not seem to have extra strength to deal with the 3 immortal forces now. Jiang Daoshu ordered, "Pass down my order. The Jiang family's army is to prepare for war. Be ready to move out at any time." At this moment, the huge Jiang family began to operate secretly. Many members of the Jiang family gathered. Some of the Jiang family's supreme grand ancestors also gathered. Oh, is the Jiang family going to make a move? Seeing the Jiang family's movement in the Qing state, many big shots were surprised. If the Jiang family made a move, the Jun family might really be able to overcome this crisis and make history. At the same time, the Wang family, the Holy Sect, and the Fallen God Palace entered the Emperor state. The moment they entered, they were attacked by the Third Killing Formation. The cultivators of the 3 factions were cut down like weeds. Even so, the 3 immortal forces did not stop and continued to advance toward the Jun family. As for the 4 elements as well as the Gantian Saint Guards, they were all held up by the Archean royalty and were unable to assist. Roar, Xianxia and Zhu Yan, the 2 great ancient beasts, roared and charged at the 3 immortal forces. The Xianxia opened its mouth and roared. Boundless dark flames surged into the sky as if they wanted to burn the entire world. On the other hand, Zhu Yan's body was as massive as an ancient demonic mountain. As his feet trembled, the ground cracked. "Humph, evil creature, let me have a taste of you." A paragon old ancestor from the Wang family made a move. Within the Saint sect, there were also 2 supreme guardians who appeared to resist. 2 primordial great ferocious beasts were unable to stop the 3 imperishable forces. Everyone's eyes fell on the Jun family as they watched the 3 immortal forces march in. There was only one 18th ancestor on the Jun family's side. How could he stop them? At this moment, in the Jun family, the 18th ancestor stood indifferently in the void, looking at the 3 immortal forces that were about to arrive. Jun Xiaoyao stood beside the 18th ancestor with his hands behind his back. He also had a calm expression on his face. The others, such as Wang Chuan, Jun Linglong, Jun Ying'er, Nalan Ruashi, and the others, did not have a trace of fear on their faces. They were willing to live and die with the Jun family. "Xiaoyao, are you afraid?" The 18th ancestor smiled. "Afraid?" Jun Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes and said, "May I ask, old ancestor, how do you spell the word afraid?" The 18th ancestor heard this and laughed. "Good, good. You are indeed the future pillar of the Jun family. You are able to remain calm in front of the 3 armies." The 18th ancestor was very satisfied with Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed and said, "Old ancestor, Xiaoyao has a presumptuous request." "Speak." The 18th ancestor's eyes flashed. What kind of request would Jun Xiaoyao make at a time like this? "Xiaoyao wants to fight the 3 immortal forces alone," Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. "What?" This request stunned the 18th ancestor. He thought that he had misheard. "Xiaoyao, could it be that I'm hallucinating?" 18th ancestor could not believe his ears. "Xiaoyao wants to fight the 3 immortal forces alone." Jun Xiaoyao repeated. "Xiaoyao, you have the potential to prove your way and become an emperor, or even immortal. I am not worried about your future, but now," what he meant was that although Jun Xiaoyao was now a saint, he could not influence an immortal war. Jun Xiaoyao said, "Old ancestor, you should know that Xiaoyao has never played with his life." Looking at the determination in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, the 18th ancestor hesitated. He then remembered that Jun Xiaoyao had the ability to come out of the Bronze Immortal Palace safely. Could it be? The 18th ancestor thought of a certain possibility, and his eyes lit up. "Very well, Xiaoyao, go ahead. But I will pay attention to your safety," the 18th ancestor said. Jun Xiaoyao had a protective talisman that he had given him. Common Supremes would not have been able to kill Jun Xiaoyao within a few hits. The Jun family had enough time to react and save Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, then stepped out of the Jun residence alone and headed in the direction of the allied forces of the three immortal forces. Look, the son of God of the Jun family left the Jun residence? What is he trying to do? That direction is where the three immortal forces are coming from. Is the son of God of the Jun family crazy? What is he trying to do? Jun Xiaoyao's action was undoubtedly like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. At this juncture, shouldn't Jun Xiaoyao be hiding in the ancestral hall of the Jun family? Why was he going to fight alone against the three undying powers? Lord Son of God. Young Master. Jun Linglong, Jun Ying-er, Nalan Ruashi, Forget Chuan, and the others were also surprised. Under the gaze of so many people, Jun Xiaoyao walked in the air with his hands behind his back. His white robe fluttered, and his sleeves fluttered. He was like a banished immortal, stepping into the battlefield of blood and fire. At the same time, the allied forces of the three immortal forces marched straight in and were not far from the Jun family's territory. At this moment, the allied forces of the three immortal forces suddenly stopped in their tracks. Even Wang Yuanba, the sacred cult master, and the other powerhouses focused their eyes and looked into the distance with a hint of surprise in their eyes. A figure dressed as white as snow stood above the 9 heavens with his hands behind his back. His eyes were cold as he sized up the allied forces of the three immortal forces. Heaven and earth were empty, and he was alone. It was Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao slowly stretched out his finger and pointed at the three immortal forces. His tone was indifferent and casual. Today, I, Jun Xiaoyao, bestow defeat and death upon you. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao said that, the world fell silent, and the universe fell silent. The entire battlefield seemed to have been stripped of all sound at this moment. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. What did they just hear? Jun Xiaoyao wanted to defeat the three immortal forces by himself. Everyone thought that they were hallucinating. Otherwise, the son of God of the Jun family had gone mad. Everyone could see the current situation. The Jun family was able to resist the 4 Archean royalty forces, but it was difficult for them to divert more forces to deal with the three immortal forces. Lord Son of God. Many prides and princesses of the forces who were watching the battle from the periphery were also worried for Jun Xiaoyao. The princess of the Great Shang dynasty and other admirers were praying for Jun Xiaoyao in their hearts. At this moment, almost everyone in the Huangtian mystic realm was looking at Jun Xiaoyao. Even the battle between the great ancestors in the starry sky was not as exciting as Jun Xiaoyao fighting the three immortal forces by himself. Everyone wanted to know if Jun Xiaoyao had really gone mad, or if he had something to rely on. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, even Wang Yuanba thought that he had heard wrong for a moment. Wang Yuanba said coldly, "You brat, have you lost your mind?" Jun Xiaoyao looked at Wang Yuanba indifferently and said, "I killed Wang Ting." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yuanba's body trembled, and a terrifying murderous intent that was enough to change the color of the world burst out. Under such a shocking murderous intent, an ordinary saint would have gone limp and his mind would have collapsed. However, Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. "You little bastard, you are courting death." Wang Yuanba raised his hand and was about to suppress Jun Xiaoyao with his palm. However, in Jun Xiaoyao's spatial power item, a protective talisman lit up. It was Jun Wuhui's protective talisman. Boundless light surged like a tide. Vaguely, a blurry figure that stood in the 9 heavens and 10 earths appeared and pointed at Wang Yuanba. PFFTT, Wang Yuanba's entire body flew out as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His shoulder was pierced through, leaving behind a large bloody hole. That figure is the white-robed divine King Jun Wuhui. Countless gasps could be heard from all directions. Many people felt goosebumps rising on their skin. It's no wonder that the Jun Son of God's protective talisman is so. It's because he has the protective talisman. With this amulet, it's really impossible to kill the divine child of the Jun family in a second. Wang Yuanba wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression was even more furious. At the same time, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The white-robed divine king was the divine kings of Wuhui. Even if Jun Wuhui was unable to participate in the battle of the immortals for some reason, it didn't mean that he was no longer a threat. Kid, is this what you're relying on? If that's all, then you're really naive, the sacred leader of the sacred sect said indifferently. He sat high on the golden throne, as if he was a god worshipped by all. The white-robed divine king Jun Wuhui was powerful, but it was only a protective talisman after all. Once the energy in it was used up, it would be useless. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao was indeed naive to think that a protective talisman would be able to act arrogantly in front of the three immortal forces. I, the son of God, just want to say that the three immortal forces are all useless. What else can you do other than bully the weak? No one in the younger generation is a match for me, the son of God. Now, I, the son of God, am standing right here. Is there any saint among the three forces who can kill me, the son of God? Jun Xiaoyao flung his sleeves, his tone cold and disdainful. His words directly stepped on the minefield of the three forces. Wang Yuanba's face was ferocious. Jun Xiaoyao was dancing on the tip of a knife. However, no one could refute his words, because it was the truth. The sacred leader's face also darkened slightly. The sons and saintesses of the sacred sect were ashamed, but they had all died tragically in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. As for the palace of the fallen god, it was filled with murderous intent. The fallen son of God, the dark son of God, and the underworld prince had all died in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. He had almost cut off all the younger generation of the palace of the fallen god. This person is too arrogant, let me kill him. A middle-aged saint from the Wang family couldn't help but step out. He could be considered a rather famous genius of the Wang clan. After spending 800 years, he had become a saint. Although 800 years was a long time, it was considered very young for a saint. Of course, compared to Jun Xiaoyao, the 18-year-old saint, he was nothing. Kid, I'll kill you. The saint of the Wang family shouted coldly, took out a heavenly knife, and swept it towards Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was not afraid of a saint of the same level. He activated the power of 100,000 divine elephants, and the true body of the primordial divine elephant appeared. Jun Xiaoyao pressed down with his palm, and the true body of the primordial divine elephant crushed down from the sky, shattering the void like a piece of paper. The saint of the Wang family was shocked, and he didn't even have the chance to struggle before his body exploded into a ball of blood, and even his primordial spirit was shattered. That's it? Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly. How dare he challenge him? Kid, don't be so arrogant. The second saint of the Wang family attacked again, but he was still killed by Jun Xiaoyao in 3 rounds. The corner of Wang Yuanba's eyes twitched. He wasn't sad about the saint's death, but he was angry. None of the saints of the Wang family could deal with Jun Xiaoyao. Let me do it. A saint of the sacred sect also attacked. He chanted scriptures, and golden ancient characters appeared one after another, like golden mountains, pressing down on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. With a flick of his finger, the sword chi of the immortal slayer sword chant shot out, as if it could cut through the stars. The golden ancient characters were all shattered by the sword chi. Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the air and instantly appeared in front of the saint of the sacred sect, then punched him hard, the void shattered, and the spatial turbulence shook. The saint's body and primordial spirit were annihilated at the same time, and they were sucked into the dark spatial turbulence. The saints of the 3 immortal forces were all terrified, and they had goosebumps on their backs. They didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao to be so powerful. As expected of a saint who has survived the supreme tribulation. The many forces watching from the outside of the emperor state exclaimed in their hearts. Jun Xiaoyao was an invincible saint. If such a ferocious person stepped onto the emperor's road, how could the other sky pride stand a chance? Why? Is there no one else from the 3 forces? Jun Xiaoyao put one hand behind his back as he looked at the terrified gazes. After killing a few saints, his white robe was still spotless, and there was a faint smile on his lips. However, the more he was like this, the more terrifying it was. Seeing the extreme fear in the eyes of the saints of the 3 forces, Jun Xiaoyao sighed and shook his head slightly. How about this? I, the son of God, will take a step back. Any saint of the 3 forces can fight, and I, the son of God, will not rely on external forces. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, everyone stopped breathing, and their hearts seemed to have skipped a beat. Was Jun Xiaoyao going to fight all the saints of the three immortal forces alone? Jun Xiaoyao's words made everyone dumbfounded. The higher one's realm, the harder it was to fight 1,000 alone. For example, in the Ascension realm or the Divine Fire realm, some prodigies could indeed fight 10 or even 100 alone. However, the higher one's realm, whether it was challenging someone of a higher realm or fighting 100 alone, it would be more difficult. Especially those who could cultivate to the sage realm, who didn't have some skills. They were all cultivators with a strong foundation and ability. Therefore, generally speaking, even if some of the saints with monstrous aptitudes could fight against 5 or 10 people at the same time, it would already be good enough. But now, Jun Xiaoyao said that all the saints of the three major forces could attack. What kind of courage was that? The saints of the three major forces added up to more than 900, close to 1,000. This was an extremely terrifying number that made one's scalp tingle. And Jun Xiaoyao was only one person. Fighting 1,000 alone in the sage realm, they didn't even dare to think about it. However, when the saints of the three major forces heard this, their eyes burst with cold light. This kid is courting death, we can only fulfill his wish. The saint of the Wang family said with killing intent. That's right, there's no need to talk about face with Jun Xiaoyao. He's not human, he's a monster. A saint of the saint sect said coldly. It was a bit shameless for a group of saints to besiege a single saint. However, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't be measured by common sense. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao's talent was too monstrous. He was a huge hidden danger. The reason why this immortal battle was started was partly because Jun Xiaoyao was feared. At this point, the three major forces wouldn't be polite. There were more than 10 saints from the Wang family. Without hesitation, they joined forces and rushed out. There were also more than 20 saints of the Saint sect. There were also more than 10 saints of the Fallen God Palace. Their bodies shook, turned into black smoke, and hid in the void, ready to backstab Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were calm. He naturally didn't want to be tortured or courted death. Instead, he wanted to use the saints of the three major forces to measure his current true strength and how strong he was. Jun Xiaoyao's strength was already very strong before he passed the Sage Tribulation. Now that he had passed the Sage Tribulation, Jun Xiaoyao felt that he had become even stronger. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not know exactly how strong they were. Therefore, he needed some tools to be used as a yardstick. Weren't the saints of the three undying forces just ready-made punching bags? Since it was free, what reason did Jun Xiaoyao have to not take advantage of it? He stepped forward and crossed the void. Using his finger as a sword, the sword light of the immortal Slayer sword art surged out. He pointed at a saint of the Wang clan and directly pierced through his forehead, killing him in one move. It was a clean kill. Die. Several saints of the Wang family attacked together with bloodshot eyes. They cast all kinds of terrifying divine powers of the Wang family and surrounded Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao was caught off guard. Just when the saints of the Wang family were overjoyed. In the next moment, they were shocked to find that the divine powers turned into nothingness when they came within 10 feet of Jun Xiaoyao. Mana immunity, the saints of the Wang family immediately thought of the rumors about Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao possessed a rare type of immunity to magical powers. However, they did not expect Jun Xiaoyao to be immune to even saint-level mana divine powers. Jun Xiaoyao took advantage of this opportunity to dash forward and punch a saint of the Wang family. The saint of the Wang family only felt that the surrounding space was squeezing his body. Jun Xiaoyao's punch sucked away all the surrounding air and distorted the void like an air cannon. The body of the saint of the Wang family could not withstand it and directly exploded. The saint's blood splattered everywhere, golden divine chains of order rushed out of Jun Xiaoyao's forehead and turned into the primitive Emperor Dao sword, directly destroying the saint's primordial spirit. Kill. Seeing this, the saints of the sacred sect surrounded him again. They refused to believe that Jun Xiaoyao would be able to kill all of them on his own. All kinds of terrifying divine powers were released, and that part of the world was boiling. One had to admit that these saints' methods were very powerful. They caused the world to tremble and the earth to shatter. However, in front of Jun Xiaoyao, all of this was useless. During the Sage Tribulation, He could fight against the young great emperors and the young ancient emperors. Compared to those peerless figures, these saints in front of him were just like chickens and dogs. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Jun Xiaoyao used the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist to control 6 terrifying divine powers and smashed them towards the group of saints. In an instant, blood splattered and broken limbs splattered everywhere. At the same time, there were panicked screams. Jun Xiaoyao killed over a dozen saints with a single punch. The rest of the saints were affected by the shockwaves as well, spitting blood from their mouths. At this moment, a murderous light suddenly flashed across the void. It was the Saint of Slaughter from the Fallen God Palace. He held a bloody dagger in his hand and stabbed it at Jun Xiaoyao from an extremely tricky and vicious angle. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm, and his body shook slightly. In an instant, the 7 dragon vital energy exploded, and a terrifying dragon chi surged out. On the surface of his body, a silver armor that glowed with rainbow light condensed. It was the rainbow sacred dragon armor. Ding, the bloody dagger stabbed the rainbow sacred dragon armor, but it could not leave a single mark. This? The Saint of Slaughter from the Fallen God Palace was dumbfounded. The bloody dagger in his hand was close to a supreme artifact, but it could not even penetrate Jun Xiaoyao's armor. Ridiculous, Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. He raised his hand and blasted out. The 7 dragon vital energy surged. 7 dragon-shaped shadows of different colors rose into the sky. It was the ultimate move. 7 dragons destroy the world. Kill. Jun Xiaoyao let out a murderous roar. The Saint of Slaughter from the Fallen God Palace was directly blasted into nothingness by the 7 dragons destroy the world. Jun Xiaoyao's performance stunned many of the important figures outside the Emperor state. They felt that it was somewhat unreal. Why did it feel like the saints who were usually high and mighty were inferior to pigs and dogs in front of Jun Xiaoyao? Son of God. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao's admirers, such as the Princess of Great Shang, all had stars in their eyes. This was the person they admired and worshipped. That kind of invincible divine appearance was fascinating. Another saint from the Fallen God Palace had a gloomy expression as he shouted, "Damn it. Everyone, don't hold back. Attack together." Even if there were more than 10 saints, it would be difficult to keep Jun Xiaoyao in check. Then, they could only let more people attack together. In the saint realm, a quantitative change was enough to cause a qualitative change. If there were enough saints, it was even possible to make the saint kings and even the supreme saints bleed. Following the call of the saints from the Fallen God Palace, nearly 100 figures rushed out from the 3 immortal forces. In addition to some of the saints from before. This time, there were more than 100 saints surrounding Jun Xiaoyao at the same time. This was a magical scene that made everyone feel that it was extremely unreal. In the Huangtian mystic realm, when had there ever been a scene where 100 saints surrounded and killed a single saint? This was simply a spectacle that was rarely seen in all of eternity. At this time, even the cultivators who were optimistic about Jun Xiaoyao before shook their heads. No matter how powerful an invincible saint was, it was impossible to resist the attack of 100 saints of the same level. Everyone was watching, wanting to know what Jun Xiaoyao would do. The corner of Jun Xiaoyao's mouth was still curled into a calm smile when he saw that. Then, he slowly raised his hand, and a wave of heart-palpitating fluctuations spread out. Then, an extremely heavy bronze cauldron with an ancient aura appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was the Myriad Chi Cauldron. The Myriad Chi Cauldron floated in the void. It had 3 legs and 2 handles, looking extremely heavy and ancient. The cauldron was engraved with the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, plants, insects, and fish, as well as the worship of the ancestors. At the same time, within the Myriad Chi Cauldron, dense Myriad Chi was rolling. Every strand of it could crush thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Jun Xiaoyao held the Myriad Chi Cauldron in his hand, as if he was the origin of all things and a god worshipped by the ancestors. That cauldron, why does it feel like the prototype of an emperor weapon? What a terrifying aura. Even the void is about to be crushed by that cauldron. Oh my god, is that the legendary Myriad Chi? When the Myriad Chi Cauldron was revealed, everyone took a deep breath. If there was a list of the rarest divine materials in the world, the Myriad Chi Cauldron would definitely be one of the best treasures in the world. Every strand of it was extremely precious and could be called the best material to forge an emperor weapon. And now, the myriad chi cauldron was rolling in the myriad chi cauldron. Everyone was stunned by Jun Xiaoyao's generosity. This cauldron, together with the myriad chi cauldron, would even move a supreme being and make them greedy. Seeing the shocked gazes of the sages, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a mocking smile. Are you still in the mood to be shocked at a time like this? Since that's the case, I'll kill all of you at once. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, he suddenly stepped into the void. In an instant, numerous sealing runes rose into the air around him. Like chains, they locked down the space around him. The hundreds of sages who were charging at Jun Xiaoyao happened to be within the range of the sealing runes. What? What is this? What a terrifying sealing rune. The saints who charged at Jun Xiaoyao all had looks of fear in their eyes. Their minds of the path were all shaken. At this moment, they were like pigs and dogs in a cage waiting to be slaughtered. And Jun Xiaoyao was the butcher. When did the son of God of the Jun family set up the sealing technique? By the way, when the son of God of the Jun family was fighting with those saints, he seemed to have started to make arrangements. Hiss, the son of God of the Jun family is actually this scheming? Some of the old antiques watching from the sidelines saw through Jun Xiaoyao's methods. However, that was exactly what Jun Xiaoyao had done. The sealing technique he used was truly the 7 seals of the Immortal's forbidden seal. Of course, this was not the complete version of the 7th Immortal Restriction seal. With Jun Xiaoyao's current Sage Realm cultivation, he could unleash the complete 2nd seal on his own. However, even if it was only the 2nd seal, it was more than enough to seal these saints. Jun Xiaoyao had indeed secretly arranged this during the battle just now. I can't break this sealing rune. A saint tried to break the seal, but he was powerless. As for Wang Yuanba and the others, they did not interfere for the time being. This was because they did not think that Jun Xiaoyao had the ability to survive the siege of 100 saints. Little bastard, pay with your life for my son. Wang Yuanba's heart was filled with coldness. At this moment, the 100 or so saints who were sealed by the 2nd seal looked panicked. However, when they thought of the number of people here, their panic gradually dissipated. The fear in their eyes was replaced by a murderous look. Little brat Jun, you've trapped us with this sealing technique. Are you planning to kill us all in one fell swoop? I have to say, your naivety is somewhat laughable. That's right. Even if you're almost invincible in the saint realm and can easily kill a saint, we have 100 saints here. How can you kill them all? The saints of the 3 immortal forces had a cold look in their eyes. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, looked indifferent. Ants talk too much. I, the son of God, never talk too much with dead people. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, he activated the spirit sea in his body. Vast dermic power surged like a tide into the myriad chi cauldron. The myriad chi cauldron rose into the air and instantly expanded, turning into a huge bronze cauldron the size of a mountain. At the same time, wisps of myriad chi poured down like a waterfall. Suppress. Jun Xiaoyao pointed out with his fingers and pointed downward. The myriad chi cauldron, which was as big as a bronze mountain, carried the surging myriad chi cauldron and suppressed the 100 or so saints. A wisp of the myriad chi cauldron could crush a mountain range. Even someone as strong as Jun Xiaoyao's body had been disintegrated by the myriad chi cauldron. Not to mention, these saints' bodies could not be compared to Jun Xiaoyao's at all. As the myriad chi cauldron descended, the air below seemed to be compressed to the extreme, emitting an ear-piercing sonic boom. The 100 or so saints who were trapped in the sealing array felt as if a part of the universe was crushing down on them. Their skin began to crack, and their bones began to creak as if they could not bear the burden. How could this be? Leave, quickly break the sealing array and leave. All the saints roared, and the mocking look on their faces had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by fear in the face of death. However, the 2nd seal of the immortal prohibition was not something they could break. In addition, in the midst of fear, it was impossible for the 100 or so saints to gather their strength together. They were just a bunch of headless flies. This sudden turn of events, even Wang Yuanba and the others did not expect it. By the time they came to their senses, the myriad chi cauldron had already descended. Puff. 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 Puff, the bodies of the saints exploded like beans. Their bones and blood splattered, and even their primordial spirits were scattered by the myriad chi cauldron. None of the saints could bear the weight of the myriad chi cauldron. Not everyone was like Jun Xiaoyao, who had the potential to become an emperor with his physical body. Not everyone was like Jun Xiaoyao, who had the strength of 100,000 immemorial divine elephants. It was impossible for them to resist the myriad chi cauldron. Just a slight touch of their bodies would cause them to turn into blood foam. There were even some saints who did not have strong bodies. They did not even need to touch the myriad chi cauldron. Just the terrifying pressure alone was enough to crush their bodies. There were also very few saints who focused on body refinement who were trying their best to resist. However, the thick strands of myriad chi cauldron fell and directly shattered their bodies, cutting off their vitality. In just a short breath's time. In the entire ceiling array pattern, there was no one alive other than Jun Xiaoyao. The ground was filled with the bones and blood of the saints. Stunned, all the cultivators of the three immortal forces were completely stunned. Even Wang Yuanba, the sacred cult master, and the others were a little disconnected, as if they had not recovered from their shock. More than 100 saints were killed by Jun Xiaoyao's cauldron just like that. Was this for real? Not only the three immortal forces, but also countless other immortal forces who were paying attention to this place. Many old antiques and important figures were all stunned. A cauldron killed 100 saints. Such a magical scene actually happened in front of their eyes. Jun Xiaoyao had simply created something that had never been done before. Everyone was sighing. The son of God of the Jun family was a ruthless person. No, he was more than a little more ruthless than a ruthless person. It should be said that he was ruthless. Everyone finally understood what Jun Xiaoyao meant when he said he would wipe them out in one fell swoop. It turned out that Jun Xiaoyao was really treating saints as if they were vegetables. The son of God of the Jun family is too scheming. He's been scheming against the saints of the three immortal forces for a long time. That's terrifying. The son of God of the Jun family is already so powerful now. How much more powerful will he be when he grows up? That bronze cauldron in his hand definitely has the potential to become an emperor weapon. Outside the emperor state, many forces were sighing. Jun Xiaoyao was, without a doubt, a role model for all young heroes. The 18th ancestor and the others who had been paying attention to Jun Xiaoyao smiled. They were very satisfied with Jun Xiaoyao's performance. Killing 100 saints in front of the three imperishable forces was like slapping the three forces in the face. Jun Linglong, Juning Nalan Ruashi, and the other girls also felt relieved. They looked at Jun Xiaoyao with even more admiration. One man slaughtering 100 saints, that was a miracle that only Jun Xiaoyao could create. Wang Yuanba's face looked like it had been smeared with a layer of ash from the bottom of a pot. The sacred cult master's face was also ugly. The three immortal forces were made a fool of by Jun Xiaoyao. As for the other saints of the three forces, they all felt as if their bodies were soaked in ice water. A chill surged up their spines and pierced their bones. Even their hearts turned cold. The broken bones and blood on the ground used to belong to more than 100 living saints. They were killed by Jun Xiaoyao's cauldron just like that. Anyone would feel a chill from the bottom of their heart. What's wrong? You've lost your courage? Continue. This son of God will give you a chance to kill me. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the void with a calm expression. He had just warmed up and had yet to use any of his techniques. How could these saints have already lost their courage? However, Jun Xiaoyao's provocation did not receive any response. The sages of the three major forces were not fools, nor were they lunatics who did not care about their own lives. Jun Xiaoyao's strength had already been displayed. Hundreds of saints had not been able to cause him the slightest bit of harm. Instead, they had all perished. Even if they attacked again, the result would be the same. Jun Xiaoyao looked around and saw the fearful expressions of the sages of the three major forces. He shook his head in pity. These people were not fools. This boy is a monstrous monster. Let's just kill him. I don't believe that Jun Wuhui's protective talisman can protect him several times. Suddenly, a supreme ancestor of the Wang family stepped out. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Wang Ting was a junior that he had high hopes for. However, he was killed by Jun Xiaoyao. His killing intent towards Jun Xiaoyao was not any weaker than Wang Yuanba's. Without any hesitation, the Wang clan supremacy unleashed the cultivation of a lesser heavenly venerable and attacked Jun Xiaoyao. When Jun Xiaoyao saw this, his eyes were very calm. It was as if he did not take the Wang clan supremacy seriously at all. On the other side, the 18th ancestor frowned slightly. He was about to cross the void when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The 18th ancestor's eyes were filled with surprise and bewilderment. That aura, just as the 18th ancestor was feeling doubtful, a ravishing silhouette tore through the air behind Jun Xiaoyao all of a sudden and emerged. Her terrifying aura caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The Wang clan supremacy who attacked Jun Xiaoyao had an unprecedented look of horror in his eyes. This aura made him feel extremely terrified. It was a delicate and beautiful woman. She was dressed in a bright red palace jipao. Her gorgeous face was filled with extreme coldness as she looked at the Wang clan supremacy. She waved her jade-like hand and slapped the void toward the Wang clan supremacy's face. The Wang clan supremacy whose cultivation had reached the supremacy realm did not have the slightest ability to resist. He was ruthlessly slapped in the face by the beautiful woman. The terrifying power directly caused the Supreme Being's head to rotate 360 degrees, and his entire head fell to the ground. "How dare you attack my little brother Xiaoyao? I'll beat your head off." The beautiful woman pouted. Then, in a flash, she landed beside Jun Xiaoyao. Her plump breasts were close to Jun Xiaoyao's arm. Her charming face was filled with hunger as she said, "Little brother Xiaoyao, I've helped you vent your anger. When the time comes, you have to help me too." Jun Xiaoyao blushed with shame. At the same time, he looked at the Wang clan supremacy whose head had been beaten off. There was also a look of pity in his eyes. A dignified supremacy being beaten off his head. That was really tragic. However, at this moment, there was no sound between heaven and earth. Everyone's expression froze. A supreme martial artist was directly beheaded by someone with a single slap. Everyone's gazes turned towards the charming woman in unison. This beautiful woman was naturally one of the 4 powerhouses in the Bronze Immortal Palace, Fang Xionyang. However, outsiders naturally did not know. They were just shocked. Where did this powerhouse come from? Is she a powerhouse from the Jun family? But why do I feel like I've never seen her before? That aura is too terrifying. She should be a 5th level supremacy, a supreme mystique venerable. An elder from an immortal force said in shock. A supreme mystique venerable was already a top-notch powerhouse. However, since when did Jun Xiaoyao have such a powerful protector by his side? Even the 18th ancestor was slightly stunned. Then, he laughed and shook his head. "It seems that I've underestimated Xiaoyao's opportunity. Perhaps I don't have to worry about him anymore." Thinking back to how confident Jun Xiaoyao was previously, the 18th ancestor felt that he might have worried for nothing. On the other side, the supremacy who had been beheaded picked up his head and retreated with a look of horror. In the supreme mystique venerable realm, having one's head beheaded would not cause death. The physical body's recovery ability was very strong, as long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed. However, this utmost exalted was terrified. He knew that Fang Xionyang had only casually slapped him. If she had really used her full strength, he would not have had the slightest chance of survival. Where did this powerhouse come from? Wang Yuanba, the sacred leader, and the others all had a dark look in their eyes. Logically speaking, a person who had cultivated to the supreme mystique venerable realm should not be a nameless person. However, they had never heard of such a powerful female mystique venerable realm appearing in the Huangtian mystique realm. At this moment, many people once again recalled that when Jun Xiaoyao came, he had said that he would defeat the 3 immortal forces. At that time, everyone thought that it was just Jun Xiaoyao's arrogant words that he said in a moment of anger. Now, after seeing the appearance of this mysterious powerhouse, Fang Xionyang, some people had a vague feeling in their hearts. Jun Xiaoyao did not seem to be saying harsh words. He was just speaking the truth. Although a supreme mystique venerable realm is strong, it is impossible for her to stop the 3 immortal forces. Wang Yuanba's expression was cold. That supreme mystique venerable realm was at most able to protect Jun Xiaoyao. It was still a fantasy to fight against the 3 immortal forces. However, when Jun Xiaoyao heard this, he shook his head and smiled. If one person can't do it, then, how about an immortal force? Jun Xiaoyao put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. His words caused everyone to feel puzzled and confused. An immortal force? What did that mean? Many people were puzzled. Wang Yuanba's eyes flashed when he heard that. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said, "Is the immortal force you're talking about the Jiang family?" The sacred cult master shook his head when he heard that. Even the Jiang family can't stop the three immortal forces. Indeed, the Jiang family was very powerful. However, it was only a clan of the ancients. It was still difficult for them to deal with the three immortal forces. Countless cultivators watching the battle outside the emperor's state shook their heads when they heard that. They also thought that Jun Xiaoyao was referring to the Jiang family of the ancients. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had another identity. He was the young master of the Jiang family of the ancients. He could indeed mobilize the power of the Jiang family of the ancients. The Jiang family of the ancients wouldn't turn a blind eye to Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a faint smile. There was even a hint of pity and mockery in his eyes. Wang Yuanba was furious when he saw that look. He hated people like Jun Xiaoyao the most. They were ignorant juniors who thought they could control the immortal battle despite their weak abilities. "Everyone, let's kill this little bastard first and then destroy the Jun family." Wang Yuanba shouted coldly and stopped delaying. The sacred cult master also led the sacred cult's team to attack. The palace of the fallen god did the same. Jun Xiaoyao looked so lonely in front of the three immortal forces powerhouses. Just as the 18th ancestor was about to make a move, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly sighed. This sigh was filled with pity for the ignorant ants. Frogs in the well can't talk about the sea, summer insects can't talk about the ice. In that case, let this immortal battle be the battle to make a name for myself, Jun Xiaoyao's force. Jun Xiaoyao's words stunned all the spectators. Even the 18th ancestor and the rest of the Jun family were confused. Since when did Jun Xiaoyao have his own force? Emperor Huanyu, the immortal heavenly court. Where are the people of the immortal heavenly court? Jun Xiaoyao waved his sleeves, and his voice resounded between heaven and earth. In an instant, in the void, numerous spatial vortexes appeared, as if the roars and cries of billions of living beings could be heard. Yes, monarch. The beautiful human clan obeys monarch's orders. Within a spatial vortex, numerous supreme auras appeared, and the beauty clans Dawn Immortal and the others appeared. There were also several supreme true ancestors of the beauty race around her. Other than that, there were also sacred leaders, great sages, presages, and other powerhouses following closely behind. Behind them, more and more beauty tribe troops appeared. A vigorous shout also sounded from another spatial whirlpool. The dragon human clan of the imperial court obeys the monarch's orders. The dragon human clan also flew over, led by the ancestor of the dragon human clan, Aotsang Yuan. The dragon human race also had several supreme ancestors, and there were quite a number of other experts as well. The ancient sorcerer tribe of the imperial court obeys the monarch's order. The ancient sorcerer progenitor also led the ancient sorcerer tribe's team out of the spatial vortex. The three-eyed divine clan of the monarch imperial court obeys the monarch's command. The ancient ancestor of the three-eyed divine clan also led the army over. These spatial whirlpools were connected to the immortal ancient world, so they could also descend into the Huangtian mystic realm without any hindrance. In addition to the four great clans of the immortal ancient world, there were also hundreds of millions of immortal ancient creatures surging out of the spatial cracks. The scene was as if a foreign realm had invaded the immortal ancient world, and countless creatures surged over like a tide. Wang Yuanba and the others were completely dumbfounded. Their minds were buzzing, and their bodies were numb as if they had been struck by lightning. The sacred cult leader's body trembled slightly, and he almost fell off the golden throne. Even the group of supreme beings who were fighting above the 9 heaven stars could feel the surging aura. When they looked over, their faces froze. How is this possible? Those are all immortal ancient clans. Long Han, who was Zulong, widened his eyes in disbelief. The Archean royalty supremes were all shocked by this scene. Why could the immortal ancient clans leave the immortal ancient world? Why did they have to listen to Jun Xiaoyao's orders? And the emperor's court, was this the immortal ancient force that Jun Xiaoyao had mentioned? In the entire Huangtian mystic realm, all the cultivators and creatures who were paying attention widened their eyes. Their scalps were numb, and their hearts trembled as if they were about to be petrified. Jun Xiaoyao's move could be said to have shocked everyone. No one had expected such a thing to happen. Even the 18th ancestor of the Jun family's side was stunned. He knew that Jun Xiaoyao might have a fortuitous encounter. But this opportunity was too great, wasn't it? It was equivalent to having an immortal ancient force out of thin air. Jun Linglong, Jun Ying Nalan Ruashi, and the other girls also opened their red lips, and their hearts were surging. The word miracle was simply created for Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, the endless immortal ancient clans rushed out of the spatial whirlpool under the leadership of the 4 great clans. They were both excited and emotional. Finally, after countless years, they had finally returned to the mystic realm again. At this moment, the hearts of every immortal ancient being were filled with fanatical gratitude towards Jun Xiaoyao. Without Jun Xiaoyao, they would not have been able to experience this freedom. Their loyalty to Jun Xiaoyao was once again raised to the peak. Seeing the mighty immortal ancient army, the hearts of the cultivators of the 3 immortal ancient forces sank to the bottom. The combined forces of the 3 immortal ancient forces were indeed powerful. But the immortal ancient army was not to be trifled with. Just the 4 great immortal ancient races alone, each of them had a foundation close to an undying power. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao already had the power to fight against the 3 immortal ancient forces. However, that was not the only thing that was shocking. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand again. Above the starry sky, the space cracked open. A magnificent, ancient-looking bronze palace with a desolated aura appeared. The sun, the moon, and the galaxy seemed to be surrounding the palace. It's the Bronze Immortal Palace. The appearance of the Bronze Immortal Palace was like a huge rock falling into the ocean, stirring up huge waves in all directions. That was not all, an aged voice could be heard. TSK, who would have thought that I would be able to witness such a rare battle of the immortal ancient forces as soon as I stepped out of the Immortal Palace? Fascinating, I would like to move my bones too. Following the voice, a blind old man in a tattered robe appeared. Beside him, a cripple and the parrot showed up too. You guys are finally willing to show up, Fang Shonyang smiled and went over with a flicker. The 3 people and 1 bird looked like an inconspicuous existence in the crowd. However, under the contrast of the Bronze Immortal Palace, the 3 of them and the bird were emitting a terrifying aura. For Supreme Mystic Highnesses, the supreme being of the Wang clan whose head had been knocked off picked it up. However, his lips were trembling as he stuttered. Even his soul was trembling. True Lord Gulen above, please protect our sect. The supreme being protector of the sacred sect prayed in his heart as his heart sank. As soon as the imperial court appeared, it shocked the Huangtian mystic realm. This lineup was simply invincible. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao, the lord of the imperial court, stood in the sky. His robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a divine king in white. The immortal ancient army formed an endless wave behind him. The experts of the immortal ancient 4 great races surrounded him. The Bronze Immortal Palace floated above his head. An old blind man and the other 3 supreme mystic venerables stood high in the sky. This formed the most shocking scene. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be the ruler of the world, the lord of the imperial court. How is this possible? The Bronze Immortal Palace, the immortal ancient races, and 4 supreme mystic venerables. Everyone's mind was buzzing and trembling, they could not believe it. They could not understand when Jun Xiaoyao had such terrifying power. Wang Yuanba and the others' minds were blank. As far as the eye could see, there were millions upon millions of immortal ancient armies, vast and majestic. There was no end in sight. This force was enough to uproot an immortal force. Many cultivators of the 3 immortal forces felt their legs go soft and tremble. Not to mention these enemies, even the 18th ancestor was stunned. He then shook his head and smiled bitterly. I even said that Xiaoyao could not control this immortal war, but now, I'm old now. The world will belong to the young in the future. The 18th ancestor could not help but sigh. Jun Xiaoyao had indeed given everyone a great shock. Jiang Daoxiu of the Jiang family of Qing State even laughed. Haha, do you see that? This is my grandson. His words were filled with pride. As for Jun Linglong and the others, their eyes were filled with nothing but adoration. It could be said that the imperial court, the force that belonged to Jun Xiaoyao, had shocked billions of people the moment it appeared. The imperial court dares to use the name of emperor. You are committing a crime. Wang Yuanba's face was dark, but his eyes were filled with fear. When Jun Xiaoyao heard this, he smiled and said, "My surname is Jun, and I am destined to be an emperor in the future. I will build the immortal heavenly court. Why can't I call myself the imperial court?" Many of the old antiques fell silent when they heard these bold words. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was majestic, his aura swallowing 10,000 li like a tiger. The younger generation will surpass us in time. An elder of the celestial demon cult sighed. How could a powerhouse without any foundation dare to call itself an undying powerhouse? How could it dare to use the monarch's name? The sacred cult master asked coldly. While it was true that Jun Xiaoyao's imperial court had shocked many, it was still impossible for him to make the three immortal realm forces retreat. When Jun Xiaoyao saw this, he sneered and said, "My monarch imperial court, with the monarch as the title and the emperor as the title, we have created chaos in the 8 barren lands and created chaos in the 9 regions. Who in the world can be our enemy? Immortal ancients, billions of creatures are fighting for my monarch imperial court." Following Jun Xiaoyao's words, the billions of immortal ancient soldiers shouted in unison, "Fight for the monarch imperial court! Fight for the monarch imperial court! Kill!" At Jun Xiaoyao's command, the billions of immortal ancient soldiers, led by the 4 great immortal ancient races, rushed toward the 3 immortal forces. "How dare you make an enemy of the monarch imperial court? You are courting death." Li Xian of the Beauty clan unleashed her great heavenly venerate cultivation and pressed her palm forward. "My monarch imperial court will sweep through the immortal domain. Any enemy will be crushed under our iron hooves." Ao Tsang Yuan also roared coldly, and together with several supreme ancient ancestors of the dragon human clan, rushed out. For a moment, heaven and earth were vast and mighty, and the universe shook. The monarch imperial court's first battle attracted the attention of countless forces in the Huangtian immortal domain. Boom! 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 The supreme ancient ancestors of the immortal ancient races clashed with the supreme ancient powerhouses of the 3 immortal forces. The remaining immortal ancient army also clashed with the armies of the 3 immortal forces. Although the armies of the 3 immortal forces were strong, the immortal ancient army had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Shouts, sounds of fighting, and sounds of killing resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The scene of this battle was magnificent, and it was not inferior to the battle between the Jun family and the 4 great armies of the Archean royalty. However, this time, strictly speaking, Jun Xiaoyao alone stopped the advance of the 3 immortal forces. He did not rely on the power of the Jun family at all. This was Jun Xiaoyao's own power. Haha, our Jun family has such an outstanding junior monarch imperial court. What a great monarch imperial court! Under the leadership of this child, the monarch imperial court may be as glorious as our Jun family in the future. The great ancestors of the Jun family, who were fighting in the 9 heavenly stars, noticed the battle below, and their faces were filled with joy. The Jun family was not afraid of the 7 immortal forces in the first place. Now that the monarch imperial court had joined in, the outcome of this immortal battle was obvious. On the other hand, on the side of the Archean royalty, Long Han and the others' faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. On the other side, the battle had reached its climax. An old blind man twisted his neck and said, "We should also move our muscles and bones." That's right. After staying in the Bronze Immortal Palace for so many years, our bones are stiff. It's time to move, said the neck. This conversation stunned the group of people who were watching the battle from the outside. What kind of existence were these ferocious people? How could they have stayed in the Bronze Immortal Palace for so many years? Moreover, there was one thing that shocked and puzzled everyone. How could Jun Xiaoyao control the Bronze Immortal Palace? Then I'll have to trouble the 4 Supreme Elders, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao had already invited an old blind man and the others to join the monarch imperial court. He did not restrict their freedom, nor did he ask them to take on any responsibilities. All he needed to do was to use the title of Grand Elder. Fang Xionyang directly agreed, and an old blind man and the others did not refuse. Originally, according to their master's thoughts, they should also listen to Jun Xiaoyao's orders. Jun Xiaoyao was already giving them face by treating them so courteously. Don't forget that Jun Xiaoyao's identity was the son of God, the young master of the two clan of the ancients. Even if an old blind man and the others were supreme mystic venerables, they could not put on airs in front of the clan of the ancients, who had a deep and unfathomable foundation. Therefore, they did not put on airs in front of Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, an old blind man and the others also made their move. The power of the four supreme mystic venerables was imaginable. Even if they were fighting high up in the sky, the casual fluctuations could disrupt the laws of heaven and earth, and all kinds of spatial cracks were spread out like wounds. The junior heavenly venerables and grand heavenly venerables of the three immortal forces were no match for an old blind man and the others. Soon after, supreme beings from the three great undying powers fell, blood falling one after another, falling down like meteors. Heaven and earth mourned, and the sky was dyed red. Heaven and earth mourned the death of a supreme. Summon the emperor weapon. Wang Yuanba's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. The suppression of the four supreme mystic venerables was too strong, and he had to summon the emperor weapon to resist. Boom, just as Wang Yuanba finished speaking. In the distant Wang family in the north. In the ancestral land, a vast emperor aura spread out, and a shining ruler-shaped weapon appeared. The surface of the weapon was branded with mysterious runes, and it carried the aura of a supreme emperor. It was the emperor weapon of the Wang family in the north, the northern emperor ruler. At the same time, black mist surged within the fallen god palace's sphere of influence. A copper bell that was mottled with copper rust and stained with dark bloodstains appeared. Before the bell was shaken, a demonic sound that could destroy the world was heard. Even the primordial spirits of honorable immortals could not withstand it and would be shaken into nothingness. This was the imperial weapon of the fallen god palace, the fallen god bell. As it was shaken, the sound of the bell could cause gods and demons to fall from the heavens, shed blood, and everything in the world to die. It was an extremely terrifying imperial weapon. In addition, the aura of an imperial weapon also spread out from the sacred sect. Unlike the fallen god bell of the fallen god palace, when the imperial weapon of the sacred sect appeared, an endless aura of light surged, like a dazzling sun rising. In the dazzling sun, a golden scepter appeared. It was the sacred sect's imperial weapon, the Scepter of Light. The entire Scepter of Light was made of radiant immortal gold, releasing a sacred, transcendent, and worshipping aura. Around the Scepter of Light, there was an extremely mysterious power of faith flowing. The appearance of the three imperial weapons once again stirred up the aura of the entire Huangtian mystic realm. In addition to the 8 imperial weapons from before, a total of 11 imperial weapons appeared at the same time. This was a scene that no one had seen for many years. Many cultivators had never seen an imperial weapon in their entire lives. Now, they had seen enough. The 3 imperial weapons tore through the void and arrived. The ruler of the northern emperor had the aura of a supreme emperor, as if it could rule the world. As the fallen god bell shook, it sounded like the bell of the end of all things. The Scepter of Light had the aura of a supreme light, and the mysterious power of faith spread out. The addition of the 3 imperial weapons to the battlefield boosted the morale of the 3 immortal forces, and they began to gradually stabilize their footing. Imperial weapons? An old blind man and the others saw this and did not show much emotion on their faces. Just as Wang Yuanba and the others did not have time to breathe a sigh of relief, the bronze immortal palace floating in the sky began to tremble slowly. A terrifying aura was released, and it resisted the power of the 3 imperial weapons. This, Wang Yuanba and the others were dumbfounded. How could this work? Those were 3 peerless monarch weapons, yet they were blocked by the bronze immortal palace. The spectators from the immortal forces outside the emperor state were shocked as well. However, when he thought about how the bronze immortal palace was one of the 7 unfathomable wonders, the scene before him didn't seem strange at all. It seems like this bronze immortal palace itself is a treasure. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Although the bronze immortal palace was now his possession, Jun Xiaoyao's current cultivation was not too high, so he was still unable to control the bronze immortal palace. In the hands of an old blind man and the others, the bronze immortal palace could display its greatest effect. Jun Xiaoyao had long planned to use the Bronze Immortal Palace as a moving fortress for the monarch dynasty. On the battlefield, when Wang Yuanba saw that his imperial armament was completely suppressed and rendered useless, his heart turned cold. How could this be the result? This shouldn't be the case. At this moment, Wang Yuanba began to doubt his life. He even began to suspect that Jun Xiaoyao was the embodiment of the will of the celestial realm. Otherwise, how could he always create such impossible miracles? The immortal battle that was supposed to be won was forcefully turned around by Jun Xiaoyao and the monarch dynasty. Wang Yuanba looked at Jun Xiaoyao with extreme killing intent. God knew how much he wanted to kill Jun Xiaoyao. However, he couldn't do it. Not to mention that Jun Xiaoyao had Jun Wuhui's protective talisman on him. Even the 4 mystic venerables were an insurmountable defense line. Oh? You're still so determined to kill me. You're really stubborn. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly when he felt Wang Yuanba's bone-chilling killing intent. Fan Xionyang raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "You're still trying to harm my little brother Xiaoyao at this point. In that case, I'll have to kill you." Fan Xionyang reached out her white jade-like hand and broke through the void, crushing toward Wang Yuanba. When a mystic venerables attacked with all their strength, the power was enough to overturn the world. Wang Yuanba's eyes were filled with coldness and determination. At this point, there was no need to hide anything anymore. Either the Wang family would be destroyed, or the Jun family would be wiped out. "Ancestor, please come out," Wang Yuanba yelled. As soon as he said that, many Wang family cultivators also yelled with bloodshot eyes, "Ancestor, please come out and eliminate all enemies." Just as everyone in the Wang family finished yelling, a soft sigh suddenly rang in everyone's ears. That's right, it was just a soft sigh, but all the creatures in the Huangtian mystic realm seemed to have heard it. The Wang family was forced to this point by a kid. How sad, these words made everyone's hair stand on end. The Wang family in the northern land still had a foundation, however, some of the people from the immortal forces were not surprised at all. The immortal forces were immortals, so their foundation was naturally not that simple. In the depths of the Wang family's ancestral land, 9 dragon-headed horses soared into the sky, pulling a statue. The stone surface of the statue cracked and then slowly fell off. Among them, there was a white-haired old man with a gloomy aura. The old man's back was hunched, like a shriveled walnut. His qi and blood were declining, giving people the feeling that he was about to die. However, there was a faint primal chaos Tao law around the old man. The surrounding laws of heaven and earth seemed to be distorted and changed because of him. This aura, the 7th level of the supremacy, the chaotic lord. Feeling the aura, many leaders of the immortal forces were a little scared. This was a cultivator who stood at the top of the pyramid. With a thought, he could make heaven and earth sink, destroy everything, and return to chaos. I didn't expect the Wang family to have the chaotic lord. However, it seems that he has lived for many eras. His qi and blood are declining, and even the elixir of immortality can't save him. Some of the elders of the immortal forces saw through at a glance. The chaotic lord of the Wang family didn't seem to be in a good state and had reached the end of his life. Unless he took a step further and stepped onto the path of becoming a great emperor and broke through to the quasi-emperor realm, he might die soon. This was also why the Wang family almost never disturbed the ancient ancestor. Because every time the ancient ancestor woke up, his qi and blood would decline. A chaotic lord could indeed be the strongest foundation and protect the family for many eras. Beside this ancient ancestor of the Wang family, there were also several white-haired, old figures on the verge of death. Although their auras had not reached the chaotic lord level, they were still at the 6th level of the supremacy realm, the creation supremacy level. Hiss, looking at the Wang family's foundation, the first-rate forces watching the battle were dumbfounded, and they all gasped wildly. Was this the difference between the first-rate forces and the immortal forces? It was like a natural chasm. Creation God, and Chaos Lord. The appearance of the Wang clan's resources made even old Blindi and the others frown, their faces turning grim. Facing such a terrifying expert, even they would feel a great deal of pressure. "Ancestor, please kill all of our enemies." The cultivators of the Wang family roared with bloodshot eyes. They wouldn't let the Wang family ancestor wake up if they had a choice. Why? the Wang family's ancient ancestor had a grave expression on his wrinkled face. He didn't expect the Wang family's opponent to be the Jun family of the ancients. But now that the war had begun, the Wang family had no way out. As the Wang family ancestor, he could only do his best for the Wang family and give it his last light and warmth. Otherwise, he couldn't just watch the Wang family be destroyed. In that case, let me meet the Jun family, the legendary eighth unfathomable family. The Wang family ancestor's muddy eyes suddenly burst out with unprecedented light. His aura began to rise, like a dragon awakening. For a moment, the world shook and the universe trembled. The stars in the sky trembled as if they were about to fall. Even the ancestors of the Jun family, who were slaughtering in the starry sky, revealed a trace of shock in their eyes. It's that old man. He's still alive? Some of the Jun family ancestors knew that the Wang family ancestor was a terrifying figure who had lived for many eras. Many people thought that he had already died. They didn't expect him to be sealed in the immortal source and extend his life for such a long time. The Wang family ancestor slowly reached out his hand, which seemed to cover the sky and hold the sun, the moon, and the stars. Jun Xiaoyao's expression changed slightly as he sensed the terrifying might of the attack. Although the Wang family ancestor's target was the Jun family, he would pass through this place along the way. Obviously, he wanted to wipe out Jun Xiaoyao and the army of the emperor's palace. Wishful thinking. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. On the other hand, the 18th ancestor didn't change much when he saw the Wang family ancestor attack. If Chaos Holy Man joined the battle of the immortals, they would be able to sense it and awaken. Just as the 18th ancestor was deep in thought, divine light once again surged within the ancestral shrine of the Jun family. The soil in the depths of the ancestral land was lifted again, and 3 figures crawled out again, covered in dust. It was different from when the Wang family's ancient ancestor came out. These 3 figures looked like they had just climbed out of a tomb after robbing it. They were 2 old men and an old woman. They were none other than the 10th, 9th, and 8th ancestors of the Jun family. The 9th ancestor and the 10th ancestor were both supremacies of creation. The 8th ancestor was even stronger. His cultivation was at the Chaos Dao Master level. How dare you attack my Jun family? You're courting death. The 8th ancestor brushed off the dust on his body and looked at the giant hand that blotted out the sky. He also stretched out a finger. In an instant, the void boiled violently, and endless chaotic chi filled the air. It was as if it had reached the early stage of opening the heavens. A giant chaos finger pointed out, shattering the void and causing mountains and rivers to crumble. The giant finger collided with the Wang family's ancient ancestor's palm. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. It was as if 2 continents had collided, bursting out huge waves. A faint groan was heard, and the Wang family's ancient ancestor took a few steps back. On the other hand, the 8th ancestor of the Jun family did not retreat at all. That's Jun Tianming, the 8th ancestor of the Jun family. He has been awakened. Some of the living fossils of the immortal forces were shocked. They knew that the 8th ancestor of the Jun family was called Jun Tianming, and he was extremely powerful. Although he was also a Chaos Dao Master, he was different from the Wang family's ancient ancestor. His life force was vigorous, and his skin was as smooth as a baby's. There was no trace of death at all. The Wang family's ancient ancestor was a Chaos Dao Master with 1 foot in the grave. There was a huge gap between them. Jun Tianming. The Wang family's ancient ancestor's face was solemn. The Wang family had him, and the Jun family naturally had a Chaos Dao Master. Otherwise, how could they have flourished in the mystic region for so long? Great Ancestor Tianming, even the 18th ancestor cupped his hand slightly. In front of Jun Tianming, he was also a few generations younger. Haha, now any Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to provoke the Jun family. Jun Tianming sneered. His Chaos Dao Master aura was like a stabilizing needle, suppressing the entire scene of the immortal battle. How could this be? Some of the Wang family's cultivators could not believe it. The Wang family's ancient ancestor was forced to retreat by Jun Tianming, the 8th ancestor of the Jun family. Was there any hope left for them? Wang Yuanba's eyes also vaguely showed a trace of despair. Was the Jun family really invincible? At this time, the Slayer of the Fallen God Palace also shouted coldly, Lord Slayer, please come to the world. In the ancestral land of the fallen god palace, demonic array patterns appeared, and blood rivers filled the sky. Only at the moment of extreme crisis would the demonic array be activated, awakening the slumbering Lord Slayer. Rumble, the sky was filled with blood clouds, and blood thunder shocked the world. A figure stepped on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was a middle-aged man wearing blood-red armor, and filled with an ancient aura. However, the vicissitudes in his blood-red eyes showed that he was not as young as he looked. This was the foundation of the fallen god palace, a Chaos Dao Master Slayer. Who dares to provoke the fallen god palace? The slayer of the fallen god palace shouted coldly, and his killing intent was enough to freeze the endless sky. Another Chaos Dao Master. Everyone was shocked, and the heroes were frightened. This immortal battle had really reached the climax, and it was white-hot. What shocked everyone even more was yet to come. Longhan of Zulong was also summoning the foundation of Zulong. Lord Azure Dragon, please come to the world. On Zulong's side, the dragon chi was boiling, and the ground was cracking. An ancient azure dragon woke up from its slumber, and its body was as winding as a mountain range thousands of miles long. It turned slightly, and the entire Huangtian mystic realm seemed to tremble 3 times. The azure dragon of Zulong has also woken up. Some of the cultivators of the immortal forces who knew a little about the inside story were so shocked that their eyelids twitched. This was definitely a terrifying creature, and its cultivation had reached the Chaos Dao Master level. Other than that, the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, the ancient Qilin Cave, and the ancient Crocodile Lake. All of them had Chaos Dao Masters level ancient ancestors awakening. It could be said that the immortal battle had reached its climax, and there was no way to ease it. Either the Jun family or the 7 immortal forces would die. Therefore, it was impossible to hold back at all, and all kinds of foundation were revealed. Some trump cards would not be taken out until the very last moment. For example, the Wang family's ancestor would reduce his vitality and lifespan by a lot every time he came out. But now, as long as they could destroy the Jun family, everything was negotiable. TSK, with so many Chaos Dao Masters showing up, even the 8 ancestors of the Jun family can't handle it, right? Some people looked at the Jun family. The reason why they did not think that the Jun family would have more great ancestors showing up. It was rumored that the top great ancestors of the Jun family were not buried in the Jun family's ancestral hall. Therefore, it was impossible for them to show up at this moment. In other words, the Jun family now only had one Chaos Dao Master, the 8th ancestor Jun Tianming. However, he had to resist the attack of several Chaos Dao Masters. How could he resist it? The Jun family should be destroyed too. The old azure dragon of the lair of Zulong stretched out its dragon claw. Its terrifying power could even crush an ancient planet with life with one claw. The ancient Qilin Cave and other great ancestors of the Archean royalty also showed up. The Wang family's ancestor and the fallen god palace's slayer also showed up. Only the sacred sect did not have a Chaos Dao Master level foundation because it came from other immortal realms and did not have a strong foundation. He watched as the 6 Chaos Dao Masters struck out together. Jun Xiaoyao frowned. He did not know if the 8 ancestors could withstand it. Jun Tianming, the 8 ancestors of the Jun family, stood in the sky with his hands behind his back, looking at the terrifying attacks coming from all directions. That kind of terrifying power could wipe the entire Emperor state from the map of the immortal realms. However, there was not a trace of fear in Jun Tianming's eyes. He spoke slowly, and there was a kind of solemnity and respect in his voice. Your Majesty, please issue a decree. As soon as Jun Tianming finished speaking, Tianming's expression changed. Inside the ancestral hall of the Jun family, a powerful aura of the Emperor surged. A vast golden light was boiling, and the aura shook the entire Huangtian mystic realm. What a terrifying aura of the Emperor. Could it be another Emperor weapon? No, it's not an Emperor weapon. All the important figures of the Huangtian mystic realm stared at the Jun family. They wanted to know what else the Jun family had up their sleeves. Under everyone's gaze, a golden decree appeared in the ancestral hall of the Jun family. The decree expanded in the wind, shining with a golden light. The majestic aura of the Emperor soared into the sky, as if it had turned into a golden canopy, covering the sky of the Huangtian mystic realm. That is At that moment, billions of people in the Huangtian mystic realm felt a tremor in their souls. It was as if a supreme god had awakened and was looking down at them from the sky. The golden decree was like a golden canopy in the sky. There were 2 lines of words engraved on it. The heavenly way's coronation is but a burden. I will prove my Tao and become an immortal through 10,000 tribulations. Every single word was like an ancient golden star that was revolving, and it emanated an unruly and powerful will that defied the heavens. This is the decree left behind by the legendary emperor of the Jun family, Jun Shitian. Many old antiques and living fossils could not help but exclaim. Their eyes were filled with endless shock. Jun Shitian was definitely a legendary figure of the Jun family. His talent was unparalleled, just like Jun Xiaoyao now. As for how monstrous his innate talent was, even the heavens had sent down the seal of proving Tao. As long as Jun Shitian merged with himself, he would become a great emperor in the future, and there would be no obstacles or difficulties. Some people even said that Jun Shitian was the manifestation of the will of the 9 heavens mystic realm. However, to everyone's surprise, Jun Shitian, who was young and powerful, directly abandoned the seal of proving Tao that the heavens had sent down. He said the words that had been passed down through the ages. The heavenly way's coronation is but a burden. I will prove my Tao and become an immortal through 10,000 tribulations. Later on, Jun Shitian did not let the Jun family down. He became the youngest great emperor in the history of the Jun family, and was known as the heaven-abandoning great emperor. Right now, the decree that Jun Tianming had taken out was a decree left behind by the heaven-abandoning great emperor. The decree left behind by the great emperor was so powerful that it could shake the universe. Countless stars in outer space were crushed into dust by this vast and terrifying emperor aura. The void trembled like a piece of paper as countless spatial cracks spread out in all directions. This scene was like the end of the world, and the world was going to return to chaos. This was hard to imagine. It was merely a single page of a law decree, yet it possessed such destructive power. How powerful would a true great emperor be? Heaven-abandoning great emperor? Jun Xiaoyao muttered as he looked up. The heaven-abandoning martial emperor was indeed worthy of respect. But Jun Xiaoyao was full of youthful vigor. His chest was filled with lofty sentiments. He believed that he would not be weaker than this ancestor. His goal was to surpass him. As the great emperor's decree was taken out, the ancient ancestor of the Wan family, Azure Dragon, and the other chaotic Tao masters felt an extremely terrifying emperor aura coming toward them, intending to destroy them. No, it's just a single page of a law decree. How can it suppress us? Azure Dragon let out a dragon roar that reverberated through the sky. Endless mountains and rivers collapsed because of this roar. But it was still useless. Terrifying pressure came down, accompanied by the radiance of the great emperor's decree. The Azure Dragon scales on Azure Dragon's body shattered inch by inch, and dragon blood splattered everywhere. His mountain-like dragon body pressed down on the ground, causing a misty mist to rise from the ground. The ancient ancestor of the Wan family, the slayer of the fallen god Palace, and the others all spat out blood. They were injured by this terrifying power. The ancient golden characters on the great emperor's decree shone with divine light, and they swept down like golden swords. Jun Tianming held the great emperor's decree in his hand. Although he was only a chaotic Tao master, he was able to make the other 6 chaotic Tao masters fall back and cough out blood. Especially the ancient ancestor of the Wan family. His vitality was already declining, and he did not have much time left. Now that he was injured, his life was like a candle in the wind. Ancient ancestor. On Wang family's side, many cultivators were crying out in grief, miserable and miserable. Wang Yuanba was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and his hair was disheveled. He did not expect the Wang family to fall to this point. He did not expect the Jun family to have such a strong foundation. What he didn't expect was Jun Xiaoyao and his emperor's court. Jun Xiaoyao and the Jun family were far beyond Wang Yuanba's expectations. On the other side, Jun Tianming glanced at the ancient ancestor of the Wang family and shook his head. Since half of your body is already in the ground, let me send you on your way. Jun Tianming activated the great emperor's decree and focused on attacking the ancient ancestor of the Wang family. The ancient ancestor of the Wang family tried his best to resist. The chaotic Tao law filled the void, and he seemed to control a terrifying power that could destroy the world between his fingers. However, under the suppression of Jun Tianming and the Great Emperor's decree, the ancient ancestor of the Wang family was powerless. His body began to crumble inch by inch. However, after the crack, the chaotic Tao law filled the air, and as if time was reversed, his body began to heal. Is this the chaotic Tao master's technique? Many people were shocked to see the state of the ancient ancestor of the Wang family. As expected of a terrifying 7th-level supreme being. His means were truly breathtaking. Humph, your final struggle. In response, Jun Tianming's old eyes showed a hint of mockery. After a while, the Great Emperor's decree vibrated again. The ancient ancestor of the Wang family's body was torn apart again, and drops of Tao Master blood fell, annihilating the living beings below. I can't accept this. The ancient ancestor of the Wang family roared in grief and anger. He was not only angry because he was about to die, but also because of the fate of the Wang family. If he died, would the Wang family still survive? This is the consequence of messing with the Jun family. There was no trace of compassion in Jun Tianming's eyes. If he did not punish the Wang family as an example, the world would think that the Jun family was easy to bully. Splat. In the end, under the might of the Great Emperor's decree, the ancient ancestor of the Wang family's body crumbled inch by inch. Endless Tao law rushed out and then collapsed instantly. At this level of cultivation, every inch of the body contained Tao law. However, the golden light from the Great Emperor's decree fell like a sword that cut through the sky, cutting off all the divine chains of the ancient ancestor of the Wang family's vitality completely. His physical body's Tao law, together with the primordial spirit's Tao law, collapsed like chains breaking. His life was ended. The ancient ancestor of the Wang family exploded. The space around him turned into a chaotic void, and the Tao law was broken. This was the terrifying scene when a Tao master died. The world was in chaos and returned to nothingness. The area turned into a vacuum, indicating the fact that a chaotic Tao master had died. The ancient ancestor of the Wang family had died. At this moment, everyone in the Wang family felt as if the sky had collapsed. However, for the Wang family, the sky had indeed collapsed. Even the pillars that supported the sky had collapsed. Could the Wang family still survive? Wang Yuanba's heart trembled violently. His blood flowed backward, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He stared at Jun Xiaoyao. The source of all this was Jun Xiaoyao. Feeling Wang Yuanba's murderous intent, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold. Before he could speak, Fang Xionyang twisted her slim waist, broke through the void, and blasted a palm toward Wang Yuanba. Wang Yuanba naturally could not resist the attack of a supreme mystic venerable. In less than 2 moves, Wang Yuanba was killed by Fang Xionyang amidst a miserable howl. You really have a death wish. Fang Xionyang clapped her jade-like hands, a trace of disdain in her beautiful eyes. Jun Xiaoyao looked at this scene and sighed softly. The Wang family is completely finished. It was not only the Wang family that was finished. The other 5 chaotic Tao masters were also in an extremely bad situation. Jun Tianming could suppress the 5 of them with the Great Emperor's decree. Then, Jun Tianming began to target the next person. The chaotic Tao master of the ancient crocodile lake did not hold on for long. He also followed in the footsteps of the Wang family's ancient ancestor. In an unwilling roar, his physical body collapsed, and the rules were destroyed. Then, the chaotic Tao masters of the ancient Qilin cave and the Wanhuang spirit mountain followed. They did not choose to escape because there was no way to escape. Their roots were in the Huangtian mystic realm. If they escaped alone, their clansmen and forces would be finished. Although there was no lack of top experts who were indifferent by nature and only wanted to live alone. But these ancient ancestors of the Archean royalty valued the continuation of their bloodline very much. Naturally, they could not watch the bloodline of their clan be completely cut off. As a result, the primal chaos primal ancestors of the 2 primeval royal families had also perished. In the blink of an eye, only Azure Dragon of Zulong and the Killer Master of Fallen God Palace were left. It's over. Above the starry sky, the hearts of Long Han and the others turned cold when they saw this scene. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Archean royalty had lost its momentum. In this immortal battle, the scales of victory had already tilted towards the Jun family. The Jun family really can't be provoked. No wonder it's called the eighth most inconceivable thing. It's truly an eye-opener, and I feel that this isn't the full extent of the Jun family's strength, as expected of a force that has been passed down for countless eras. With the Battle of the Immortals coming to an end, which immortal force in the entire Huangtian mystic realm would dare to mess with the Jun family? The lords of various immortal forces in the Huangtian mystic realm sighed. They were wary of the Jun family, but at the same time, they were in awe. Just as Jun Tianming was about to make another move to end this immortal battle once and for all. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of danger from the bottom of his heart. Jun Tianming's eyes instantly turned cold. He looked into the distance as if he could see through the endless void and see the scenes of other mystic realms. Do you really dare to do this? Jun Tianming's eyes were extremely cold. What's going on? Many old antiques and important figures also vaguely felt that something was wrong. Just as everyone was extremely puzzled. In the depths of the distant starry sky, in another mystic realm, a terrifying dragon claw crossed countless stars and reached for the Huangtian mystic realm's emperor state. That dragon claw was incomparably huge and squeezed the starry sky. In front of this dragon claw, ancient planets of life were directly smashed into pieces and turned into drifting fragments in the dark universe. That aura, at this moment, in the Huangtian mystic realm, all the old antiques felt their scalps go numb, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be about to freeze. That dragon claw actually crossed the mystic realm to attack. What kind of terrifying means was this? Boundary Emperor, some of the Supreme's mouths were trembling. That aura, that means, that kind of pressure. There was no doubt that it was the power of a Boundary Emperor, and the one who attacked was a Boundary Emperor from another mystic realm. The Dragon King Palace. Jun Tianming's eyes revealed traces of coldness. He also knew in his heart that it was probably because of Zulong. After all, Zulong and the Dragon King Palace of that mystic realm had a faint relationship. So what if it's a Boundary Emperor? The immortal battle of my Jun family is not for the immortal forces of other mystic realms to interfere. Jun Tianming snorted coldly. The great emperor's decree hung high in the sky of the Huangtian mystic realm, like a golden canopy covering the sky. The huge dragon claw that crossed the endless starry sky collided with the great emperor's decree, bursting out billions of waves. This kind of wave was extremely shocking. The ripples that spread out caused the stars within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles to explode into powder. It's too terrifying. Is this the power of a Boundary Emperor? In the Huangtian mystic realm, countless creatures looked up at the void. The power of the great emperor's decree was unquestionable. With this decree, Jun Tianming could easily kill a chaotic Tao lord of the same level. But the dragon claw from the other mystic realms could resist the power of the great emperor's decree. This was the power of a supreme Boundary Emperor, but even so, the mysterious dragon claw could not break the great emperor's decree, let alone endanger the Jun family. Damn it, it's not enough. Long Han secretly gritted his teeth. If there were more reinforcements, there might be a chance for this immortal battle to turn the tables. Just as Long Han was thinking about this in his heart. In another mystic realm far away, a golden palm with a vast light broke through hundreds of millions of layers of space and reached for the Jun family. The Holy Gulan Sect. Jun Tianming's face fell again. The Holy Gulan Sect of the Huangtian mystic realm was a branch of the Holy Gulan Sect. The Holy Gulan Sect's main branch was not in the Huangtian mystic realm. It's the supreme bishop of the main branch coming to the rescue. Seeing this, the sacred leader's eyes showed a touch of relief. The supreme bishop of the main branch was a supreme Boundary Emperor who controlled the power of faith of hundreds of millions of creatures. The immortal battle in the Huangtian mystic realm was so great that it had already alarmed the other 8 mystic realms. At this moment, seeing that the branch of the Holy Gulan Sect in the Huangtian mystic realm was in danger, the supreme bishop of the main branch of the Holy Gulan Sect also came to the rescue. But that was not all. In another immortal realm, another black hand with a monstrous black mist and a murderous aura tore through the sky and arrived. Countless ancient planets with life and drifting stars along the way were smashed into powder by this black hand. The lineage of Hades. Jun Tianming's expression was extremely cold. Even he did not expect that these forces would be so bold as to interfere in the immortal battle of the Jun family. As expected, the lineage of Hades has come to the rescue. The slayer of the fallen god palace breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. The prince of Hades of the fallen god palace had the bloodline of the ancient one-armed Hades. In the end, he was killed by Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao had unknowingly become enemies with the lineage of Hades. However, whether it was the Dragon King Palace, the Holy Gulan sect, or the lineage of Hades, they were all ancient immortal forces that were comparable to the Jun family. The true Lord of Gulan of the Holy Gulan sect and the one-armed Hades of the lineage of Hades. They were all legendary great emperors who were worthy of being worshipped as gods. But, even a true deity wouldn't dare to touch the Jun family. At this moment, all forces in the Huangtian mystic realm were watching. Zulong, the fallen god palace, the Holy Gulan sect, and other immortal forces were even more excited. They still had a chance to turn the tables. Jun Tianming could use the Great Emperor's decree to block the attack of the Dragon King Palace's boundary emperor. But it was impossible to block the bishop of the Holy Gulan sect and the terrifying powerhouses of the lineage of Hades. Everyone felt that this immortal battle might really come to an end. At the same time, in the distant starry sky, the corpse of the ancient winged dragon pulled a pitch-black coffin and drifted in the void of the universe for an unknown period of time. It might have been several eras, or even longer. But at this moment, when the Jun family was besieged, the pitch-black coffin began to tremble all of a sudden. Then, the entire coffin was broken open. A leisurely voice suddenly sounded. "I have dreamed of thousands of autumns, but what year is it now?" As these ancient words were spoken, the entire universe was in an uproar. Endless chaotic chi of the universe, as well as the essence of the stars and the void spiritual chi, all rushed into the coffin. An old man who had been in a deep sleep for a long time slowly opened his eyes. He was wearing an ancient robe from an unknown number of eras as he slowly rose from the coffin. There seemed to be two ancient and vicissitudes of the universe hidden in his eyes. "You ignorant fool, how dare a mere first tribulation boundary emperor attack the Jun family?" This old man was the sixth patriarch of the Jun family, Jun Taixin, who had drifted in outer space for countless eras, waiting for the opportunity to attain Tao. Among the ancestors of the Jun family, only some of the younger ancestors were sleeping in the Jun family's ancestral hall. As for the other ancient ancestors, they were either drifting in outer space or slumbering in some blessed land. They were waiting for an opportunity to achieve enlightenment. Jun Taixin, the sixth ancestor of the Jun family, was one of them. However, he was the ancestor closest to the Jun family. He was also responsible for protecting the Jun family. If the Jun family was attacked by terrifying experts, this ancestor would wake up from his slumber. At this moment, he saw the experts of the Dragon King Palace, the Gulan sect, and the Underworld King bloodline crossing the immortal realms to attack the Jun family. The sixth ancestor of the Jun family's eyes were filled with coldness that could freeze the universe. Is it because the Jun family has been quiet for too long that the other immortal forces in the Nine Heaven's immortal realm think that we can be bullied as they wish? Jun Taixin said coldly. The surrounding void of the universe trembled with his words. Jun Taixin made his move. He took out a peachwood sword. It looked tattered and decayed, but it had a terrifying power that could cut through everything in the world and cut off the river of time. Whoosh, Jun Taixin swung the peachwood sword horizontally. A terrifying sword aura that stretched for hundreds of millions of feet swept out. It seemed to cut half the sky and cut the void in half. The huge stars floating in the starry sky were shattered into pieces by the sword aura before they could even touch it. The terrifying sword aura swept toward the huge dragon claw. Puff, the quasi-emperor's dragon claw was cut in half with a single blow. Dragon blood splattered out, dyeing half of the starry sky crimson. Vaguely, a muffled groan and a surprised whisper came from that immortal realm. The sixth ancestor of the Jun family, the broken dragon claw, was retracted along with the fearful voice. The scene of the dragon claw being cut in half was witnessed by almost every living thing in the Huangtian immortal realm. The Zulong Azure Dragon's eyes were filled with shock when he saw the quasi-emperor's dragon claw being cut in half by the terrifying sword aura that traveled across the universe. Supreme Longhan was even more dumbfounded. His heart was completely cold. The Jun family still has a foundation. Ancient ancestor Taixin has awakened. Jun Tianming smiled when he saw this. Everyone in the Huangtian mystic realm was shocked. However, before they could recover from their shock, two more astral swords that pierced through the starry sky swept over. One of them swept towards the Supreme Bishop of the Holy Church of Gulen. One of them swept towards the terrifying experts from the Nether King bloodline. Boom, their attacks collided, shattering the endless void. Even the sky was destroyed. How terrifying was a battle between quasi-emperors, even though it was only in the outer realm. The terrifying fluctuations made the countless beings in the Huangtian mystic realm shudder in fear. It felt as if the universe had been destroyed and turned into dust. The two quasi-emperors also stopped, not daring to overstep their boundaries. Humph, the Jun family will remember this. Jun Taixian stood in the middle of the universe, his face cold. The other ancestors of the Jun family were either in hibernation in faraway places or searching for opportunities in mysterious places. Therefore, it was not appropriate for the Jun family to cross the immortal realms and launch an inter-realm war at the moment. However, just because they couldn't do it now didn't mean they couldn't do it in the future. The grudge had been formed. Jun Taixian looked at the Huangtian mystic realm again, his eyes flashing with disdain. Now, any Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to provoke my Jun family? As soon as Jun Taixian finished speaking, he swung the rotten peachwood sword in his hand again. A horrifying astral sword, filled with the rules of sword, pierced through the Huangtian mystic realm. It was heading towards the Zulong of the Hong Prefecture. Strictly speaking, Zulong was the one who started the Battle of the Immortals. At this moment, all the remaining beings in the Zulong of the Hong Prefecture felt a terrifying heavenly might descend. It was as if the apocalypse was about to engulf them in the Zulong. Not only the Zulong, but most of the beings in the entire Hong Prefecture also felt a destructive force. 99% of the living beings in Hong State were from the archaic races. When they felt the destructive power, their eyes were filled with fear, and their minds were shaken to the core. Boom, the astral sword, filled with the rules of sword, fell on the Hong Prefecture. The mountains and rivers boiled, and the continent sank as if it had been split into countless plates. The entire Hong province, together with the lair of Zulong, was annihilated into nothingness by the sword. Countless beings from the far ancient races were crushed into dust by the rules of sword. It was only one sword, the entire Hong Prefecture was destroyed. The 3,000 prefectures of the Huangtian mystic realm became 2,999 prefectures. This was the power of an emperor candidate. The beings in the Zulong prefecture turned pale at the sight of this. Their eyes were filled with despair. The old azure dragon even let out a roar toward the sky. It was furious to the extreme. Longhan Supreme's eyes were also filled with despair. The Zulong prefecture was doomed. Let this battle of the immortals end here. Jun Tianming shook his head slightly. Jun Taishuan's means had shocked all the forces. Even the leaders of the immortal forces of the other mystic realms were shocked and didn't dare to cross the line. After swinging the sword, Jun Tianxian yawned and lay back in the coffin. The pitch-black coffin fell silent again. The corpse of the winged dragon pulled it and continued to drift in the universe. Perhaps the next time Jun Taixian woke up would be when the Jun family crossed the mystic realms and started the Battle of the Immortals. At this point, the outcome of the Battle of the Immortals was obvious. Everyone knew that the 7 immortal forces were finished. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had a deep look in his eyes as he looked at the universe in the sky. How dare you interfere with the Battle of the Immortals of the Jun family? I, the Son of God, will remember this. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. Jun Xiaoyao only wanted to kill the immortals who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak up on him. If he had the ability in the future, he would destroy the immortals even if he had to cross the mystic realms. As for the top geniuses of the immortals, if Jun Xiaoyao encountered them on the Emperor's Road in the future, he wouldn't hold back. Jun Xiaoyao didn't need to do anything in the following battles. Everything had come to an end. The 7 immortals had lost their momentum and could only flee in panic. Azure Dragon of Zulong and the Slayer of the Fallen God Palace were also killed by Jun Tianming with the Great Emperor's decree. Long Han and the others were also besieged by the ancestors of the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao's Emperor's court also swept the area. The armies of the 7 immortals fled in panic, leaving behind countless corpses. Blood flowed on the ground, and corpses piled up into mountains. The entire sky of the Huangtian mystic realm was covered in a bloody mist. The original territory of Hong State had become a huge, deep pit. All kinds of terrifying sword chi and astral winds howled and roared. Even though countless years had passed, it was impossible for any living beings to step into this area. This was because they would be destroyed by the rule of sword left behind. The outcome of the Battle of the Immortals had been decided. What the Jun family and Emperor's court had to do next was to eliminate the weeds and harvest the spoils of war. The Battle of the Immortals that had shaken the entire Huangtian mystic realm and even the Nine Heavens mystic realm had finally come to an end. The wind, forest, fire, mountain, Gandian sacred guards, and the immortal ancient army of the Jun family chased after the armies of the 7 immortals for 7 days, across more than a dozen prefectures. Countless corpses and bones were piled up along the way, and blood gathered into rivers that meandered on the ground. Countless mountains were shattered, and there were many cracks on the ground, like a huge rift valley, winding all over. It could be said that the Battle of the Immortals had a far-reaching impact. It was a vast battle that was enough to be recorded in history. This battle caused a huge loss to the Archean royalty. Zulong was directly destroyed by Jun Taishuan's sword. Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, and Ancient Crocodile Lake were also attacked by the Jun family's army. Although they still had some strength left, and with the help of various protective arrays, they were just cornered beasts struggling before death. As for the remaining members of the sacred sect, a wormhole suddenly opened while they were fleeing. The remaining strength of the sacred sect, along with the scepter of light, was sucked into it. Many people's eyelids twitched when they saw this. It was probably the sacred sect of Gulin's method. There was also a black vortex on the side of the Fallen God Palace, which also took away the Fallen God Bell and a small number of the Fallen God Palace's experts. It was the method of the Nether King bloodline. As for the Wang family, they weren't so lucky. Jun Xiaoyao personally led the forces of the Jun family to attack the Wang family. The Wang family also had a few remaining experts who stayed in their ancestral land, and there was a powerful protective array. However, in front of an old blind man and the other 3 supreme mystic venerables, this resistance was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Soon, the army of the Jun family attacked the Wang family. One had to admit that the ancestral land of an immortal ancient force was very magnificent. There was a fairy island floating in the void, and waterfalls fell down like silver chains. Celestial flowers spat out clouds, auspicious grass competed with each other, and spiritual birds and beasts jumped around. Looking at this paradise, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly, "Remember, you're from the Jun family. You can't take a single needle or a piece of thread." Ao Tsang Yuan, the Li Xian, and the others all revealed confused looks upon hearing those words. When did Jun Xiaoyao become so kind? Then, Jun Xiaoyao coughed dryly, but, apart from a single needle and thread, everything else must be burned, looted, and killed. This. Some of the ancestors from the immortal races were speechless. However, there was an inner taste. Jun Xiaoyao was still the same old Jun Xiaoyao. He hadn't changed at all. Would one still be human if they didn't exploit their enemies to the very end? However, it was a good thing for the Emperor dynasty. When the monarch imperial court was first established, it was in need of resources. The Wang family and the other immortal powers had started the War of the Immortals, which meant that they were giving up their resources to the Jun family and the Emperor's Hall. Very soon, the monarch dynasty's troops arrived at the Wang clan and slaughtered them all. There were all kinds of precious herbs, sacred pills, ancient sacred weapons, divine ability jade slips, ancient weapons, and so on. Apart from a small portion that was destroyed by the Wang family, the rest of the resources fell into the hands of the monarch dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about these resources. With his current vision, he wouldn't be interested in anything unless it was something he really needed. Apart from the monarch dynasty, the Jun family's troops also began to massacre all the forces that participated in the war. Zulong had been destroyed, so there was no need to talk about it. Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, and Ancient Crocodile Lake were also destroyed by the Jun family's Gandian sacred guards. Apart from a few survivors of the Fallen God Palace and the Saint sect who escaped through the wormhole, most of the others were killed. As for the imperial weapons, the Phoenix Wing Golden Centipede, Qilin Wheel, Wild Crocodile Tooth, and Northern Emperor Ruler, they all fell into the hands of the Jun family. The Ancestral Dragon Chopper, Fallen God Bell, and Scepter of Light broke into the void on their own. They must have been secretly taken by the Dragon King Palace, the lineage of the Nether King, and the Saint sect of Gulen. However, the Jun family didn't lack imperial weapons at all, so they didn't really care. What was left were the prefectures occupied by the 7 immortal powers. The Jun family had also taken over large tracts of land. All kinds of resources were taken away by the Jun family. At this point, the Jun family's strength skyrocketed again. Other than that, the Demon Ox Mountain, the Cave of Silks, the Snake King Valley, and other far ancient royal families were also destroyed by the Jun family's followers. The Jun family didn't take over the resources and territories of the far ancient royal families. Instead, they directly distributed them to the affiliated forces, such as the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground, the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom, and so on. The leaders of these forces were also very happy. They did not have to pay a high price to obtain such rich resources. Their loyalty to the Jun family had undoubtedly increased once again. The immortal battle made the Jun family, which already had a rich foundation, even more powerful. Sigh, from now on, the immortal powers of the Huangtian mystic realm will probably have to rely on the Jun family. That's right. Unless they have the foundation of a quasi-emperor, which immortal powers would dare to provoke the Jun family? Many leaders of the immortal powers sighed. In the Little Western Paradise, an ancient monk sighed. It's said that good will be rewarded with good, and evil with evil. Nothing can escape karma. However, the son of God of the Jun family killed Fahai and Miao Wuxin, but he didn't receive any punishment. Although Fahai and the others were also at fault, the Jun family has the ability to control and even cut off karma. Such a force is too terrifying, a few ancient monks in the Little Western Paradise sighed. The Jun family didn't fall into the mortal world and was independent of karma. In addition, the Ji family and the Yi family also began to re-evaluate the Jun family's strength. Especially the Ji family, who had always been ambitious and wanted to take the Jun family's position as one of the 3 families. Now it seemed that the Ji family was indeed dreaming. Unless the great emperor of the Ji family who wielded the void mirror returned to the mortal world, there was no way they could compete with the Jun family. The Jiang family was proud of this. Jiang Daoshu smiled and said, the smartest decision that the Jiang family made was to be tied to the Jun family through marriage for generations. Of course, the Jiang family had a strong foundation, and they didn't just take advantage of the Jun family. If the Jun family was in danger, the Jiang family wouldn't stay out of it. In addition, the Immortal Sect, the Demonic Sect, the Demon God Palace, and other immortal powers also re-evaluated the Jun family. The elder of the Demonic Sect was regretful. If they had taken the initiative to help the Jun family, they might have been able to eat a big mouthful of meat now. Unfortunately, the Jun family wouldn't let forces that didn't contribute have a share of the pie. At this point, the battle of the immortals that swept across the Huangtian mystic realm officially came to an end. Countless creatures in the Huangtian mystic realm were talking about this battle of the immortals. They were amazed at the Jun family's unfathomable foundation. There was also a name that couldn't be ignored. It was none other than Jun Xiaoyao. Some of the powerhouses had already vaguely anticipated that the Jun family might have a shocking background. However, they never expected Jun Xiaoyao's performance. You might not know what it means to be able to stop 3 immortal factions on your own. Normally, we would only use 2 words to describe such a person. Anomaly. Jun Xiaoyao was an anomaly in the world. He could not be judged by common sense. You might think he was only a little strong. However, he was terrifyingly strong. He controlled one of the 7 incredible bronze immortal palaces. He led the army of the immortal ancient era. He established a powerful faction, the Emperor's imperial court. He even had 4 supreme mystic highnesses willing to fight for him. All of this was done by an 18-year-old young man. What was even more shocking was the fact that Jun Xiaoyao was the youngest and most powerful saint in history. He even set the record of killing 100 saints with a cauldron in the same cultivation level. Jun Xiaoyao's brilliance did not need to be described. Even if it was not recorded in history, his deeds would still be spread around the immortal realm. However, to Jun Xiaoyao, it was nothing more than an ASXS. After witnessing the strength of the Hundun Dao Master and the Boundary Monarch, Jun Xiaoyao's goal was even clearer. He wanted to be the person who stood above the ancient times, unbeatable in both the past and the present. On top of that, Jun Xiaoyao also wanted to make the Emperor's imperial court the strongest faction in the Nine Heavens Immortal realm. The Battle of Immortals was a good start. After the Battle of Immortals, it was time to distribute the spoils. The Jun clan had obtained 4 monarch weapons: the phoenix-winged gold-plated centipede, the Qilin wheel, the wild alligator's broken tooth, and the Beihuang ruler. The Jun clan was very generous too. They gave the 4 monarch weapons to Jun Xiaoyao right away. It was equivalent to giving them to the emperor's imperial court. Jun Xiaoyao already had the creation Qi cauldron. The supreme-grade supreme weapon had great potential. Jun Xiaoyao was quite used to it. It felt great to use it to smash people. He was also preparing to search for all sorts of materials to properly nurture the myriad Qi cauldron. Thus, Jun Xiaoyao did not care about those imperial armaments. With his current strength, he was unable to fully unleash the power of those imperial armaments. Instead, the myriad Qi cauldron was more suitable for him. Furthermore, if he continued to nurture it, it could become his Tao-confirming artifact in the future. Jun Xiaoyao did not stand on ceremony with his family. After accepting the 4 emperor weapons, he directly handed them over to an old blind man and the others. An old blind man and the others were surprised to see Jun Xiaoyao handing the imperial armament to them without any hesitation. "Brat, this is a rare emperor armament. You're giving it to us just like that?" An old blind man had a look of disbelief on his face. "Seniors, you are the most powerful people in the imperial court. I'm relieved to hand it over to you supreme elders," Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. As expected of little brother Xiaoyao. "I love you so much." Fang Xionyang's voluptuous Linglong's body leaned over to Jun Xiaoyao again. "Haha, brat, since you're so generous, I won't stand on ceremony. I like this phoenix-wing golden centipede." The parrot cackled. It was a bird, so the emperor armament in the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain was obviously the most suitable for it. An old blind man and a cripple also sighed in their hearts. They suddenly felt that their choice was very correct. There was no need to say more about Jun Xiaoyao's potential. Moreover, he had the terrifying Jun family behind him. Jun Xiaoyao was really worth following. In addition to the emperor armament, the Jun family had combined the spoils of war obtained from the 7 immortal forces. The imperial court had obtained a large amount of resources. The Jun family also promised to give some of the immortal ancient forces fiefs to the immortal ancient races so that they could have ancestral lands in the Huangtian mystic realm. This made Li Xian, Ao Tsang Yuan, and the other great ancestors of the immortal ancient races very happy. Not only did they have freedom, but they also had their own ancestral lands. This made them even more determined to follow Jun Xiaoyao and be loyal to the imperial court. After the immortal battle ended, the Jun family also held another banquet. This banquet was a compensation for the coming-of-age ceremony. The Jun family didn't deliberately invite any forces. However, many immortal ancient forces in the Huangtian mystic realm took the initiative to come and congratulate them. The vice-hierarch of the Rinxian sect has arrived. Here are 100 celestial sources and 10 heaven jades. The vice-hierarch of the demonic celestial cult has arrived. Here are 1 supreme artifact and 5 immortal herbs. The Holy Spirit College has arrived. Here are, the Demon God Palace has arrived. Here are, the Ji family has arrived. Here are, the Yi family has arrived. Here are, one after another, immortal forces came to congratulate the Jun family. The gifts they brought were far more precious than before. The Lord of the Panwu Jin dynasty has arrived. Another voice rang out. "Haha, this emperor has specially come to congratulate the son of God of the Jun family. The son of God is indeed a celestial being. This emperor's daughter has good taste." When God Lord Panwu arrived, the smile on his face was indescribably amiable. Especially when he saw Jun Xiaoyao, the smile on his face was incomparably amiable. When Jun Xiaoyao saw God Lord Panwu, there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Before, God Lord Panwu hated him to the core. Not only did he make the Panwu Jin dynasty lose face, but he even took away the imperial weapon. But now, God Lord Panwu seemed to have changed into a different person. He was actually showing goodwill to him. The son of God of the Jun family is indeed a dragon among men. Let those small misunderstandings and unhappiness from before vanish like smoke in thin air. God Lord Panwu chuckled. Now, not to mention the Jun family, just the imperial court was extremely intimidating to the Panwu Jin dynasty. God Lord Panwu naturally didn't dare to offend Jun Xiaoyao anymore. When the guests of the surrounding forces saw this, they couldn't help but ridicule. He was really shameless and invincible in the world. God Lord Panwu's skin was really thick. Following that, the banquet was filled with joy and harmony. Jun Xiaoyao also sent out a message that the imperial court would also recruit forces and talents in the Huangtian mystic realm. When this news came out, many people's eyes flashed. Was Jun Xiaoyao going to establish another immortal force independently of the Jun family? However, when they thought of the lineup of the imperial court, many people felt a chill run down their spines. For imperial weapons. For supreme elders of the mystic venerable level. There were also a group of supreme grand ancestors of the immortal ancient races. There were also hundreds of millions of immortal ancient armies. This was an incomparably terrifying force. Before he knew it, Jun Xiaoyao had created an immortal force of great power. The current Jun Xiaoyao could no longer be regarded as a junior. His current identity was not only the son of God of the Jun family and the young master of the Jiang family. He also had an additional identity, and that was the master of the imperial court. Just after Jun Xiaoyao released the news, something unexpected happened. God Lord Panwu actually said, "The Panwu Jin dynasty is willing to join the imperial court. I wonder if the Son of God welcomes us." When these words fell, many people were dumbfounded. Was God Lord Panwu addicted to licking people's boots? An immortal faction actually wanted to join the emperor's court. This had a huge impact. Although the Panwu Jin dynasty was weak and was at the bottom of the immortal factions. But at the very least, it still had the title of an immortal faction. Many people didn't expect that he would join the monarch imperial court like this. Oh? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. This God Lord Cobblestone Marshal was truly flexible. God Lord Panwu's gaze was firm. Naturally, he wasn't acting on impulse. Instead, he had thought about it carefully and discussed it with the old emperor and the others. Firstly, the Panwu Jin dynasty was weak and could no longer support the title of an immortal faction. Secondly, even the imperial weapon had been taken away by the Jun family, so they had lost a part of their foundation. Another point was that this era of great competition was destined to be full of ups and downs. The outer realm, the life-forbidden zone, and other places began to have some movements. If there were stormy waves in the future, whether the Panwu Jin dynasty could survive alone was a question mark. Instead of going with the flow, it was better to choose a thigh and hug it tightly. Joining the emperor's court was no different from joining the Jun family. Of course, an immortal faction is welcomed by the emperor's court. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. As for the loyalty of God Lord Panwu and the others, he believed that an old blind man and the others would naturally have a way. Moreover, the Jun family had just revealed their invincible strength, so God Lord Panwu probably wouldn't dare to have any thoughts. After that, there were also some first-rate and second-rate factions who wanted to join the emperor's court. Jun Xiaoyao didn't directly agree, but said that he would screen them later. Not just any cat or dog could join the emperor's court. Then, the banquet began, and Jun Xiaoyao also came to his family. He didn't like to socialize. Jun Zhantian, Jiang Rou, and the others had thick smiles on their faces. Jun Xiaoyao was really too proud of him. The youngest saint in history, the strongest saint in history, the youngest leader of an immortal faction in history, Jun Xiaoyao had single-handedly won 3 first-place titles in history. If Jun Xiaoyao was unable to attain Dao in this era, then all the other geniuses could forget about it. At the side, Jun Linglong, Juning Nalan Ruashi, and Baiyu also had stars in their eyes. Jun Xiaoyao's excellence was simply indescribable. "You guys have been cultivating quite well," Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Jun Linglong shook her head and said, "You flatter me. Our talents are only so. We can't even make it to the Emperor Road." Unlike young master, she possessed the 7 orifices Linglong's heart and had the potential to become a saint. But now, Jun Xiaoyao, who was younger than her, was already a saint. He was also the strongest saint in history. It doesn't matter. Everyone has their own ambitions. You don't have to go to the Emperor Road. At the very least, you have young master to protect you. What are you afraid of? Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly. Jun Linglong and the other girls heard this and their hearts went numb. Their eyes were watery and filled with deep infatuation. On the other side, a passerby who didn't deserve to be named, the princess of the great Shang dynasty, also had a deep infatuation in her beautiful eyes. However, the gap between her and Jun Xiaoyao was now unimaginable. Jun Xiaoyao noticed the princess from the corner of his eye. He vaguely remembered that she seemed to have come to his 10-years-old banquet. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao walked forward. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's arrival, the princess of the great Shang dynasty's heart pounded. I remember that you also came to my 10-years-old banquet, right? Jun Xiaoyao said softly. Yes, yes. The princess of the great Shang dynasty's cheeks were hot and her ears were red. She was extremely excited. Up close, Jun Xiaoyao's skin was crystal clear, his facial features were exquisite, and there was a pleasant fragrance on his body. The princess of the great Shang dynasty felt that she was about to faint. Thank you. Is the great Shang dynasty willing to join the emperor's court? Jun Xiaoyao asked. The great Shang dynasty was also a first-rate dynasty. Yes. The princess of the great Shang dynasty shouted almost without hesitation. Very good. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. She lowered her head and stammered shyly, Lord Son of God, my name is. She looked up only to find that Jun Xiaoyao had already walked back. The princess of the great Shang dynasty? Many young elites around sighed deeply when they saw this. We still don't know the real name of the princess of the great Shang dynasty. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao came to forget Chuan. Your performance was very good. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Although he had planted a slave seal on Forget Chuan was indeed loyal to him and the Jun family. Forget Chuan will follow the Son of God forever. I will not disobey you in the slightest. Forget Chuan's eyes were also filled with admiration. He was completely impressed by Jun Xiaoyao's talent and strength. Other than admiration, he had no other thoughts. By the way, about the reincarnation demon sect's treasury. Jun Xiaoyao lowered his voice. I've almost locked onto the location. Forget Chuan said. He was the only one who could find and open the treasury of the reincarnation demon sect. Very good. When the time comes, we'll go and find it directly. There's no need to be afraid of anything. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. The battle of the immortal had just ended. Jun Xiaoyao believed that no force would be so blind as to provoke the Jun family. At this time, Jiang Rou called Jun Xiaoyao over. Xingyi and Luo Li have already embarked on the Emperor's Road a year ago. Are you going to find them later? Jiang Rou asked. It depends if I can meet them, Jun Xiaoyao said. Xiaoyao, you don't know how much weight Luo Li lost after you were trapped in the Bronze Immortal Palace. And Xingyi's hair turned white overnight because of you. If you let them down, I won't forgive you, Jiang Rou said with some heartache. There's such a thing? Jun Xiaoyao did not expect this. Jiang Luoli might have some reaction, but Jiang Xingyi's hair turned white overnight because of him. This was beyond Jun Xiaoyao's expectations. Your relationship with Xingyi is nothing. Plus, your physiques are compatible. Maybe you can give birth to an innate saint body in the future, Jiang Rou said. She kept talking about having a grandchild. We'll talk about this in the future. Jun Xiaoyao did not agree. He was ambiguous. His ambition was the Emperor's Road. He could not afford to be distracted. You. Jiang Rou shook her head. Jun Xiaoyao had such good conditions, but he did not care about women. The banquet came to an end. In the next few days, many geniuses and forces came to join the Emperor's court. Jun Xiaoyao left this matter to Li Xian and the others. As for Li Qiuyue, she also met her sister Li Qiushui at the Jiang family. In the next few days, the entire Huangtian mystic realm fell into a short period of peace. However, this peace did not last long. Another piece of news spread throughout the Huangtian mystic realm. The treasure vault of the demon sect of reincarnation had appeared. On this day, the Jun family sent people to the treasure vault of the demon sect of reincarnation. Jun Xiaoyao also went with some people from the Emperor's court. The treasure vault of the demon sect of reincarnation? The 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Jun Xiaoyao murmured. The thing that interested him the most in the treasure vault of the demon sect of reincarnation was the imperial weapon, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. The reason Jun Xiaoyao was interested in the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was not because he wanted to control this imperial weapon. Instead, Jun Xiaoyao wanted to use it to comprehend the path of reincarnation. After all, the second superpower of his supreme bone was the reincarnation superpower. Moreover, he was about to enter the Emperor Road. It would be good to have one more trump card. Jun Xiaoyao did not think that there was anyone in the Emperor Road who could threaten him. Many cultivators from the immortal forces around looked at the Jun family's team. Other than envy and jealousy, there was nothing else in their eyes. As for robbing, unless there was something wrong with their heads, they would not do such a stupid thing. An immortal forces treasure vault. Together with the resources of the 7 immortal forces, the Jun family and Jun monarch's hall are going to go to heaven. Although they were envious, they could only look on with jealousy. Soon, under Wang Chuan's lead, they quickly found the reincarnation demon sect's treasure vault. The reincarnation demon sect's treasure vault was not only sealed by a hidden array on the outside. There was also a terrifying array secretly operating inside. If someone who was not from the reincarnation demon sect tried to break into the treasure vault by force, they would suffer great losses. The Great Reincarnation Array. The reincarnation demon sect's foundation is quite deep, Jun Zhantian murmured. He was the leader of this team. If they tried to break into the Great Reincarnation Array, they would lose their lives. However, with Wang Chuan around, all obstacles were not a problem. Wang Chuan activated his reincarnation sacred constitution and took out a jade seal. It was his identity jade seal as the reincarnation demon sect's holy son. Soon, Wang Chuan opened the treasure vault. The various resources inside were so dazzling that it blinded everyone's eyes. Even the members of the Jun family, who had high standards, were slightly speechless. These resources were comparable to those of the 7 immortal forces. However, no one from the Jun family came forward to collect them. Jun Xiaoyao was confused. Jun Zhantian saw this and smiled faintly. Xiaoyao, the family has decided to give the entire reincarnation demon sect's treasure vault to your monarch's hall. Wang Chuan was originally conquered by you. The reincarnation demon sect's treasure vault should belong to you. The family will also fully support your monarch emperor hall. Upon hearing Jun Zhantian's words, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. This was the boldness of a family that had been passed down for thousands of generations. Those clans that would fight to the death for some opportunities and treasures, even going as far as to engage in internal strife, how could they be passed down for hundreds of generations? Of course, there was reasonable competition, as long as it wasn't too excessive. However, it was obvious that no one in the younger generation of the Jun family was qualified to compete with Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao would naturally receive the greatest nurturing and attention. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't do that either. He had the Li Xian and the others arrange for the people of the Emperor's Hall to take all sorts of opportunities. At the same time, they followed the river of forgetfulness into the reincarnation demon sect's treasury. Jun Xiaoyao was immediately able to sense a thick power of reincarnation at the deepest part of the place. He looked into the distance and saw an ancient dark golden wheel floating in the middle of a formation. This dark golden wheel was engraved with the 6 realms of sentient beings. As it spun, it emitted a terrifying wave of reincarnation. It was as if it wanted to pull one's soul into the cycle of reincarnation. This was the reincarnation demon sect's imperial weapon, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. What a strong power of reincarnation! Jun Xiaoyao sensed that the bone of supremacy in his chest seemed to be trembling slightly. Grandpa, I want to cultivate in seclusion here for the time being, Jun Xiaoyao said. Of course. Jun Zhantian nodded. Then, Jun Zhantian sent a group of Jun family's troops to guard outside the reincarnation demon sect's treasury to prevent other forces from disturbing them. Of course, they were just putting on an act. No one dared to provoke the Jun family. The people of the Emperor's Hall began to move the resources of the reincarnation demon sect's treasury. Jun Xiaoyao prepared to cultivate beside the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. By the way, I'll remove the slave seal for you, Jun Xiaoyao looked at Wang Chuan and said. He had promised Wang Chuan that he would remove the slave seal for him after finding the reincarnation demon sect's treasury. Thank you, young master. Wang Chuan was also a little excited. Although Jun Xiaoyao had never punished him with the slave seal. But with the slave seal, he always felt uncomfortable. With a thought, Jun Xiaoyao removed the slave seal for Wang Chuan. A hint of determination flashed in Wang Chuan's eyes. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee in front of Jun Xiaoyao and said, "Wang Chuan is willing to become young master's follower. I hope young master can fulfill my wish." Strictly speaking, Wang Chuan was only Jun Xiaoyao's servant before. He didn't have the status of a follower. Heh. Why not? You are this son of God's third follower. Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Not only was he an ancient freak, but he also had the saint physique of reincarnation. Wang Chuan was indeed qualified to become his follower. Thank you, young master. Wang Chuan's eyes were filled with excitement. He felt that he was following a future great emperor. Or even, an immortal. You have the saint physique of reincarnation. Cultivate with me with the help of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, Jun Xiaoyao said. Yes. Wang Chuan cupped his fists respectfully. Next, the two began to cultivate with the help of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Logically speaking, Wang Chuan should be more compatible with the 6 paths of reincarnation disc since he had the saint physique of reincarnation disc. However, to Wang Chuan's surprise, the reincarnation energy emanating from Jun Xiaoyao's body was stronger than his. That was because Jun Xiaoyao's supreme bone not only had the power of reincarnation. He also cultivated the supreme fist technique, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. As his comprehension deepened, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc seemed to resonate with Jun Xiaoyao. The power of reincarnation in the 6 paths of reincarnation disc surged wildly into Jun Xiaoyao's body. In Jun Xiaoyao's chest, the supreme bone vibrated, and waves of reincarnation energy condensed continuously. Vaguely, there seemed to be a misty immortal qi emerging. That is, Wang Chuan's body shook, and his eyes were filled with shock. That was a wisp of reincarnation immortal qi. Wang Chuan was shocked. His master had not even entered the Emperor Road yet. How could he condense a wisp of immortal qi? If he knew that this was the 3rd wisp of immortal qi that Jun Xiaoyao had condensed, Wang Chuan would probably be dumbfounded. 3 wisps of immortal qi was enough to dominate an Emperor Road. However, the problem was that Jun Xiaoyao had not entered the Emperor Road yet. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was immersed in cultivation, preparing to completely condense the 3rd wisp of immortal qi. In the ancient Emperor Road. Those geniuses of the Huangtian mystic realm had already set foot on the Emperor Road a year ago. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for them to know what had happened in the Huangtian mystic realm. That was because of the special rules of the Emperor Road. Therefore, most of the information could not be transmitted to the Emperor Road. At this moment, in an ancient ruin on the Emperor Road, dozens of geniuses had a look of horror in their eyes as they looked at the powerful figure that no one could stop. It's Long Xu Huang, that terrifying dragon phoenix physique. Some of the geniuses screamed, their eyes trembling. This ancient dragon palace belongs to me. Whoever dares to take a step in will die. Long Xu Huang's tone was indifferent. He had dragon horns on his head and phoenix wings on his back. He was an invincible dragon phoenix physique that was jointly cultivated by Zhu Long and the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain. At this moment, Long Xu Huang looked at the ancient dragon palace with a scorching look in his eyes, as if victory was in his hands. After digesting the opportunities here, I can condense a wisp of immortal qi in my bloodline and become a little overlord. I've only been on the Emperor Road for a year, and I'm about to condense a wisp of immortal qi. Who can be stronger than me? Long Xu Huang's eyes were filled with strong confidence. This was his pride as an invincible dragon phoenix physique. He was also a peerless genius that was respected by 2 major Archean royalty. However, Long Xu Huang did not know that his home had been raided. It was like a spring that had been broken, and the wild was still wandering outside. But why do I have a faint feeling of uneasiness? Long Xu Huang frowned slightly. Previously, his eyelids had been twitching, as if something bad had happened. Forget it, I'll digest the opportunities here first. When I condense a wisp of immortal qi and become a little overlord, the Huangtian Mystic Realm's Emperor Road will not be able to stop me. My goal is to set foot on the ultimate ancient road. Long Xu Huang's eyes shone brightly. There were 9 Emperor Roads in the 9 Heavens Mystic Realm. but in the end they would all converge. That was the legendary ultimate ancient road that the geniuses of the Nine Heavens mystic realm fought for supremacy. On the Emperor Road, there were countless geniuses competing with each other. The competition on the Emperor Road in the Huangtian mystic realm alone was extremely intense. Geniuses began to emerge one after another, leaving their peers behind and making a name for themselves on the Emperor Road. For example, the invincible dragon phoenix body, Dragon Phoenix, controlled the power of the ancestral dragon and the divine phoenix. They had never been defeated on the Emperor Road. There was also the ancient freak of the Thousand Phoenix Spirit Mountain, Huang Jiuyan, who cultivated the phoenix life chant. Every time she was forced into a desperate situation, she would undergo nirvana and become even stronger. There were even rumors that if Huang Jiuyan underwent nirvana 9 times, she would achieve a qualitative transformation and her bloodline would be comparable to that of the ancient emperor's youngest son. The descendant of the ancient Crocodile Lake's crocodile ancestor was ferocious. He also condensed a strand of immortal qi and dominated the Emperor Road. There was also Jade Fozi of the Little Western Paradise, who had the Bodhi Buddha heart. It was said that he found the remains of an ancient monk on the Emperor Road and obtained a saraira. His cultivation level skyrocketed and his strength was unfathomable. The most terrifying thing was that geniuses who went against Jade Fozi usually didn't die. Instead, they would become Jade Fozi's believers. This was because Jade Fozi also mastered an extremely strange purification technique that could brainwash geniuses. Being converted by someone was even worse than being killed. It was also because of this that Jade Fozi was known as one of the geniuses who shouldn't be provoked on the Emperor Road. Of course, there was also Yi Guchen, the reincarnation of the sword demon of the Yi family. He was the first genius to break through to the Saint Realm on the Emperor Road. He killed countless enemies with the Emperor Slayer sword. It was said that Yi Guchen only attacked with one sword. One sword to kill, one sword to kill. Even top geniuses like Long Xuhuang and Jade Fozi didn't want to meet such a ferocious person before reaching the end of the Emperor Road in the Huangtian mystic realm. Some people even said that Yi Guchen could become the king of the Emperor Road. In addition to these geniuses, Jun family's Lord Grimm, Jun Lingsong, and others also made a name for themselves. There was also Jiangxingi, Jiang Luoli, Ji Qingyi, Xiao Maxian, and several other women. Similarly, they didn't lose out to the limelight of the men. All in all, the Emperor's Road in the Huangtian mystic realm was brilliant and exciting. It was not inferior to the Emperor's Roads in the other 8 mystic realms. The only regrettable thing was, the son of God of the Jun family, who could have become the brightest sun, had not appeared in Emperor Road for more than a year. Many geniuses who had already set foot on the Emperor's Road believed that the son of God of the Jun family was done for. Due to the lack of information, they did not know what kind of miracle Jun Xiaoyao had created in the Huangtian mystic realm. On Emperor Road, intense battles continued to unfold. The atmosphere in the Huangtian mystic realm calmed down. After the immortal battle, the Huangtian mystic realm would be peaceful for a while. Many people were also wondering when the son of God of the Jun family would step onto the Imperial Road. If he stepped onto the Imperial Road, what would happen to the other geniuses on Emperor Road? It was worth noting that Jun Xiaoyao was known as the most powerful saint in history. The story of how he killed hundreds of sages with one cauldron was still a story that many cultivators in the Huangtian mystic realm talked about. Time passed while everyone was speculating. A month later. Next to the 6 paths of reincarnation disc in the treasure vault of the demon sect of Samsara, Jun Xiaoyao's body trembled all of a sudden. The reincarnation divine qi, which was originally a little blurry, was completely condensed. The divine qi wrapped around Jun Xiaoyao's body like a huge dragon, carrying with it a mysterious will of reincarnation. It's done. Jun Xiaoyao let out a sigh of relief. The third divine qi was successfully condensed. If this reincarnation divine qi was added to Jun Xiaoyao's bone of supremacy and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, their power would be enhanced qualitatively. I wonder how powerful 3 divine qi is in Emperor Road? Jun Xiaoyao guessed. However, he thought that 3 divine qi was not that powerful. Without at least 80 or 90 divine qi, one would be embarrassed to say that they were in Emperor Road. Master is too strong. Beside him, Wang Chuan, who was also cultivating, had a look of shock in his eyes. He was the sacred physique of reincarnation, but he had not cultivated a single divine qi. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had cultivated a single divine qi first. It could only be said that people could not be compared to each other. Seeing the shock in Wang Chuan's eyes, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly, "Don't compare yourself to me. Otherwise, your Taoist heart will be unstable." Yes. Wang Chuan calmed himself down. He did feel a sense of inferiority in his heart just now. He felt that even if he had the sacred physique of reincarnation, he was still a piece of trash. However, when he thought about it again, he realized that he had to be depressed to compare himself to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was a freak that only appeared once in a billion years. He was the biggest anomaly in the world. You should stay here and think of a way to cultivate a single divine qi before entering Emperor Road. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to pass the Emperor Road, Jun Xiaoyao suggested. Yes, Wang Chuan will obey. Wang Chuan nodded. Indeed, in a place like Emperor Road, one could die if they were not careful. Jun Xiaoyao could not take care of him all the time. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and left the reincarnation demon sect's treasury. The 6 paths of reincarnation disc would be taken away by the imperial court later. Next, I need to inform the 18th ancestor and the others. After that, I can start on Emperor Road. By the way, the 18th ancestor should tell me about father and the others, right? Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. Not long after, he returned to the Jun family. As soon as he stepped into the Jun family's mountain gate, Jun Zhantian came to him and asked him to look for the 18th ancestor. The Jun family's ancestral temple. The great ancestors who had awakened earlier were lying back in the ground. Jun Xiaoyao entered the ancestral temple and saw the 18th ancestor. Xiaoyao, you're here. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's arrival, the 18th ancestor's face was full of smiles. 3 strands of divine qi? The 18th ancestor's eyes lit up. He could tell at a glance that Jun Xiaoyao had 3 strands of divine qi in his body. One should know that Jun Xiaoyao had not stepped into Emperor Road yet. As expected, I can't hide from the great ancestor's eyes. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Haha, you have already cultivated 3 strands of divine qi before entering Emperor Road. Good, good. You are indeed the true dragon of the Jun family. The 18th ancestor laughed heartily. Jun Xiaoyao was the treasure of the Jun family. They were extremely proud of him. 3 strands of divine qi was enough to dominate Emperor Road. Great ancestor, about father. Jun Xiaoyao hesitated. The 18th ancestor said seriously, that's right. You're an adult now, and you've reached the sacred realm. There are some things that I should tell you. Xiaoyao, you should know that even though the 9 heavens immortal realm is vast, the universe is still huge apart from the 9 heavens immortal realm. Even though the 9 heavens immortal realm is prosperous, it is under threat all the time. No egg can remain unbroken when the nest is overturned. Even though the factions in the 9 heavens immortal realm have never stopped fighting each other, they will temporarily put down their weapons when a threat to the immortal realm appears. The foreign realm, the forbidden zone, the burial realm, and even the distant boundless ocean are all hiding great threats. And your father is a hero. The 18th ancestor's face was filled with astonishment as he said this. It was hard to imagine that the 18th ancestor of the Jun family, who held a high position, would have such a look of admiration. What did my father do? Jun Xiaoyao was confused. The 18th ancestor sighed and said, your father's talent is exceptional. He is not much weaker than our ancestor, the heaven-abandoning great emperor. He even made a bold and visionary statement. There is no need to look for our ancestor. He will surpass him. And your father did not disappoint. He climbed all the way to the top and was considered one of the most outstanding figures of the Jun family in recent times. He once obtained a peerless skill by chance, the 3 pures with 1 breath. Later, when the mystic realm was in danger, your father used the 3 pure ones with 1 breath. He used 1 to suppress the burial realm, 1 to suppress the alien realm, and 1 to suppress the Sea of Realms to protect the peace of the mystic realm. He is a true hero. Even those forces who do not like the Jun family have to respectfully call the white-robed divine king a true hero when they mention Wu Hui. A touch of pride appeared in the 18th ancestor's eyes. Jun Xiaoyao heard this and sighed in his heart. It seemed that his father was indeed a great hero who was respected by tens of thousands of people. He thought of the words engraved on his father's amulet again. A gentleman has no regrets in his life. Although it was impossible for Jun Xiaoyao to become such a selfless hero, it did not stop him from respecting his father. The reason why I did not tell you this before was because I was afraid that you would have a knot in your heart and want to look for your father. After all, you were too young at that time. But now, you have begun to grow. It will not be long before you have the ability to help your father, the 18th ancestor said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He finally understood the familiar aura he felt in the depths of the burial realm. It should be one of Jun Wuhui's 3 pure ones with one breath. However, even if it was just a clone, it had the ability to seal the burial realm. From this, it could be seen how powerful Jun Wuhui was. The burial realm, the alien realm, and the Sea of Realms. In the future, I, Jun Xiaoyao, will definitely go to all of them. Jun Xiaoyao set a goal. When he achieved the Great Path, even if he only cultivated to become a supreme, Jun Xiaoyao had the ability to go to these places. He felt that with his current cultivation speed, that day would not be too far away. By the way, 18th ancestor, about the family. Jun Xiaoyao continued. When the 18th ancestor heard this, his face turned solemn. Xiaoyao, what do you think of my Jun family's strength? Strong, very strong, Jun Xiaoyao said. Even he, the son of God of the Jun family, didn't know much about the Jun family's background. The Battle of the Immortals had also revealed some of the Jun family's strength. However, just this bit of information was enough to shock all the undying powers. What if I told you that this is not the full strength of the Jun family? The 18th ancestor asked meaningfully. What? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. The 18th ancestor was implying something. The 18th ancestor said in a faint tone, the Jun family as it is now is not the complete Jun family. A long time ago, the Jun family had the grand goal of dominating the 9 heavens immortal realm, just like the supreme Xianting that dominated the 9 heavens immortal realm. However, there were some people who didn't agree with this idea. Those people thought that the Jun family should keep a low profile and develop quietly. They thought that if they showed off their abilities, they would only be targeted. Later, those people left the Jun family and formed the hidden branch of the Jun family, which became a hidden undying power. Jun Xiaoyao was rather baffled by what the 18th ancestor said. The Jun family was so powerful, yet it was not the complete version? How powerful is the hidden branch of the Jun family? Jun Xiaoyao asked tentatively. A little bit weaker than my own branch, the 18th ancestor said calmly. A little bit weaker? Jun Xiaoyao was secretly shocked. If those people hadn't left the Jun family back then, how powerful would the Jun family be now? They would probably become the new Supreme Xianting. The Supreme Xianting was a behemoth that once spanned across the 9 heavens immortal realm. Even the undying forces didn't dare to provoke them. Only the Jun family and a few other undying forces didn't have to be afraid of the Supreme Xianting. The other undying forces had to lower their heads in front of the Supreme Xianting. However, this type of colossus, when the world was shaken up last time, when the other side invaded, it collapsed and broke apart. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Supreme Xianting still had some remnants of its power. With the Jun family's strength, it was possible for them to replace the Supreme Xianting and become the dominator of the 9 heavens immortal realm. The prerequisite was that the hidden branch of the Jun family could return. The hidden branch of the Jun family is a sore point for all of us. This Emperor Road is your chance to shine. If you can get the attention and support of the hidden branch of the Jun family, it might be a good opportunity for them to return. Of course, you might also encounter the geniuses of the hidden branch of the Jun family, the 18th ancestor said. Xiaoyao will remember this. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. The 18th ancestor looked satisfied. He then briefly introduced the Emperor Road to Jun Xiaoyao. For example, there were 9 Emperor Roads in the 9 heavens immortal realm. In the end, the 9 Emperor Roads would converge and form the ultimate ancient road. The geniuses who could set foot on the ultimate ancient road were undoubtedly the kings of their respective immortal realms. At the same time, each Emperor Road would give birth to an Emperor Road king. This Emperor Road king would also receive the blessings of the immortal realm he was in. The prerequisite was that this Emperor Road king could dominate the entire Emperor Road. King of the Emperor Road, huh? Jun Xiaoyao was baffled. Although he didn't really care about fame and titles. However, dominating the Emperor Road seemed to be something that was already set in stone. By the way, Xiaoyao, you seem to be interested in cultivating one of the 9 great heavenly books, right? The 18th ancestor asked. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Jun Xiaoyao hadn't told anyone about the space book. If you enter the ultimate ancient road, you might encounter other heavenly book owners. After all, those who can set foot on the ultimate ancient road are all people with great luck. Every one of them has amazing talent and luck. Xiaoyao understands. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. He had long planned to collect the 9 great heavenly books. If he could really encounter a heavenly book owner on the ultimate ancient road, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't miss it. After all, he was a professional in harvesting leeks. It wouldn't make sense if he didn't harvest the leeks of a heavenly book owner. Very well, I've told you everything I need to tell you. The rest is up to you, the 18th ancestor said. The rules of the Emperor Road forbade any outside forces or forces from interfering. However, the Jun family might have the ability to help Jun Xiaoyao in the Emperor Road. However, if they did that, the training would lose its effect. Xiaoyao understands. In the Emperor Road, I alone am enough to dominate everything. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was as calm as a breeze. However, there was no doubt about the domineering aura contained in it. He was the youngest and most powerful saint in history. He was also blessed with 3 strands of immortal qi. If Jun Xiaoyao didn't call himself a king, who would dare to call themselves the Emperor Road King? After talking to the 18th ancestor for a while, Jun Xiaoyao felt as if he was suddenly enlightened. He had a new goal. He wanted to walk the Imperial Road, kill the owners of the heavenly tomes, and find a way to summon the hidden branch of the Jun family. Also, when his cultivation was higher, he would definitely go to the burial world, the alien realm, or even the realm sea. Jun Xiaoyao did not think of himself as a righteous person, nor did he want to protect the 9 heavens immortal realm and become a great hero. He just wanted to meet his father and help him. That was all. After the conversation, Jun Xiaoyao adjusted his breath for a few days before officially embarking on the Imperial Road. On this day, in front of the gate of the Jun family, most of the Jun family members were there. The 16th ancestor and the 18th ancestor. The head of the family, Jun Wui. Jun Zhantian and other elders of the family. There were also Jiang Rou and other Jun Xiaoyao's relatives. Jun Linglong, Jun Inger, Nalan Ruashi, and Bai Yuer. As for Wan Chuan, she was still cultivating in seclusion in the 6 paths of reincarnation, so she did not come. As far as the eye could see, they were all members of the Jun family. In addition, an old blind man, Li Xian, Ao Tsang Yuan, Li Qiushui, Li Qiuyue, and the others were also there. The disciples of the Jun family and the people of the emperor's court were all looking forward, hopeful, and excited. Jun Xiaoyao was finally going to embark on the Imperial Road. He might be the last person to embark on the Imperial Road in the Huangtian immortal realm. But that was nothing. After all, the protagonist was always the last to arrive. In addition to the Jun family, many forces were watching from afar. After all, Jun Xiaoyao's every move now attracted a lot of attention. Everyone, there's no need to be so grand. It's just the Imperial Road. It's nothing. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the void with his hands behind his back. His clothes were as white as snow, and he looked otherworldly. The other geniuses embarked on the Imperial Road as if they were going to the road to the underworld. However, that was the truth. For ordinary geniuses, there was not much difference between the Imperial Road and the road to the underworld. However, to Jun Xiaoyao, the Emperor Road was just a walk in the park. Jun Xiaoyao believed that regardless of whether it was the Imperial Road of the Huangtian mystic realm or the ultimate ancient road that followed, the Emperor's Road, there was no one in the younger generation who could threaten him. Even the descendants of the great emperors, the youngest sons of the ancient emperors, and the hidden successors were the same. As expected of the Son of God, this attitude, this temperament. Many of the Jun family members' eyes surged with fanatical worship. May the Son of God make a triumphant return, a member of the Jun family shouted with fanaticism. May the Son of God return in triumph. Almost everyone in the Jun family shouted in unison. The people of the Emperor's Hall were also shouting. For a time, heaven and earth shook, and the aura rushed into the clouds. At the periphery, many people from various forces were shocked. Jun Xiaoyao entered Emperor Road. Why did it feel like a big boss had come out of seclusion? His aura was frightening. Feeling the cheers everywhere, Jun Xiaoyao also felt a sense of majesty in his heart. He waved his sleeve and said casually, "The world is my generation, and I am the king of the Emperor Road. Farewell, everyone." Jun Xiaoyao did not delay any longer. He stepped into the sky step by step and rushed toward the vast starry road above the stars in the 9 heavens. This road was destined to be a long one. There would be many geniuses and kings fighting for supremacy, and the world would be in chaos. However, Jun Xiaoyao was not afraid at all. Only with a fearless heart could one soar in the sky. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's back was deeply engraved in everyone's eyes. Not to mention the people of the Jun family and the Emperor's Hall, even many forces in the Huangtian mystic realm could not help but exclaim when they saw Jun Xiaoyao's high-spirited scene. The geniuses of the Emperor Road were like stars in the sky, but Jun Xiaoyao was the only blazing sun of eternity. The Emperor Road was not in the 9 heavens mystic realm. Instead, it was the 9 starry roads that extended from the 9 heavens mystic realm and finally converged at the ultimate ancient road. As for what was at the end of the ultimate ancient road, the 18th ancestor and the others did not directly say. Instead, they said that Jun Xiaoyao would naturally know when the time came. Jun Xiaoyao was also a little curious about this. Not long after he stepped onto the Emperor Road, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! You have arrived at the Emperor Road. Do you wish to sign in? Sign in, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained an 8-star rare reward, 1/3 of the 3 Lives Immortal Sutra, the past Amitabha Sutra. As the voice fell, the second part of the 3 Lives Immortal Sutra, the past Amitabha Sutra, also flowed into Jun Xiaoyao's mind. There was a hint of joy in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. He had just cultivated the past primordial spirit, which was perfect for cultivating the past Amitabha Sutra. Next, the complete 3 Lives Immortal Sutra was only left with the future Lifeless Sutra. At this moment, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in Jun Xiaoyao's mind again. Ding! New check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the ancient ultimate road. When Jun Xiaoyao heard this, he was not surprised at all. The check-in reward for the ancient ultimate road can't be the future Lifeless Sutra, right? Jun Xiaoyao mumbled. He felt that there should not be such a coincidence. It might be another reward. As for the past Amitabha Sutra, Jun Xiaoyao did not plan to stop cultivating it now. This was because he had entered the Emperor Road a year late. If he delayed any longer, he might not have enough time. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao did not stop. He planned to cultivate the past Amitabha Sutra when he had time in the future. Next, Jun Xiaoyao walked on the Emperor Road. The universe was an unchanging black. Specks of stars, like diamonds sprinkled on black velvet, flickered in the darkness with multicolored glimmers. The Emperor Road was lonely and lonely. It was very likely that one would not see a single person for months. However, on the Emperor Road of the Huangtian mystic realm, there were 18 city checkpoints, which were the resting places of the geniuses along the way. Of course, without a certain level of cultivation, one could not enter the city checkpoints. As Jun Xiaoyao walked in the universe, he saw many broken corpses and bones along the way. Obviously, they were the geniuses who had stepped on the Emperor Road before. For most of the geniuses, it was very difficult to pass the 18 checkpoints and reach the end of the Emperor Road of the Huangtian mystic realm, let alone reach the ancient ultimate road. The Emperor Road is a pile of bones. This is true. Jun Xiaoyao also sighed slightly. It was reasonable to say that the universe was dangerous and full of all kinds of unknown places. Even the sovereigns did not dare to act recklessly. However, the Emperor Road was slightly safer than the real universe because of some rules. But it was only slightly safer. Jun Xiaoyao saw a strange beast in the universe. It opened its mouth and swallowed a small ancient planet. Some of the living beings living on it were all swallowed up. There were also many void vortexes, spatial storms, black holes, and so on. Some living beings would be sucked into them from time to time. They did not even have time to scream. In addition to all kinds of natural disasters, there were also man-made disasters. When Jun Xiaoyao passed by an asteroid belt, a group of living beings with a murderous aura and the smell of blood surrounded him in an interstellar flying ship. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation was at the boundary Saint realm. Interstellar bandits? Jun Xiaoyao said in a calm tone. On the Emperor Road, there were not only geniuses who had entered the Emperor Road. There were also those who had failed in the past and some living beings on the ancient planets along the way. Among them, some interstellar bandits were born. They robbed the geniuses who had entered the Emperor Road along the way and looted their resources. He looks like a fledgling who has just entered the Emperor Road. He dares to act alone. The bandits had a greedy look in their eyes. Judging by his temperament, he might be the successor of a powerful force in the Huangtian mystic realm. He must have a lot of treasures on him, another bandit said. They were fearless because even immortal forces could not interfere with the Emperor Road. Moreover, it was normal for geniuses to die on the Emperor Road. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's body was surrounded by mist. His face was blurry and his aura was restrained. No one could see through him. Attack! The interstellar bandits made their move. Jun Xiaoyao did not even bother to say a word. With a flick of his finger, the sword qi of the immortal slayer sword art swept out. What? He's at the Saint realm. No, impossible. He just entered the Emperor Road. How could he have reached the Saint realm? Even Yi Guchen, the reincarnation of the Yi family sword demon, who ranks first on the Huangtian Saint ranking, is only at the Saint realm now. The interstellar bandits were horrified as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of monster had entered the Emperor Road? Why did it feel like he was 10,000 times more terrifying than the geniuses on the Huangtian Saint ranking? Spare our lives. The leader of the interstellar bandits was a boundary saint expert. At this moment, he felt Jun Xiaoyao's aura and his whole body trembled. Before he could finish speaking, he was beheaded by a sword qi. Fool. Jun Xiaoyao stopped. Only cold corpses were left floating in the universe. First on the Huangtian Saint ranking, Yi Guchen. Jun Xiaoyao murmured. A strange look flashed in his eyes. He continued to move forward, flashing across the void at an extremely fast speed. It had only been a little more than a month, yet an impregnable fortress that stretched across the stars of the universe appeared before Jun Xiaoyao. It was the first stage of the Huangtian Mystic Realm's Emperor Road. Shanghai Pass. Shanghai Pass was the first stage of the Huangtian Mystic Realm's Emperor Road. As far as the eye could see, the entire impregnable pass towered above the stars, exuding an ancient and majestic atmosphere. The city gate was like the heavenly gate, hundreds of feet tall. There was an ancient plaque on it, with the words Shanghai Pass written in blood-stained ink. The entire Shanghai City Pass was shrouded in starlight and moonlight, like a giant that had been silent since ancient times. A vast Milky Way surrounded the Shanghai City Pass, like a moat. Even someone as knowledgeable as Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh at the majestic city gate. Jun Xiaoyao approached Shanghai Pass. He could feel a powerful aura lurking in the depths of Shanghai Pass, and it was at least a supremacy. It should be the guardian of Shanghai Pass, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Each of the 18 stages of the Huangtian Mystic Realm's Emperor Road had a guardian. Of course, they usually did not show up. They would only show up if there was a major disturbance. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao approached the city gate, the soldiers guarding the gate blocked Jun Xiaoyao's path with their long spears. Those below the heavenly god realm are not allowed to enter. The soldier was clad in armor and said coldly. Jun Xiaoyao's face was blurred. Although he had an extraordinary temperament, he did not reveal any aura. Jun Xiaoyao did not say anything. His body shook slightly, and a wisp of aura shook the soldiers away. He entered the city leisurely. This? The soldiers felt their scalps go numb. That aura sent chills down their spines. How is this possible? This is only the first stage of the Emperor Road. How can there be such a powerful genius? The soldiers were frightened. Logically speaking, the further one went on the Emperor Road, the more opportunities one would find, and the stronger those geniuses would be. However, this was only the first stage, and there could not even be many opportunities. The commotion at the city gate also attracted the attention of some people in Shanghai City Pass. A few young men with unshaven beards shook their heads when they saw the scene. Ignorance is bliss. Another arrogant genius has stepped onto the Emperor Road. When he goes further, he will recognize the reality and know how cruel the Emperor Road is. Yeah, how many of the top geniuses from the immortal realm have fallen? There are only a few people who can make it onto the Huangtian Saint ranking. Most of them are dead. As a cultivator, I'm sorry, these young men looked depressed and dejected. It was obvious that they had failed to pass the Emperor Road. That's enough. You failed the Emperor Road, and you think others can't? Another girl in yellow could not stand it. These people could not make it, but they thought they could not. That's the reality. Only a handful of people can make it onto the Barren Sky Saint ranking and become famous on the Emperor Road. Could he be one of them? The disappointed young men shook their heads. They were all old-timers. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao was strolling around Shanghai City. To be honest, after walking in the lonely universe, for a long time, he felt a sense of familiarity when he came here. Sir, now that you've arrived at the first stage of the Emperor Road, aren't you going to leave your name on the stone tablet as a souvenir? A cultivator asked. Oh? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. Soon, he arrived at the center of the Shanghai City Pass. He saw a giant stone tablet that towered into the Milky Way. There were many names engraved on it. They were all left behind by the geniuses who had challenged the Emperor Road. This stone tablet is not that simple. Geniuses with average talent and cultivation can't leave their names on it, the cultivator explained. Is that so? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. He was not interested in leaving his name on it. Jun Xiaoyao did not need a stone tablet to record his name. Once he conquered the entire Emperor Road, it was only natural that everyone would spread his name. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to leave, the few young men with unshaven beards walked over. Brother, if you don't even have the courage to leave your name on the stone tablet, then I advise you not to continue. That's right. The Emperor Road is dangerous. It's not something we can challenge. It's better to stay here and save our lives. The prosperity of the Emperor Road belongs to the top geniuses. Mediocre people like us don't have anything. These young men were not deliberately mocking him. They simply thought that not everyone could do well in the Emperor Road. It seems like you're not from the Huangtian mystic realm, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly said. The young men were stunned and nodded slightly. If the people of the Huangtian mystic realm saw Jun Xiaoyao, they would be able to guess at least 70 to 80% of his identity. Obviously, these people did not know him. Jun Xiaoyao knew that apart from the geniuses of the Huangtian mystic realm, there were also other geniuses who had taken the Emperor Road. There were also geniuses from the ancient star fields around the Huangtian mystic realm. If the 9 heavens mystic realm were 9 giant continents, these ancient star fields were small islands scattered around the continents. Each of these ancient star fields was larger than the lower worlds. There were also some powerful orthodoxies and top geniuses. However, these people from the ancient star fields obviously did not know Jun Xiaoyao. At most, they had heard of Jun Xiaoyao's name. Sir, don't listen to them. They are all failures. You are different. At this moment, the girl in yellow appeared. She looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a strange light in her eyes. Jun Xiaoyao was shrouded in a mist of immortal light. His face was blurry. However, his immortal-like temperament could not be concealed. It made her look at him. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly and did not say anything. He raised his hand and drew a line on the stone tablet. Following this, the ancient boulder began to tremble vigorously, as if it was under great pressure. What's going on? At the gate of the city, the soldiers rushed over after hearing the news. All the living beings in the entire Shanghai Pass were startled. They looked at the stone tablet in shock. The stone tablet, which towered into the stars and had the names of countless geniuses carved on it, began to crack and crumble as soon as Jun Xiaoyao drew a horizontal line across it. The entire stone tablet shattered into pieces on the ground. In the Shanghai Pass, all the cultivators and living beings were dumbfounded. The stone tablet that recorded the names of countless geniuses was shattered just like that? How is this possible? Many people gasped. As for the depressed young men, they instantly woke up as if cold water had been poured over their heads. Their eyes were filled with shock. The girl in yellow was also stunned. She was extremely shocked. Previously, she had seen Long Huang, Huang Zhouyan, the third prince of the sea god, and other top geniuses on the barren sky saint ranking leave their names here. However, they did not make the stone tablet shatter. At most, it shone brightly. But now, the mysterious young master in front of him, who was like an immortal, had shattered the stone tablet before he could even write down his name. What did this mean? It seems that this stone tablet is not worthy of bearing my name. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. Then, he no longer had any interest in the first stage of the mountain sea realm. He directly flew into the sky and continued to step on the Emperor's Road. He left behind a group of shocked cultivators in Shanhai Pass. What kind of genius has stepped on the Emperor's Road? Even the immortal descendants of the barren sky mystic realm, the ancient freaks, can't be so strong, right? Many cultivators and living beings who stayed in Shanhai Pass broke out in cold sweat. A ferocious person had entered the Emperor's Road. The young men were scared out of their wits. They collapsed on the ground. Their legs were weak, and they could not stand up for a long time. Young master, what is your identity? You're actually so monstrous. The yellow-clothed girl's eyes were filled with admiration. In the depths of Shanhai Pass, a supreme aura spread. A figure stood, looking at Jun Xiaoyao's back as he left. The son of God of the Jun family has stepped on the Emperor's Road. This battle of the Emperor's Road is going to be interesting, the guardian of Shanhai Pass said lightly. The first stage of the mountain sea realm was the Emperor Road's asks. Jun Xiaoyao had no intention of stopping at all and immediately set off again. Only those who were cowardly would stop and stay within the city. Once again stepping onto the ancient starry path, everything seemed very monotonous. Occasionally, there would be some ignorant space bandits who wanted to intercept and kill Jun Xiaoyao halfway, but they were all killed by him with a single hand. Sometimes, he would encounter a meteorite belt, and meteorites would bombard him. Jun Xiaoyao did not even move his fingers, and the surrounding space would explode with a vibrating force, shattering all the meteorites. This was Jun Xiaoyao's initial achievement after comprehending the spacebook. The spacebook controls the Tao of space. If combined with some movement techniques, wouldn't I have the fastest speed in the world? Jun Xiaoyao suddenly thought. He continued strolling on the starry path. Sometimes, when he passed by some ancient planets with life, he would collect some sacred medicine, rare minerals, and so on. However, these opportunities were not particularly good in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Could it be that the opportunities in the first few stages have all been collected? Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly. However, he was not disappointed. The real great opportunities were all in the ancient ultimate road. Next, Jun Xiaoyao continued to travel on the ancient starry path for 3 months. He also passed the second, third, fourth, and fifth stages. However, he did not stop and just passed by. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao saw another magnificent city pass in the starry sky ahead. It was the 6th stage of the Huangtian Emperor Road, the Sword Gate Pass. Jun Xiaoyao entered the city directly. Geniuses below the Tao God realm were not qualified to enter this city. However, Jun Xiaoyao naturally entered directly. The soldiers guarding the gate sensed a wisp of Jun Xiaoyao's aura, and there was deep shock in their eyes. After entering the Sword Gate Pass, Jun Xiaoyao prepared to move on to the next pass without stopping, just as he had done before. At this moment, he heard the discussions of some cultivators. Have you heard? The Guanghan Ancient Starfield's Cold Moon Fairy has invited a group of geniuses to a gathering. It seems like she has found out about a place of opportunity and wants to explore it together. Yeah, I heard that Qingyun Ancient Starfield's young master Qingyun and the others are also going. Young master Qingyun, the top genius who has cultivated a strand of immortal qi? That's right. If you haven't cultivated a strand of immortal qi, you are not qualified to go with the Cold Moon Fairy. These discussions attracted Jun Xiaoyao's attention. A place of opportunity? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. Along the way, he did not find any opportunities that he was particularly interested in. Now that there was such an opportunity, he couldn't miss it. The embryonic form of divine qi, eh? Jun Xiaoyao smirked in disdain. Geniuses who had cultivated a strand of immortal qi were considered small giants in the Emperor Road. They could enter the Barren Sky Saint ranking and would be respected wherever they went. Almost no other geniuses dared to provoke them. There were also some geniuses who were talented. Although they had not cultivated a strand of immortal qi, they had cultivated the young master Qingyun realm immortal qi. These geniuses were considered top geniuses. If they could cultivate immortal qi in the future, they would be like small giants who were qualified to enter the Barren Sky Saint ranking. As for the Qingyun Ancient Starfield and Guanghan Ancient Starfield, they were all starfields surrounding the Huangtian mystic realm. As the top genius of the younger generation in the Huangtian mystic realm, Jun Xiaoyao naturally did not care about these little geniuses in the corners. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at a restaurant. Many geniuses in the Sword Gate Pass had also gathered here. Even if they could not be chosen as allies by the Cold Moon Fairy, they could at least catch a glimpse of her. Looking at the male cultivators who were fighting to enter the restaurant, Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. There was no lack of bootlickers everywhere. On the top floor of the restaurant, there was a hubbub of voices. There were more than 100 seats, but there were no empty seats. Some geniuses who were not strong enough did not even have a seat. When Jun Xiaoyao arrived and saw this scene, he was slightly shocked. The Cold Moon Fairy was quite popular. Move aside. Jun Xiaoyao looked at a genius sitting in front of him and said calmly. The genius turned around and was about to shout when he saw Jun Xiaoyao shrouded in a mysterious aura. He immediately swallowed his saliva and gave up his seat. There was an unspoken rule in the Emperor Road. When encountering geniuses whose faces were blurry, glowing, and had special effects, one should never provoke them. One might even lose one's life if one were to provoke them. This prodigy was clearly well versed in this Tao. After Jun Xiaoyao took his seat, he waited for the Cold Moon Fairy to arrive. At this time, the arrival of a group of people caused a commotion in the restaurant. It's young Master Qingyun from the Qingyun Ancient Starfield. He really came. Nonsense, he is a loyal follower of the Cold Moon Fairy. Of course, he won't miss this. Young Master Qingyun is the son of the Qingyun sect leader from the Qingyun Ancient Starfield. He is the successor of an immortal force. The servants following him are all boundary sages. Many people were discussing. Jun Xiaoyao looked over calmly. Young Master Qingyun was holding a folding fan and wearing a green robe. His cultivation base was at the early stage boundary sage. On the other hand, the middle-aged servant beside him was at the great circle of the boundary sage. He should not be far from the sage tribulation. Jun Xiaoyao only glanced at him and looked away. This kind of person was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Young Master Qingyun sat in the front seat. This is a good chance for me to get close to the Cold Moon Fairy. Young Master Qingyun waved his folding fan and smiled confidently. He must win the Cold Moon Fairy's heart. Not long after, the Cold Moon Fairy finally arrived. She wore a moon-white robe that covered her flawless body. Her arms were as white as snow, and her legs were long and slender. Her face was exquisite, and her brows were slender. Her skin was smooth and her bones were smooth. She looked holy and otherworldly. There was a faint white crescent moon mark in between her eyebrows. It was obviously related to her inheritance. The Cold Moon Fairy is finally here. She is the saintess of the Guanghan Ancient Starfield's Guanghan Palace. She has cultivated an embryonic form of divine qi. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also strong and good at music. If I can get the favor of the Cold Moon Fairy, I am willing to be buried in the Emperor Road. The atmosphere in the restaurant became lively with the arrival of the Cold Moon Fairy. Cold Moon Fairy's real name was Mui Wehan. At this moment, her beautiful eyes swept across the crowd like a crow's cry. She had a cold personality. If not for the fact that she was not confident in this opportunity, Mui Wehan would not have invited anyone else. Her cold moon-like eyes swept across young Master Qingyun. Seeing the fiery look in his eyes, she frowned slightly. That gaze was like a wolf or a tiger, which made her unhappy. But when she remembered that he was the son of the Blue Cloud sect master, Mui Wehan suppressed her displeasure. The Blue Cloud sect master was a famous supreme being in the ancient starfield around the Huangtian mystic realm. Then, Mui Wehan noticed Jun Xiaoyao, who was sitting at the back of the crowd. His aura was like that of a deity who had come to the mortal world. Just when Mu Yuehan was wondering when such a mysterious genius had come to the Sword Gate, the young master said, "Young Master Qingyun." The immortal-like young master suddenly opened his mouth and said, "She actually has a purine body. That's a good physique for a furnace." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire bustling restaurant instantly went silent like cicadas in winter. Jun Xiaoyao recognized Mu Yuehan's body the moment he saw her. She had a purine body. This body was usually found in women and ranked in the hundreds among the 3,000 body types. Although it was not as good as the Taiyin body, it was still a very rare body type. Most importantly, this purine body type was very suitable to be used as a cauldron. If he could dual cultivate with a woman with a purine body, his cultivation speed would increase greatly. Everyone knew that Mu Yuehan had a purine body. They also knew that a purine body was very suitable to be used as a cauldron. As for young Master Qingyun, although he was truly fond of Mu Yuehan, it was inevitable that he would want to dual cultivate with Mu Yuehan to increase his cultivation speed. However, it was one thing to think about it in his heart. It was another thing to say it out loud. Who is he? How can he be so rude? How dare he say that Cold Moon Fairy has a good cauldron body type? The crowd was riled up. Many glared at Jun Xiaoyao, thinking that he had spoken without thinking and had offended a beautiful woman. What? Did I say something wrong? Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. It was their own business if they wanted to suck up to him. Jun Xiaoyao had no interest in that. He was just telling the truth. Even Mu Yuehan was slightly taken aback. There was a trace of astonishment in her moon-like eyes. As the saintess of the Moon Palace, she was famous for her beauty even though she was not the top prodigy on the Emperor Road. Even some of the little giants who truly cultivated a strand of immortal energy treated her in a cultured and refined manner, wishing to befriend her. However, this mysterious young master in front of her was so direct that he said that she had a cauldron body type. Mu Yuehan looked at Jun Xiaoyao deeply. However, before she could say anything, young Master Qingyun stood up and said coldly, "Cold Moon Fairy is the saintess of the Guanghan Palace, an immortal force in the Guanghan ancient star system. How dare you blaspheme her?" Everyone knew that young Master Qingyun had spoken. He was showing his loyalty to the beauty. Immediately, a few young elites from the ancient star field scolded him. Jun Xiaoyao smiled coldly. This smile was very familiar. This was the rhythm of someone dying. At this moment, the quasi-saint servant next to young Master Qingyun felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced at Jun Xiaoyao with a wisp of bewilderment in his eyes, and then he said in a low voice, "Young master, please stop talking for now." Young Master Qingyun coldly snorted and didn't say anything else. Mu Yuehan's beautiful eyes flashed with an indescribable look when she saw this. She paused for a moment before saying, "Why does young master need to sit at the back? Why don't you sit at the head of the table?" Hearing Mu Yuehan's words, all the young elites present were stunned. Mu Yuehan wasn't angry. Jun Xiaoyao got up and slowly walked to the head of the table and sat down. Mu Yuehan wasn't stupid. Seeing this, young Master Qingyun's face darkened. He glanced coldly at Jun Xiaoyao and sat down as well. Mu Yuehan said, "Thank you, everyone, for agreeing to my invitation. This opportunity will be dangerous, so only those who are quasi-saints or above, or those who have cultivated the embryonic form of immortal qi, are qualified to go with me." Hearing Mu Yuehan's words, most of the young elites present looked disappointed. The quasi-saint realm was not something that anyone could achieve. The Emperor Road had been open for more than a year, and there were very few Emperor Road geniuses who had reached the quasi-saint realm. Those who had reached the quasi-saint realm were qualified to enter the Barren Sky Saint ranking. As for the embryonic form of divine qi, it wasn't that easy to cultivate it. Therefore, Mu Yuehan's conditions had undoubtedly dissuaded 99% of the young elites. Only young Master Qingyun and a few other undying descendants from the ancient star field smiled faintly. Seeing everyone's disappointed expression, Mu Yuehan said indifferently, "However, I won't let you all come for nothing. I'll give you a song as a thank you gift." Hearing this, the expressions of the group of elites relaxed slightly. Fairy Yuehan is proficient in music, and her music is superb. To be able to listen to her music today, this trip has been worth it. The young elites were in a good mood again. Mui Wehan took out a guqin and began to play. Her music was melodious and cold. Mui Wehan was like a fairy from the moon. Her music was mesmerizing. Young Master Qingyun and the others were also amazed. Not only was Mui Wehan fair and beautiful, but she also had a purine body. She also knew how to flirt. If they could become partners, it would be a great pleasure. Hundreds of young elites in the restaurant were immersed in the music. Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who looked rather dispirited. He was here to look for opportunities, not to listen to the zither music. Moreover, to be honest, Mu Yuehan's music skills were not bad. But that was all. Jun Xiaoyao actually yawned softly when he heard what Ji Futian said. His yawn instantly disrupted the harmony of the music. Mu Yuehan's jade-like fingers paused, and the music stopped abruptly. Young Master Qingyun and the others came back to their senses and glared at Jun Xiaoyao. This person doesn't know Fairy Yuehan's music skills. He's playing to a cow. What a bummer. Many people were dissatisfied. Even Mu Yuehan frowned slightly. Young master, do you think Yuehan's music skills are not good enough? Jun Xiaoyao looked up and said, it's barely passable, but it's boring. His words were not light, and the bootlickers present were furious. They slammed the table. Young Master Qingyun couldn't help but say, so you're saying that your music skills are better than Fairy Yuehan's? Then why don't you play a song? Jun Xiaoyao glanced at young Master Qingyun. This was a classic example of why don't you do it if you can. However, Jun Xiaoyao was able to do just that. Of course I can. But if you want to listen to my music, you'll have to pay a price, Jun Xiaoyao said meaningfully. Then, he said to Mu Yuehan, accompany me. It's boring to be alone. His words stunned all the young elites in the restaurant. How could he say that he wanted Fairy Yuehan to accompany him? Murderous intent flashed in young Master Qingyun's eyes. Jun Xiaoyao had a mysterious aura and seemed to have an extraordinary background. But this was the Emperor Road. It was not impossible for his quasi-saint servant to kill this person. Alright. Other than music skills, Yuehan also knows how to play the flute, Mu Yuehan said. She was also a little peeved. Her music skills were second to none in the Guanghan ancient starfield. Although this young master was mysterious, he could not belittle her like this. Flute? I have a flute here, but it's too big. I don't think you'll be able to use it. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Mu Yuehan's small and delicate lips and shook his head slightly. Mu Yuehan was taken aback. She seemed to have understood something, and a faint blush appeared on her porcelain-white cheeks. There was a hint of reproach in her eyes. This young master was a little evil. The surrounding skyprides came to their senses, and their faces turned even redder with hostility. This person dared to profane their goddess with filthy words. You can let Yuehan play the flute, but shouldn't you show some sincerity? At least show your true face, Mu Yuehan said. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly, and the divine glow on his face dissipated. In a split second, a celestial, handsome, and otherworldly face was revealed. Mu Yuehan's heart skipped a beat. Mu Yuehan did not think that she was a superficial person who only cared about looks. In the past, many handsome skyprides had pursued her, but she did not even look at them. Moreover, in a cruel place like the Emperor Road, strength was more important than looks. However, Jun Xiaoyao's handsomeness was already the kind of handsomeness that could move one's heart. It was as if she had seen the most perfect and flawless thing in the world. She felt touched. At this moment, Mu Yuehan admitted that she was touched. Can you give me a blowjob now? Jun Xiaoyao's expression was playful, but there was a hint of indifference in his eyes. It was as if he was playing with an interesting toy. Mu Yuehan bit her lips slightly. She found it difficult to refuse. She should have said no firmly, but she could not bring herself to say it. She quietly took out a jade blowjob. Seeing this, many skyprides felt their hearts break. Their goddess was being teased, and profaned, but he was not embarrassed at all. This was King ridiculous. Young Master Qingyun's face turned purple as if he had eaten a pile of *T. He could not help but turn to the servant beside him and ask, Uncle Gu, who is more handsome between me and that person? The servant named Uncle Gu glanced at young Master Qingyun and silently lowered his head. He was not blind. He could not lie through his teeth. Young Master Qingyun's face turned purple, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. This person must die. Jun Xiaoyao waved his sleeves, and a scarlet and gold-plated zither appeared in front of him. The entire zither was slender, with phoenix patterns on its surface. The dark gold edges made it look low-key and luxurious. The 7 strings were all the color of scarlet crystals. It looked gorgeous and dazzling. This was the 4-star reward that Jun Xiaoyao received from signing in at the ancient kingdom of Phoenix earlier. It was an ancient sacred weapon, the Phoenix's Cry Qishan zither. That being said, ancient sacred weapons meant little to Jun Xiaoyao at the moment. However, it was still okay to take them out occasionally for self-cultivation. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao take out an ancient sacred weapon, many skyprides were shocked. Jun Xiaoyao might not be interested in ancient sacred weapons, but that did not mean that others would not be interested in them. To these country bumpkins from the ancient star field, ancient saint weapons were already considered rare and high-grade weapons. It's actually an ancient sacred weapon. Young Master Qingyun's expression was somewhat unnatural. His main weapon was only an ancient sacred weapon. The zither Jun Xiaoyao casually took out were all ancient sacred weapons. It was obvious who was superior. So this person is a tall, handsome, and rich man. Could he be a genius from an immortal force in the Huangtian mystic realm? Some people were shocked. Almost everyone present was a genius from the various ancient star zones. There were only a few geniuses from the Huangtian mystic realm. As such, no one was able to recognize Jun Xiaoyao's origin. Mui Weihan heaved a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that she had held back and didn't have any conflict with Jun Xiaoyao. Her cold face actually revealed a trace of a smile as she asked, "What is the name of the zither song that young master played?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled, but there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. This song is called the formation-breaking song. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, he placed all 10 of his fingers on the zither strings. Mui Weihan also put the jade flute to her lips and prepared to play. However, Jun Xiaoyao plucked the strings at the very next moment. The sound of the guqin was filled with a ferocious aura, sweeping out like a tidal wave. Mui Weihan's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly dodged behind, not caring about the accompaniment at all. She instantly understood that Jun Xiaoyao wasn't really going to play the zither. Instead, he was going to kill. Other people want money to listen to the song, but this son of God wants your life. Jun Xiaoyao plucked all 7 strings. The sound waves of the zither turned into destructive sound waves that swept out in all directions. The entire restaurant exploded in an instant. The formation-breaking song was a song that he had casually learned from Ajio when he was free. It had a strong offensive power. The sound waves seemed to transform into countless spears that swept out in all directions. Poof. 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 The young elites who had shouted at Jun Xiaoyao earlier were all chopped into pieces by the destructive sound waves. Their blood splattered high into the air. In just a short moment, more than half of the hundreds of young elites had died. Only a small number of skyprides who had not made a sound earlier were spared. As the restaurant exploded, the entire Sword Gate Pass was alarmed. Many skyprides looked in the direction of the restaurant in shock. Who's doing this? Are they tired of living? Don't they know that fighting is prohibited in the city pass? Some of the skyprides from the Emperor Road exclaimed. It didn't matter how much you killed on the Emperor Road. However, once you entered the city pass, you were not allowed to fight as you pleased, let alone kill. If anyone broke the rules, the guards would not let them off easily. Now, someone dared to cause trouble in the Sword Gate Pass. This was no small matter. Many of the skyprides in the Sword Gate Pass began to gather at the restaurant. On the other side, seeing that Jun Xiaoyao had killed more than half of the skyprides so easily, young Master Qingyun was stunned. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He was not stupid. How could he not understand Jun Xiaoyao's strength? It was terrifying. Die. Jun Xiaoyao played the zither again. The sound waves turned into a substantial force that charged toward young Master Qingyun. Young Master Qingyun shouted. A semi-illusory green immortal qi appeared on the surface of his body. It was the embryonic form of immortal qi that he had condensed. That's Young Master Qingyun. Who is he fighting? He even used the embryonic form of immortal qi. Some of the skyprides from the Emperor Road who had gathered around were shocked. The immortal qi was one's trump card. Normally, one would not use it casually. Just when everyone thought that the battle was about to reach its climax, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. Young Master Qingyun, whose cultivation base was at the boundary Saint realm and who had summoned the embryonic form of immortal qi, could not even withstand a single sound wave from Jun Xiaoyao. He coughed out mouthfuls of blood. The embryonic form of immortal qi that he had summoned was immediately shattered. Even the ancient sacred weapon that he had summoned exploded. Young Master Qingyun screamed in despair, "Uncle Gu, save me! Young Master!" Uncle Gu was also stunned. He did not expect that his young master could not even withstand a single sound wave from the zither. He immediately made his move. The aura of a great perfection boundary saint erupted as he tried to save young Master Qingyun. However, Jun Xiaoyao's zither strings vibrated. Young Master Qingyun's body exploded, along with his primordial spirit. A rather famous skypride from the Emperor Road was killed by a single sound wave from the zither. Everyone was dumbfounded. Around the restaurant, all the skyprides from the Sword Gate Pass were dumbfounded. This? Could it be that a skypride from the Barren Sky Saint ranking has returned to the 6th stage? Many skyprides felt as if they had fallen into a dream. It felt extremely surreal. Brat, pay for this with your life. Uncle Gu's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he slammed his palm towards Jun Xiaoyao. A great perfection boundary saint is strong enough to fight against some of the skyprides on the Barren Sky Saint ranking. Those who could make it onto the Barren Sky Saint ranking were at least boundary saint experts. Just when everyone thought that Jun Xiaoyao would be severely injured, Jun Xiaoyao only lifted his eyelids slightly as he continued to play the formation-breaking tune. Boom! Uncle Gu's eyes bulged as his temples throbbed. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Even someone at the great completion of Saint Stage was no match for Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, Mu Yuehan's delicate body was frozen in place like a clay statue. Just who was this young master who was as handsome as a celestial being? Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to strike again and kill Uncle Gu, a loud roar came from afar. How dare you! This is the Sword Gate Pass. Don't try to kill anyone. A group of soldiers in armor roared as if they were heavenly soldiers. Their voices were thunderous and imposing. You've broken the rules of the Sword Gate Pass. You'll definitely die. Uncle Gu clutched his chest. His eyes were filled with fear as he rejoiced at having survived the ordeal. The young man in front of him was too powerful. It made his hair stand on end. Unfortunately, this was the Sword Gate Pass. No one was allowed to kill anyone. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm as he continued to play his guqin music. At this moment, the leader of the soldiers unleashed his sage cultivation and blocked the attack with his halberd. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes turned cold. How dare you stop the Son of God from killing someone? Do you want to die? Jun Xiaoyao's cold words reverberated throughout the area. All the Emperor Road skyprides in Sword Gate Pass were dumbfounded. Who was this person? How could he be so bold as to threaten the guards? The guard captain's eyes darkened. He said with a murderous tone, "Are you threatening me?" In Emperor Road, there were many talented but unruly skyprides who caused trouble in the city and were killed by the guards. This guard captain was once a loser in Emperor Road. In the end, he stayed in Sword Gate Pass and became the guard captain. Therefore, he could not stand the skyprides who showed off in Emperor Road. He found them to be an eyesore. Let me tell you, this is Sword Gate Pass. If you're a dragon, you'll have to lie down. If you're a tiger, you'll have to lie down. The guard captain said coldly. Even the immortal forces did not dare to interfere in Emperor Road's affairs. Therefore, he was fearless. He did not have to worry about Jun Xiaoyao's background and identity. Jun Xiaoyao smiled when he heard that. He should be the one saying that. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao smile, the guard captain's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He felt that he had been underestimated. The guard captain said coldly, "Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson." With that, the guard captain held his spear and unleashed his sage cultivation. He aimed it at Jun Xiaoyao's neck. A cold smile flashed across Uncle Gu's face. Since young Master Qing Yun was dead, this person must not live. No. Mu Yuehan's expression changed. She had witnessed Jun Xiaoyao's strength. He definitely had the combat strength to enter the Baron Sky Saint leaderboard. He was the best person to accompany her to seize the opportunity. If Jun Xiaoyao were to die, her plan would fall through. Faced with the guard's spear, Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and said indifferently, "If you don't show yourself, don't blame me, the Son of God, for staining Sword Gate Pass with blood." As soon as he said that, all the Sky Prides in Emperor Road thought that this person was crazy. Staining Sword Gate Pass with blood. Who would dare to say such arrogant words? Even the inheritors of immortal forces and descendants of the Archean royalty would not dare to act recklessly in the Emperor Road's 18th stage. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded from the void. "You bastard! Stop!" His voice was like a thunderclap that blasted across the entire Swords Gate fortress. At this moment, all the Emperor Road Sky Prides in Sword Gate Pass were alerted and gathered there. Among them, there were also a few geniuses from the Huangtian mystic realm. When they saw the figure standing with his hands behind his back, they couldn't help but be stunned. They rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. Didn't that person already die in the Bronze Immortal Palace in the immortal ancient world? This cold shout blasted apart the heavens, making the stars tremble, as if they were about to descend. The might of an honorable. Could it be that person? Many Sky Prides of the Emperor Road were in disbelief. How could such a level of disturbance attract such a big shot? The soldier captain who was in the middle of attacking was stunned by the voice. His hands trembled, and his battle spear fell to the ground. The void above Sword Gate Fortress was torn apart, and a middle-aged man in a black and gold robe appeared. His honorable aura spread out, making the galaxy tremble. Each of the 18 stages of the Emperor Road was guarded by an honorable protector. He was the protector of Sword Gate Fortress, Zhonghui Honorable. Honorable. Honorable protector. The soldier captain's face was as pale as a sheet. He couldn't believe it. Honorable Zhonghui almost never showed himself. Even when they were killing the inheritors of immortal forces, Honorable Zhonghui had never shown himself. However, because of this young man's words, Honorable Zhonghui Honorable had shown himself. The soldier captain had a bad feeling in his heart. He seemed to have offended someone that even the honorable protector did not dare to offend. What's going on? Even the honorable protector has shown himself. What kind of background does this young man have? Some of the ancient Star Field Sky Prides who did not know what was going on were shocked. On the other hand, a few of the Huangtian Mystic Realm Sky Prides widened their eyes. At this moment, they were a little confused. Honorable Zhonghui Honorable's eyelids twitched involuntarily when he saw the otherworldly figure in white. Since when did this ferocious person come to the 6th stage of the Emperor Road? The Sky Prides on the Emperor Road might not know about the Battle of the Immortals in the Huangtian Mystic Realm. However, Honorable Zhonghui Honorable knew about it. 7 immortal forces besieged the Jun family, and in the end, almost all of them were wiped out. Although the young man in front of him did not completely control this battle of the immortals. However, he was the most important force in this battle. Moreover, in addition to the Jian family and the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao was also the master of the imperial court, with such a background, talent, and strength, who would dare to offend such a monstrous genius? Even if Honorable Zhonghui Honorable was the protector of the Emperor Road, he would not dare to offend such a ferocious person with such a strong background. You've finally shown yourself. This son of God thought you would pretend to be dead. Seeing Honorable Zhonghui Honorable appear, Jun Xiaoyao's tone was cold. There was no sense of reverence when facing an honorable. Instead, it felt like a master teaching a servant a lesson. What kind of background does this young man have? How dare he scold the protector? Mu Yuehan was shocked again. The background of this young man in front of her seemed to be more terrifying than she had expected. Haha. The son of God of the Jun family is here. Your presence brings light to the Sword Gate Pass. Honorable Zhonghui Honorable bit the bullet and forced a smile. As soon as he said that, the entire Sword Gate Pass fell into dead silence. The few geniuses of the Huangtian mystic realm felt their heads buzzing as they gasped. It's really the son of God of the Jun family. Did he come back from the dead? These geniuses widened their eyes as if they wanted to take a closer look. As for the geniuses from the ancient star zone, they were confused at first. Then, as if they suddenly remembered something, they felt like their heads were about to explode. The son of God of the Jun family. It's the son of God of the Jun family who is invincible among the younger generation of the Huangtian mystic realm. Wasn't it rumored that he died in the Bronze Immortal Palace? How did he survive? After a short moment of confusion, the entire Sword Gate Pass was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. Mui Wehan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She felt like she was dreaming. It's the son of God of the Jun family. Mui Wehan was completely stunned. Wasn't this the person she had been thinking about every day? Although Mui Wehan came from the Guanhan ancient star zone, she had heard many stories about Jun Xiaoyao. As time passed, she developed a strong curiosity and fantasy about this legendary son of God whom she had never met before. She even had a wish in her heart, which was to see what this legendary figure looked like with her own eyes. Later, when she heard that Jun Xiaoyao had died in the Bronze Immortal Palace, she was disappointed for a long time. Now, she didn't expect that this legendary figure who she had been thinking about so much would attend her banquet. At this moment, Mui Wehan felt like she was in a dream. She hadn't completely recovered from the shock. She recalled that Jun Xiaoyao had casually asked her to give him a blowjob. If it's the son of God, I can do it. Mui Wehan's face was flushed. Now, not only was she curious about Jun Xiaoyao, she was also curious about Jun Xiaoyao's blowjob. At this moment, all the Emperor Road geniuses in the Sword Gate Pass were in a state of extreme shock. Needless to say, the geniuses of the Huangtian mystic realm were shocked. Ever since Jun Xiaoyao entered the world, his legends had never stopped. They had heard so much about him that their ears had grown calluses. Even the geniuses of the ancient star field had never seen Jun Xiaoyao in person, but they had heard of Jun Xiaoyao's title as the #1 genius among the younger generation. Now, this legendary figure that only existed in word of mouth had actually appeared in front of him. It was a strange feeling. It was like a dream. However, not everyone felt that way. For example, the captain of the soldiers and Uncle Gu. Their faces were completely drained of blood, and they were as pale as paper. They had never imagined that they had provoked such a terrifying existence. Oh my God! Uncle Gu was in despair. On the other hand, the captain of the soldiers was trembling in fear. But on second thought, he was just following the rules and did not cross the line. Even the son of God of the Jun family could not mess around in the Sword Gate Pass. In the past, there were many geniuses with amazing backgrounds who caused trouble, but nothing happened after he killed them. Supreme martial artist Zhong Hui had never asked about it. This time, Zhong Hui would definitely protect him. In the sky, Zhong Hui forced a smile and said, I didn't expect the son of God to have reached the saint stage. It's only a matter of time before he enters the Huangtian saint ranking. What? Supreme Zhong Hui's words stirred up a huge uproar in the surroundings. Jun Xiaoyao was a saint. Mui Wehan's mouth was wide open. She was extremely shocked. There were many geniuses at the saint stage in the Emperor Road. However, they had all gradually broken through after stepping onto the path of God and obtaining opportunities. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had obviously just stepped onto the Emperor Road. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao had already broken through to the saint stage before stepping onto the Emperor Road. Since ancient times, no one had ever been able to achieve such speed. Oh my God, Yi Guchen, the reincarnation of the sword demon of the Yi family, Jun Maxiao, the ancient freak of the Jun family, and the others stepped onto the path of God and broke through to the saint realm in the shortest time possible. They set a new record and were praised everywhere. Now that I think about it, the son of God of the Jun family broke through earlier than Yi Guchen, Lord Grimm, and the others, right? Not only is his breakthrough fast, but don't forget that the son of God of the Jun family is only 18 years old. The surrounding geniuses were extremely shocked and started whispering to each other. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent as he said, don't change the subject. To tell you the truth, this son of God doesn't like it. These words made the corner of Zhong Hui's eyes twitch again. Sure enough, he couldn't fool her. He lowered his head and glanced at the captain. His voice was emotionless as he said, kill yourself. What? The captain thought he had misheard. Not only did Zhong Hui not protect him, but he also wanted him to kill himself. Lord Protector, I didn't do anything wrong. I was just following the rules. That son of God of the Jun family didn't follow the rules, however, before the captain could finish his words, Zhong Hui pointed his finger downwards. Pfft, the captain exploded into a cloud of blood and foam. Looking at the bloody remains on the ground, everyone in the surroundings swallowed a mouthful of saliva. No one would have thought that not only did the protector of Imperial Pass not protect his own family, but he also acted so decisively. Zhong Hui was expressionless as he thought to himself, there is nothing wrong with following the rules, but there are some people who are above the rules. Jun Xiaoyao was the one who could trample on the rules of the Emperor Road. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Uncle Gu again. Uncle Gu's heart turned cold. Zhong Hui pointed his finger again, directly shattering his body and primordial spirit inch by inch. Son of God, are you satisfied? Zhong Hui asked. He was really a little afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would continue to pester him. Although he was the high and mighty protector of Imperial Pass. But to be honest, without him, there would be other supreme beings who would take over this position. You can leave. Jun Xiaoyao nodded lightly. He wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't let go. Zhong Hui's methods were also decisive. In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. I hope the Son of God can go to Emperor Road and become king. Zhong Hui cupped his hand slightly and directly left. He didn't want to stay for even a breath of time. Looking at the protector of Imperial Pass who was like a grandson, everyone present was a little embarrassed. Is this the privileged class? I'm in love, you have the powerful background of the Jun family Son of God, and you can also be so arrogant. Many male cultivators were envious. The eyes of some female cultivators glowed brightly. This was the Jun family Son of God, whose name was well known in the Huangtian mystic realm. If they were chosen by him, even if they were just a maid by his side, they would have endless benefits. No one dared to provoke them. For a moment, these female cultivators' eyes were filled with lust. Seeing this, Mu Yuehan walked up to Jun Xiaoyao with light steps, blocking the hungry gazes of all the female cultivators. She pursed her lips and smiled. It's Yuehan who failed to recognize Mount Tai and neglected Lord Son of God. It's fine, Jun Xiaoyao said. I guess the Son of God came to the banquet because you are interested in the opportunity. Yuehan happens to have a courtyard in Sword Gate Pass. If the Son of God doesn't mind, we can talk about it in detail, Mu Yuehan continued. Sure, Jun Xiaoyao said. Then, Mu Yuehan brought Jun Xiaoyao to her courtyard. Looking at the backs of these two people, the female cultivators secretly ground their teeth. They didn't expect Mu Yuehan to be so scheming. She wanted to monopolize the Jun family's Son of God. As for the male cultivators, while their hearts were broken, they were also sighing. Mu Yuehan was famous for being cold and aloof. She always kept a distance from men. Prince Qingyun chased Mu Yuehan for a long time, but he couldn't even get within 3 feet of her. In contrast, Mu Yuehan invited Jun Xiaoyao to her private courtyard. This difference in treatment, maybe this is life. If Prince Qingyun knows about this in the underworld, will he be so angry that he can't even reincarnate? Not long after, Mu Yuehan led Jun Xiaoyao to the private courtyard where she was staying. There were pavilions, green pines, and green cypresses. The environment was quiet and beautiful, which suited Mu Yuehan's temperament. After entering the courtyard, only the two of them were left. Mu Yuehan turned around and looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Her face was red. She opened her mouth and said, Lord Son of God, you said you wanted Yuehan to play the flute. Can we continue now? You're still interested? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Of course, but Yuehan's flute was broken just now, so I want to play Lord Son of God's flute. Mu Yuehan's beautiful eyes were watery as she spoke. This did not match her cold and elegant temperament. It was hard to imagine that the Moon Palace's holy maiden would have such a lustful side to her. This was not a hint, but a clear statement. That was because Jun Xiaoyao was simply too outstanding, and few women could resist his charm. Although Mu Yuehan was the Moon Palace's holy maiden, she was just a small fry compared to Jun Xiaoyao's status. Son of God has already said that you might not be able to accept my size, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Mu Yuehan was indeed very beautiful. Her arms were white, and her legs were long and slender. She was cold and beautiful, like the bright moon. However, Jun Xiaoyao was not a teddy bear who would jump into any hole he saw. To him, things that were easily obtainable were of no interest to him at all. How would you know if you don't try? Moreover, Yuehan has a purine body. Mu Yuehan hinted again. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and said, "Do you think that Son of God needs your purine body to cultivate? Not to mention the purine body." Jun Xiaoyao did not even care about the grading body, which was ranked in the top 50 among the 3,000 body types and was known as the best furnace body type in the world. His cultivation speed was unparalleled. He did not need a furnace to speed up his cultivation. Mu Yuehan was stunned when she heard this. Then, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. Yuehan is too naive. Master Son of God does not need it. For such a young sage, his cultivation speed was already indescribable. His talent was definitely demon level. There was no need for her to do this. Alright, let's not talk about this nonsense. Tell me about the opportunity, Jun Xiaoyao said. Yes, Master Son of God. Although Mu Yuehan was a little disappointed, she still responded. She then proceeded to tell Jun Xiaoyao about the fortuitous encounter she had found. In the void millions of miles outside the 9th stage of the Emperor Road, there was a sea of stars. And Emperor Road Skypride accidentally discovered that there seemed to be an ancient nest floating within. Oh, Gu Chao? What kind of Gu Chao is that? Jun Xiaoyao was curious. It seems to be the Kuanpeng nest. Mu Yuehan's voice carried a hint of passion. The Kuanpeng was an ancient creature that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the true dragon and the divine phoenix. More importantly, the Kuanpeng's grand super power was comparable to the true dragon, the divine phoenix, and the thunder emperor. No wonder. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. No wonder Mu Yuehan was so concerned. If it really was a Kuanpeng's nest, then it would definitely be a place of great opportunity of fortune. It would definitely attract many Skyprides from Emperor Road. Yuhan got the news about the Kuanpeng's nest through some channels, and the news has already spread. At that time, there will probably be many geniuses there. There might even be geniuses on the Baron Sky Saint rank. Therefore, it will be difficult for Yuhan to obtain any opportunity of fortune alone, Mu Yuehan said honestly. I understand. It doesn't matter. However, it's at the 9th stage of the Emperor Road. It will take us a long time to get there, Jun Xiaoyao said with a frown. The Emperor Road was a long road. Even at the fastest speed, it would take several months or even half a year to get from the 6th stage to the 9th stage. That's not a problem. I heard that the Kuanpeng's nest is still sealed and has not been fully opened. We have enough time to get there, Mu Yuehan said. Alright then. Let's get ready and get on our way, Jun Xiaoyao said casually. An opportunity of fortune of this level would definitely attract the attention of many. When the time came, there would definitely be conflicts. Ordinary Skyprides would definitely make all kinds of preparations in advance. However, Jun Xiaoyao's tone was calm, without a trace of worry. This was the aloofness that came with an invincible heart of Tao. As expected of the Son of God, Jun Xiaoyao's indifferent attitude and invincible spirit made Mu Yuehan's heart melt. By the way, do you have a place to take a bath here? Jun Xiaoyao suddenly asked. Ever since he stepped onto the Emperor Road, he had been cultivating and rushing along. He had not stopped to relax for a moment, let alone take a bath. Although Jun Xiaoyao's body was fragrant and flawless, there was no way he would get dirty. Of course there is, Mu Yuehan said. She brought Jun Xiaoyao to her private spirit spring. At the same time, she consciously took on the task of serving him. Jun Xiaoyao did not refuse. It was nice to have someone serving him. Jun Xiaoyao's body was well proportioned. His body was flawless and even exuded a faint fragrance. It was more harmonious and beautiful than many women's bodies. Mu Yuehan was stunned. At the same time, she subconsciously looked down. She took a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes were filled with extreme shock. Lord Son of God is indeed honest. Mu Yuehan blushed and her heart raced. That was indeed not something an ordinary woman could accept. Just as Jun Xiaoyao rested and was about to continue on his journey. At the 11th stage of the Emperor Road. A majestic mansion was illuminated by a golden Buddhist light, making the entire mansion look like a pure land in the mortal world. When the surrounding skyprides passed by and saw this mansion, their eyes were filled with fear and dread. This mansion was the mansion of the ancient freak of Little Western Paradise, Jade Fozzie. Jade Fozzie was a dazzling figure on the Emperor Road. He was an ancient freak of Little Western Paradise. He had the Bodhi Buddha heart and was sealed for many eras. As soon as he was born, he forcefully subdued the first daughter of Mahamayuri. After he stepped onto the Emperor Road, Jade Fozzie found an ancient relic of an ancient monk and obtained an ancient and powerful Saraira. His cultivation level skyrocketed and he directly broke through to the Saint Realm. He became famous on the Emperor Road and entered the Baron Sky Saint ranking. In other words, Jade Fozzie was one of the most dazzling skyprides on the Emperor Road. Many people thought he could easily reach the end of the Barren Sky Emperor Road and set foot on the ultimate ancient road to compete with the other skyprides of the Nine Heavens immortal realm. However, compared to Jade Fozzie's brilliance, he was equally intimidating. Some people called Jade Fozzie a smiling tiger in private. The reason being that Jade Fozzie always had his eyes squinted and a gentle smile on his face no matter what. Even though he did not kill, he had mastered a terrifying purifying art that could control people's thoughts. It was terrifying. Being controlled by someone was worse than death. Some people saw someone sweeping the leaves on the ground in front of Jade Fozzie's mansion. Heavens, it's Gu Jianxin, ranked 86th on the Barren Sky Saint ranking. He was purified by Jade Fozzie after he offended him. How terrifying! Many skyprides kept a respectful distance from Jade Fozzie. Meanwhile, deep inside the mansion, there was a magnificent hall. Inside the temple, Jade Fozzie, dressed in a jade-white robe, was sitting cross-legged on a strange beast. Jade Fozzie had a slender figure and a handsome face. His long hair cascaded down his back, making him look gentle like a piece of jade. He always had his eyes squinted and a smile on his face, just like the legendary Buddha in the Little Western Paradise. The strange beast he was sitting on was none other than the nine-headed lion. "Damn it, you hairy bald donkey. Kill me if you dare," the nine-headed lion roared. Golden light flowed all over its body as it unleashed its cultivation, trying to push Jade Fozzie away. However, Jade Fozzie sat calmly, suppressing the nine-headed lion. "You have an affinity with the Buddha. It would be best for you to become my mount." Jade Fozzie was still smiling. He was not angry at all. "Affinity my ass. I only have one master, and that is the son of God of the June family. Who do you think you are?" The nine-headed lion roared non-stop. Previously, when the Emperor Road opened, the nine-headed lion had also stepped onto the Emperor Road with the June family, Yu, Yan Qingying, and the others. Then, they went their separate ways to find their own opportunities. Later, when news of the ancient high monk's relics spread, the nine-headed lion wanted to try its luck. After all, the nine-headed lion's ancestors had a deep connection with Buddhism. It might be able to find some opportunities there. Who would have thought that it would run into someone as powerful as Jade Fozzie? Jade Fozzie wanted to make the nine-headed lion his mount, but the nine-headed lion was not happy about it. The two fought. What shocked the nine-headed lion was that Jade Fozzie's strength was too terrifying. As expected of an ancient freak from the Little Western Paradise, the nine-headed lion could not withstand it at all and was immediately suppressed. After that, the nine-headed lion tried to resist, but it could not escape. "I am being merciful by not converting you. I hope you know what's good for you." Jade Fozzie was still calm. "When my master comes to the Emperor Road, you will die," the nine-headed lion roared. Hearing this, Jade Fozzie narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "The son of God of the June family that you speak of has already died in the Bronze Immortal Palace. He killed the Little Western Paradise's Bodhisattva and Lady Bodhisattva. His karma is too deep, and now he has died. This is karma. My master is invincible. He is the most powerful person among the younger generation. He will never die," the nine-headed lion retorted. "Huh." Jade Fozzie shook his head slightly. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said, "Kong Xian." As soon as he said that, a beautiful woman wearing a sapphire blue peacock dress walked in. Her hair was tied up with a peacock hairpin, and there seemed to be a nine-colored divine light flickering behind her. She could vaguely see a 9-colored immortal chi circling her body. This beautiful lady was very powerful. Her cultivation had reached the small perfection of the pre-saint realm. She was also a top genius on the Barren Sky Saint ranking. She was none other than Mahamayuri's daughter, Kong Xian. As soon as she was born, she was subdued by Jade Fozi and became his follower. Arhat. Kong Xian bowed respectfully. There was respect and admiration in her eyes. She wasn't converted by Jade Buddha child. Instead, she willingly submitted to him and became his follower. Previously, there was news that a Kuan-Pung nest had appeared at the 9th stage of the Emperor Road. You should make a trip there. Who knows, you might be able to obtain some treasures. Perhaps you might even be able to learn the Kuan-Pung great mystique, Yu Fuzi said calmly. Yes, then you. Kong Xian paused. Outside the 12th stage of the Emperor Road, the infernal star is about to open. I need to make some preparations to obtain immortal essence and condense a second strand of immortal chi, Jade Buddha child said calmly. What? Arhat is about to condense a second strand of immortal chi? Hearing this, Kong Xian's beautiful eyes widened in shock. In the Emperor Road, condensing a strand of immortal chi was enough to make one a small powerhouse. Now, Jade Buddha child was about to condense a second strand of immortal chi. If he succeeded, then Jade Buddha child would definitely become the top genius of the Emperor Road. Congratulations, Arhat. Once you condense a second strand of immortal chi, you will be able to reach first place on the Barren Sky Saint ranking. Kong Xian's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. It's still too early to say that. You should go first. Jade Buddha child waved his hand. Yes, Arhat. Kong Xian will definitely obtain the Kuan-Pung great mystique for Arhat. Kong Xian bowed and left. He's about to condense a second strand of immortal chi. The 9-headed lion was also feeling depressed. It seemed like it would never have the chance to be free again. At the same time, in the vast starry sky outside the 12th stage of the Emperor Road, a green-robed swordsman was walking in the void. His footwork was very mysterious. Spatial runes flowed under his feet. The long distance seemed to have shortened significantly under his feet. It was as if he was teleporting into the void. Some of the skybrides who were traveling on the ancient starry sky road were shocked when they saw the fleeting figure. That's the Void Swordsman. It seems like he's also heading to the hell planet of the 12th stage of the Emperor Road. I heard that the Void Swordsman specializes in the spatial sword Dao. He tried to challenge Yi Guchen, the first place on the Barren Sky Saint ranking. In the end, he was defeated by Yi Guchen with a single strike. He was lucky enough to escape, the skybrides were discussing. The Void Swordsman was a top-notch skybride ranked in the top 10 of the Barren Sky Saint ranking. His sword Dao cultivation was earth-shattering. Not only that, but he also had the Void Celestial body, which allowed him to control a strange spatial mystique. Previously, he used his sword Dao to challenge the reincarnation of the sword demon, Yi Guchen. In the end, he was defeated with a single strike. It was a humiliation that the Void Swordsman could not erase. Just as the skybrides were discussing, suddenly, a cold voice came from behind them. Say that again? The skybrides turned around and were shocked to see the Void Swordsman. The space trembled as sword chi gushed out. The skybrides were beheaded in an instant. Even their primordial spirits were shattered. The Void Swordsman looked indifferent after casually killing the skybrides who talked nonsense. When I go to the Hell planet and condense the second strand of immortal chi, I'll challenge Yi Guchen again and wash away my humiliation. The Void Swordsman gritted his teeth. Besides, if I can find the other half of the space book, I'm confident that I can defeat Yi Guchen. The Void Swordsman shook his head slightly. He was the owner of the other half of the space book. By the way, I heard that a Kuan-Pung's nest appeared at the 9th stage of the Emperor Road. Although my true body can't go there, but... The Void Swordsman paused. Behind him, the space trembled. A figure that looked exactly like him but with a weaker aura appeared. It was a spiritual body that he had cultivated for a long time. This spiritual body rushed to the 9th stage of the Emperor Road in a flash. The Void Swordsman's true body rushed to the 12th stage of the Emperor Road. After resting for a few days in the Sword Gate Pass, Jun Xiaoyao and Mu Yuehan set off together. Mui Wehan only brought Jun Xiaoyao with her. There was no need to team up with anyone else. Jun Xiaoyao alone could take on thousands of soldiers and horses. During this time, Mui Wehan was also curious. She could not help but ask, Lord Son of God, how many strands of immortal qi have you condensed? Jun Xiaoyao lifted his eyelids slightly and said, not many. With his unparalleled talent, 3 strands of immortal qi were indeed not many. However, the Emperor Road had just begun. Jun Xiaoyao believed that he could condense even more immortal qi in the future. Is that so? Mui Wehan nodded slightly. She knew better than to ask any more questions. It's already very impressive that Lord Son of God could reach the Saint Realm at such a young age. If he can condense immortal qi, it will be difficult for him. Mui Wehan thought to herself. She felt that Jun Xiaoyao might be so focused on breaking through to the next stage that he did not have extra energy to condense immortal qi. If she knew that Jun Xiaoyao had already condensed 3 strands of immortal qi, she would be shocked. Mui Wehan would probably start to doubt her life. Jun Xiaoyao and Mui Wehan started their journey from the Sword Gate Pass, the 6th stage of the Emperor Road, and continued on the ancient path of stars. Along the way, Mui Wehan finally got to see just how ferocious Jun Xiaoyao really was. Along the way, there were no threats, space bandits, other Skype rides, and all sorts of dangerous places. Jun Xiaoyao pushed forward with one hand. No obstacles could stop him from moving forward. Even when they encountered some powerful Skype rides who wanted to fight, Jun Xiaoyao killed them all with one move. He never used a second move. Mui Wehan admired him. She then thought of Yiguchen, the reincarnation of the sword demon who was ranked first on the Baron Sky Saint leaderboard. She heard that he was also the same. He only used one sword move against his enemies. One of them only used one sword move, while the other only used one move. If the two of them clashed, how intense would the battle be? Who would win in the end? Mui Wehan was suddenly curious. With Jun Xiaoyao around, they had no obstacles at all. Mui Wehan even took out a starry sky flying ship. It could cross the void at an extremely fast speed. Even so, it took them almost half a year to finally reach the 9th stage of the Emperor Road. This stage was called the Jade Gate Pass. However, Jun Xiaoyao and Mui Wehan did not plan to enter the Jade Gate Pass. Instead, they headed straight for the boundless starry sky outside the Jade Gate Pass. That was because the Kuanping nest was located in a sea of stars. At the same time, outside the Jade Gate Pass, in the void millions of miles away, a vast Milky Way sea was laid out in the middle. As far as the eye could see, it was even vaster than some of the vast oceans in the immortal region. One star after another floated up and down, like reefs in the sea. A person standing in front of this sea of stars was no bigger than a grain of sand. Originally, this starry sea was a dangerous place. If one was accidentally sucked into it, not only would they lose their way, but they could also be sucked into various vortexes, broken formations, and spatial cracks, and die. However, during this period of time, this sea of stars that was rarely visited by humans had become extremely lively. Every moment, more and more geniuses would gather. At a rough glance, there were at least 1,000 Skype rides gathered outside the Milky Way. Those who could make it to the 9th stage of the Emperor Road were all dragons and phoenixes among men. All of them were capable. At this moment, all of the Skype rides from the Emperor Road were looking at the depths of the Milky Way sea with a burning passion. One could vaguely see a black lair that was suffused with an ancient and desolate aura located in the deepest part of the Sea of Stars. The black lair was extremely magnificent, like an ancient demonic mountain, emitting a desolate aura. It was the Kuanping nest. However, at this moment, the Kuanping nest was closed. One could faintly see cracks spreading on the surface of the Kuanping nest. In the Sea of Stars, meteorites would occasionally move and crash into the surface of the Kuanping nest, causing the crack to widen. It seems that the rock nest will open soon. Many geniuses were excited. This was a rare opportunity. What do you think will be inside? Ancient sacred weapons, supreme weapons, immortal sacred pills, or Kuanping true blood? Some of the Skype rides were excited. I only hope to obtain the Kuanping's grand superpower. This way, I will be more confident of reaching the end of the Emperor Road and embarking on the ancient ultimate road. Some of the Skype rides were discussing heatedly. Of course, many of them were wary. The atmosphere was relatively calm now. When the Kuanping nest opened, it would be a bloody expedition. After all, there were only so many opportunities. It was impossible for everyone to get them. At this moment, many of the skyprides heard the sound of waves. Some of them looked in the direction of the sound and saw a huge wave sweeping over from the distant starry sky. This was unbelievable. They were in the universe, but there were waves sweeping over. Could it be that he is here? Some of the skyprides immediately thought of the famous skyprides on the Huangtian Saint ranking. The third prince of the sea god, this was a small powerhouse from the sea god ancient star zone. Although he was a skypride from the ancient star zone, his talent was extremely demonic. He was no weaker than the descendants of the Huangtian immortal forces. It was rumored that he had an extremely ancient bloodline of the sea god. He was on the saint ranking and no one dared to offend him. Two figures appeared on the huge wave. They were two young men with extraordinary auras. One of them had fish scales covering his skin. The other had tentacle-like dharma power behind him. It's not the third prince of the sea god. It's his two followers, Lord Churning River and Lord Nauhai, said one of the skyprides. The young man with fish scales on his skin was Lord Churning River. He looked around coldly and said, the Kuanping's grand superpower is extremely important to the crown prince. We must get it. Of course. If the third prince obtains the Kuanping's grand superpower, he will be like a tiger that has grown wings. He might even be able to cultivate a second strand of deity chi, said Lord Nauhai. The third prince of the sea god was not the only one attracted by the Kuanping nest. In another direction, there was the sound of wind breaking. Golden light shone brightly as a golden-winged roc flew across the sky. The golden-winged roc flashed and turned into human form. He was handsome and had long golden hair. The gaze in his eyes was as sharp as a heavenly blade. If Jun Xiaoyao was here, he would definitely recognize that it was an old acquaintance, golden-winged roc. It's golden-winged roc. He's here too. Many skyprides were wary. Golden-winged roc was one of the more tragic skyprides. He had been defeated by Jun Xiaoyao one after another. When golden-winged roc saw Jun Xiaoyao at the immortal ancient Dao Lake, he did not even have the will to fight and ran away immediately. However, after hearing that Jun Xiaoyao had died in the Bronze Divine Palace, golden-winged roc felt relieved. He felt that the haze had dissipated. His Dao heart had recovered and he was in a very good state. He felt that his invincible self had returned. The darkness has passed. I have to focus on the future. When I obtain the Kuanping superpower, I will definitely be able to reach the top 10 of the Barren Sky Saint ranking. Golden-winged roc's eyes shone with confidence. Jun Xiaoyao's era had passed. Only the living skyprides had the right to talk about the future. Golden-winged roc's original form is a golden-winged roc. If he can obtain the Kuanping superpower, he will definitely be like a tiger that has grown wings. Some of the skyprides' eyes glinted. They did not want another powerful skypride to appear on the Emperor Road. The resources in this Kuanping nest belonged to Master Arhat. At that moment, a female voice was heard. In the distant starry sky, a 9-colored divine light flashed. A beautiful woman in a sapphire blue peacock dress flew across the void. Divine light radiated from her body as she emitted a powerful aura. It's Kong Xian, Jade Arhat's follower. Many of the skyprides on the Emperor Road were wary. Jade Arhat was one of the people on the Emperor Road that no one dared to offend. Golden-winged roc's eyes glinted when he saw Kong Xian's arrival. However, golden-winged roc was displeased when he heard what she said. He frowned slightly and said, Kong Xian, what kind of magic potion did Jade Arhat feed you? Why are you so loyal to him? There was a hint of jealousy in his tone. The golden-winged roc tribe and Mahamayuri's tribe had been on good terms for generations. Golden-winged roc knew Kong Xian as well. He even had a good impression of Kong Xian. Unfortunately, Kong Xian was a fanatical follower of Jade Arhat. This made golden-winged roc extremely hostile towards Jade Arhat. Master Arhat's strength is not something you can understand. Kong Xian looked at golden-winged roc with a hint of disdain in her beautiful eyes. You. Golden-winged roc frowned. Once I obtain the Kuanping superpower and raise my cultivation base, I will definitely go and meet that Jade Arhat. Golden-winged roc snorted. Master Arhat is invincible. You won't stand a chance. Kong Xian shook her head. Kong Xian idolized Jade Fozi almost blindly. In her eyes, Jade Fozi was one of the top skyprides on the Emperor Road. He was destined to step onto the ultimate ancient road. Golden-Winged Rock was not pleased to see Kong Xian's idolization. However, he had to admit that Jade Fozi was powerful. Golden-Winged Rock was not even qualified to fight Jade Fozi if he could not obtain the Kuimping Mystique or the Kuimping Blood Essence. It was because of this that the Golden-Winged Little Rock King's eyes flashed with determination. He could not miss the opportunity of obtaining the Kuimping Nest. While they were waiting, another figure tore through the void and arrived. It was a green-robed swordsman with a long sword on his back. He looked indifferent as he tore through the void and arrived. When he appeared, the surrounding space vibrated and streaks of sword chi gathered in the void. The surrounding skyprides were unable to dodge in time and were directly smashed into clouds of blood mist. It's the Sword Son of the Void. He's here too. The green-robed swordsman was the Sword Son of the Void. Or rather, the Sword Son of the Void's spiritual body. However, even if it was just a spiritual body, it was undefeatable to the skyprides present. After all, he was ranked in the top 10 on the Barren Sky Saint ranking. Sword Son of the Void, Golden-Winged Rock, Kong Xian, and the others were also shocked to see the Sword Son of the Void. However, they were relieved when they sensed the Sword Son of the Void's cultivation level. It was obvious that it was just a spiritual body. However, they did not let down their guard. The Sword Son of the Void came from the Heavenly Void Ancient Starfield. Surprisingly, he did not have any immortal faction or supreme orthodoxy behind him. He only had one master. However, his master was the most powerful person in the Heavenly Void Ancient Starfield. He was called the Sword Master of the Void. Not only was the Sword Master of the Void the most powerful person in the Heavenly Void Ancient Starfield, but he was also famous in many ancient starfields. That was why even though the Sword Son of the Void did not have any faction behind him, the descendants of ordinary immortal factions did not dare to underestimate him. I must obtain this Kuimping Nest. The Sword Son of the Void placed his hands behind his back. Although it was just a spiritual body, he still had a peerless aura. It seems that the opportunity of obtaining the Kuimping Nest will not be easy. Golden-Winged Rock felt pressured. Whoosh, at this moment, a starry sky flying ship suddenly tore through the sky, attracting the attention of many people. Who's that? Some skyprides of the Void Ancient Starfield muttered. A beautiful woman dressed in a moon-white muslin dress walked out from within. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind, and her appearance was flawless. She carried a coldness like moonlight. It was Mui Wehan. It's a moon fairy to be. Many skyprides' eyes lit up when they saw Mui Wehan. She was a famous beauty on Emperor Road. Her strength was extraordinary, and her looks were outstanding. And many skyprides. And of the. However, there was one bad thing about Mui Wehan, which was that she was too cold. Most men would have a hard time getting close to her. Whose is she? Oh, it's the Moon Fairy. The third prince has invited you to walk the Emperor Road with him many times, but you did not respond. Do you have an answer now? The two followers of the sea god's third prince, Lord Churning River and Lord Nauhai, asked when they saw Mui Wehan. Mui Wehan's eyes flashed with annoyance when she heard this. The sea god's third prince had taken a liking to her and wanted to invite her to walk the Emperor Road. His words were nice. But to put it bluntly, he just wanted her body. He wanted to use her purine body to cultivate and speed up his cultivation. Mui Wehan naturally did not agree, so she delayed it. Now that she had met Jun Xiaoyao, it was even more impossible for Mui Wehan to have anything to do with the sea god's third prince. Compared to Jun Xiaoyao, the sea god's third prince who was on the saint leaderboard was nothing. Tell the third prince to stop dreaming. Mui Wehan's voice was cold as she said indifferently. All right. I just hope you won't regret it and beg the third prince to take you in. Lord Churning River sneered. Mui Wehan was amused. She would regret it? It would be insane of him to go to the third crown prince. Instead of Jun Xiaoyao, who was a big shot. Hee, please don't mind her. Mui Wehan is arrogant and self-righteous. She doesn't like anyone. A sarcastic female voice was heard. Muiwehan frowned. Not far away, two figures flew over. The one who spoke was a beautiful woman in a jade-green dress. It's the saintess of the Black Yuan ancient star system's Jade Sky sect, Subiyu, one of the skyprides said. She was also a proud woman with a good reputation for her beauty. When the woman called Subiyu saw Muiwehan, her eyes flashed with jealousy and hatred. The Black Yuan ancient star system and Guanhan ancient star system were neighbors. As the saintess of the Jade Sky sect, she was often compared to Muiwehan. But in front of Muiwehan, she was just a leaf. As time passed, Subiyu became jealous of Muiwehan and even wanted to get rid of her. Muiwehan's expression was calm when she saw Subiyu. However, Muiwehan's eyes narrowed when she saw the person beside her. It was a silent and majestic being. His body shone with a metallic luster, and he didn't have any aura of life. He looked like a stone statue. However, this living being made many heaven's favorites stare at him and gasp in shock. Could that be the hept metal rock spirit? It's true. Rumor has it that he's a divine metal rock spirit and is very powerful. Many skyprides were wary when they saw the hept metal rock spirit. A divine metal that had a divine metal rock spirit was extremely talented and had a bright future. A true greater success divine metal rock spirit was comparable to emperors and ancient emperors. You actually found an ally of the hept metal rock spirit? Muiwehan was surprised. So Muiwehan, you have to be careful. But why don't I see your ally? Subiyu sneered. In her opinion, she would definitely benefit from the Kuanping nest since she had the hept metal rock spirit on her side. She might even be able to get rid of Muiwehan, who was an eyesore. The hept metal rock spirit turned to look at the galactic flying ship and snorted. Coward. As soon as he said that, a sharp beam of hept metal shot out toward Muiwehan and the galactic flying ship. Muiwehan's expression changed. However, the hept metal rock spirit disappeared as soon as it got within 10 feet of the galactic flying ship. The hept metal rock spirit's eyes lit up. Many skyprides around were also surprised. Does Fairy Yuehan also have a powerful ally? Some skyprides were curious. At that moment, a calm voice came from the galactic flying ship. The hept metal rock spirit. Not bad. I can refine it into my life artifact. Everyone fell silent when they heard that voice. What did they just hear? Someone actually dared to use the hept metal rock spirit as a refining material. The Gangjin rock spirit was a powerful prodigy on the Barren Sky Saint ranking. Since it was made of divine metal, its body was invulnerable and had a great advantage. Even a prodigy who had condensed a strand of divine chi would find it difficult to deal with the Gangjin rock spirit. But now, the calm voice in the starship wanted to use the Gangjin rock spirit as a material for crafting weapons. This was a blatant show of contempt. Although the Gangjin rock spirit was an extremely rare metal, who would dare to use it as a material for crafting weapons, all the prodigies present found this unbelievable. Some of them even laughed out loud, thinking that this was ridiculous. Kong Xian shook her head, her eyes filled with mockery. She mumbled, if the Arhat said this, it might be possible. This person is too naive. Although Kong Xian was a prodigy of the Barren Sky Mystic Realm, she only appeared after Jun Xiaoyao disappeared from the Bronze Divine Palace. Therefore, she had never seen Jun Xiaoyao before and had never heard his voice. At most, she only knew his name. Subiyu couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Muiwehan, your ally is too ignorant. How could he say something so ridiculous? You are the ignorant ones. Muiwehan's eyes were cold. If they knew who was sitting in the starry sky flying ship, would they still be able to laugh? The only one who didn't laugh was the golden-winged rock. When he heard the calm voice, the golden-winged rock's entire body froze and his feathers stood on end. This voice had sounded in countless nightmares. To him, it was like a nightmare. No, I must have heard wrong. It can't be that person. The golden-winged rock's back was covered in cold sweat as he comforted himself. That person is already in the past. It can't be him. Maybe it's just the voice. The golden-winged rock took a deep breath and calmed himself down. This is just my inner demon causing trouble. I can't let it grow again. The golden-winged rock calmed himself down. He felt that it was probably the remnants of his inner demons that caused him to mishear and think that it was that person's voice. When the Gangjin stone spirit heard this, a murderous glint flashed in its eyes. His original body was a rare divine metal, and what he hated the most was being used as a refining material by others. You're courting death. The Gangjin rock spirit raised its hand, and the sharp Gangjin chi transformed into a 300-meter-long sword that was about to slash out. But it was also at this moment that in the depths of the vast sea of stars, the pitch-black Kunpeng nest suddenly emitted an earth-shaking roar. Huge cracks began to spread on its surface. Dazzling golden light leaked out along with many complicated Tao inscriptions. It was as if a supreme divine land was about to open. The Kunpeng nest is about to open. Charge. If there really is a Kunpeng divine ability, I must get it. The thousands of Emperor Road Skype rides on the scene were envious. The Kunpeng nest was definitely one of the rare great opportunities on the Emperor Road. If they could get their hands on the Kunpeng true blood and the Kunpeng divine ability, they would undoubtedly be qualified to make it to the desolate Sky Saint ranking. None of the Skype rides on the scene could remain calm. Humph, I'll let you live a little longer. The Gangjin rock spirit retracted its hand. Compared to killing this annoying fellow, the Kunpeng nest was more important. Almost all the Skype rides on the scene rushed into the Sea of Stars at the same time. There were many dangers in the Sea of Stars. There were all kinds of strange spatial cracks and void vortexes that swallowed Skype rides one after another, and they did not even have time to scream. But this did not stop the Skype rides from entering the Kunpeng nest. Duke Fanjiang, Duke Chaohai, Golden Winged Rock, Kong Xian, the Void Sword Master, the Gangjin Rock Spirit, Su Biyu, and other Skype rides also rushed into the Sea of Stars. In just a few breaths' time, only Mu Yuehan and Jun Xiaoyao had not entered the Sea of Stars. Lord Son of God, shouldn't we hurry over? Mu Yuehan asked. She was not worried with Jun Xiaoyao around. But when she saw the other Skype rides rushing towards the Kunpeng nest, she could not help but feel anxious. Don't be anxious. Do you think the treasures in the Kunpeng nest will be so easy to obtain? Jun Xiaoyao walked out of the spaceship slowly. His eyes were deep like the starry sky as he looked at the Kunpeng nest. Jun Xiaoyao could sense that there seemed to be some interesting creatures in the Kunpeng nest. It would not be easy for those Skype rides to obtain the treasures in the Kunpeng nest. With Lord Son of God around, I'm not worried. Mu Yuehan smiled. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's confident look, she was not worried at all. Let's go. Jun Xiaoyao walked leisurely and entered the Sea of Stars with Mu Yuehan. About half an hour passed. The Skype rides who entered the Sea of Stars first gradually approached the Kunpeng nest. Looking around, the cracked Kunpeng nest was filled with golden light. It carried an ancient, desolate, and sacred aura, which made the eyes of all the Skype rides brighten. The Void Swordsman's body shook, and mysterious space runes flowed under his feet. His body flashed and entered the Kunpeng nest. River-turning Marquis and Marquis Chaohai also had rune waves under their feet, which carried them in. Kong Xian, Golden Winged Rock, Gangjin Rock Spirit, Su Biyu, and other Skype rides did not want to fall behind and squeezed in. The other Skype rides swarmed in as well. 15 minutes later, Jun Xiaoyao and Mu Yuehan arrived in front of the Kunpeng nest. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao stopped in his tracks. What's wrong, Lord Son of God? Mu Yuehan was confused. Jun Xiaoyao did not say a word. His body flashed around the Kunpeng nest. Vaguely, strands of formation runes appeared in the void, carrying with them a sealing force. Mu Yuehan was confused at first, but after feeling the sealing power, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. No way? No way, the son of God of the Jun family can't be so cruel, can he? Jun Xiaoyao returned to where he was moments later with a casual smirk on his face. Let's go in. Jun Xiaoyao flashed in. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's back, who stood with his hands behind his back and strolled leisurely. Mu Yuehan could not help but pray for the Skype rides who entered the Kunpeng nest. Jun Xiaoyao, the fisherman, wanted to catch all the fish. Inside the Kunpeng nest, the Skype rides felt a dense spiritual qi as soon as they entered. Even if there were no treasures inside, just cultivating in the Kunpeng nest alone would benefit them greatly. Hiss, this is a sage-level herb. There are also many sage-level herbs. That's a pool of spiritual liquid. The skyprides who entered the Kuanping nest were all wide-eyed when they saw the spiritual herbs, spiritual liquid everywhere. Then, they began to search frantically. On the other hand, Golden-Winged Rock, the Void Sword Master, and the others did not show much emotion when they saw these things. Although the sage-level spiritual liquid was precious, it was nothing in their eyes. Where are the treasures of the Kuanping nest? Golden-Winged Rock pondered. Suddenly, a skypride pushed open an ancient stone door in front of him. Then, a vast sound was heard, attracting the attention of all the skyprides. That is. Many skyprides turned to look. Behind the stone door was a vast and boundless ocean. It was not the starry ocean outside the Kuanping's nest, but a real ocean. Could this be a mini-world? Only the primordial Kuanping could do something like this. Forming a mini-world and creating a cave. This was a technique that only a top-notch expert could do. In the eyes of these Emperor Road skyprides, this was an unimaginable technique. Charge. None of the skyprides hesitated. Compared to the opportunities before them, the real opportunity of the Kuanping should be hidden in that mini-world. All the skyprides entered it. Not long after, the skyprides saw a black island in the depths of the mini-world. On the island, there was a golden lair that was spewing out rays of light. That's the real Kuanping's nest. It might contain the Kuanping's true blood and the supreme Kuanping's superpower. Seeing the golden lair, all the skyprides could not remain calm and swarmed over. On the other hand, the Void Sword Master, Xianxia, Golden-Winged Rock, Bingjin Rock Spirit, and the others had a hint of doubt in their eyes. At this time, some of the skyprides had already reached the Black Island. However, not long after, something strange happened. Some of the skyprides had mysteriously disappeared. What's going on? There's something strange about this island. These skyprides had already sensed that something was wrong before they even got close to the golden lair. In the distance, the Void Swordmaster's eyes flashed when he saw this. What a bunch of tricks! The Void Swordmaster raised his hand, and the long sword on his back soared into the sky. He slashed out a powerful spatial sword ray and landed on the Black Island. Boom, accompanied by a violent tremor, the island actually began to tremble. At the same time, a dull roar was heard. What's going on? Is this island a spirit? No, this is not an island. Some of the skyprides realized what was going on. The space around the Black Island was distorted. Finally, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a clam beast the size of a small island. That's the primordial mutated beast, Clam. Marquis River Churning and Marquis Nauhai were shocked. They came from the Sea King ancient star field, which was almost entirely covered by the sea. Therefore, they had a deep understanding of all kinds of sea-type ferocious beasts and could recognize them at a glance. The clam in front of him was, without a doubt, the legendary Chi. There was an idiom called a mirage, which was used to describe this type of demonic beast. The sea serpent would spit out clouds and mist to create illusions to confuse cultivators. Although the Hui in front of him was not a pure-blooded primordial Hui, it still possessed part of the Hui's bloodline. More importantly, all the skyprides could sense that the Chi's aura had reached the great perfection stage of the sage stage. This was no longer something that a single genius could deal with. The Chi suddenly opened its closed carapace. Instantly, vortexes appeared one after another. A terrifying suction force erupted, sucking in some of the skyprides. The small number of skyprides who had disappeared previously were secretly swept into the vortex. Run! This venomous hoe is invincible. Most of the skyprides present were in the Tao God realm. Only a few skyprides were sage to be. They did not even have a true sage. How could they fight against this Chi at the great perfection stage of the sage stage? In the sky, the Void Swordsman once again slashed out with his sword. The powerful fluctuations were shocking. Floating sword technique. The Void Swordsman slashed down with his sword. The space in front of him was split in half. However, when the sword Chi landed on the Chi's carapace, it only created some sparks. Damn it! The Void Swordsman's eyes darkened. If my original body was here, I would not be afraid of this evil beast. The Void Swordsman was unwilling to give up. He had only sent a spiritual body. Although it had some combat power, it could not be compared to his original body. Xian also attacked. 9-colored divine light shot out from her jade-like hand, forming 9 light pillars that shot out. The golden-winged little rock king also spread his wings. His feathers fell off like golden flying swords, making clanging sounds. His 108,000 sword feathers slashed down at the same time, creating intense sparks as they collided. Marquis Jiang Fan, Marquis Naohai, Gingjin Shirling, Subiyu, and the others also attacked. However, they could not hurt the Qi at all. On the contrary, the Emperor Road's sky prides began to suffer more casualties. 200 to 300 sky prides had already been swallowed by the Qi. If this goes on, we will all die before we find the real Kuimping nest, Subiyu said unwillingly. It was not easy for her to rope in the Gingjin Shirling to come and explore the Kuimping nest together. She would not be satisfied if she failed and retreated just like that. We can only attack together now. Let's kill this Qi first, then fight for it with our own abilities. Kong Xian shouted. That's right. Let's work together and kill this evil beast first. There are so many of us. Why should we be afraid of it? The other Emperor Road Skypride shouted. Then, all the Skyprides joined forces. Various techniques were combined and turned into a rolling torrent that blasted toward the Qi. The Qi's carapace was colorful and glowing with divine light. The aura of a sage at great perfection caused many Skyprides to tremble. Boom, stormy waves rose up in this small world, and the waves were 10,000 zhang high. After a series of attacks, the Qi remained unscathed. There was not even a scratch on its carapace. Everyone was stunned. The golden-winged rock, Kong Xian, the Void Sword Master, the Gingjin Shirling, and the others looked even worse. They were all famous Skyprides in the Emperor Road. However, they could not even defeat a Qi together. If news of this were to spread, their reputation would be ruined. Just when everyone was feeling helpless. How dare this evil beast stand in the way of the Son of God? Following this indifferent voice, Yi Zichen said. In the distant sky, a vast sword Qi swept across the sky and slashed toward them. Along the way, the horrifying scene of immortals falling appeared. It was hair-raising. This sword Qi. Could it be that Yi Guchen is here? The Void Sword Master could not help but shout as he felt the peerless sword Qi. His pupils suddenly shrank. In his opinion, on the Emperor Road, other than himself, only the reincarnated sword demon, Yi Guchen, could use such a sword technique. What? Yi Guchen is here? That's right. Only Yi Guchen can use such a sword technique. While the crowd was still in shock, the sword ray finally landed on the ground. Slash, under everyone's shocked gaze, the Qi that they could not defeat even when they joined forces. Under this sword, its carapace shattered and was directly split into two. One should know that this was a Qi at the Sage Great Perfection realm. Even a Sage Skypride could not kill it in one move. How is this possible? How can Yi Guchen be so strong? The Void Sword Master could not help but feel shocked when he saw the Qi that was killed in one move. He had fought Yi Guchen before. Although Yi Guchen was very strong, he could not be so strong that he could kill a sage at the Sage Great Perfection realm in one move. Just as everyone's hearts were in a state of shock. In the distance, a leisurely figure finally stepped on the air and came over. When they saw the peerless figure in white, all the Skyprides' faces froze. They were stunned. In their minds, the person who drew the sword should be Yi Guchen, who was ranked first on the Baron Sky Saint ranking. Although not everyone had seen Yi Guchen's appearance before, they had heard of him. He wore a black robe and carried the blood-stained Imperial Slayer sword on his back. His temperament was cold and arrogant, like a lone wolf. However, the white-robed figure who walked in the air with his hands behind his back did not match the rumored Yi Guchen at all. Jun Xiaoyao's white robe fluttered in the wind. His temperament was like an immortal, and there was a hint of nonchalance on his handsome face. In his opinion, it was extremely normal for him to kill a Hui at the Sage Stage Paramount stage so casually. He did not feel proud at all. He's so handsome. Some female Skyprides saw Jun Xiaoyao and exclaimed subconsciously. Their beautiful eyes were filled with shock and amazement. They were shocked because of Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation. They were amazed because of his appearance and his carefree temperament. Even if all the Skyprides from Emperor Road joined forces, they could not defeat the Hui. However, this white-robed man killed it with a single move. This made many people's eyes tremble. There was only one person present who seemed to have stopped breathing and felt like his scalp was about to explode. Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, golden-winged rock's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His teeth were chattering. Due to the extreme shock, his mind went blank for a moment. Was this not the figure that often appeared in his inner demons? How is this possible? You entered such a dangerous place. How are you still alive? Golden-winged rock could not believe it. His exclamation was heard by the other skyprides. At first, they were stunned. Then, they suddenly felt that this name sounded familiar. Jun Xiaoyao. Could it be the son of God of the Jun family? Kong Xian's beautiful eyes were also shocked. She had never seen Jun Xiaoyao before. However, almost all living beings in the Huangtian mystic realm had heard of Jun Xiaoyao's name. Not only the Huangtian mystic realm, but the skyprides from other ancient star domains also came to their senses. He is Jun Xiaoyao? Marquis Jiang Churning and Marquis Naohai's eyes narrowed. Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was not good news for them, because it might overshadow the glory of the third prince of the sea. As for Su Biyu, she was also shocked. What made her even more upset was the fact that Mu Yuehan, whom she viewed as a thorn in her side, walked to Jun Xiaoyao's side. There was no doubt that Jun Xiaoyao was the one who said that he wanted to use the Gangjin Spirit Stone as a crafting material. A cold glint flashed across the seventh metal stone spirit's eyes. At the same time, there was fear. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was able to kill Ho, who was at the level of a saint at great perfection, with a single strike of his sword. However, the gung metal rock spirit was not too afraid. Its body was made of divine metal, which made it invulnerable to swords and spears. It would not be easy for Jun Xiaoyao to deal with him. Jun he was used to being the center of attention wherever he went. Mu Yuehan felt even more proud of herself. Damn it, son of AB*****. Golden-winged rock's body trembled. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He even cursed. He instinctively flapped his wings and wanted to escape. When he met Jun Xiaoyao at the immortal ancient Dao Lake, he also ran away. He didn't even have the will to fight. But now, he finally arrived at the Kuanping nest. He felt like he was about to fly. And then he met this jinx again. I must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to have messed with Jun Xiaoyao. The golden-winged little rock king looked terrible, and he was about to cry. It's golden-winged rock. Long time no see. How are you? Jun Xiaoyao glanced around and saw golden-winged rock, an old acquaintance. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao missed seeing an old acquaintance from the Huangtian mystic realm on the Long Emperor's Road. So it's the son of God. Golden-winged rock squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Golden-winged rock was too difficult. You're the rumored number 1 of the younger generation in the Huangtian mystic realm, the son of God of the Jun family. I didn't expect you to be a swordsman who specializes in swordsmanship. The void. Swordsman narrowed his eyes. For some reason, he always felt that there was something about Jun Xiaoyao that attracted him. It was like a power of the same origin. Jun Xiaoyao also noticed the void swordsman. After blocking it, a dark light flashed in his eyes. This feeling, could it be the space book? Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit perception was much stronger than that of the void swordsman. So he also keenly felt that the space book was fluctuating on the void swordsman. Here comes the leak. Jun Xiaoyao laughed from the bottom of his heart. He said, the son of God is not a swordsman. It's just a pastime. How dare you insult swordsmanship? Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's casual words, the void swordsman's eyes sharpened. To be able to display such a terrifying sword move, Jun Xiaoyao actually said that swordsmanship was a pastime. What was this if not an insult? You're in a hurry? Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyes indifferently. You insult swordsmanship. You don't deserve to use swordsmanship, the void swordsman said coldly. Huh. Jun Xiaoyao laughed. The son of God just has to use another sword. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao's voice fell, a divine chain of order rushed out from between his eyebrows and immediately turned into a small golden sword with a monstrous aura. It was the primitive emperor sword. Feeling the terrifying power of the primitive emperor sword, the void swordsman's expression finally changed. Sword technique of the void. He swung his sword, and the void exploded. Sword chi swept out together with a spatial storm. However, in front of the primitive emperor sword, everything was destroyed, the sword chi exploded, and the primitive emperor sword went straight for the void swordsman, piercing through his forehead. Jun Xiaoyao, just you wait. If you have the guts, come to the 12th stage of the Emperor Road. I won't let you go. The void swordsman's spiritual body shouted angrily and exploded into specks of light. The void swordsman's spiritual body was destroyed. Seeing this scene, many of the Emperor Road's skyprides felt a chill run down their spines. First, he killed the Ho with a single sword move. Now, he killed the void swordsman. Although the void swordsman was only a spiritual body, he was still stronger than many of the quasi-saint skyprides. No wonder he's the #1 of the younger generation in the Huangtian mystic realm. The rumors are true. Maybe it won't be long before we see the name of the Jun family son of God on the Huangtian saint ranking. In the past, the son of God of the Jun family was Yi Guchen, Lord Grimm, and the others. Now we know that the Jun family's son of God is the real son of God. Some of the female skyprides were so excited that their eyes sparkled. On the other hand, Su Biyu, Kong Xian, and the others did not look happy. Yu Fuzi had forcibly suppressed Jun Xiaoyao's mount, the 9-headed lion. There was bound to be friction in the future. On the other hand, Su Biyu had a grudge against Mu Yuhan. The Gengjin rock spirit had almost attacked Jun Xiaoyao before. Su Biyu felt a chill run down her spine when she thought of this. Jun Xiaoyao did not care about the Gengjin rock spirit and the others. They could be killed at any time. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand again. Using his fingers as a sword, he performed the sword chant of the immortal slayer and slashed down. In an instant, the entire ocean seemed to have been split in half by this sword. At the bottom of the sea, there was a dazzling golden lair within it. That's the real Kunpeng nest. Seeing the golden nest at the bottom of the sea, all the Emperor Road skypride's eyes lit up. There was no doubt that the real Kunpeng nest was at the bottom of the sea. The lair on the island was nothing more than an illusion created by Qi. Jun Xiaoyao split the ocean current with his sword. Mu Weihan followed closely behind him. Duke Fanjiang, Duke Chaohai, Kong Xian, Metal Rock Spirit, Su Biyu, and the others followed suit. As for Golden Winged Rock, there was a hint of struggle in his eyes. When he saw Jun Xiaoyao appear, he instinctively wanted to run away. However, his true form was the Golden Winged Rock. The Kunpeng nest's opportunity was too compatible with him. Golden Winged Rock was reluctant to leave. Golden Winged Rock gritted his teeth and followed suit. The rest of the Emperor Road skyprides followed suit. At the bottom of the sea, the golden Kunpeng nest emitted a dazzling glow. Many mysterious Taoist patterns flowed around it. The golden glow was dazzling, and the air was steaming. Jun Xiaoyao pointed his finger. The power of thunder gathered and turned into the Thunder Emperor's finger. He pointed it at the entrance of the Kunpeng nest. In an instant, the entrance of the Kunpeng nest was blasted apart with a loud boom. It's the Thunder Emperor's divine power. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's technique, many of the Emperor Road skyprides were shocked. Jun Xiaoyao already had the Thunder Emperor's divine power. If he could obtain the Kunpeng's divine power this time, his strength would definitely soar once again. The strong would always be strong. This was the truth. Golden Winged Rock's eyes were filled with despair. In a cruel place like the Emperor Road, the strong would only get stronger. As for the weak, sorry, they did not even have the right to become weak. They would lose their lives. After Jun Xiaoyao broke open the Kunpeng nest, he barged into it in an extremely barbaric manner. In an instant, a terrifying aura appeared around him. Strands of murderous formation patterns appeared and swept toward Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his palm and his mana surged. Like a divine millstone of destruction, it obliterated all the runes. Mu Weihan was by his side and didn't even need to do anything. So strong, behind him, the Emperor Road skyprides were shocked to see Jun Xiaoyao carving out a path for himself. The other heavenly talents all had to be extremely careful when they entered the relic. How could there be someone like Jun Xiaoyao, who directly pushed his way through with brute force? Many geniuses followed behind Jun Xiaoyao with gleaming eyes. Su Biyu, Gingjin Shirling, Marquis Fanjiang, Marquis Naohai, and the others also shamelessly follow behind. You want to take advantage of me? When Jun Xiaoyao saw this, his eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. He reached out and grabbed Mu Yuehan's slender waist. Lord Son of God? Mu Yuehan's heart raced as her face flushed red. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao was interested now? But this was in front of so many people. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao was interested in this? Lord Son of God, if you want Yuehan to play the flute, can you wait until we get back? Mu Yuehan said with her face flushed red. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. Mu Yuehan looked cold on the outside, but she was actually flirtatious on the inside. With a flash of his feet, he grabbed Mu Yuehan's waist and appeared 100 miles away in the blink of an eye as if he had teleported. This was also one of the Spacebook's abilities. What? Seeing Jun Xiaoyao dashing away, the Emperor Road skyprides who wanted to take advantage of him were dumbfounded. Arg! Not long after, screams could be heard. Some of the skyprides were cut in half by the killing formation. Humph, I can enter without you. Kong Xian's face darkened. She released a 9-colored divine light from her hand and fought against the killing formation. The other skyprides were also fighting against the various incomplete killing formations. For a while, there were many casualties. On the other hand, Jun Xiaoyao finally let go of Mu Yuehan's waist after they had traveled hundreds of miles. Mu Yuehan came back to her senses. It turned out that Jun Xiaoyao did not want the skyprides to follow behind and take advantage of him. Thinking of this, Mu Yuehan was still a little disappointed. However, her disappointment quickly dissipated. That was because they had already passed through the killing formation. In front of them were all kinds of spiritual herbs and treasures. It was a dazzling array that blinded their eyes. Even though Mu Yuehan was the Moon Palace's maiden sage, she still felt breathless when she saw so many treasures. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, did not feel anything. Not many of the treasures caught his eye. Perhaps the ones that caught his eye were still in the deeper parts. Jun Xiaoyao continued to go deeper. Mu Yuehan collected all kinds of treasures along the way. Behind him, Kong Xian, the Metal Spirit Rock, the Golden Winged Rock, and the others followed closely. Seeing these treasures, they frantically searched for them. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao stopped in front of the Kuanpeng nest. That was because he found something that interested him. It was a piece of green wood that looked very old. It was very inconspicuous among the pile of treasures. However, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and grabbed the piece of wood. This is the creation wood. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. The creation wood was an absolutely rare divine material for crafting weapons. A piece of creation wood the size of a finger was precious enough to be called a priceless treasure. And now, this piece of creation wood was as thick as an arm. Just nice. I can merge it into the creation chi cauldron. Jun Xiaoyao was very satisfied. His creation chi cauldron needed to be refined for a long time and add all kinds of divine gold and divine materials before it could transform into an emperor weapon or even a supreme deity weapon. That's the creation wood. Kong Xian, the Golden Winged Rock, and the others' eyes lit up when they saw the piece of wood in Jun Xiaoyao's hand. This was a diluted divine material that was even more precious than some divine gold. However, now that the creation wood was in Jun Xiaoyao's hands, they could only look on enviously. The Gingjin rock spirit's eyes lit up like never before. He was originally a divine gold spirit. If he could get this piece of creation wood and devour it, there would definitely be a qualitative change in his level of life and cultivation. I must get this creation wood. If I devour and refine it, I will definitely be able to cultivate more than one strand of deity chi. The Gingjin rock spirit couldn't help it. His body was a divine gold, so the creation wood was obviously fatal to him. With my divine gold body, even if he attacks me, he won't be able to kill me completely. The Gingjin rock spirit was very confident in his divine gold body. He directly attacked. Oh? Is there really someone who doesn't want to die? Seeing the Gingjin rock spirit attack, Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. He had shown such powerful strength before, but there were still people who dared to provoke him. This creation wood is mine. Around the Gingjin rock spirit, rich Gingjin chi gushed out and turned into thousands of golden swords that pierced towards Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with coldness. He put away the creation wood, stepped out, and grabbed the Gingjin rock spirit with both hands. You want to fight in close combat? The Gingjin rock spirit laughed when he saw that. He was a native genius on the Emperor's Road, so he didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao had the sacred body of the ancients that was invincible in close combat. My physical body is unparalleled. Even if He Guchen comes, he won't be able to kill me with one strike. The Gingjin rock spirit was extremely confident. Is that so? But I'm not him, the son of God. Jun Xiaoyao reached out to suppress the Gingjin rock spirit. The moment their physical bodies touched, the smile on the Gingjin rock spirit's face suddenly froze. It was replaced by unparalleled horror. The power of 100,000 divine elephants caused his body to crack, and it began to collapse. Then, Jun Xiaoyao tore with both hands, and the Gingjin rock spirit's body that he was so proud of was directly torn in half. No. The Gingjin rock spirit was extremely shocked. He didn't expect this at all. He struggled, trying to escape. Jun Xiaoyao took out the myriad chi cauldron again and directly suppressed the Gingjin rock spirit into it to refine it. I, the Son of God, said that I would use you as a material for refining. I will never go back on my word. Jun Xiaoyao held the myriad chi cauldron in his hand, and the Gingjin rock spirit's screams came out from it. They gradually weakened and finally stopped. All the geniuses who saw that felt a chill from head to toe. Jun Xiaoyao was simply too ferocious. No matter who his opponent was, he would be able to kill them in one move without any hesitation. Seeing that, Su Biyu's pretty face turned pale. Her jade-like legs trembled, and pale yellow water dripped down. She was so scared that she wet herself. Although the Gingjin rock spirit was a native prodigy on the Emperor Road, its strength was stronger than many prodigies from the Huangtian mystic realm. In addition, it was a divine metal spirit, and its body was invincible. Even a small figure who had cultivated a strand of immortal chi could not kill it in a few moves. This was why the Gingjin rock spirit dared to attack Jun Xiaoyao after seeing his strength. It thought that Jun Xiaoyao could not kill it instantly. As long as there was a chance, it could escape. However, the Gingjin rock spirit was wrong. How could it fathom Jun Xiaoyao's strength? How can a bird on the ground know the height of a swan? It is ridiculous for you to try to fathom the power of the Son of God with your shallow eyes. He then refined the Gingjin rock spirit into the universal chi cauldron. Jun Xiaoyao could feel that the universal chi cauldron's quality seemed to have improved a little. Although the improvement wasn't much, it would eventually lead to a transformation under the influence of time and effort. At this moment, the surrounding prodigies were terrified. They knew that Jun Xiaoyao was strong, but they did not expect him to be this strong. Some of the prodigies even smelled a strange smell. They looked towards the source of the smell, and their mouths twitched. Su Biyu, the saintess of the Bailuo sect, who was famous for her beauty in the Xianyuan ancient star zone, was so scared that she peed her pants. A saintess was so scared that she peed her pants. Wouldn't she be laughed at if word got out? Su Biyu's lips were trembling. The ally she had worked so hard to recruit had died at the hands of Jun Xiaoyao. She did not even have the strength to resist. On the other hand, Mui Weihan was smiling. Seeing Su Biyu's embarrassed look, it was impossible to say that she was not happy at all. Now, Mui Weihan was even more glad that she met Jun Xiaoyao. If it were anyone else, they would have been suppressed by the Gingjin rock spirit. As for Kong Xian, Golden Winged Rock, Duke Jiangfu, Duke Naohai, and the others, their eyes were filled with fear. If it was His Excellency, would he be able to instantly kill the metal spirit? Kong Xian couldn't help but speculate. After casually refining the heptagold stone spirit, Jun Xiaoyao did not waste time and continued to go deeper. He could already feel that in the deepest part of the Kuanping nest, there was a vigorous qi and blood boiling. The group continued to venture deeper. Not long after, they arrived at the end of the Kuanping nest. A vast lake appeared in front of him. Just as everyone was shocked, the entire lake suddenly began to churn. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a large black fish with golden stripes leaped into the air. After leaping into the air, he transformed into a rock and soared into the sky. His wings were like clouds hanging from the sky. It's Kuanping. No way. The Kuanping is still alive. Many of the sky prides present almost collapsed from the pressure when they felt the desolate and majestic aura. No, it's not a living creature. It's formed from the remnant aura of the Taoist patterns. Golden-winged rock's eyes lit up. To a certain extent, the golden-winged rock and the Kuanping were related. Hence, golden-winged rock could sense it. At that moment, the Kuanping landed in the middle of the lake. Everyone looked over and saw that there was a small pool of blood in the middle of the lake. Within it was bright red and resplendent blood that glowed with a golden light, like a melted blood agate. This is definitely the true blood of the Kuanping. Golden-winged rock's eyelids twitched. He could not suppress the fire in his eyes. All of the sky pride's breathing quickened. What was even more breathtaking was that in the middle of the blood pool, there was a golden rune bone. It seemed to be imprinted with all sorts of complicated Taoist laws and patterns. At a glance, it gave people a feeling of dizziness. Could it be the Kuanping rune bone that recorded the Kuanping's mystique? All of the sky pride's eyes were burning. The greatest opportunity in the Kuanping nest was the true blood of the Kuanping and the Kuanping's mystique. That was also the reason why they had gathered here. However, just as they were about to take a step forward, they seemed to have thought of something and looked at the white-robed figure in front of them. Jun Xiaoyao stood in place, looking at the blood pool and the Kuanping rune bone in surprise. However, he did not move. Since Jun Xiaoyao did not move, the other sky prides did not dare to move. Time passed by slowly, but Jun Xiaoyao still did not move. Some of the sky prides could not hold back anymore. Who could stand to see a mountain of gold in front of them but not pick it up? Who cares? Let's go all out. How can we walk the Emperor's road if we're so timid? One by one, the sky prides dashed out like arrows. Although they said that they were going all out, they were still worried. To their relief, Jun Xiaoyao did not stop them. Seeing this, Kong Xian, Marquis Fanjiang, Marquis Chaohai, Golden-Winged Rock, and the others could not hold back and dashed out. However, just as these sky prides were about to reach the Kuanping true blood pool, suddenly, large red fish leaped out from the large lake, with saw-like sharp teeth in their mouths, and bit at these sky prides. The cultivation of these large red fish was at least in the Boundary Saint realm. At this moment, there were at least a few hundred large red fish, which meant that there were hundreds of Boundary Saint realm ferocious beasts. That was extremely terrifying. Ah! Screams were heard as some of the sky prides were torn to pieces by the large red fish. These are red dragon fish. But they can't be this strong. Golden-Winged Rock and the others were shocked. Red dragon fish had a very faint dragon clan bloodline, but even so, their potential was extremely limited and could not reach the Boundary Saint realm. As expected, it's because of the Kuanping true blood. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have expected this and said calmly. The aura of the Kuanping true blood powder merged into the large lake and was absorbed by these red dragon fish, causing their strength to skyrocket. No wonder. So, Master Son of God had already expected this. Mu Yuehan admired Jun Xiaoyao even more. Being with him gave her a sense of security. Now, the hundreds of Boundary Saint red dragon fish were killing everywhere. Of course, these Emperor Road sky prides were not completely helpless. The scene was chaotic. It's time. Jun Xiaoyao stepped out. He took out the universal qi cauldron and opened a path in front. Vigorous universal qi was rolling in the cauldron. Anything that stood in Jun Xiaoyao's way, whether it was the red dragon fish or the Emperor Road sky prides. As long as they came into contact with the universal qi cauldron, they would be turned into minced meat. Jun Xiaoyao pushed his way through and arrived at the Kuanping true blood pool. Kong Xian, Marquis Fanjiang, Marquis Chaohai, and the others gritted their teeth when they saw this. Jun Xiaoyao reached out and grabbed the Kuanping rune bone. At that moment, a small Kuanping shadow suddenly appeared in the Kuanping rune bone. Its huge black tail swung toward Jun Xiaoyao. You still have some sense of defense? Jun Xiaoyao unleashed the power of 100,000 divine elephant particles. Although the immemorial Kuanping was a synonym for power, the immemorial divine elephant was not to be trifled with either. The collision between the two created a shocking shockwave that shook the surrounding space. If it were any other sky prides, they would definitely be turned into minced meat by the Kuanping shadow's tail. However, Jun Xiaoyao was able to block the attack with ease. Jun Xiaoyao dealt with the Kuanping shadow while using the universal qi cauldron to suppress the Kuanping rune bone. However, as the universal qi cauldron descended, the terrifying pressure was too much for the Kuanping rune bone to bear. Then, it exploded into pieces and scattered all over the place. This is our chance. Kong Xian, Marquis Fanjiang, Marquis Chaohai, and even Su Biyu could not help but make a move. If they did not take the opportunity in front of them, would they still be human? Kong Xian and the others each obtained a piece of the scattered rune bone. Although it was an incomplete Kuanping rune bone, it still recorded a portion of the Kuanping super power. After obtaining the Kuanping rune bone fragments, they did not hesitate to rush out of the Kuanping nest. Jun Xiaoyao looked at them with a playful look in his eyes. End of chapter 540. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.